The astonishing truth about the blank century is gradually surfacing, with rumors suggesting that the entire world will eventually sink beneath the sea. If that is the case, why not simply rise high into the clouds, above all the kings? The divine realm, the island of gods, a mysterious kingdom suspended at an altitude of 10,000 meters, is hailed as the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom, an aerial paradise that exists only in legends. The human realm, the Dragon Kingdom, originally a massive island that carried the ancient Flower Kingdom, stands majestically atop the highest peak of the Wano Country's Vine Mountain, making it the largest super kingdom in the pirate world. Beneath this continent lies the Underworld, the hell of no return, a place that sees no daylight year-round. It is firmly covered by giant islands, becoming a desperate abyss for the most heinous criminals imprisoned by the Dragon Kingdom. This world is not only layered, but also hides countless mysteries and punishments waiting to be revealed. Chapter 1. Flower Kingdom, the Battle for Succession. Your Highness, Your Highness. Year 1500 of the Sea Circle. West Sea, Flower Kingdom. In a majestic palace built against the mountains, resembling a giant dragon undulating, one can see the imposing eaves and corners, dignified and solemn, the glazed golden tiles, shimmering, the red windows and colorful beams, intricately carved and painted. It is indeed a splendid and magnificent palace complex. At this moment, in a desolate palace, several guards dressed in ancient eunuch attire are searching for something. In a corner, deep within the vast and luxurious palace, a tender young boy around 10 years old, dressed in a splendid robe, is lost in thought, his big bright eyes showing a look of confusion. A golden and resplendent ancient palace? A top-quality four-claw python robe. Just as the boy's pupils reveal a hint of a traverser's relief, suddenly a massive wave of memories is forcefully stuffed into his consciousness. A storm of pain erupts in his mind, and the boy feels as if his head is about to explode, letting out a scream of agony. This also alarms the eunuchs who are searching for him. As a group of eunuchs is about to arrive, the boy suddenly lets out a hysterical wail and promptly faints at the same time. An invisible yet overwhelming force, like the breath of an ancient beast, suddenly erupts from the boy's body. A red lightning, resembling a mountain collapsing in a tsunami, sweeps across a 10-kilometer radius, causing the guards who had just approached the palace to roll their eyes and faint. Even the palace walls and stone pillars show signs of cracks under the impact of that mysterious lightning. Boom! With a loud rumble, this luxurious yet desolate palace immediately experiences severe collapse. Ding! System binding started 1, 5, 10, 99. Ding! System binding successful. Congratulations to the host for activating the Emperor's Luck System. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the Emperor's Newbie Gift Pack. Ancient Bloodline, Ancient Ghost Clan, Jiuli, God-Level Hero, Li Yuanba, Devil Fruit, Golden Winged. Rock Form, Random Pet *1, Top Summoning Card *1, Exclusive Devil Fruit *1, Supreme Great Knife *1. Ding! The host has initiated the initial mission, Battle for Succession. Mission requirement: become the king of an independent kingdom, possess a regular army, main fleet of 100,000, achieve a kingdom GDP of 10 billion berries, and have 1 million subjects in the kingdom. Mission reward: a royal gift pack. Qing Jiao, are you sure you didn't sense it wrong? Is it really not someone trying to assassinate the Ninth Prince, but rather that the Ninth Prince awakened Conqueror's Haki? Deep within the Flower Kingdom, in a luxurious and splendid royal palace, two middle-aged men dressed in ornate robes sit facing each other. One has a heroic appearance, wearing an ancient dragon robe, relatively short, belonging to the half-disabled category in the pirate world. The other stands at a towering height of 5 meters, robust and strong, exuding the aura of a powerful warrior. They are the current king of the Flower Kingdom, Lin Yu, and the esteemed Qing Jiao. At this moment, Lin Yu looks at the determined Qing Jiao with a puzzled expression. The palace has collapsed, and the Ninth Prince is buried within, almost crushed to death. Originally thinking it was an assassin or a plot for succession, Qing Jiao, however, provided Lin Yu with a completely different answer. Conqueror's Haki. Even within the entire Flower Kingdom, only Qing Jiao had awakened such Haki at this time. 8 years ago, Qing Jiao had a bounty of over 500 million on the seas. What does a bounty of 500 million mean 8 years ago? This is not inflation 20 years later. At this time, a bounty of 500 million berries is a dominant existence even in the New World. However, having lost his invincible head spike, Qing Jiao's strength has fallen to the second tier. Otherwise, after 10 years, Qing Jiao would have at least been a silver-level player, second only to the four emperors, akin to Wang Ji or Zhang. The ninth prince not only awakened Conqueror's Haki, but it is also a relatively unique form of it. Qing Jiao has traversed the New World and has not heard of anyone's Conqueror's Haki being able to directly cause destruction to non-living entities, especially in the newly awakened state. The ninth prince's potential is not at all inferior to those monsters in the New World. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes, resembling those of a tiger, shoot towards Qing Jiao. He knows that Qing Jiao has traveled the New World in his youth, and his horizons are not comparable to those of the small fries around the seas. The monsters he speaks of in the New World are at least super monsters with bounties starting at 1 billion, beings that even the world government finds difficult to deal with. Is the potential of the ninth prince so strong? If he also has a mythical Zoan or a powerful natural-type devil fruit, his achievements could rival those of the 3 legendary pirates. Qing Jiao's confident demeanor immediately stirs Lin Yu's heart. These are the legendary 3 super pirates. Doesn't that mean once the young boy grows up, he can definitely lead the Flower Kingdom to the pinnacle of the world? However, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. The ninth prince's potential in Conqueror's Haki means he will inevitably become an unparalleled overlord in the future. If he touches upon certain taboos of the world government, it could bring catastrophic disaster to the Flower Kingdom, like the recent buster call on O'Hara, and it is at the Admiral level. Hiss. Lin Yu's previously stirred emotions suddenly plummet to the bottom. Indeed, the Flower Kingdom has a long heritage. The current royal family has existed for at least 1,000 years. So how could they not understand the depth and terror of the world government? Moreover, the recent O'Hara incident has further shocked Lin Yu. While others are unclear about the situation, how could the Flower Kingdom, a strong nation in the West Sea, not know? A legendary pirate can traverse the seas, but it is impossible to lead the Flower Kingdom to contend with a world government. If it were other Conqueror Haki users, there might still be a chance to bow to the world government, like Sengoku. But an unparalleled overlord would never bow to the world government. Touching the taboos of the world government, the kingdom will be destroyed and the family will perish. What suggestions does Commander Qing Jiao have? Should we waste the ninth prince's talent? That depends on your highness's choice. If your highness chooses the 8 treasure navy, Qing Jiao is willing to be your highness's guide and help your highness complete the initial accumulation. If your highness chooses to stay in the palace, then ultimately, it will be up to His Majesty to decide. Although the 8 treasure navy belongs to the national military organization of the Flower Kingdom, it is nominally still a pirate group. All of this is driven by the gold from the heavens. If high taxes are collected domestically, the people will fall into hardship. The duty of the 8 treasure navy is to plunder wealth from outside to alleviate domestic pressure. As for whether it is moral, this is a world dominated by pirates. Do pirates have morals? The Flower Kingdom can reduce domestic pressure this way, and even as pirates, the 8 treasure navy is regarded as heroic in the Flower Kingdom. If Lin Hao joins the pirates, then he cannot inherit the legitimacy of the Flower Kingdom. At this moment, the battle for succession is exceptionally dangerous. Especially the first prince, Ramen, is a cunning and malicious character who has not spared his brother from schemes. Sigh. Lin Yu naturally wanted to cultivate Xiao Jiao into a top-tier powerhouse as the foundation of the Flower Nation. If Lin Hao had a strong physique or a special constitution, that would be one thing, but Lin Hao's talent lies in the Conqueror's Haki, which is not a skill for those who are. Stubborn Conqueror's Haki users are unwilling to be behind others, and in the future, the Flower Nation cannot possibly confront the world government head-on. Chapter 2. The Treasure Water Army Li Yuanba, the Fur Tribe Panda, Abeo. Host, Lin Hao, 10 years old, Bloodline. Demon Clan Jiuli, 1, Strength, GB, from high to low, SSS. SSS, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Physique, GB, A-level physique is the threshold for awakening armament Haki. Spirit, FS, A-level spirit is the threshold for awakening observation. Haki, talent. innate dominator with a special conqueror's haki, possessing destructive power that can influence non-living entities. Currently in the awakening stage, awakening. Proficient mastery, binding haki/observation kill. Insight into loyalty and betrayal with a special observation haki, able to discern loyalty, red, from betrayal, white, comma. Currently in the awakening stage, awakening proficient mastery, foreseeing the future. Copperhead Iron Arm, a powerful talent of the ancient demon clan giant tribe. Possesses exceptionally strong power and invulnerable defense upon adulthood. Gifted bloodline with ancestral return. Physique mutation, able to consume multiple devil fruits. Note, each devil fruit requires strong vitality to bear. For each additional devil fruit consumed, the host's lifespan is halved. Skills: Conqueror's Haki, Awakening, comma. Observation Haki, Awakening. Fruit ability, none. When Lin Hao woke up, he found a virtual panel appear before him. Attributes: Talent, Skills. Combining the memories he merged with, he realized that he had truly arrived in the pirate world of the three major labor comics. The three major attributes on the panel represent his essence, energy, and spirit, ranked from high to low. SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, F, G.G represents the single attribute of an ordinary adult, and is also the lowest measurement standard of the system. G for children, G for women, G for ordinary people. Ordinary people reach the strong level F through training, roughly equivalent to an ordinary Navy with years of training. After F, the attributes of elite Navy are E, branch officers are D, headquarters officers are C, headquarters school officers are B, headquarters colonels are E, rear admirals are S, vice admirals are SS, and admirals are SSS. Moreover, even within the same level, attributes can also be divided into S, 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 or possess 2 or 3 attributes at S, making the strength vastly different. SSS is merely the basic attribute threshold for an admiral. Furthermore, there are also ways to increase combat power outside of attributes, such as through devil fruits or swordsmanship, especially with the awakening of devil fruits. In Lin Hao's originally weak attributes of G, G, F, after the awakening of the Demon Clan bloodline, at just 10 years old, already possessed B-level physique and strength of A. Navy School Officer. Especially with the Julie suffix of the Demon Clan, the talent of Copperhead Iron Arm indicates that his bloodline is not an ordinary Demon Clan bloodline, but rather the ancient Demon Clan Jiu Li bloodline. In addition, Lin Hao also discovered a newbie gift pack in his system backpack. Name: Li Yuanba, 10 years old. Bloodline: Human Clan, implanted identity. Son of the esteemed Li Yuan, host's best childhood companion. Strength: SS physique, S spirit, D. Talent: overpowering strength that surpasses ancient demon beings and ancient sea kings. Unparalleled talent in training armament haki. Reincarnation of the Golden Winged Roc, a chosen host of the Golden Winged Roc Devil Fruit, capable of awakening the powers of the Golden Winged Roc upon adulthood, possessing abilities to devour serpents, control thunder, and soar to great heights. Skills: armament haki, awakening, control of wind and thunder, devil fruit. Devil fruit, Zoan type, mythical beast, bird fruit, golden winged rock form, development. Level 1. Divine hero Yuanba, son of the backbone of the Treasure Water Army. Has a weak, innate physique, has been recuperating in the dragon capital of the Flower Nation, and has a very good relationship with his body to a 10-year-old child. Aside from being somewhat lacking mentally, he possesses S-level physique and SS-level strength. His attributes are at least that of a senior rear admiral, truly deserving of being a divine hero. The hero levels in the Emperor system are divided into third-rate military generals, colonel to rear admiral. Second-rate military generals, elite rear admiral to vice admiral. First-rate military generals, elite vice admiral to admiral candidate. Top-tier military generals, admiral candidate to admiral. Royal level, for emperors, comma. Divine level, Imu, Nika, Li Yuanba is a divine military general. In his peak period, his strength and physique attributes can surpass SSS. Moreover, he is also the wielder of the Golden Winged Roc's powers, which corresponds to the legend that he is the reincarnation of the Golden Winged Roc, indicating extremely high potential. Top-tier summoning card can summon a potential admiral candidate or admiral level hero. Immediately, a pet appeared. Panda Abeo. In the backpack, there was a fluffy, chubby panda that seemed harmless, cute, and clumsy. But the actual height of this Panda Abeo was a full 3 meters, and it belonged to the fur tribe. Name: Abeo, 10 years old, cub phase. Bloodline: fur tribe, iron-eating beast. A panda family expelled from the fluffy principality for not submitting to the Yuchin family. Wandered in the West Sea from a young age, and was kindly taken in by the host, raised in the royal garden. Strength: a physique, spirit, a talent, dragon hero, an extraordinary talent in martial arts. Can quickly master martial arts that others find difficult to cultivate throughout their lives. Iron chewing, a unique ability of the ancient iron-eating divine beast. Can chew through metal and enhance physical defense. Skills: static electricity, fur tribe skill. Moon lion, fur tribe exclusive skill, devil fruit. None upon seeing Panda Abeo's panel. Lin Hao couldn't help but be stunned. Not to mention the A.S., a configuration and attributes. Just the talents of Dragon Hero and Iron Chewing are not much inferior to Li Yuanba. Is this a pet? Clearly, it is a future Dragon Hero. It should be noted that the 8 treasure water army of the Flower Nation is based on the 8 punches, with each of the 8 water armies having their own specialties. Punches, kicks, swords, spears, etc. Abeo, as a martial arts prodigy, would absolutely be in the best training environment in the Flower Nation, thus becoming one of the top-tier powerhouses in the future. This wave is definitely not less than a king-level summoning. A devil fruit, generated automatically by the system, is the devil fruit most suitable for Lin Hao. Zoan type, ancient species snake fruit, golden scales form. This is an extremely special devil fruit. Before awakening, the golden scales are a 2-clawed, hornless golden serpent, which is an ancient species of Zoan type, leaning towards strong defense, with scales all over its body and a considerable ability to control water. The serpent technique can even stir up towering waves. Upon awakening, it transforms into a dragon. According to Lin Hao's potential, it can be divided into 2 awakening forms, 4-clawed and 5-clawed. The 4-clawed form corresponds to the horned dragon ice eel form, while the 5-clawed form is the dragon form corresponding to the awakening of the gum fruit. This can allow Lin Hao to protect himself well before he grows up. After all, the gap between ancient species and mythical beast species is still very obvious. In the eyes of many, the capabilities of ancient species are far less threatening than those of mythical beast species or powerful natural type capabilities. Even though they shout that there are only useless ability users and there are no useless devil fruits. But everyone knows that if given a choice, one would choose between a mythical beast and a trash fruit. Supreme Great Blade Dragon Blade. This is a long and exquisite ancient Han sword, with a handle made of exceptionally transparent high-quality white jade, and the surface intricately engraved with exquisite ancient dragon patterns. The blade is entirely silver white, adorned with finely detailed dragon scales, and the blood groove is hidden within the gaps of the dragon scales. The connection between the blade and the handle is linked by a guard made of gold, with no particularly protruding handguard, and 2 sides inlaid with a gemstone of deep blood-red heart. Therefore, overall, this elegant and elongated dragon blade appears to be a work of art. Moreover, this is the supreme Great Blade. It is rumored that a dragon soul is sealed within the blade, possessing the power of Conqueror's Haki, capable of suppressing the opponent's spirit, as any creature must bow before. A dragon to gain the recognition of this dragon blade. Lin Hao must become a top-tier powerhouse, reaching an advanced level of Conqueror's Haki, summon. As the second highest tier of summoning cards, just below divine and royal levels, Lin Hao is also curious about what kind of powerful being this top-tier summoning card could summon. Especially since this was the first summon, there should be a surprise. Ding. Is the host sure to consume a top-tier summoning card for the summon? Confirmed. Ding. System summoning in progress. Please wait. Accompanied by the rotation of the colorful compass before him, a 3-colored brilliance flew out from the compass and entered Lin Hao's sea of consciousness. Ding. Congratulations to the host for summoning a top-tier hero, Ranger Wang Yu. Name: Wang Yu, 25 years old, bloodline, human, implanted identity, bloodline of Wang Ji, who fell to the Flower Kingdom. Will become the host swordsmanship teacher and personal bodyguard in 3 days. Strength: S physique, S spirit, SS talent. The innate talent of the sword god far exceeds that of ordinary individuals with Swordsmanship at its peak, able to transcend the divine. In a great swordsman's realm, can ignore the pressure of conqueror's haki. Skills. Armament haki, mastered. Observation haki, mastered. Swordsmanship, great swordsman. Fruit ability, none. Wang Yu, the #1 swordsman of the Three Kingdoms, is known as the Sword God. Especially in the world of pirates, he is a super powerhouse with the potential of a great swordsman, destined to stand opposite the admirals in the future. Moreover, his innate sword god talent allows him to ignore the characteristics of conqueror's haki in the great swordsman realm, which is undoubtedly an extremely top tier. Pressure-resistant talent point, one must know that he is on par with the emperors. Yet the 4 emperors are much more intimidating than the admirals. This is the existence of conqueror's haki. The binding is the top-tier attack method in this world. Special methods of devil fruits, like the rule-type birdcage and the immortal body, cannot be effectively attacked by ordinary admirals, but the binding can easily resolve them. Chapter 3. Demon Clan Bloodline. Teacher Qingjiao. Your Highness, you finally woke up? At the moment Lin Hao opened his eyes, the attendant beside him showed a look of surprise and hurriedly ran outside. The little maid who had been serving Lin Hao carefully brought over some meat soup to replenish the nutrients lost during his coma, her big, watery eyes full of concern. Xiaoyao, how long have I been unconscious? Less than a day. The imperial physician said you were lucky, Your Highness, not being hit by anything heavy, just a bit startled. Your Highness, we have no home. Home? Lin Hao smiled upon hearing this, not taking it to heart. That palace was merely a cage. What kind of home was that? Moreover, the Flower Kingdom was currently embroiled in a fierce struggle for the throne. He was ranked 9th, with 8 brothers above him, each backed by powerful forces. The first prince, Layman, had the support of the 2nd, 3rd, and 7 treasures of the 8 treasure navy. The second prince, Plos, was the nephew of the Flower Kingdoms. Finance minister, the 4th prince, Lin Feng, had ties to the 5 treasure navy. Only the 9th prince, Lin Hao, whose mother was born a slave and died during childbirth. Therefore, Lin Hao had always been an invisible presence in the Flower Kingdom. At this moment, it was still the same, just a minor construction error, and no one took Lin Hao seriously. Well, there's no home in this palace. There are plenty of houses, but not much else. Lin Hao comforted the seemingly delicate little girl before him. Then he perked up his ears, sensing someone approaching, and quickly instructed the little girl to get another bowl of meat soup. Observation haki. Unlike the king of the Flower Kingdom, Lin Yu, Qingjiao immediately sensed Lin Hao's anomaly, showing a look of surprise. He did not expect this 9th prince not only to awaken a special conqueror's haki, but also to awaken observation haki, and it belonged to a special type, unlike typical experts who awakened after combat or training. Lin Hao's awakening of haki in this situation could be termed as innate awakening, which is rarer than conqueror's haki and serves as a ticket for future powerhouses. The talent of this 9th prince was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Howard, how does your body feel now? I'm sorry to worry you. Father, I feel no major issues and unprecedentedly well. Lin Hao mimicked the tone of his previous self when facing Lin Yu and responded. As a prince whose status was transparent in the Flower Kingdom, Lin Hao had seen Lin Yu only a handful of times over the past decade, which was also Lin Yu's way of protecting him. If he had indeed favored Lin Hao more, Lin Hao's position would have already soared. One need only look at how the 3rd and 7th princes met their end. Court struggles are far more brutal than those with real weapons. Of course, Lin Hao was not truly favored. He was genuinely forgotten in some corner. That's good. This is Qingjiao from the 8 treasure navy, who wants to take you as a student. What do you think? Lin Yu, seeing Lin Hao was still a 10-year-old child and physically frail, got straight to the point without much preamble. He did not think a 10-year-old child could have much thought. Moreover, this was a good thing to pacify the young boy. Student Lin Hao, greetings to teacher. The legendary Qingjiao of the sea. When Lin Hao heard that Qingjiao wanted to take him as a student, he already understood that his talent had been exposed. And now that his talent was exposed, even the king of the Flower Kingdom could not protect him at this moment. The only one who could protect him was this legendary figure who had once had a bounty of 500 million berries. 500 million berries 10 years ago was undoubtedly the level of a dominant pirate on the seas. Ha. Good. Qingjiao, hearing that this extraordinary gem had fallen into his hands, felt as if a beam of sunlight had shone into his gloomy heart for years, allowing him to see hope for. Revenge against Carp. At the same time, Qing Jiao began to carefully examine Lin Hao, discovering that Lin Hao's physique was not as weak as rumored. Especially upon seeing the two somewhat protruding bumps on his forehead, his expression changed drastically again. Then a gigantic hand, several times larger than Lin Hao's head, pressed down on Lin Hao's head and began to rub it. The shock, doubt, and disbelief reflected on his face made the king of the Flower Kingdom also feel a hint of curiosity. What was it that made Qing Jiao change his expression again? Bloodline return. The ninth prince has actually inherited the demon clan bloodline of the princess. Demon clan bloodline, the top 10 superhuman bloodlines in the world, such as the Lunoya clan, the ancient giant clan, the demon clan. Among them, the demon clan ranks among the top 10 existences. Kaido of the Beasts, the only known and existing demon clan bloodline in the pirate world. Lin Hao unexpectedly awakened the demon clan bloodline. With special conqueror's haki and demon clan bloodline, he was undoubtedly destined to be a legendary pirate in the future. If Qing Jiao had only a 50% chance before for the future Lin Hao to defeat Carp or his bloodline, now he had a 90% chance to let Lin Hao take revenge for him. With 10% being unpredictable changes. Is what Qing Jiao said true? Your Majesty, feel the ninth prince's forehead. Are there not two protruding areas? That is a sign of the awakening of the demon clan bloodline. Especially the prince's physique, which has already reached the superhuman level. If the previous rumors were correct, the prince awakened the demon clan bloodline to have this superhuman physique. Moreover, the prince has just awakened. The bumps on his forehead are not prominent yet that if some time passes, the identity of the prince's demon clan bloodline will surely be exposed to the world government. Over the years, they have never stopped searching for special races. Demon clan bloodline? Superhuman physique? At this moment, Lin Yu also approached tentatively, feeling somewhat incredulous. Sure enough, what I previously thought was a protrusion caused by the palace collapse now felt. Somewhat sharp, like a bone spur. That was a unique horn of the Ghost Clan. Good, good, good. Little Gio will be the future of my Flower Kingdom. The protection of a legendary powerhouse is undoubtedly the fundamental guarantee for survival at sea. Otherwise, the more prosperous a country is, the more it attracts the attention of powerful pirates. This is also why many countries, even if they have to sell their possessions, are eager to join the world government. Since that's the case, Qing Jiao, I'll leave Howard to you for training. It is my honor point. 3 days later, the healed Lin Hao, accompanied by his personal bodyguard, swordsmanship teacher Wang Yu, pet panda, and maid Xiao Yao, followed Qing Jiao to the 8th Treasure Navy's garrison for training. There, Lin Hao was truly safe at the same time. As the Prince of the Empire, Lin Hao completely entered the vision of his several older brothers, becoming a thorn in their eyes and a pain in their side. It's important to note that Qing Jiao is the strongest pillar in the 8th Treasure Navy. He is also the only one who has awakened the Conqueror's haki, with peak combat power equivalent to that of a candidate admiral. Even though he is fated now, he still possesses the combat power of an elite vice admiral as for the combat power of other naval pillars. While they're all at a level of over 100 million, they only barely reach the threshold of a major or middle admiral. And what about Li Yuanba? Naturally, he remains in the 1 Treasure Navy to develop, becoming his future right-hand man. The 1 Treasure Navy is also the second strongest entity within the 8 Treasure Navy. 1 Treasure Pillar Li Yuan is also an awakener of the 2-color haki. Chapter 4. The boy begins to grow up. Bang, 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 at the Bao Bao Water Army's martial arts arena. Amidst a crowd of excited and fervent worshipful gazes, the 5-meter-tall green pepper, resembling a demon god, exudes an overwhelming aura, with hair and beard flying. This is the green pepper in peak condition, delivering punches and kicks with immense power, creating wild shockwaves that sweep through the arena like hurricanes. Facing the green pepper is a young man just over 4 meters tall, youthful and spirited. Despite the ferocity of the green pepper's strikes, the young man holds his ground, exchanging blows with considerable strength, showing no signs of backing down. Notably, the young man has no aura wrapping around him, and even the shockwaves of the 8-chong fist are absent from his movements. Yet, each punch he throws matches the green pepper's fierce attacks, countering the shockwaves with sheer force, formidable and unparalleled. His tough demeanor captivates a group of young girls. Your Highness, go for it. Your Highness, go for it. Your Highness, go for it. Outside the arena, A beautiful girl in her teenage years cheers for the young man. Behind her, a cheerleading squad of slender girls in revealing summer outfits jumps and shouts, attracting the attention of many young admirers. The fervor is so high it seems to envy many young men. Chung Fist, Cone Dragon Strike. Seeing that his heavy punches cannot overwhelm the young man, the green pepper suddenly leaps into the air, delivering a devastating cone strike from above, akin to a comet chasing the moon, aimed at the young man below. This is the green pepper's ultimate move, one that no one in the Bao Water Army dares to take head-on. Under the cone strike, the heavens and earth seem to collapse. However, the young man shows no fear. The originally unassuming punches now radiate a purple-red aura of the conqueror's haki, swirling with violent lightning, exuding a destructive air. It gradually takes the form of a dragon-like aura, coiling around the young man's kicking leg. Chung Fist, Divine Dragon Tail. The explosive whip-like leg strikes against the green pepper's descending cone. Boom! At the moment their auras collide, the entire arena beneath Lin Hao's feet instantly turns to dust, sinking deep into the ground. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura of lightning, reminiscent of a doomsday punishment, envelopes the crowd, while a nuclear explosion-like shockwave of red lightning sweeps over the Bao Water Army's base. The slightly weaker members of the Bao Water Army immediately roll their eyes and faint. The green pepper, struck on the head by Lin Hao's kick, shows a pained expression. Hands are just doors. It's all about using your legs to strike. Lin Hao, having begun his training, firmly believes in this principle. While punches may be fast, they ultimately cannot compare to the length and force of legs, especially in close combat, unless absolutely necessary. Who would let their opponent get close without using a weapon? Bang! The destructive power of their clash forces both the young man and the green pepper to step back a dozen paces to regain their footing. The young man gazes at the unyielding head of the green pepper and can't help but sigh. He initially wanted to use his own strength to push the green pepper's cone back under the pressure of their auras. Unfortunately, he is not the protagonist. Host: Lin Hao, 15 years old, bloodline. Ghost Clan Julie, 10, strength. S physique. SS spirit. SS talent. Born dominator with special conqueror's haki, capable of destroying non-living entities. Mastery of observation haki, able to discern loyalty and treachery. Red for loyalty, white for treachery. Ancient Ghost Clan, giant's powerful talent. Possessing extraordinary strength and defense that is impervious to blades and guns upon adulthood. Exceptional bloodline with ancestral return. Physique mutation, capable of consuming multiple devil fruits. Skills: Conqueror's haki, mastered. Observation haki, mastered. Armament haki, proficient. Chung Fist. Divine Dragon Tail, swordsmanship. Beginner in cutting steel. Water avoidance. Water control technique, devil fruit. Giant waves, serpent technique, devil fruit. Fruit ability: snake fruit, golden scale form, 57. Over the course of 5 years, Lin Hao's physique has undergone a tremendous transformation. The once frail and thin body is now beyond the description of tall and robust, with a prominent demeanor and overwhelming presence. Especially after consuming the golden scale fruit, his physique has rapidly improved. Originally at B level, it has now reached SS level. Compared to ordinary zoan types, the physical enhancement provided by the golden scale fruit is on par with any ancient type. Moreover, Lin Hao has also mastered the water avoidance technique. The shockwaves of the Chung Fist, wrapped in haki, utilized chi, combined with a refined level of water control, giving birth to Lin Hao's water avoidance technique. Since he fears water, why not allow his body to avoid contact with it? This simply shows that the martial arts techniques in the pirate world are too outdated. Among the 6 styles, there is the moonwalk, a special flying technique where the left foot steps on the right foot. Comparatively, ninja water treading or martial arts, dragonfly skimming should be easier to master, right? Even the ability to tread on waves is not much more difficult than the moonwalk. Although the water avoidance technique is temporary, it can play a crucial role at critical moments, preventing him from becoming a sitting duck after falling into the water. Your Highness, you are amazing. Your strength can already rival that of the green pepper. That green pepper was just holding back. If it weren't for the lack of sharp point on his cone, even I wouldn't dare to take it head on. Lin Hao helplessly glances at the chattering girl, who has grown up beside him, Peony. While she may not be a stunning beauty, she is charming and lovely, a true jewel of the family. Over the years, Lin Hao has been training at the Bao Water Army's base, with only Peony taking care of his daily life, leading to a very close relationship. Beside Peony stands Wang Yu, who has become a great swordsman, now at the level of a general candidate with dual S strength and physique and 3S spirit. With the born sword god talent and the level of a great swordsman, he can even spar with generals for 3 days and nights without issue. Of course, he would ultimately lose after 3 days and nights, unless Wang Yu were to consume a top-tier devil fruit to break through his strength or physique limit. Or perhaps the floating fruit of the golden lion would work. Your Highness, here's what you wanted. Wang Yu takes out a golden treasure chest, revealing an apple adorned with lightning patterns and a stack of blueprints for an airship. Thunder fruit. A year ago, Wang Yu set out from the Flower Kingdom to challenge the sword masters of a new world. At that time, Wang Yu's swordsmanship had reached the bottleneck of a great swordsman. To advance, he would either have to train hard for 10 years or challenge the sword masters of the new world. Thus, with Lin Hao's permission, he began to explore the new world. It wasn't until Wang Yu became a great swordsman that Lin Hao allowed him to head to Gaia Island. After 3 attempts to navigate the Sky Current, he successfully reached Sky Island and then changed course to Baika. This was a plan that Lin Hao had prepared for a long time, since he knew the location of the Thunder Fruit and the way to the Sky Island. He believed that if heaven does not take action, it will be struck by lightning. As for how to avoid the risk of failing to navigate the Sky Current, Wang Yu isn't a fruit user. A parachute would suffice to ensure his safety during the descent. Chapter 5, Thunder Fruit, Sword Immortal. Wang Yu, have you really decided not to eat it? Your potential has already peaked. If you do not eat the devil fruit, it will be very difficult for you to improve your strength again. Only by eating the Thunder Fruit can you better protect His Highness. The Thunder Fruit is the top-tier devil fruit with an unbeatable ability. Restricted by rubber, Wang Yu is a great swordsman. Can't he just cut through the lightning with his sword? Moreover, lightning can ignite fire, and 1 billion volts of electricity can generate temperatures of 20 to 30,000 degrees. A single punch could completely melt rubber. Thank you for the gift, Your Highness. If Wang Yu continues to refuse, he would be quite ungrateful. As Lin Hao's personal bodyguard and the best swordsman by his side, reaction speed is crucial for Wang Yu. Otherwise, if an assassin gets close, Wang Yu would still be on his way. Additionally, since Lin Hao has some understanding of lightning, he can help Wang Yu develop the Thunder Fruit to its fullest potential without Wang Yu having to do it himself. For example, using electromagnetic flying swords to kill. The return of 10,000 swords to their origin through electric magnetism, and sword control through magnetic levitation. As for why Lin Hao doesn't eat it, taking another one would have his lifespan. He would only eat a second one if he went insane or was in a desperate situation. Compared to dying immediately, at least he would still be alive with half a lifespan. Moreover, Lin Hao doesn't need to eat a second devil fruit himself. He can allow the items around him to merge with the abilities of the devil fruit. In this way, Lin Hao only consumes stamina, not life. Don't worry, His Highness won't harm you. Your swordsmanship is impressive, but your potential has already peaked, and you cannot advance further in swordsmanship. However, after eating the Thunder Fruit, you will become a sword immortal. Sword immortal? Wang Yu looked at Lin Hao in confusion upon hearing this. Lin Hao also knew Wang Yu's concerns about not eating the devil fruit, so he explained the principles of the return of 10,000 swords, flying swords for killing, and sword control. As long as you eat the Thunder Fruit, you will be the legendary sword immortal who controls swords in the skies. You can even perform the divine sword Thunder Control True technique. Upon hearing this, a terrifying sword light shot out from Wang Yu's eyes. If what Lin Hao said is true, with his swordsmanship combined with the abilities of the Thunder Fruit, he would undoubtedly become a sword immortal, and one that is not afraid of lightning tribulations. Thus, Wang Yu no longer hesitated and swallowed the devil fruit from the treasure box in one gulp. Looking at Wang Yu, who suddenly had a twisted expression after eating the devil fruit, Xiao Yao, who originally had envious big eyes, was now filled with curiosity and doubt. Is the devil fruit really that hard to swallow? Wang Yu had always had a poker face, showing little emotional fluctuation. It was surprising that he couldn't handle the taste of the devil fruit. Curious? One day, I will find you a beauty fruit that can keep you forever youthful. So Xiao Yao can also experience the feeling of eating something terrible. Lin Hao also didn't know why. But people in the pirate world describe the taste of the devil fruit as eating something terrible. But that taste is undeniably unforgettable and disgusting. The devil fruit is such a precious thing. The maid wouldn't dare. Hearing that, Lin Hao would find her a beauty fruit that can keep her youthful. Xiao Yao quickly refused in panic. But inside, she felt extremely sweet. Even if this might just be a casual joke from Lin Hao. After all, it was just a devil fruit. In the future, when His Highness goes to sea, devil fruits will no longer be scarce. Only powerful devil fruits will become bargaining chips. Those that only enhance beauty will become useless. At this moment, Wang Yu had already adapted to the abilities of the thunder fruit. Lightning danced at his fingertips. Even though he had just awakened, it radiated a terrifying aura of destruction. After all, the power of the devil fruit depends on the physique of the eater. Undoubtedly, Wang Yu is a top-tier powerhouse. Even having just eaten it, he could unleash earth-shattering power. 500 million volts, God of Thunder. With a bit of training, it could become 1 billion volts, God of the Sun. Electric magnetism, electric fire, electric light. Wang Yu, before developing the thunder fruit, you must first understand these basic electromagnetic theories to better develop the thunder fruit. Only by fully mastering these can you become the legendary Sword Immortal, and an unbeatable Sword Immortal at that. For example, the weakness of fearing seawater. As long as you master the principles of electric heat and electric light when facing seawater, you can instantly convert electrical energy into powerful light energy and thermal energy, emitting heat exceeding 10,000 degrees, which can instantly evaporate the seawater close to you and even your enemies, thus achieving the goal of avoiding water. Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness. Lin Hao's advice was like a revelation to Wang Yu. He finally understood that the weakness of the devil fruit fearing seawater is not unsolvable. Just as the ice fruit can freeze the sea, the magma fruit can evaporate seawater. As long as your imagination is big enough and your strength is strong enough, even an ordinary devil fruit can unleash formidable power. The ability of the thunder fruit itself is not to be mentioned. Just a few ideas provided by Lin Hao could derive several super skills. Sword Immortal, God of Thunder, God of the Sun. Wang Yu, you brat, you're back. The voice of Qing Jiao came from afar, and a pair of bright tiger eyes stared at the slender figure that resembled a sharp sword, causing his pupils to shrink. The great swordsman. Before Wang Yu left, his strength was already on par with Qing Jiao. Now that he has broken through to the great swordsman, Wang Yu's strength must have surpassed his, becoming the strongest in the Flower Kingdom. The most important thing is that Wang Yu is Lin Hao's follower, his personal bodyguard. In this way, the future leader of the Flower Kingdom will undoubtedly be Lin Hao. As for whether he is a pirate or not, Qing Jiao originally thought it would take at least 10 years for Lin Hao to grow up, and we're going to see in all, by then, the struggle for the throne would be over. Unexpectedly, in just 5 years, Lin Hao's strength was already on par with him. Perhaps he has been hiding his true strength. But wasn't Lin Hao doing the same? Besides the animal-type ancient devil fruit, Lin Hao's conqueror's haki, even in the mastering stage, can perform techniques that would typically only be available at an advanced stage. Haki binding. Moreover, Lin Hao is only 15 years old, still in the cub stage. The real rapid growth stage of Lin Hao's strength will be between 18, when he goes to sea, and 30. The peak mature stage will be from 30 to 60. And even the complete awakening of the devil fruit, the ultimate form. Wang Yu, you have broken through to the great swordsman. Qing Jiao exclaimed with keen insight. Hiss. Hearing Wang Yu admit it personally, even Qing Jiao couldn't help but take a deep breath. I'm getting old. I'm getting old. Not to mention Qing Jiao. Even a young Kai, beside him, looked at Wang Yu with awe. The great swordsman. That is a legendary powerhouse. A great swordsman who emerged from the Flower Kingdom. They only knew of Wang Ji. And Wang Yu is the bloodline of Wang Ji. Chapter 6. Dragon City Treasure Pavilion, Your Highness. The 8 treasure ship is ready and can set sail at any time. The earlier sparring was a way for Qing Jiao to assess Lin Hao's ability to command the 8 treasure navy. In the 8 treasure navy, strength is paramount. With Lin Hao's strength reaching the level of a mid-ranking general, he will take the helm of the 8 treasure ship for its first voyage. Having strong abilities is key to gaining the respect of the 8 treasure navy. Moreover, with the 8 treasure ship as his exclusive vessel, He can avoid potential troubles as much as possible. As for actively seeking trouble, Wang Yu is a great swordsman, unless a general intervenes. There is simply no way to threaten Lin Hao's safety. Furthermore, the Flower Country is also a member state of the world government. So, let be half a month from now. In addition to the 8 treasure navy, Your Highness also wishes to invite some strong individuals to join his ranks. It is good to have companions to assist Your Highness. It is difficult to achieve greatness alone at sea. Only Qing Jiao earnestly requests Your Highness to recruit Xiao Yi and Xiao Wu into his ranks. It is an honor for Your Highness, and thanks to Qing Jiao for the trust in him. Lin Hao has a high regard for Kai, Yi, and Bu Wu. Originally, after 17 years, their strength would have already reached a bounty level of 200 million. It is not that they lack potential, but rather that they have no competitive pressure. The 8 treasure navy is the navy of the Flower Country, with Qing Jiao providing protection and a clear line of succession, leaving them with no pressure at all. However, after Lin Hao arrived at the 8 treasure navy's base, they were of similar age to him, which led to comparisons. Even though they were later affected by Lin Hao's talent, their strength still matched that of a naval colonel, with dual A rank in power and physique. If not for the limitations of age, a breakthrough to dual S rank in the future is possible. Compared to ordinary people, they are exceptionally gifted at 13 or 14 years old. As for the supernova, 15 years later, it is like the descent of the 108 demon stars. A torrent of the era of extreme evil. In contrast, individuals like Kai, Yi, and Bu Wu are the talents of a normal era. Although they are not monstrosities or prodigies, they are definitely the backbone of the times. They are the seedlings of first-class martial generals in the homeland. Kai, Yi, Bu Wu, greets Your Highness. The 2 youths did not hesitate at all and knelt before Lin Hao in a gesture of submission. Lin Hao's talent and strength are worthy of their following. Moreover, as the 9th prince of the Flower Country, he is someone they should serve. In the Flower Country, on the streets of Dragon City. Upon returning to Dragon City, Lin Hao did not head straight to the royal palace, but began to wander the streets. As a well-known major power in the West Sea, in a country free from pirate disturbances, the prosperity of the Flower Country far exceeded Lin Hao's imagination. However, the Flower Country is somewhat akin to the ancient Dragon Kingdom. Everything is too primitive. One must understand that the pirate world possesses various advanced technologies, genetically modified humans, aircraft carriers, like the Hades, and even the ability to refine pure gold. The technology and level of the Flower Country, in Lin Hao's view, are like the closed-off Qing dynasty. Far too backward. The firearms in the army are not as powerful as the fists and feet of the 8 treasure navy and the bows of the kingdom's guards. Your Highness, there is a weapon shop here. In a while, when Your Highness sets sail, we can find a suitable weapon here, in front of a magnificent 3-story treasure pavilion. The warriors and nobles coming in and out are endless, indicating that business is good. The Flower Country has a long-standing tradition, and its weapon forging is not inferior to that of the Harmony Country, and may even surpass it. However, compared to the Harmony Country, which specializes in forging katana, the Flower Country forges various types of weapons, such as great swords, axes, and wolf-toothed clubs. The highest grade can reach the level of major artifacts. As for supreme major artifacts, at this time, the Flower Country only possesses one national treasure, the Overlord's Spear. This is a supreme major artifact passed down from 1,000 years ago, and it was the weapon of the first generation of the Flower Country's war god, and it is an extremely rare black blade. For 1,000 years, no one in the Flower Country has been able to wield it. Even some dominant pirate overlords of the sea could not subdue this unparalleled divine weapon. Lin Hao originally thought that Li Yuanba also lacked a suitable weapon. But a major figure, Li Yuan, 3 years ago acquired a pair of dual hammers, the drum gold hammers, which are both major artifacts, and gave them to Li Yuanba as weapons. The most suitable weapon is the best. Now Lin Hao can only hope for the kingdom's grand gift pack to yield generals like Elbu and Xiangyu, who might be able to benefit from this unparalleled divine weapon. A weapon shop? At this time, the Dragon Blade is in Wang Yu's hands. It's not that Lin Hao does not want to use it, but he cannot. Only with advanced Conqueror's Haki does he have the chance to subdue this sword. Even Wang Yu merely wields it in a protective manner. Wang Yu's true sword is the Flower Country's major artifact, the black sword slay deer. An incredibly black, eight-sided Han sword, without any ornate decorations, entirely black as ink. Even the blade is the same. Slay deer, extending from Hunt the World, is a black sword no less than a supreme major artifact, unmatched in sharpness, capable of cutting through major artifacts, and even supreme major artifacts, making it a very special black sword. The name Slay Deer is truly fitting. However, this sword has been silent in the royal treasury of the Flower Country for hundreds of years, and now very few people remember its legend. Let's go in and take a look. Since Lin Hao cannot use the dragon blade, he indeed wants a suitable weapon, a cavalry saber or a MO knife. Upon entering the treasure pavilion, Lin Hao and the others were instantly shocked by the splendid decorations inside. With dragon carvings and majestic halls, the space is vast. On the classical and elegant display shelves, hundreds of beautifully decorated, sharp swords are placed for those warriors and nobles to choose from. Occasionally, the sound of dragon roars can be heard, at least at the major artifact, sharp sword, level. Placed outside, these are rare and sharp swords. Gentlemen, feel free to look around and choose. Our shop also supports custom-made weapons. What type of weapon are you gentlemen looking for? Any specific requirements? You may speak freely to me. The moment Lin Hao and the others stepped into the weapon shop, the plump shopkeeper, who had been introducing weapons to several noble young masters, immediately greeted them with a smile. With a friendly smile, wearing a luxurious and exquisite robe, although he was humble, his voice was loud and clear. Lin Hao and the others were all dressed in luxurious silk robes, which made the shopkeeper's eyes light up with their imposing aura. Martial arts experts. Having seen 1,000 sales, he still has some discernment. Moreover, Lin Hao has just emerged and does not know how to conceal his brilliance. Coupled with that noticeably unusual large horn. A demon race. This rare and powerful race is even hard to come by in the Flower Country, seen only once in 10 years. Moreover, strong individuals purchasing weapons have high standards and high levels, which also means more profit. Boss, I want a straight sword with a blade length of 7 feet to 1 zhong, weighing no less than 300 pounds, preferably a heavy weapon like a MO knife. Lin Hao stated his requirements without any concealment. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper subtly glanced at Lin Hao's horn and then smiled, saying, "What price range do you have in mind? Our shop has quite a few weapons that meet your requirements, with prices ranging from 1 million to 100 million berries. What price range are you looking for?" Upon hearing this, Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, looking at the shopkeeper with surprise. A weapon worth 100 million berries? At the very least, it must be a globally renowned major artifact. And it is not an ordinary major artifact. Naturally, I want the best. My name is Lin Hao, the 9th Prince of the Kingdom. These two are the grandsons of the 8 treasure navies Qingjiao, Kai, Yi, and Bu Wu, so you can rest assured. The 9th Prince? Family of Qingjiao? The shopkeeper looked at Lin Hao and the others in disbelief, but many nobles in the shop recognized Kai, Yi, and Bu Wu, the grandsons of Qingjiao, and some members of the 8 treasure navy immediately vouched for the 3. Therefore, Lin Hao's identity could not possibly be fake. They had rarely heard of this 9th Prince before. For a moment, all the eyes in the Imperial Treasure Pavilion were focused on Lin Hao. Unexpectedly, this 9th Prince, who had been silent and unheard of, turned out to have the bloodline of the Ghost Clan. Chapter 7. The Great Sword's Divine Edge and Mysterious, or I Have Met Your Highness, and the 3 Lords. The boss is being polite. I am here today to buy weapons, so no special treatment is needed. The tall and robust figure, along with the gentle and casual voice, made everyone present marvel at how the kingdom had gained such a remarkably abstract prince. According to Lin Hao's understanding, the 8th prince was only 16 years old at this time, which meant that the 9th prince was still not of age. But looking at Lin Hao's towering figure of 4 meters, did he grow up on hormones? Your Highness, please come to the sword vault below to view the goods. It's too crowded here to test the swords. All right, naturally, truly valuable items cannot be placed in the hall. This space only displayed ordinary goods accessible to common martial artists or nobility. The real treasures were in the sword vault. The sword vault? Not just a testing room, but a large and spacious room with a black stone in the center, specifically used to test the sharpness of swords. The surface was marred with numerous sword marks, the deepest reaching 3 inches. Before Lin Hao and the others could finish their tea, the shopkeeper had already brought in a lean and capable old man holding a sword box nearly a yard long. As the old man entered, his previously dull gray eyes suddenly burst with a terrifying brilliance. A great sword master. As the top swordsmith of the Flower Kingdom, the old man was extremely sensitive to everything related to swords. To his surprise, he encountered a legendary great sword master here. Old man Weilong, I have met the great sword master. The great sword master. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper trembled with disbelief, looking at Wang Yu. As the owner of Ubio's eye, he naturally knew the discerning eye of his store's cornerstone. Lin Hao was the ninth prince. Kai, Yi, and Bu Wu were the grandsons of prominent figures. And at their age, it was already impressive that they had entered the path of swordsmanship. The only possible candidate for being a great sword master would be the ever-cold bodyguard beside Lin Hao, Wang Yu. No need. I'm just a bodyguard by His Highness's side. Watching Wang Yu's nonchalant demeanor, both the old man and the shopkeeper felt it was unbelievable. A bodyguard of great sword master level surely did not even receive such treatment from the legendary celestial dragon people. Your Highness, please take a look. Returning to his senses, the shopkeeper hurriedly opened the treasure box. If the earlier encounter was flattering for a big client, then now it was genuine awe. A great sword master. The 8 treasures water army, the future assured heir of the Flower Kingdom. As for the demon race, as long as they were of the royal blood of the Flower Kingdom, they were naturally respected as strong beings. This was the rule of the pirate world. Inside the treasure box was a sword with a blade length of 8 feet and a handle of 1.5 feet, with an incredibly heavy black blade, sharpened on both sides, gleaming coldly. Your Highness, this sword is made from heavenly meteorite steel, forged over 3 years, weighing 500 pounds. If you can master it as a black sword, it will be an unparalleled artifact. Heavenly meteorite steel? Lin Hao couldn't help but look at the shopkeeper with suspicion. Materials forged over thousands of times are worth a fortune. This is also the top forging material of the Flower Kingdom. How could it only be used to make one heavy sword? It could easily be segmented into 20 or 30 great artifacts. Your Highness, under normal circumstances, such precious forged heavenly meteorite steel would not be used to create just one heavy sword. However, this heavenly meteorite is somewhat special. It was formed as a single piece, and if forcibly separated, it would inevitably damage the material itself, so only one heavy sword can be made. I see. Grasping the sword handle, Lin Hao effortlessly lifted the heavy sword. With a flick of his wrist, a fleeting shadow of sword flowers appeared, smooth as can be. Such power made even the shopkeeper and the old man shudder. The demon race truly lived up to its reputation. A strong and terrifying power. Lin Hao was not yet of age, but his strength was already formidable. A good sword. Although Lin Hao was not a great sword master, he could feel the terrifying power contained within this heavy sword. Especially since the heavy sword itself matched his strength, Lin Hao felt extraordinarily comfortable using it, with no impact on his speed despite its weight. Buzz! Everyone watched as Lin Hao approached the testing stone, swinging the sword, and it effortlessly sliced through the hard stone as if it were diamond. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Hao's swordsmanship, which had only recently begun, had already reached the level of a sword master. Unity of man and sword. Moreover, the power wielded by the heavy sword seemed to slice through space itself. Lin Hao felt no obstruction whatsoever. The smoothness of this strike even caused Wang Yu's eyes to flicker with a glint of brilliance. This heavy sword was not simple. Even Lin Hao felt as if, with enough strength, he could directly tear through space. This was the reason many swordsmen sought a good blade. Furthermore, a sword that suited oneself could unleash even more terrifying cuts. How much? 66 million berries. This is the internal discount price of our store. A great artifact is valued around 10 million berries, but that is just the price for an ordinary great artifact. Truly top-tier great artifacts can go for as much as 100 million berries, yet still be hard to find. Not to mention, the materials of this heavy sword are absolutely on par with the top great artifacts. Truly, the Flower Kingdom had a legacy spanning thousands of years. 3 days later, I will have someone deliver it. As he spoke, Lin Hao suddenly thought of something and turned to the old man. Master Long, do you know of a type of, or that is abundant but extremely difficult to refine? The colors may vary due to the impurities, including white, red, brown, etc. I plan to develop an industry based on this type of mineral. Abundant? Extremely difficult to refine? Or? Not only the old man, but also the shopkeeper was puzzled about Lin Hao's request. If the ore was abundant, its price would naturally be very low. Moreover, if it was also extremely difficult to refine, wouldn't that just mean putting in effort without reward? However, the old master seemed to recall something and soon brought in a bag of red powder from outside. This should be the ore you mentioned. If I weren't proficient in mineral studies, I wouldn't have noticed this. Most people think it's just an ordinary soil rock. Taking the bag of powder, Lin Hao tossed it directly to Wang Yu. Thunder metallurgy, with a flash of dazzling and terrifying lightning. Everyone except Lin Hao and Xiao Yao looked at Wang Yu in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Such terrifying thunder power was certainly not from an ordinary devil fruit. Your Highness. 3 seconds later, a piece of silver-white metal about the size of a fingernail fell into Lin Hao's hand. Sure enough, he didn't expect to succeed in refining it on the first try. As long as he combined it with the chemical reaction refinement formula, the cost would be significantly reduced. After all, directly refined metals not only consume a lot of electricity, but also contain many metallic impurities. Here you go, master. Where can I find more of this? Or, the moment the old man received the silver-white metal, he immediately understood that Lin Hao's goal was this metal. However, it was difficult for ordinary people to use thunder to refine metals. This was a unique business, and monopolizing a business is the most profitable. But using a great sword master to make money? Is that appropriate? There are many places with this type of, but I know that the Yangming Mountain in the western part of our country has a surface rich in this type of mountain stone. Thank you, Master Weilong. We're going to get rich. Lin Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart. Once he could refine this silver-white metal in large quantities, it would offset the gold from the heavens, making Lin Hao's ascension to the throne of the Flower Kingdom a matter of public expectation. Because what he had Wang Yu refine was precisely aluminum, the metal with the richest reserves on Blue Star. This metal has a wide range of uses and will undoubtedly be the king of metals in the future. Moreover, it could also be used to refine steel and copper. It would serve as a training ground for Wang Yu's fruit abilities. After all, Wang Yu cannot always stay by Lin Hao's side, acting as a wooden man. Moreover, Wang Yu does not need to leave Lin Hao's side. He only needs to connect the two places with wires. Chapter 8: The Ultimate Power. The Pinnacle of Skill. Boom. 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 In the Li residence of the Bao Dongliang, Lin Hao and the others followed the butler to the back garden, where they witnessed an intense duel on the training ground that rivaled Lin Hao's fierce competition with Qing Jiao, a pale-faced, sickly-looking boy standing at about 1.5 meters tall, wielded 2 drum-sized golden hammers while facing a stout, agile panda whose black iron bamboo staff moved like a serpent striking, unpredictable and mysterious. The shockwaves from the collisions between the bamboo staff and the iron hammers made Kai Yi and Bu Wu, standing 100 meters away, feel dizzy. This was not the conqueror's hockey. Rather, it was the culmination of their power and technique. They had managed to minimize the impact of their weapon clashes on the surrounding environment through a special exertion technique. After all, if they truly unleashed their full strength, half of Longdu would be destroyed. At this moment, the duel between the boy and the panda was in a deadlock. The panda, a Bao, wielded his bamboo staff with an elegance that was like a horse running through the sky, jabbing, thrusting, sweeping. His techniques flowed seamlessly without any hesitation. On the other hand, Li Yuanba's dual hammers smashed through all techniques, and regardless of how exquisite the panda staff techniques were, the roaring wind and thunder from the hammer swings firmly suppressed the panda, forcing a Bao to concede each time. If it weren't for a Bao's cleverness, which allowed him to entangle Li Yuanba with the subtlety of Tai Chi, Li Yuanba could have easily sent a Bao flying with a single clash, given his overwhelming physical prowess. After all, Li Yuanba's power, backed by the divine strength of the 4 symbols, was akin to a humanoid beast. Furthermore, after consuming the fruit of the golden-winged rock, Li Yuanba's defenses were practically indestructible. A Bao staff techniques were so exquisite, far surpassing what his grandfather had taught him. Kai Yi and Bu Wu, watching the match, couldn't discern much. They only saw Bao staff techniques firmly suppressing the dual hammers. The unconventional techniques were eye-opening for both of them. They realized that the techniques of the Eight-Chong Fist could be utilized in such a manner. This enlightening martial arts skill deepened their understanding of martial arts. Boom! In the final clash, Bao leveraged his strength to execute a 7,200-degree spin in the air before landing, completely dissipating Li Yuanba's monstrous force. Big brother, Li Yuanba put away his hammers and excitedly rushed toward Lin Hao, as if he were reuniting with a long-lost blood relative. Kai and Bu Wu were equally surprised to see Lin Hao so close to the son of the Bao Dongliang. If the Bao Dongliang's navy also supported Lin Hao, then the throne of the Flower Kingdom would be secure. After all, the strength of the Bao Dongliang's navy was second only to the Eight Treasure Navy. Name: Li Yuanba, 15 years old, bloodline, human race strength, SSS physique, SSS spirit, sea talent, possessing strength that surpasses ancient demon warriors and giant sea kings. With unparalleled training talent in armament hockey. Reincarnated from a golden-winged rock, chosen as the host of the golden-winged rock demon. He can awaken the powers of the golden-winged rock upon adulthood, capable of devouring snake dragons, controlling thunder, and soaring to great heights. Skills: Armament Hockey Flowing Dragon, Advanced. Madness Heavenly Gang, 36 hammers. Space Dual Hammers, Shocking Heaven, Devil Fruit. Wind and Thunderstorm Warhammer, Devil Fruit. Devil Fruit. Zoan-type Mythical Bee Species Bird Fruit Golden Winged Rock Form, 79. Hiss hiss hiss. With SSS, strength, and physique, but that glaringly low spirit of sea. No wonder Li Yuanba in the narrative behaved like a fool. If he were to reach adulthood, Lin Hao had no doubt that Li Yuanba's strength could break through the SSS bottleneck. Moreover, what did Li Yuanba's skill, Madness Heavenly Gang, 36 hammers, mean? Madness? Was it an unconscious hammer technique that could evade observation hockey? Additionally, with the follow-up dual hammers, Shocking Heaven and Storm Warhammer, combined with the 79 advanced development level of the Golden Winged Rock, Lin Hao had no doubt about Li Yuanba's general-level combat power. Master, you came to see Bao. Bao misses you so much. A voice, deep and flattering, was followed by a 3-meter-tall, plump panda charging in from the side. Lin Hao had no doubt about the risk of bone fractures or broken backs due to the panda's massive weight. Compared to 5 years ago, Bao had only become fatter without any other changes. Perhaps this was the growth cycle of the fur tribe. At 10 years old, Bao could already be considered an adult in the fur tribe. As for the cub phase and growth cycle, it was a stage of strength enhancement. Name: Bao, 15 years old, bloodline, fur tribe, iron-eating bee strength, S physique, SS spirit, SS talent, a martial arts genius trained by the dragon hero, capable of swiftly mastering martial arts that others might struggle with for a lifetime. The ancient iron-eating divine beast's innate ability allows him to chew metal, enhancing his strength. Skills: Armament Hockey Flowing Dragon, Advanced. Observation Hockey Unity of Man and Heaven, Advanced. Eichong Fist Divine Dragon Qigong. Tai Chi 4 ounces moving 1,000 pounds. Navy 6 Styles Life Return. Indestructible, Fur Enhancement. Divine Dragon Tail, Static Electricity, Fur Tribe Skill. Heavenly Demon Technique Moon Lion, Fur Tribe Exclusive Skill. Devil Fruit, None. With 2 double S's and 1 S's extraordinary attributes, he would be considered an elite rear admiral in the Navy. Moreover, the long list of martial arts, including the Divine Dragon Qi Gong, evolved from the Eichong Fist, the 4 ounces moving 1,000 pounds Tai Chi, and the life return from the Navy's 6 styles. Furthermore, although his armament hockey and observation hockey had not reached the SSS level, he had mastered advanced applications of both. Was this the martial arts talent of the dragon hero? Truly terrifying, coupled with Bao's innate ability to chew metal after devouring various metals. His indestructible defense was hardly inferior to Kaido's. Not a divine level, but certainly a king-level pet. Well, it had only been a few months since they last met. Due to his astonishing training talent, Bao would regularly visit other 8 Treasure Navy locations to study martial arts. Qin Zhao's Iron Head Skill, Air Bao Navy's Horizontal Training, San Bao Navy's Spear Techniques. Even the Navy's 6 styles were among Bao's studies. Moreover, these physical techniques were quickly mastered by Bao, and within a few months, he could reach a great mastery level. This nearly led to a conflict among the major pillars, as such an outstanding martial arts genius was a coveted resource. A few months ago, after a Bao went to the Beodongliang Navy base, he was brought here. Only through real combat could one increase strength. Li Yu and Ba also lacked practical combat experience, so Lin Hao decided to have them spar together. One with absolute technique, the other with absolute power, a perfect match indeed. You and Ba, I'm here to take you out to sea this time. And you, behave yourself. When we go to the palace later, don't cause any trouble, or I'll cut off your food for 3 days. A Bao will definitely behave. Lin Hao did not believe a Bao's assurance at all. Kai Yi and Bu Wu also looked at a Bao's wronged expression, feeling a bit unable to bear it. Due to his martial arts talent, a Bao was like a troublemaker in the 8-treasure navy, loved and hated by all. Unless Lin Hao was present, there was rarely a moment of peace. Your son pays his respects to the king. Inside the palace of the Flower Kingdom, Lin Hao bowed. Returning to this magnificent palace complex, Lin Hao's mindset was now entirely different. In the spacious and luxurious palace, the first prince, Ramen, the second prince, Pulos, and the fourth prince, Lin Feng, all looked at this younger brother they hadn't seen for a long time, equally astonished. If it weren't for knowing that Lin Hao was of demon blood, they would hardly believe that this monster was their 9th younger brother. Hao has grown up. Lin Yu looked at the still young Lin Hao, who had grown so tall that even the green pepper could do nothing to him. He couldn't help but sigh that what the green pepper said back then was not false. As long as Lin Hao grows up and spreads his wings to fly high, he will surely become a legendary pirate on the sea, a cornerstone of the Kingdom of Flowers in the future. Father, I come here to bid farewell to you. Father knows that if Hao has any needs, he can just say them. Our Kingdom of Flowers has a long history and has collected some treasures from the sea over the generations. If Hao needs anything, he can take it. Thank you, Father. Chapter 9. Ink Fruit in the Treasure Vault of the Flower Kingdom. Since Lin Hao was going to sea for the first time, Lin Yu allowed him to choose 3 useful treasures from within. The key point was useful treasures. After all, in front of several princes, Lin Yu couldn't show too much favoritism towards Lin Hao. Upon entering the palace's treasure vault, Lin Hao immediately set his sights on the dozens of treasure boxes deep inside. Devil fruit. Moreover, the types were clearly labeled: paramecia bottle fruit, stick fruit, leaf fruit. Ink fruit. Ink fruit? Ink, not montak, is a type of black substance. This substance lacks strength, has no attack power, is just black, and also possesses superhuman abilities, far inferior to the natural type coal fruit. However, for Lin Hao, the value of this ink fruit is no less than that of the similarly named Mo fruit, because once the ink fruit awakens, it becomes carbon fiber, diamond, graphene. All these well-known black technologies evolve from graphite. Then, Lin Hao thought for a moment and tossed the ink fruit to Kai Yi. Since Kai Yi was to be the backbone of the future 8 Treasures Navy and a general under him, this ink fruit was just right for him to develop. Although he lacked the strength to become a general, he could become a crucial researcher. After that, Lin Hao looked at the other fruits. There were no natural types, and no ordinary animal types, as they had all been distributed. However, 2 ancient types remained. One was the animal type monkey fruit, ancient type black giant ape form. The other was the animal type pig fruit, ancient type terrifying jaw pig form. Clearly, these were the true national treasures of the Flower Kingdom. Their importance no less than that of supreme achievements. Let's go. As for famous swords, Lin Hao didn't need them. After registration, Lin Yu was momentarily stunned by what Lin Hao had taken. The ink fruit was one thing, but the 2 ancient types were the accumulated heritage of the Flower Kingdom for hundreds of years. He didn't expect Lin Hao to take them all at once. However, thinking of Lin Hao's achievements, good steel should be used on the blade, and it was all worth it. Upon returning to the 8 Treasures Navy base, Lin Hao took out the 3 devil fruits he had previously brought from the palace. Even the sharp-tongued Qing Jiao looked incredulous. It seemed that Lin Yu had really spent a lot. Kai Yi, your aptitude is a bit better than Bu Wu's. So His Highness gives you 2 choices. One is this ink fruit, which seems like a useless ability, but as long as you can develop it to the awakening level, you may have a chance to become a powerhouse matching a general in the future. 2 is these 2 ancient types, the black giant ape form and the terrifying jaw pig form. Both are great ancient types, or you may choose not to eat a devil fruit at all. His Highness will not force you to make a choice. Just follow your heart. Upon hearing this, Kai Yi fell in a deep thought while looking at the three devil fruits. Even Qing Jiao did not speak, allowing Kai Yi to choose his future path. With the two ancient types there, if Kai Yi casually ate one, his future would be bright. But Lin Hao intentionally wanted him to choose the ink fruit. Moreover, he boldly claimed that if the ink fruit was developed to the awakening level, it could match a general. Your Highness, does this ink fruit have any special qualities? Special qualities? Lin Hao didn't want to directly explain the periodic table to them. They were all rough men and wouldn't understand it all. So Lin Hao could only ask for some cold powder and placed it in Wang Yu's palm, saying, Wang Yu, put your hands together and use the maximum current you can generate to give me high-pressure heating for 1 minute. Good. At this moment, Wang Yu was also curious about the secret of the ink fruit. So, following Lin Hao's instructions, he combined the cold powder in his palms and activated the maximum current to burn the carbon powder in his palm. Meanwhile, Lin Hao said to Bu Wu, Xiao Wu, you can also choose one of these two ancient-type devil fruits. The terrifying jaw pig is a legendary giant wild boar, rugged and tough, with immense strength, comparable to the mammoth fruit. The giant ape is also a powerhouse, but swift and agile, an upgraded version of the chimpanzee, a humanoid fruit, though its defense is not as good as that of the terrifying jaw pig. Upon hearing this, Bu Wu directly chose the latter. Although the terrifying jaw pig had stronger explosive power, Bu Wu was a martial artist and naturally leaned towards the strong and agile humanoid giant ape, as that would allow him to maximize his martial arts advantages. What suits oneself is the best. After Bu Wu chose to eat the black giant ape fruit, Wang Yu also opened his palm. Under the ultra-high voltage current, only a trace of burnt powder remained. Compared to the disappointed Kai Yi, Wang Yu had a look of astonishment as he discovered some barely visible tiny particles, revealing surprise and shock. Qing Jiao bowed, and the others carefully observed those particles that were difficult to see with the naked eye, initially puzzled, amazed, and shocked. Diamond. No, diamond sand. These cold powders were not pure, so under Wang Yu's burning at least 30,000 degrees with lightning, they actually transformed into diamond grit. 500 million volts of current. High temperature and pressure created the conditions for transformed diamonds. This was a new substance formed by the recombination of carbon elements. Diamond is a form of carbon. Once the devil fruit awakens, it can assimilate surrounding substances and also perform internal elemental recombination, turning carbon into diamonds. Moreover, carbon is not just this one type of elemental combination, but also includes carbon fiber, graphene, and a series of molecular materials in high-tech fields. This is what His Highness values the most, especially when it comes to nano-level graphene. Its hardness is 100 times tougher than diamond. Hiss! Even Qing Jiao couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Who would have thought that this seemingly useless ink fruit would be so incredible? Thank you for your trust, Your Highness. Kai Yi will not let you down. Seeing the diamond formed after elemental recombination, Kai Yi understood why Lin Hao wanted him to choose this unassuming ink fruit. Just the simplest elemental recombination could turn graphite into diamonds. In the future, he would be a dual fruit user, combining the shining fruit and the ink fruit. Moreover, Lin Hao valued graphene immensely, which is 100 times harder than diamond. This made Qing Jiao also tremble at the terror of the paramecia type. As long as the understanding is sufficient, one could develop terrifying abilities that surpass the natural type. In fact, Lin Hao was also optimistic about the bottle fruit, which was obviously a space-type devil fruit, and its value was also very practical. However, there's plenty of time in the future, and there's no need to rush. Ugh! After eating the devil fruits, the two immediately showed classic expressions. Soon, Bu Wu's figure began to rise rapidly, exceeding 4 meters, 5 meters in a short time. Finally stopping at a height of 7 meters, a supersized black gorilla, but resembling a primitive man by 70%. At the same time, the violent and surging momentum, breath swelling, should have reached S level in terms of power and physique. As for Kai, when he unleashed his ability, a cloud of black ink-like powder instantly enveloped the entire hall. Ink spray. However, what he sprayed out was not ink, but ink powder. Moreover, like a dye, it was very difficult to clean, definitely a very disgusting ability. But in the dark, once stained with ink powder, it was pure black. It devoured all light sources in darkness. Compared to Bu Wu's ability, Lin Hao was more interested in Kai Yi's power. Moreover, after collecting a handful of the ink powder Kai Yi sprayed, Lin Hao handed it to Wang Yu again, saying, "Wang Yu, let's melt the diamond again and see. This is no longer ordinary carbon powder, but true carbon element graphite powder. Under high temperature and pressure, it should yield diamonds of very high purity." "Yes, Your Highness." After a series of dazzling electrical flashes, Wang Yu opened his palm in less than 10 seconds this time. Compared to the previously indistinguishable diamond powder, Wang Yu now had a brilliant and transparent diamond in the palm of his hand, completely free of impurities. No, it was a diamond, a pure and flawless diamond, sparkling and as large as a fingernail. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Even Kai Yi, who had initially felt somewhat disappointed, was invigorated upon seeing such a flawless and beautiful diamond. The future is promising. Even if he were to produce synthetic diamonds, he would still make a huge profit. Chapter 10, Setting Sail. The World Government Surveillance, Setting Sail. The enormous Baobao ship, about 200 meters long and 50 meters wide, resembled a giant city wall and was the exclusive vessel of the Baobao Navy, capable of accommodating over 1,000 people. The strongmen responsible for hoisting the sails were giants, standing 7 to 8 meters tall, all belonging to the human race with giant bloodlines. As the massive sails rose, the Baobao ship slowly set out to sea. Standing at the highest point, Lin Hao, along with the panda Bao, Li Yuanba, and Xiao Yao, curiously gazed at the ocean. Behind them were Kai, Yi, and Bu Wu, who remained vigilant and on guard. Are the tails still following us? After moving away from the coast, Lin Hao glanced at Wang Yu, who was meditating with his eyes closed. Although Lin Hao's observation haki was strong, it lacked the enhancement of the thunder fruit, limiting his perception range. Wang Yu had only consumed the thunder fruit for a few days, but was already familiar with its basic abilities, one of which was the tenfold range of observation haki. They've been following us all along. Should I take care of them? No need. Let these rats follow us. Lin Hao knew the identity of these rats. They were either from the Navy or the CP organization. Only these two major organizations of the world government would dare to follow them so brazenly from their doorstep. After all, he was a member of the Oni clan, which warranted such attention. The last Oni was Kaido of the Beast. However, our plans need to change. With the world government keeping an eye on them, it would be difficult for the Flower Kingdom to protect His Highness. It was just right to test the limits of the world government this time. Your Highness. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. The world government has its eyes on us? Could it be? Kai, Yi, and Bu Wu recalled Lin Hao's mention of the tale. How long until we reach Saya Island? About 7 days, Your Highness. Should we change course and head back? Even Kai Yi knew that facing the world government was not the right time for them to clash head-on. Avoiding their sharp edge was the most suitable choice. After all, the foundation and strength of the world government were not something the Flower Kingdom could shake. No need. We are still the royal family of the Flower Kingdom. The world government wouldn't dare to act on a large scale. At most, they might send 3 CP0 members, but they won't be able to touch His Highness. CP0? Kai, Yi, and Bu Wu looked at Lin Hao with confusion. They knew that CP was the intelligence organization of the world government, divided into CP1 through CP18, each with clear responsibilities. But CP0? They had never heard of it. CP0 is the strongest shield of the celestial dragons of the world government, with members no weaker than the rank of Major, and is the superior unit of the CP organization. Below CP8, there is also CP9, whose members are all masters of the 6 powers, responsible for assassination missions for the world government. Based on their understanding of His Highness, the most they had achieved was a sparring match with the likes of Qingjiao Dongli. So sending 3 CP0 members would be a maximum. Upon hearing this, Kai, Yi, and Bu Wu's expressions brightened slightly, realizing how deeply the world government was hidden. CP0 and CP9 were intimidating just by hearing about their composition. During this time, focus on training and get accustomed to the devil fruits you possess. The places we may go next are extremely dangerous foreign lands. You are only highly talented geniuses, not true powerhouses yet. Remember, a talent that hasn't grown into a powerhouse could perish at any moment. Just like His Highness at this moment. Yes, Your Highness. Hearing Lin Hao's admonition, Kai Yi and Bu Wu felt the weight of his words. A talent that hasn't matured is not a true powerhouse and lacks the power to control their own fate. 7 days later, the Bao ship docked at the Saya Island pier. Along the way, they encountered several pirate crews. But before Lin Hao could make a move, the elites on the Bao ship had already overwhelmed them. Most pirates in the four seas had bounties below 100 million berries, and there were very few pirate crews with bounties exceeding 50 million. Therefore, facing the formidable Bao navy, they immediately turned to flee. However, the propulsion of the Bao ship far surpassed that of typical pirate ships. All these pirates became their spoils. The reason they arrived at Saya Island first was that it was the largest trading island in the West Sea, known for its primitive slave trading and extremely developed commerce. Lin Hao was a prince, not a pirate. Even on the Bao ship, he lowered the pirate flag. As for liberating slaves, Lin Hao wasn't hot-headed enough to confront the world government directly. He only intended to select some qualified slaves to cultivate as future mainstays. We're going to the auction house. As for the shops on the streets, what doesn't the Dragon capital of the Flower Kingdom have? Even the ordinary weapons in the Yubao Hall would be considered rare high-quality swords here, not to mention the food. The culinary culture that has lasted for 1,000 years. Lin Hao was not a glutton. Sir, please, give us something to eat. We haven't eaten for days. Yes, sir, we're about to faint from hunger. Surrounded in the middle of the street, Lin Hao looked at a group of robust and rosy-faced, ragged beggars forcing their way forward and quickly pulled Xiaoyao back behind Kai Yi and Bu Wu, saying there are assassins. Assassins? Hearing Lin Hao shout, Kai Yi and Bu Wu swung their large swords forward, their blade light, intimidating enough to scare the beggars into retreating in terror. Looking at Lin Hao and the others in fear. As beggars, they knew how to read the room. Familiar with the nobles' outings, they dared not approach. Although Lin Hao was tall and imposing, with a fierce appearance, he was accompanied by maids and pets, and even his sturdy bodyguards were curiously surveying the surroundings, showing no signs of being domineering or overbearing. Most importantly, they were all dressed as nobles of the Flower Kingdom, with prominent status. They hadn't expected that as soon as they approached, they would be regarded as assassins by Lin Hao. After the beggars retreated, Kai Yi and Bu Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Hao surveyed the surroundings and quickly spotted a few emaciated young girls huddled in the alley where the beggars had gathered. This was the classic hero saving the damsel in distress, using the beggars to lure out the subsequent frail orphan. Thinking of this, Lin Hao sensed that the aura of one of the orphans had turned white. White represents malice, meaning she was approaching him with ill intent. Let us go. Lin Hao signaled Wang Yu with his eyes and continued forward with Xiaoyao. Although Wang Yu's observation hockey was vast, it couldn't encompass all the information within 10 kilometers. He would only notice if keywords like Lin Hao, the great swordsman, or assassination were mentioned. Before they reached the entrance of the auction house, Wang Yu had already received the information Lin Hao wanted. Your Highness, as expected, the orphan is indeed a member of the CP system. Moreover, according to the information conveyed by the orphan, a big shot from the world government's CP organization will arrive here in 3 days, which should be the CP0 you mentioned. Wang Yu's report left Kai Yi, Bu Wu, and the others in shock as they looked at Lin Hao. Orphan? CP? A big shot from the world government? If it weren't for Wang Yu being a great swordsman and a user of the Thunder Fruit, they would have thought he had opened a heavenly eye. 3 days left? Then let's take a look around. CP0 would be a touchstone for Lin Hao to test his strength. After all, Lin Hao could not truly go out to sea as a pirate. Lacking decent opponents, CP0 would be a good choice. Although Lin Hao was from the Oni clan, he was the 9th prince of the Flower Kingdom. Even if Lin Hao wiped out the CPO, the world government could only suffer in silence. If they dared to publicly hunt Lin Hao, he would dare to tear the Fa Ade apart directly. Mr. Had, the general manager of the auction house, has met with His Highness the 9th Prince. At the entrance of the auction house, a middle-aged fat man in a tailcoat, with half-closed eyes and a smile that almost bursts forth, is none other than Hader Lee, the current head of Hader Auction House. As the manager of the auction house, intelligence is also extremely important. He naturally knows about the recent rise of the 9th Prince from the Flower Kingdom, who possesses the extremely rare bloodline of the Ghost Clan. It turns out to be Manager Hader, Manager Hater, I wonder what good items your auction house has this time. Could you provide this prince with a list of the auction items? Of course, he replies. As a new customer of Hater Auction House, Haterly can grant His Highness a 20 discount. Then thank you very much, Manager Hater. Chapter 11. The Girl of D, the Winged Fruit, Your Highness. Hadley is also a member of the CP organization. Just now, he has reported to his superiors in the CP organization and is preparing to plot against you, secretly selling you to the world government. Hiss. This is already the umpteenth time Kai, E, and Boo have been shocked. The lonely girl who had been following them unnoticed in the street. Unexpectedly, even the seemingly friendly Hadley is also a member of the world government CP organization. Moreover, Hadley wants to plot against Lin Hao and sell them to the world government. It's not surprising. The world government's people are everywhere. Furthermore, the Hadley family is not simple to be able to thrive here. However, after today, the Hadley family shouldn't exist on this island anymore. 8 Yi Xiao Wu. Tonight you lead the 8 Treasure Water Army to take down the Hadley family. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing that Hadley was preparing to deal with Lin Hao, Kai, E, and Boo understood that the Hadley family's fate had come to an end. This time, the 8 Treasure Water Army did not plan to rob. Unexpectedly, the Hadley family had delivered themselves to their doorstep. Besides, there is an auction later, and all the money from the auction is right here. And it's definitely not a small amount. Your Highness, here is the list of items for this auction. Along with the red rose scented tea our manager has gifted to you. Put it down. Lin Hao took the auction list. The slaves listed were all ordinary humans, lacking the completeness of the shampoo land. Or rather, special races cannot fetch a good price here, and their ISNT even a stunning beauty to describe. Only young and pretty. However, in this era, young and pretty is a rare resource. The highlight item is 2 devil fruits. One is the zoan-type shrimp fruit, mantis shrimp form. The other is the paramecia-type web fruit, mantis shrimp, the undersea boxing king. Moreover, shrimp-type fruits already have a thick shrimp shell, offering astonishing defense. If you add the power and speed enhancement of the mantis shrimp's forelimbs, it's no less than an ancient species for a boxer. Web fruit. It seems to have appeared in the theater, but Lin Hao couldn't think of how to use it. Catching people? Famous swords? Lin Hao directly overlooked it. There are at least 3 famous weapons by his side. He is definitely not lacking in famous swords. Moreover, these famous swords are mainly katana, rare treasures, antiques from 800 years ago. In Lin Hao's boredom, a graceful figure among the slaves caught his attention, although the other party was trying hard to conceal her presence. And her appearance had changed a lot over the past 5 years. Lin Hao still detected some clues. The Devil-esque child, Nico Robin. However, Lin Hao merely took a glance. At this moment, he could not let the world government catch any leverage. There was no need to completely fall out with the world government over Nico Robin. As for hiding Nico Robin, Lin Hao knew that there were definitely still shadows of Akiji nearby. It was completely impossible to hide Nico Robin. If he failed to steal the chicken and lost the rice, it would be a big loss. Next, the highlight of this auction is the zoan-type mantis shrimp fruit. The mantis shrimp ability user possesses the hard shell of a shrimp and the power enhancement of mantis forelimbs, which can be considered a double ability enhancement. The starting price is 100 million berries, and each bid must not be less than 1 million berries. 110 million berries, 150 million berries, 160 million berries, 180 million berries. The auctioneer's introduction had just ended, and the auction price for this fruit had already reached nearly 200 million berries. 300 million berries. At this moment, a loud shout interrupted the bidding. 300 million berries was already the upper limit for this fruit. Everyone looked at the noble person bidding for the fruit, their pupils shrinking. And then they put down their thoughts. The 9th Prince of the Flower Kingdom. Clap. Congratulations to the 9th Prince for winning the mantis shrimp fruit for 300 million berries. Next, we invite the second highlight item, a deposed princess who has eaten the winged fruit, Euphoria D. Ivy, a girl wearing a collar with a graceful figure, was dragged onto the stage by a strongman. The moment Lin Hao saw the girl, his observation haki reacted instantly. A feeling from the deepest part of his heart urged him to bid for this fallen girl. With his innate observation haki perception, Lin Hao had no doubt about his intuition. Moreover, he felt a warm power emanating from the girl. This girl must have a secret he does not know, and she is a descendant of noble lords and esteemed guests. The lady before you is the deposed princess of the Frank Kingdom. Although she is only 12 years old, her features are exquisite, and her skin is fair. She will surely become as radiant and charming as the most brilliant rose of the Frank Kingdom in the future. Moreover, Princess Ivy is also a devil fruit user. Although the winged fruit is not a powerful ability, with her angelic appearance and a pair of snow-white wings, the lords. A look that all men understand instantly resonated with countless men. But Lin Hao suddenly had a flash of insight and immediately understood what the warmth his observation hockey reacted to was. Phantom Beast Fruit. There are not many abilities with white wings, but if it is a Phantom Beast type, it is extremely rare, and it is definitely a very rare light attribute. The reason this deposed princess has not fully awakened should be due to her physical condition. To master a powerful devil fruit, physical condition is key. Even if the devil fruit can enhance physical condition, if the physical condition is weak, it cannot fully awaken. That is another matter. 100 million berries. Not a special race, nor a stunning beauty. Lin Hao's 100 million berries is basically an absolute sky-high price. Even the people around Lin Hao looked at him with confusion. Let us talk later. This deposed princess is not simple. If this princess perception is correct, this deposed princess might give us a big surprise. Upon hearing this, the originally doubtful expressions of the crowd suddenly became serious. They did not doubt Lin Hao's perception. After all, Lin Hao's previous perceptions had never been wrong, and they had all been verified. 100 million berries. 100 million berries. The ninth prince bids 100 million berries. Is there any higher? Congratulations to the ninth prince for winning the deposed Princess Ivy. The auctioneer roared with an excited expression, as if witnessing some miracle. Only Hadley at the back, looking at Lin Hao, who was chatting and laughing in the VIP seats, felt that this matter was somewhat unusual. The clan, the mysterious fruit. Lin Hao looked at the terrified little girl and knew she might think he is a pedophile. After all, 100 million berries? That's enough to buy a paramecia or a regular zoan-type devil fruit. The reason the mantis shrimp reached 300 million berries is because of its shrimp shell defense and forlim enhancement ability, which is not comparable to those ordinary zoan types. Chapter 12. Had Manor was a quiet night with the bright moon hanging high in the sky. Only a few taverns and red light districts were bustling with voices. On the desolate streets, a group of agile and mysterious figures suddenly swept across, heading towards Had Manor in the center of the island. Personal grievances should not be interfered with. Just as one person was about to step outside to relieve himself, a cold and terrifying voice suddenly rang in his ears, startling him into holding back his urge and returning to his drinking and merriment. The others seemed to ignore it as they continued playing games and clinking glasses, completely oblivious to the outside world. Had Manor was a vast and magnificent private castle estate. The manor was heavily guarded, with at least 100 black-clad, armed bodyguards patrolling to ensure the safety of the ancient castle. At that moment, Hadley was in his study calculating the day's earnings. Just from Lin Hao alone, he had spent 400 million berries. Aside from 320 million for fruits and the girl from D, Lin Hao also purchased a batch of Adam's treasure tree materials worth 100 million. This 100 million worth of Adam's treasure tree would be worth at least 500 million berries 15 years later. After all, in 11 years, Elbaf would undergo a tremendous change. These Adam's treasure tree materials would also rise in value like berries due to inflation. Moreover, although the bids from various nobles were in the millions, the sheer number of them led to total earnings nearing 1 billion berries. The Had family could take a 20% cut, which amounted to 200 million berries. Master, there is. The household servant had not finished speaking when an arrow pierced through his head. This scene startled Hadley into alertness as he quickly looked outside. In the darkness, even though the manor was brightly lit, Hadley could not see a thing outside, but he knew something terrifying was hiding out there. Knock, knock, knock. Hadley heard a knocking sound from outside, and his heart tightened. Boom! The main door was violently kicked open, and he saw Kai, Yi, and Bu Wu leading a group of the 8 Treasure Water Army, forcibly storming into his manor. Their intent was aggressive, and the killing intent was unabashed. As for the security he had previously prided himself on, not only was there no sign of movement, but even when Kai Yi stood before him, He only then realized that enemies had come. The gap in strength between the two sides was too great. 8 treasure water army? What do you all mean by this? Hadley asked. What do you mean? Doesn't team manager Had realize? We didn't want to take action, but manager had wanted to sell our lord, so we have no choice but to teach him a lesson. Hearing this, Hadley's pupils constricted. Lin Hao actually knew about his communication with the CP organization, so he quickly smiled obsequiously. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Before Hadley could react, Boo had already stepped forward with a knife. In the moment the blade flashed, Hadley's figure dissipated like a phantom. 6 dials, shave. Boom. Contrary to his expectations of complete evasion, as Hadley steadied himself, he had already punched him in the chest. Under the impact of the 8-burst fist, Hadley, caught off guard, instantly lost his fighting capability. Hadley was merely an intelligence officer for the CP organization, not CP9 or CP0. After some rough handling, Hadley revealed everything. The 1 billion berries that had not yet been delivered, along with the Had family's wealth of over 1 billion, all became the spoils of the 8 treasure water army. Even in the Had family's treasury, there were 2 devil fruits, several famous swords, and 5 exquisite slaves. The curved fruit and the quick slash fruit. The curved fruit, as the name implies, is a superpower that allows objects to bend. When awakened to its full potential, it can even bend time and space. The quick slash fruit, the fruit of the number 1 killer of the Baroque works, was still early in the plot development, so it ended up in Lin Hao's hands first. The potential of the quick slash fruit was impressive. If given to a swordsman, it could definitely rank him among the supernovas. The 5 exquisite slaves included 2 breathtakingly beautiful twin human females of unknown origin, a giant of over 20 meters tall, a fishman who appeared to be a shark man, and a tiny human no bigger than a palm. These were all offerings from the Had family to the celestial dragons. With Lin Hao, that made 6 exquisite slaves. A giant? Lin Hao had no interest. Although every giant was a high-end combat power, it was hard to attract their loyalty without sufficient conditions, especially since they had the faith of Elbaf. On the other hand, he was keen to recruit the fishman. In naval combat, the fishman had a significant advantage, especially since the fishman was not having a good life on Fishman Island. Lin Hao was interested in bringing him under his wing. As for the tiny human, Lin Hao directly gave up. They were even harder to subdue. In over 1,000 chapters of One Piece, he had never encountered a crew with tiny humans. You are free. Lin Hao walked into Had Manor and looked at the 5 slaves before him, especially the incredibly attractive twin sisters. Now is not the time for feasting and enjoyment, so Lin Hao ignored them. There were many beautiful women in the pirate world. Free? Hadley is a member of the CP organization. If he hadn't wanted to sell me to the world government, I wouldn't have coincidentally saved you. Hadley had already informed the world government of Lin Hao's whereabouts, and it was believed that world government personnel would arrive soon, so you should leave here quickly, or else they won't let you go. The world government? Upon hearing Lin Hao's straightforward explanation, the few quickly understood. Compared to giants, fishmen, and tiny humans, the truly exquisite slaves were the Oni clan, and Lin Hao's prominence was a characteristic of the Oni clan. No wonder Lin Hao said the world government's people would come. Benefactor, aren't you leaving? I can't leave. I am the prince of the flower country. A monk can run away, but the temple cannot. Furthermore, I also want to witness the experts of the world government. Lin Hao gave them some berries to leave on their own. Only the tall fishman with gray skin was retained by Lin Hao. At this moment, the fishman was somewhat puzzled, not understanding why Lin Hao wanted to keep him while letting the other slaves go. But Lin Hao seemed to have no ill will towards him, first helping him remove the slave collar. As a fishman, had it not been for the constraints of the slave collar, he would have long since escaped. The security of Had Manor had completely prevented them. Rest assured, my lord, I do not intend to do anything to you. I merely wish to invite you to join my side. Invite me to join? The fishman looked at the people beside Lin Hao, who seemed extraordinary, even including a fur tribe member. He then glanced at the horns on Lin Hao's head and did not immediately refuse, but instead curiously asked, Are you pirates? No, I'm a 9th prince of the flower country, not a pirate. Moreover, I have no interest in being a pirate. I merely want to establish a place where all races can coexist without killings. No, an empire. Of course, this ideal was even more terrifying than becoming the pirate king. As for inviting you, it is because you are a fisherman, a natural warrior of the water, the first choice for the future Imperial Navy. Are you really that idealistic? The fisherman was shocked by Lin Hao's ambition. He couldn't believe that an Oni, a symbol of evil, actually wanted to establish a paradise where all races could coexist. Everyone should have dreams, right? If you feel that I am not worth your trust, you can completely withdraw, and you can even leave right now. As long as you escape into the sea, even the world government should not be able to do anything to you. Seeing Lin Hao's sincere and confident gaze, the fisherman couldn't help but want to take a gamble. The power and beliefs of a demon race are among the rare special races in the pirate world. Therefore, after some thought, the fisherman decided to stay and observe for a while. If Lin Hao truly had such ambitions and was strong enough, it wouldn't be a bad idea. The fisherman, a great white shark man named Aiding, said, "I have seen His Highness." A great white shark from the fisherman race? Lin Hao surveyed the other party's height of only about 3 meters, which looked like a smaller version of Jinbei, and couldn't possibly be associated with a fierce and brutal ancient fishman like the great white shark. I'm not even an adult yet, according to your human age. I'm only about 10 years old. Otherwise, how could a mere human catch me? Seeing Lin Hao's doubtful gaze, Fishman Aiding explained. Not an adult again. Lin Hao looked around, and apart from Wang Yu, it seemed that everyone else was also not an adult. Even Xiao Yao was. Meanwhile, Lin Hao glanced at the timid and terrified Fuya beside him. Previously, Xiao Yao had already calmed her emotions, but now, seeing the killings in the manor and the twin sisters who were also slaves but could leave safely, as well as the giants and little people, she became tense again. She was really worried that Lin Hao had some strange preferences. Why did the beautiful twin sisters leave, but only a little girl like her stayed? Are you very nervous? Your Highness, forgive me, Fuya dares not. Lin Hao shook his head at the anxious Fuya, looking helpless, and said, "All right, this prince has no special preferences. The reason I took you is that I think your devil fruit is not simple. It's just that your physical strength or potential is not enough to unleash the true power of that devil fruit. To activate the power of a devil fruit, one needs strong strength, sufficient courage, and a high level of development." Lin Hao looked at Fuya, who still had a skeptical expression, as he had no intention of explaining too much to a little girl. In the future, he would just train her hard. Chapter 13. The Unrest of the Warring States. An extreme one-for-one? Ladies and gentlemen, the Haid family has leaked His Highness's information to the human traffickers, which led to the destruction of the Haid family by my 8 treasure navy. Therefore, the human traffickers will send strong individuals to Saya Island to deal with His Highness. I kindly ask you all to leave Saya Island over the next 3 days. Otherwise, the battle between the strong will endanger your personal safety, which is not something we, the 8 treasure navy, wish to see. Important matters emphasized 3 times. A strong battle is about to break out here in the next 3 days. The 8 treasure navy announced this through loudspeakers on the streets. This immediately caused chaos among the already restless people on the island, and many factions and nobles understood why the 8 treasure navy suddenly took action against the Haid family. The Oni clan. They're the kind of slaves even the celestial dragons of the New World cherish. The Haid family dared to take the risk of notifying the human traffickers. They are not fools and certainly know what this so-called human trafficker group is. Moreover, the world government is indeed the largest human trafficker. In no time, ships from various families and nobles began to leave the port, not wanting to get involved. Other indifferent civilians saw the nobles evacuating and immediately realized that the situation was more complicated than they had imagined, and they too rushed to leave. At the same time, the 8 treasure navy sought help from the nearby naval base. Since the Flower Country has joined the world government, it was impossible for the 8 treasure navy to take risks against these CP0 agents. It was better to let the Navy take action first. They also wanted to test the Navy's attitude. On the 3rd day after Lin Hao landed on the island, the 8 treasure navy, under Lin Hao's coercive orders, left Saya Island and unexpectedly encountered the arriving Navy. Lin Hao explained that the 8 treasure navy were pirates and not suitable to protect him. Moreover, the 8 treasure navy had just plundered the wealth of the wealthy on the island and was preparing to return to sell the loot. Colonel Naz from the west, C-101st Branch, met Prince Lin Hao, the Oni clan, the real Oni clan. The moment he saw Lin Hao, Colonel Nez believed Lin Hao was indeed threatened. He also understood that since the other party was sending strong experts to capture Lin Hao, there must be powerful figures from the New World. Thinking of this, Colonel Nez quickly contacted the Naval Headquarters for support. Naval Headquarters. After receiving the request for support from the West Sea 101st Branch, the Staff Information Department quickly investigated the situation, especially the General Staff, which thoroughly examined Lin Hao's case in a short time before reporting to the office of Sengoku. The ninth prince of the Flower Country, Lin Hao, Oni clan bloodline, suspected conqueror's haki possessor? Yes, Admiral Xianshi. His mother was born a slave in the West Sea and died during childbirth. When he was 10, he experienced an assassination attempt and subsequently hid in the 8 Treasure Navy's base. According to intelligence analysis, he likely awakened his Oni clan bloodline and conqueror's haki during that assassination. Oni clan bloodline, conqueror's haki, another Kaido, Oni clan, conqueror's haki, growing up to become another legendary powerhouse at sea. No wonder the Flower Country wants to cover this up. Are you sure? 70% confidence. After all, 5 years have passed since then, and without reorganizing the information and the current intelligence, the General Staff would not have discovered these details. Upon hearing this, Sengoku felt that 70% confidence was sufficient to confirm it. He ordered Kizaru to go for support and must bring the other party back to Marineford. Yes, Admiral. However, just as Sengoku's orders were conveyed, he received a call from Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, who canceled the plan to support the West Sea. As for the reason, Sengoku, known as Buddha, naturally understood that the one targeting Lin Hao was the world government. Steelbone Kong did not want to get involved. Despite Sengoku's intense unease, he could only suppress it. Meanwhile, on Saya Island, Lin Hao, as the protected group, was firmly guarded by over 100 Navy personnel in the Hade Manor. However, Lin Hao seemed completely unconcerned about the impending danger, playing poker with Kai Yi, Bao, and others in the manor, their laughter contrasting sharply with the tense preparations outside. With Wang Yu, Li Yuanba, and Bao protecting him, Lin Hao was absolutely confident he could leave even if an admiral arrived, not to mention the world government would not mobilize admiral-level powerhouses. They have arrived. Lin Hao suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a terrifying red ferocity. Wang Yu, Li Yuanba, and Bao stood beside Lin Hao, not taking the newcomer seriously, as if they posed no threat. Kai Yi and others, however, were on high alert. Do not intervene here. The reason I have waited so long is to test my strength in the new world. Practice is the only way to verify truth. Holding the great sword Divine Edge, he slowly walked out of the manor. At this moment, most of the navy inside the manor had already been swiftly dealt with by the newcomers. The speed was like a ghostly shadow, and the surrounding navy had no idea who the opponent was, only to find inexplicably a blood hole appearing on their chests or foreheads. And in various corners of the manor, dozens of disguised snails were live-streaming the events. The broadcast's big screen was in the Dragon Capital Square of the Flower Country. Everyone was nervously staring at the screen, witnessing the silent assassination methods and the hundreds of Navy personnel who had tragically died. In terms of public opinion, Lin Hao had already occupied the high ground. Otherwise, Lin Hao had no doubt that the world government would classify him as a pirate. Be careful, Your Highness. Is this the expert sent by the human traffickers? How powerful! Isn't it very dangerous for His Highness to walk out like this? There is no trace of the opponent's attack. The speed of movement exceeds the limits of the naked eye. Who exactly is targeting His Highness? Divine Edge, power to split the mountains and rivers. Suddenly, Lin Hao swung the great sword in his hand, and the heavy sword, wrapped in unparalleled force, slashed diagonally at a masked man in a white robe. Puff! Under the edge that could tear space apart, that CP0, even with timely haki protection, was still swept away by Lin Hao's sword with the power to split mountains and rivers. Boom! At the same time, 2 other masked figures in white robes simultaneously kicked Lin Hao in the chest, sending him flying like a cannonball. Boom! 2 explosive sounds echoed at the edge of the Hade Manor, smashing through several buildings. An extreme 1-for-1. Kai Yi and the others looked worriedly at the deep pit Lin Hao had created, while only Bao and others remained unconcerned. They clearly saw that the attacks from the 2 CP0 agents were blocked by the scales on Lin Hao's chest and did not cause any substantial harm to him. However, That CP0 was different. Apart from the power that could break bones, there was also the edge capable of tearing space, which left a sword mark deep enough to see the bone, almost a fatal injury. Chapter 14. Beast Kaido. The Might of the Serpent. Devil Fruit Users. Scales. Two CP0 agents looked solemnly at the pit where Lin Hao was and saw Lin Hao slowly walking out, transformed into a dragon human form similar to Kaido. With a terrifying height of nearly 8 meters, the domineering aura of this dragon human form was infinitely approaching the rank of a Marine Admiral candidate. However, Lin Hao's dragon tail was actually a serpent's tail. Although the scales were dense, it was still evident that they were serpent scales, not dragon scales. Yet, Lin Hao's head was not that of a serpent, but of a dragon. Originally, the golden scale creature was a hornless flood dragon, but since Lin Hao himself had horns, it transformed into a horned dragon head. Kaido, the Flower Country, the Marine headquarters, and even among the powers. No one could believe that the super monster Kaido from the New World appeared before them. But there were many differences from Kaido. The golden serpent tail, serpent scales, and even the water flame clouds behind Lin Hao were blue. Moreover, these flame clouds were not awakened flame clouds. They were a fruit ability. Wrong person. This prince is an ancient Zoan snake fruit golden scale form, not the beast Kaido. As for this dragon human form, the golden scales are from a flood dragon that has transformed into a true dragon, although it looks very much like a dragon. It has no horns and lacks the ability to fly like a dragon. These flame clouds merely help this prince control water. Lin Hao's voice echoed, explaining his ability. Ancient Zoan golden scale fruit? A flood dragon that has transformed into a true dragon? Isn't this just a lower-tier ancient variant of the Azure Dragon fruit? Upon hearing this, both the Marine headquarters and the powers felt relieved. As long as it wasn't the Azure Dragon fruit, it was fine. As for the ancient Zoan golden scale form, the ancient Zoan already limited Lin Hao's potential. This was also what Lin Hao wanted everyone to see. What if you want me to be your slave? Come on, defeat me, and then you'll have the chance to take this prince away. The Conqueror's haki transformed into an overwhelming and domineering lightning-like force that enveloped the entire arena. Lin Hao discarded his heavy sword and initiated with the 8-impact fist, gathering both hands in front of his chest. Oomph. The powerful momentum of the Conqueror's haki made the two CP0 agents feel as if they were under the pressure of the deep sea. This was no longer just simple mastery. Only advanced Conqueror's haki could exert such a degree of oppression. But in the eyes of the onlookers, it was merely that the two CP0 agents were too useless. They were actually affected by Lin Hao's Conqueror's haki. 8-impact fist, divine dragon tail. Compared to his previous battle with Green Pepper's head drill dragon, Lin Hao this time utilized his 5-meter-long golden serpent tail to execute the true divine dragon tail. The shockwave of the 8-impact fist, condensed to its peak, transformed the serpent tail into a sweeping strike that sliced towards the two CP0 agents. At that moment, both CP0 agents felt a life-threatening danger under the Conqueror's haki. Life return shave. With the mastery of the Marine's 6 styles, the two CP0 agents broke free from Lin Hao's Conqueror's haki while avoiding Lin Hao's divine dragon tail. The slashing attack formed from the blue flame clouds, under the gaze of everyone watching the live broadcast, was like an incredibly sharp sword, slicing through the air as if cutting tofu. Boom, boom, boom. To the naked eye, the path of Lin Hao's slash left behind only ruins of broken walls. As the smoke dissipated, no structures taller than the previous slash were visible. This terrifying and domineering attack made the Marine rear admirals frown. Even among them, not many could withstand such a strike, let alone the warriors of the Flower Country. Upon witnessing Lin Hao's 8-impact fist divine dragon tail, everyone lamented Lin Hao's abnormality. After all, Lin Hao was only 15 years old at this time. At 15, possessing such terrifying strength, he truly deserved to be their Demon Clan prince. Maximum wheel 6 King Spear Eagle Strike. Life returned 1,000-hand Avalokiteshvara Gatling finger gun. After dodging Lin Hao's divine dragon tail, the two CP0 agents appeared beside Lin Hao simultaneously. One transformed into a golden eagle, diving towards Lin Hao like a supersonic arrow. Its sharp beak combined with the 6 King Spear, as if it wanted to pierce through Lin Hao's massive body. The other suddenly grew to a height of several meters, his hair transforming into Avalokiteshvara's hands, simultaneously using the finger gun technique. One side had a powerful single-target attack, while the other unleashed a torrential barrage of Gatling finger guns. In such a dangerous situation, dodging was the best option for Lin Hao. However, in that fleeting moment where there was no time to think, Lin Hao directly transformed into a 30-meter-long golden flood dragon, choosing to meet the challenge head-on. His short dragon claws suddenly became enveloped in a layer of black-red, overwhelming haki, reaching for the CP0 agent, launching the Eagle Strike. While his serpent tail was once again surrounded by purple-red lightning haki, sweeping towards the giant formed by the life return. Boom! The clash of haki saw the sharp beak charge forth under the dragon claws, like a spinning blade trying to break through Lin Hao's haki defense. It was more of a haki burning than a defense. As long as the haki was strong enough, it could withstand the opponent's powerful attack. On the other side, the divine dragon tail completely ignored the CP0's finger gun attack, sweeping down with the conqueror's haki. It nearly decapitated the opponent. But even so, the thousand-hand Avalokiteshvara's hands were cut off by the divine dragon tail to the tune of 7 or 8. In the flood dragon form, Lin Hao's terrifying defense completely disregarded the opponent's finger gun attack. Bang! As Lin Hao sent the golden eagle CP0 flying. His body was also pushed back by the inertia of the collision. At that moment, the clash between both sides made everyone hold their breath. No one expected Lin Hao to fight against the world government's CP0 to such an extent. The strength of a rear admiral was assured. Even Fishman Eden and the girl Yafia couldn't believe this was the noble and imposing youth from before. Who would have thought that as a prince? Lin Hao's strength was so terrifying. Water flame, cloud, tsunami. Lin Hao activated his ability, and the water flame cloud surrounding him absorbed water from nearby pools, swirling around him. As the two CP0 agents approached Lin Hao, the water enveloped by the flame clouds instantly transformed into a massive tsunami, sweeping towards the two CP0 masters. Ancient Zoan, flame clouds, water control ability. The domineering ability of the golden scale fruit was not inferior to that of a mythical Zoan. Boom! The golden eagle user was struck by the tsunami, instantly losing the ability to resist. Accompanied by the impact of the towering wave, the originally magnificent, ancient, and solid castle was turned into ruins under the giant wave. The other CP0 agent burst out from the tsunami, and awaiting him was Lin Hao's head-on strike of the divine dragon tail. And it was of the unavoidable kind. Boom! Like a thunderclap, the forceful strike hit the CP0 agent, causing his eyes to bleed. He was instantly smashed into the estate ruins where the dust had yet to settle. At this moment, Lin Hao stood atop the estate ruins, resembling a fearsome demon. This is the demon clan? The citizens of the Flower Country erupted in a thunderous cheer after a moment of silence. While the Marine headquarters was frighteningly quiet, Sengoku was even more troubled. He finally understood the source of his unease. That tsunami-like ability was simply the nemesis of Devil Fruit users. Chapter 15. The Great Swordsman's Strike. The Supreme Six King Spear. Critical hit. Just when everyone thought Lin Hao was safe, a master in a white robe and mask suddenly appeared behind him. At a critical moment, a ray of sword light shattered the darkness. In a situation that no one anticipated, the sword light sliced through the body of the ambushing CP0, splitting it in two. The Great Swordsman. After the sword light passed through CP0's body, it tore the sky apart amidst the shock of everyone present. Even the distant clouds were split in two by this unknown sword light, revealing the brilliant galaxy, terrifying beyond measure. At this moment, it was not just a tremor between the Flower Country, the Navy headquarters, and the powers that be. The two surviving CP0, struggling in the ruins, were sweating profusely under their masks. The Great Swordsman. The guard swordsman beside Lin Hao turned out to be a great swordsman. Most importantly, Abayo and Li Yuanba stood side by side with Wang Yu, looking disdainfully at the two. Clearly, the Fur Tribe and the Sickly Ghost were not simple characters. Otherwise, they would not be able to stand alongside a great swordsman. It seems that this prince's training is still lacking. I can't even deal with the three of you. I can barely handle two, which according to the power scale of the New World, should be at the level of a Navy Vice Admiral. Lin Hao saw that Wang Yu had already made his move and knew he had reached his limit. Otherwise, he would have been injured by the surprise attack just now. Kill them. In a casual manner, Lin Hao had already decided their fate. We are the world. Before the identity of CP0 was exposed, another supreme strike from the great swordsman passed through the bodies of the two. The five elder stars, caught in the power struggle, darkened in expression, their eyes flashing with killing intent. Lin Hao, clearly aware of CP0's identity, did not give them a chance to reveal it before killing them, rubbing the face of their world government in the dirt. It was a provocation against the world government. After all, the selection for CP0 is extremely strict. First, one must have mastered the 6 forms, be brainwashed to be absolutely loyal to the world government, and only then can one serve. Losing 3 CP0 at once was a significant loss for the world government. Alright, this dramatic battle has come to an end. This prince's identity as a demon is still too sensitive, so I have decided to find a secluded place to train diligently, waiting for the day my fruit awakens and my haki matures, before returning to the Flower Country to inherit the throne. Otherwise, if I can't even deal with 3 rats today, how will I face the greater challenges ahead? Hiss! There is no concealment of ambition. Plus the strength Lin Hao displayed, and that fleeting strike from the great swordsman. No one would doubt Lin Hao's return as a king. Even the New World. Lin Hao has the strength to dominate a region. Moreover, how old is Lin Hao now? Buzz. As Lin Hao's conqueror's haki flashed, the live-streaming snails all fell to the ground as if drunk. Meanwhile, in the Flower Country, the Navy headquarters, and the screens of power, everything went black. However, unlike the silent atmosphere in the other 2 places, the citizens of the Flower Country began to cheer and celebrate, holding a grand and solemn bonfire party. They knew too well the confidence that comes from having a strong protector for their country. Previously, the confidence of the Flower Country came from the Green Pepper and the 8 Treasure Marine. In the future, with this 9th prince and the mysterious Great Swordsman, they could definitely dominate the West Sea and rule the New World. At 15 years old, the battle power of a Navy Vice Admiral. If he awakens his fruit and matures his haki, even if his fruit is a lower ancient type of the Azure Dragon fruit, it should not be underestimated, especially since he has an unknown great swordsman by his side. Admiral Sengoku's face had darkened to the extreme. If he had sent Kizaru for support earlier, they might have been able to win this Imperial Prince over to become a pillar of their navy in the future. But unfortunately, Steel Bone Kong's decision pushed the other party firmly to their opposite side. Sengoku is not an idiot. He knows that the other party clearly has the strength, but is seeking help from a navy. Isn't it just testing their attitude? Other Navy Vice Admirals also wore in different expressions. CP0, this organization, which they also fear, has now hit a brick wall, becoming a stepping stone for the other party to gain fame in the world. The world government can only suffer a silent loss. In a human trafficking group, marked by Lin Hao, it is also well-deserved. The strength and ability revealed by the other party this time is not inferior to that of Kaido back in the day. Kaido seemed to have joined the Rocks Pirates at the age of 15 as well. With that incredibly mysterious great swordsman, they definitely have Emperor-level potential in the future. Thankfully, the other party is not a pirate but the 9th prince of the Flower Country. However, the relationship cannot be too good. Those scoundrels finally suffered a loss this time, losing 3 CP0 minions. They deserve it. Garp. Sengoku looked at the Navy hero laughing recklessly behind him, nearly jumping in rage. But if Lin Hao were here, he would definitely retort. Doesn't anyone notice those white sacrifices of Navy soldiers? Those are hundreds of Navy lives. This is also the reason why the world government can only suffer in silence. Once exposed, the biggest backlash would come from within the Navy. Wow, what a big bird. In the sky, a golden bird, stretching 1,000 meters and flashing like lightning, soared through the clouds. Bathed in wind and thunder, it soared to the 9 heavens. On the back of the golden bird, a group of people sat cross-legged, feeling no impact from the headwind at all. Wang Yu and Abeo already knew about Li Yuanba's abilities and were not surprised at all. But Kai Yi, Bu Wu, and others were in disbelief. The fully beastified form of the 1.5-meter sickly ghost had wings that exceeded 1,000 meters, overshadowing the sky. Especially for the fishman aiding, the strength of Lin Hao's team nearly dropped its jaw. A great swordsman level guard, a terrifying powerhouse with the ability of a mythical beast. The three high-ranking officers seemed to be on par with the three admirals of the Navy. "Your Highness, where are we going?" Peony, holding the somewhat frightened Effia on the back of the golden-winged rock, looked at the surrounding clouds retreating at supersonic speeds, her face showing some anticipation. After all, she had always been by Lin Hao's side and rarely had the chance to go out. Moreover, it was an unknown land. Sky Island. Sky Island? Aiding the fisherman was most shocked. The Fishman Island, 10,000 meters underwater, was one thing. But he never expected that there really existed a sky island above 10,000 meters in this world. Well, next, we need to stay on Sky Island for 2 to 3 years to enhance our hockey strength and develop our devil fruit. After that, this prince has other plans. Lin Hao's gaze then turned towards the New World. The geographical position of the Flower Country determines its depth. It cannot be too much of a help. Therefore, Lin Hao's primary target is a place in the New World. The Land of Fortune. This is the world of pirates. So we must follow the rules of the pirate world. But within the rules, Lin Hao is the true king. Chapter 16. Teacher Kaido. The ringing of the golden bell, Muhaha. The prince of the Oni clan. The great swordsman. CP0. I never expected the world government to suffer such a huge loss. It's a pity that the devil fruit isn't the same mythical Zoan type as mine otherwise. Wano Country, Onigashima. Kaido watched the replayed footage, his copper bell-like eyes sparkling with excitement. Seeing Lin Hao in his hybrid form, Kaido thought it was himself who had taken to the field. He didn't expect that Lin Hao had consumed his subordinate's devil fruit. What a shame. Otherwise, with that potential equal to his own, he would inevitably become another Sea Emperor in the future. No, hockey is the true supremacy that transcends everything. The hockey talent displayed by Lin Hao might indeed allow him to rival Kaido in the future. Moreover, Lin Hao is accompanied by a great swordsman. Jean, use all your power to find him. I want him under my command as the vice captain of the Beast Pirates. Yes, Governor. Jean gazed at the youth on the screen, also sensing the other's potential. At just 15 years old, he could face and even crush 2 CP0 agents. And the great swordsman beside him is also an uncertain factor, but undoubtedly a strong one. Bulu bulu, bulu bulu, bulu bulu. Just then, the snail phone beside Kaido rang at the right moment. Hello, this is Kaido of the Beasts. I am Lin Hao, the 9th prince of the Flower Country. Jean, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned. They were just about to search for Lin Hao with full effort, but he had come to them instead, and his expression was one of extreme excitement. Muahaha, little brat, what do you want from me? Not much, just looking for your cooperation. For the next 2 to 3 years, I will be in seclusion, striving to reach the awakening of my devil fruit and the mastery of hockey, in order to qualify for cooperation with you. However, I need a great teacher, so I hope you can guide me a bit, considering our kinship. In return, I can tell you an interesting piece of news. Joy Boy, little brat, you know about Joy Boy? How can I trust you? The will of Joy Boy is embedded in a devil fruit. For 800 years, the world government has been trying to reclaim this devil fruit, but it seems to have a consciousness of its own, aware of its fate, and has been evading the world government's capture. Now, after 800 years, the time has come, and Joy Boy will soon be reborn. Kaido, you occupy the land of destiny, and you will certainly become Joy Boy's target. This is the basis of my cooperation with you. In the future, both you and the 4 Emperor Big MOM will fall at Joy Boy's hands. Mwahaha. Hearing this, Kaido couldn't help but laugh to the sky. Jean, however, looked shocked, never expecting that the will of Joy Boy had always been attached to a devil fruit. At the same time, Lin Hao's final prophecy left Jean feeling terrified. Kaido, Big MOM would actually fall at Joy Boy's hands? Little brat, you say this governor will fall at Joy Boy's hands? Well, perhaps in terms of strength. You're stronger than the newly awakened Joy Boy, but the wheel of fate cannot be changed. Kaido laughed so hard that tears came out, but Jin's expression grew serious. He felt that Lin Hao was not fooling Kaido, and his understanding of Joy Boy far exceeded that of Jin, a member of the divine race. All right, Kaido. I will be waiting for you in the sky, island above Gaia. When you come up, avoid the world government. I don't want to have a confrontation with them. Besides, I am not yet ready to set sail. I've already said half of what I can offer you as a teaching chip. I will tell you about the devil fruit that carries Joy Boys will 3 years from now. In the sky island above Gaia? Little brat, I'll go find you right now. I hope you're not lying to me, or even if you are my kin, this governor will not let you off. Welcome, Governor Kaido. I believe I won't disappoint you. With such a provocative tone, Kaido transformed into a massive azure dragon, heading towards the New World. Watching the scene, Jean was also filled with curiosity about the mysterious ninth prince of the Flower Country. Is this the heritage of the Flower Country? As an ancient and powerful kingdom, the Flower Country's legacy extends far beyond 1,000 years. It has simply not changed since the dynasties replaced one another 1,000 years ago. The previous Flower Country can be traced back thousands of years, making it an ancient and mysterious land. The Island of Gods, Appiato. After Lin Hao arrived at the Sky Island, he directly stormed into the Shrine of the Gods, which is the so-called Palace of the Gods. Ganfu and the Divine Guard team were all knocked unconscious by Wang Yu's lightning during their resistance, having no strength to fight back. Lin Hao looked at the huge bean vine behind the Shrine of the Gods, knowing that the golden bell was hidden somewhere above. Wang Yu, use your metal sensing ability to locate the golden bell. The symbol of the ancient golden city, Shandora, is also where the historical text that it has sworn to protect lies. Its bell sound can end the slaughter that has persisted in the Sky Island for hundreds of years. Yes, sir. Wang Yu transformed into a bolt of lightning, weaving in and out among the giant bean vines. In less than 3 minutes, he found the location of the golden bell. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao quickly dashed out, leaping like a monkey against the mountainside, light and swift. 10 minutes later, everyone stood before the massive golden bell, all gasping in awe. The golden bell, like a pillar supporting the sky, and the golden platform spanning 10 jaw. How much gold is this? They struck it rich. Your Highness, is all of this really made of gold? The symbol and faith of the ancient golden city, Shandora, is naturally made of gold. Moreover, the most precious part is the historical text hidden beneath this golden platform, which records information about the ancient weapon Poseidon. Ancient weapon Poseidon? What is that? Wang Yu, cover the historical text with gold. And today, no one is allowed to mention this matter. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yes, Your Highness. Here. The only outsiders are the Fishman Aiden and the deposed Princess Aphia. Thus, the two quickly assured that they would not leak this matter. They naturally understood the value of the historical text, which is even more precious than the golden bell. Dong, dong, dong. A bell sound resonated through the sky, deep and powerful yet crisp and ethereal, spreading to every corner of the Sky Island. This is the true grand bell, stirring one's soul. In the village of the clouds, the current chief of the Shandians looked up at the sky in disbelief. The song of the island? No, that is the faith of the Shandians. Your Highness, no. It should be now, my God. A voice spread across the entire Sky Island like a broadcast, and everyone turned their gaze toward the Island of Gods, Appiato. This being, calling itself the new god, should be the one who struck the song of the island. Now all the people of the Sky Island, whether they are from Angel Island or the Shandians, gathered at the Island of Gods, Appiato. My God has new tasks to convey to you all. At the same time, the Island of Gods is unconditionally open to everyone. Boom! The people of the Sky Island were in disbelief upon hearing Lin Hao's new orders. Then, many of them put down what they were doing and headed toward the Island of Gods, Appiato. Even the Shandians were no exception, because they knew, when the song of the island rings, the war is over. Most importantly, this new god has opened Appiato unconditionally to all the people of the Sky Island. This means they can return to their homeland. Meanwhile, a massive creature is wildly twisting up from beneath the vines, heading towards the location of the golden bell. Boom! A thunderclap erupts, awakening Ganfu and the divine team from the sound of the golden bell. They see the enormous Lord of the Skies suddenly struck by a terrifying bolt of lightning that appeared out of nowhere, plummeting into the endless sea of clouds. Yet they look with fear towards the direction of the bell's sound. They realize that their opponent has shown mercy. Otherwise, like the previous thunder, they would have been reduced to ashes. It seems the other side has long known the song of the island. When Ganfu awakens, he finds himself still in the same place, and the position of the sun hasn't changed. Either they were unconscious for an entire day, or they just fainted and woke up. Clearly, it is the latter. The ability to quickly locate the song of the island indicates that the other party has long known its existence and its location. Otherwise, it would be impossible to find the song so quickly. Gonfuer, you go down and organize the crowd with the leader of the Sandia tribe, waiting for orders. This god will place the gold in its rightful position. This 400-year war is about to end, and the Sky Island will welcome its rebirth. The Golden Bell? The Song of the Island? The Song of the Island is the sound of the bell. Gonfuer understands that the return of the Golden Bell signifies the end of the war between the Angel Islanders and the Sandia people. Moreover, the power of this new god is terrifying. Even the Lord of the Skies is nothing more than a toy in its presence. Chapter 17. The God of the Sky Island. Confrontation with Long Punku. First came a piercing eagle cry that shook the very heavens and nearly deafened everyone. Following that, a gigantic golden bird, far larger than the master of the sky, dove towards them as if carrying something on its back. Suddenly, the golden giant bird shrank abruptly, as if it had disappeared, leaving only a golden platform that fell down, crashing through the island clouds and into the abyss below. Boom, boom, boom. Before anyone could react in confusion, the sound of bells emanating from within made everyone realize that the golden platform was the song of the island. Beneath their feet, the island clouds concealed another layer of space, the golden city of Zangdora. Compared to the Sky Islanders who were currently excavating the island clouds, Kai-E, Buwu, and others looked around in disbelief. The rugged, desolate ruins of the city still shimmered with the brilliant, indestructible light of gold, not having oxidized or darkened despite long exposure. Could it be endless? In the center of the city stood a cluster of buildings resembling a mountain of gold, blocking the view of everyone. Even gilded, how much gold would it take to cover the surface? Is this the space inside the island clouds? I never expected there to be such an extraordinary realm here, which seemed to have been empty for a long time. This is what our ancestors spoke of the golden city of Zangdora. Ladies and gentlemen, from now on, I shall be the new god of the Sky Island. If you submit to me, you may choose a place to reside here and become citizens under my rule. If you do not acknowledge me, you may return to Angel Island or Cloud Hidden Village, where you can still freely enter and exit the divine island of Appiato, but you will not be considered citizens of the divine island. I will not force you to choose, but if you do not respect my decisions, swish, a flash of sword light cut through the air, a powerful and terrifying slash sweeping across the island clouds. Amidst the shock of the crowd, a massive serpent's head fell from above the island clouds, landing at their feet, the master of the sky, Nolan. Following that, the colossal body of the master of the sky, resembling a small mountain, began to descend slowly from where the island clouds had been cut, leaving everyone in disbelief as they looked at Lin Hao and Wang Yu on the golden platform, realizing that with a single slash, they had killed the master of the sky, Nolan, from hundreds of meters away. Even Gon Fo knew that the opponent could summon the terrifying power of thunder from above to use for himself. How could they not be afraid of such a terrifying powerhouse? Next, you may move freely here and make your choice within 3 days. Additionally, do not touch the gold. It is the spoils of war for me. The rest is yours to use freely, and you may also find a room to stay here. Gon Fo and the chief will be responsible for organizing and managing things, so do not create chaos. With that, Lin Hao led everyone back to the Divine Society. Compared to the newly discovered Golden City of Zangdora, the Divine Society was more suitable for everyone to reside in. Only a Bao remained behind, filled with curiosity about everything. Ha ha, little brat, the governor is here. Appiato. During this time, everyone had thoroughly cleared out the Golden City, even decorating their new homes in their assigned rooms. Just then, a dragon's roar echoed, followed by a shadow descending. It was a giant dragon, over 1,000 meters long, searching for something. Ku, the golden giant bird that had flashed before appeared again. The dragon and the bird faced each other in the void, their powerful and terrifying auras sweeping across the sky, thunder rumbling like a torrential downpour, their might akin to raging seas, clashing continuously in the void. However, in the astonished eyes of the giant dragon, there was a fervent gleam. Animal type, phantom beast. Moreover, it was of a very high development level, its size not inferior to his, and its momentum equally formidable. Then, a shocking thunder struck, and three figures appeared alongside the thunder, standing atop the dragon's head. Lin Hao took a step forward, gazing at the giant dragon before him. Next to him, the great swordsman Wang Yu, with his arms crossed, showcased the power of the thunder fruit. On one side, the fur tribe member, unable to believe, hid excitement behind his panda-like eyes. Realizing he had truly seen a divine dragon, the great swordsman who had consumed the thunder fruit, this fur tribe member was not weak either. Little brat, is this your trump card against me, the governor? Seems not bad. We are in a cooperative relationship. I have never been a pirate. Not today, nor in the future. Moreover, Kaido, our cooperation will be after 3 years, when we will be more suitable than Orochi to govern Wano Country. Haha, Orochi is a waste. You overestimate him too much. Kaido sneered. If it was just Lin Hao as a monster, it would be one thing. But unexpectedly, from monsters had gathered together. Even Kaido did not dare to be confident in defeating them, especially under the siege of 3 monsters, far from the lineup of that waste Orochi. All right, Kaido. I called you here to guide us in cultivating haki. Regardless of the results 3 years later, I will tell you who Joy Boy is. Little brat, do you really know who Joy Boy is? Lin Hao cast a contemptuous glance at Kaido, sending Li Yuanba flying toward the Golden City. Kaido followed closely behind, curious about how many more trump cards Lin Hao had. Upon landing, Kaido looked incredulously at the sickly figure of less than 5 meters, who was the phantom beast user that had just confronted him. Moreover, judging by his age, he should still be in his teenage years. The Golden City did not even shock him. Little brat, are you really the user of the golden giant bird? Observation haki could not be wrong. Yet Kaido still found it hard to believe. Yuanba, though looking weak, possessed divine strength, and was even stronger than Whitebeard in his youth. Coupled with the enhancement from the Phantom Beast, Yuanba's strength had reached the level of a general in destructive power. During their sparring later, you will be able to feel that his potential is far more terrifying than you imagine. As for Bao, he is a martial arts prodigy. If Yuanba represents the pinnacle of strength, then Bao represents the peak of technique. Bao had already mastered the advanced ability of armament haki, known as Flowing Cherry, as well as the advanced ability of observation haki, known as Unity with Heaven and Man. In 3 years, if Bao could find a Phantom Beast, it would be enough to elevate him to the level of a general-level powerhouse. Lin Hao had no intention of hiding Li Yuanba and Bao's situations. From now on, they would all receive Kaido's guidance alongside Lin Hao. It was better to clarify everything. As for Wang Yu, naturally, Lin Hao would personally assist him in developing his devil fruit. And Kai Yi, Bu Wu, Aiding, and Ivy, they were just ordinary humans. Lin Hao worried that Kaido would send them away with a single blow, a power greater than Whitebeard, a fur tribe member who mastered advanced armament and observation haki. Kaido, upon hearing this, looked at the man and the bear, his expression filled with disbelief. The talent of this man and bear was indeed terrifying. Speaking of which, little brat, is this the Golden City of Zangdora? Indeed, it is the starting point I have chosen. If I want to cooperate with you, Kaido, I must at least have my own power, enough to crush Orochi's influence. If I do not demonstrate my value, you, Kaido, will not truly acknowledge me as an ally. Ha, little brat, I hope your methods can keep up with your ambitions. Walking on the streets of the Golden City of Zangdora, Lin Hao looked at the awed crowd beside him and said, "Don't mind us. Continue with what you were doing." Yes, God. Chapter 18 Kaido's Teaching 3 years in an instant. Kaido, we practice in the suburbs. Looking at the well-fed and slightly tipsy Kaido, Lin Hao knows that this is Kaido's peak state. So he brought everyone to the side of Angel Island, on a cloud, to help Kaido sober up. The super monster of the new world, Yuan Ba, let's go together. Lin Hao wielded the heavy sword Shinfeng, and Yuan Ba held the drum hammer, joining forces to face the slightly drunk but still conscious Kaido. Li Yuan Ba's big hammer was already eager to strike. As soon as Lin Hao gave the command, Li Yuan Ba fully unleashed his power. With both hammers enveloped in the roaring, destructive force of wind and thunder, he charged directly at Kaido. Mad Demon 36 hammers of heaven. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Sensing the danger of that hammer, Kaido did not back down. Pulling out the 8-style scepter from his waist, and swinging it with a single strike. Boom! The two forces, capable of shattering mountains, collided, sending a wave of imposing aura crashing outward like a tsunami, even stirring up a level 13 hurricane several kilometers away on Angel Island, lifting many houses into the air. In such a terrifying clash of power, Kaido looked at the sickly-looking youth wielding the double hammers with astonishment. Just moments ago, he thought Lin Hao was exaggerating. Now, he realized how horrifying the power hidden within that small body was. 15 years old? Whitebeard was still playing in the mud at that age. Even if he was 15, he couldn't possess such terrifying power. He was even weaker than Lin Hao, let alone this fearsome little demon before him. Boom, boom, boom. Mad Demon 36 hammers, each strike more domineering than the last. Even though Kaido's strength was not inferior to Li Yuanba's at that moment, he was still forced back several steps by Li Yuanba's 36 hammers of heaven. The proud Kaido could not tolerate such provocation and was completely enraged. Great power, thunderous 8 trigrams. The Conqueror's haki coiled around him, condensing into an ultimate thunderstorm. The extreme destructive aura of the lightning made Li Yuanba's body tense, excitement shining in his eyes, with haki enveloping him. The silver lightning that shattered the space beneath the double hammers seemed as if the heavens and earth would be destroyed by that one strike. Space dual hammers shattering the heavens. Boom! In the instant of collision between two nearly world-destroying attacks, the sky changed color, and all things fell silent. Especially that destructive shockwave, akin to a world-ending nuclear explosion, completely engulfed the island clouds surrounding the two, turning Angel Island into a void. 3 years later, on the giant island cloud above the bean vine, boom, boom, boom. The clash between the heavy sword Shunfeng and the 8-style scepter created a sound like thunder, resonating across the land. And more terrifying than the extreme destructive impact of haki was the red lightning that filled the sky above the entire Sky Island, filled with both destruction and rebirth, making one uneasy like a world-ending thunder calamity. Haki entwined. Only the clash of Conqueror's haki could create such a terrifying, oppressive power. Over the 3 years, the residents of the floating island of the Golden City, Scandora, had grown accustomed to it all. Basically, every month, that giant dragon would come once to battle with their island's guardian deity. And each time, the destructive aura that filled the entire Sky Island left no doubt in their minds that a single attack could obliterate their home, Scandora. Yet, the crowd was not afraid. Instead, they were filled with excitement and admiration. With such a powerful protector, what was there to fear? At the edge of the battlefield, several figures resembling gods and demons had been watching everything. From a moment he was thrown away by the thunderous 8 trigrams, Lin Hao had, after 3 years of hard training, finally reached a level where he could exchange blows with Kaido. Especially during the clash of haki, the lightning intertwining. The Conqueror's haki densely filling the sky. That apocalyptic sense of oppression and DJVU made Lin Hao feel he had initially gained the strength to protect himself. Heavy sword Shunfeng breaking the city. Roaring thunder 8 trigrams. The thunder filled with the ultimate destructive power was the strongest elemental attack capable of annihilating everything. However, the slash unleashed by Shunfeng seemed like a black lightning that could cut through space, slicing through everything. Any light was absorbed by this black lightning, transforming into a terrifying slash that severed the end of the world. Boom! The red lightning exploded, once again filling the entire sky. The largest bean vine was even severed by the shockwaves of their attacks, leaving only the layer of island cloud where the goddess society was located. Bang! Lin Hao transformed into a smooth parabola, being flung towards the god island, Apaya. After 3 years, his haki had reached great heights. But compared to Kaido, he still fell short by a considerable margin. In terms of haki reserves and physical fitness, Lin Hao was far behind Kaido. Especially since Kaido had not slacked off in his training over the past 3 years, the Azure Dragon Fruit had fully awakened. All of this was pushed by Li Yuanba. Since 2 years ago, Kaido's power had been insufficient to match Li Yuanba. Moreover, Li Yuanba's strength grew more terrifying each year. Thus, last year, Li Yuanba awakened Kaido's Azure Dragon Fruit with a single hammer strike. He was the only one Kaido truly feared on the Sky Island. Not to mention that a year later, Li Yuan-ba had already awakened his fruit. Their strengths were now nearly on par, but Li Yuan-ba's talent and power filled Kaido with dread. If it weren't for the peak of Conqueror's haki, Kaido would have been utterly crushed by Li Yuan-ba long ago. But surpassing him was only a matter of a few years. Although Abeo's skills were formidable, his attack power was ultimately weaker. Wang Yu's Thunder Fruit ability was perfectly countered by his mythical beast type. In Azure Dragon form, Kaido also wielded absolute destructive power with thunder, equivalent to being fully resistant to lightning elements. However, Wang Yu could transform into lightning, and his speed was incomparable to Kaido's dragon transformation. As for those flashy attacks, in Kaido's view, haki was the power that transcended everything. Moreover, after the fruit's awakening, his defenses were even more formidable, capable of ignoring the Swordmaster's slashes. Even the slashes wrapped in flowing sakura were no exception. This was the horror of the Azure Dragon Fruit's awakening. Likewise, the awakened Azure Dragon Fruit was even more beneficial to Lin Hao's plans. Unless it was Hawkeye 10 years later. Host: Lin Hao, 18 years old, bloodline. Oni Clan Jiuli, 30, strength, SS physique, SS spirit, SSS talent. Natural overlord with special conqueror's haki, capable of destroying non-living entities. Illuminating loyalty and treachery with special observation haki, can discern loyalty, red, and treachery, white. Indestructible ancient, Oni clan, giant clan's powerful talent. Possessing exceptionally strong power with invulnerable defense and a body that is unbreakable when grown. Extraordinary bloodline with ancestral return. Physique mutation, capable of consuming multiple devil fruits. Skills: Conqueror's haki, observation kill, observation haki, future sight, armament haki, drifting dragon, 8 punches dragon form, swordsmanship, swordmaster, water control technique, devil fruit. Tsunami technique, dragon's walk, devil fruit. Fruit ability: snake fruit, golden scale form, 87. In 3 years, all 3 types of haki have been upgraded to advanced stages. But the gap between him and Kaido is still several levels apart. Even so, at this moment, Lin Hao's exceptionally powerful physique from his Oni clan talent, along with the enhancement from the ancient beast type, had brought him very close to the level of a Marine Admiral, equivalent to a fully leveled up Luffy at Gear 4th. Even with weapon enhancements, he was still above Luffy's Gear 4th. Fortunately, Lin Hao had experts protecting him by his side. At this point, Lin Hao's influence had become no less than that of another Beast Pirates crew. Perhaps even stronger. Kid, I have to say, your domineering talent is the best I've ever seen, completely on par with those 2 kids. Unfortunately, your devil fruit is still a bit weak. Even the Paramecia type is much stronger than your ancient type's potential. The physical enhancement of the ancient type is definitely not bad, and is even a key factor in Lin Hao's candidate strength. However, compared to Lin Hao's unfathomable potential, this temporary boost feels more like drinking poison to quench thirst. Chapter 19. The Legend of Nika? Preparation for Wano Country. Who says the devil fruits are immutable? Lin Hao's unassailable retort made Kaido look at him with a serious expression. After this period of interaction, he knew that Lin Hao was not someone who spoke without purpose. 3 years have passed, and since Mr. Kaido has fulfilled his promise, this god will not go back on his word. That devil fruit, carrying the will of Joy Boy, was originally named the Zoan type, mythical beast type, human fruit, Nika form. It is the sun god Nika from ancient legends. The sun god Nika? Kaido's expression changed. Was this the answer he had been seeking? The Nika fruit? As a collector of Zoan fruits, Kaido had never heard of this devil fruit, and it was not listed in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Of course, the gold scale fruit had also never appeared. However, if Mr. Kaido follows the clues of the Nika fruit, then all efforts would ultimately be in vain. Because before the Nika fruit awakens, it manifests as the most ordinary rubber fruit. Only by developing the rubber fruit to awakening can one hope to recreate the splendor of the Nika fruit. At the same time, it is also the Joy Boy that many races have been searching for. The Nika fruit. The rubber fruit. Kaido looked at Lin Hao with suspicion, but Lin Hao's star-like eyes showed no fear or guilt, and he explained to Kaido directly. Some historical documents state that Joy Boy could stretch his arms freely, which are characteristics of the rubber fruit. However, in the past 800 years, many have obtained the rubber fruit, but none have developed it to awakening. Because Joy Boy is waiting for an opportunity. And now, the one who inherits Joy Boy's legacy has appeared, and in the future, he will inherit his mission. Kaido. In the future, you won't even be counted as the demon standing opposite Joy Boy. The fire snake that burns the earth, the mysterious earth god, the three ancient weapons. Ha ha, little brat, what do you really know? How much do you know? He knows about the ancient weapons, but he had never heard of the fire snake that burns the earth or the mysterious earth god. That's about it. What I just mentioned was recorded in the prophecy on the wall of Elbaf, but I don't believe it, nor do I disdain these predetermined fates. This is also the reason I sought your cooperation, Kaido. Your will and haki have the power to change fate, especially now that you have mastered the power of the true dragon. Without the awakening of the fruit, Kaido's fruit abilities are similar to Lin Hao's horned dragon form. However, Kaido in the awakened true dragon form is comparable to the Yinglong. As for the flame clouds, they're a symbol of the dragon fruit, not a characteristic of the awakened dragon fruit. After all, Lin Hao can also use water flame clouds in his gold scale form, utilizing flame clouds for water control and moving like a dragon. Kaido, help me with something. Move the island of gods Appiato to hover above Wano Country, right above Fujiyama. Ha ha, good. You and I will join forces and trample the world government underfoot in the future. Lin Hao is not a pirate. He had already stated that before. Moreover, if Lin Hao were to form a pirate crew, it would definitely be a major enemy for him. Pirates are a group that always harbors betrayal. In comparison, Lin Hao settling in Wano Country and becoming a general there is the most suitable choice. The two sides will support and protect each other. Because of different factions, the interests are also different, just like the Flower Country and the Eight Treasure Navy. The two have been eyeing each other for hundreds of years. This is the real alliance. Ai, go inform Gon Fu or the chieftain to ring the golden bell and summon the tribesmen who are out to depart for Wano Country tomorrow. Yes, your highness. A towering figure, 3 meters tall, leaped down along the massive bean vine, and then a black parachute unfolded behind him. Although he couldn't transform into a crow like the coal fruit, the creativity of the ink fruit was stronger. In 3 years, Kai was not a main combatant and spent most of his time developing the ink fruit. But his strength progressed rapidly, and he had already mastered armament haki. After all, the higher the development level of a devil fruit, the stronger Kai Yi's power would be. With Lin Hao opening up new ideas for him, he just needed to work hard in the direction Lin Hao customized for him. Then Lin Hao continued to look at Wang Yu and said, "The heavenly sword is ready to emerge. At the moment of entering Wano Country, cut off all connections between Wano and the outside world, including the golden transponder snail, and open the dome to prevent the spies of the world government from going out. Rest assured, your highness, the heavenly sword is always ready." The heavenly sword? Kaido looked at Lin Hao, cutting off all connections between Wano and the outside world, even including the golden transponder snail. That is the highest level of transponder snail, a being that even listening transponder snails cannot eavesdrop on. But Lin Hao could actually cut off the connection of the golden transponder snail. Xiao Wu, have the goddess guard equipped with exoskeleton mechs, and fill the storage of various shellfish. Once we land on Fujiyama, you will directly attack the flower capital of Wano Country. Yes, your highness. Aiding, you lead the Sky Shark to guard the Golden City, especially during the Great War. Quietly eliminate any spies that infiltrate the Sky Island. Yes, your highness. Kaido looked at Lin Hao, who was now spirited and commanding, far more pleasing to the eye than the big snake who could only flatter him. Most importantly, the 3 top combat powers beside Lin Hao. Even the weakest Abayo could take on his 3 top subordinates. After all, Abayo's skills are so high that as long as they are not freaks like him and Baimum, he is definitely a Vice Admiral level combat power. But Kaido did not know that Abayo was hiding a martial arts talent. Both armament haki and observation haki had reached the top level, and once his attributes were upgraded, he would be the next Carp. 3 years passed in a flash. For Lin Hao, time flew by quickly, but for Sky Island, there were earth-shaking changes. First was the power of Sky Island. Outside of the god Esgar of the Goddess Society, Lin Hao also established the Heavenly Sword System, Wang Yu, Emerald Palace, Abayo, and Sky Shark Force, Fishmanating. The Heavenly Sword System is a radar defense system based on the Thunder Fruit. It is a radar monitoring system extending for hundreds of miles. The Emerald Palace is a dojo for training numerous martial artists, taught by a Bayo, not just a mine network. The Sky Shark Force goes without saying. It is the sea army commanded by fishmen aiding. Due to the nature of their bodies, these sky sharks can achieve brief flight in the clouds after training with aiding. At the same time, Lin Hao also established 3 major factories on Sky Island. Aluminum mine factory. Kaido placed a mountain full of bauxite on the island of God's Appiato, and after 2 years, it has been mined almost completely, with warehouses full of aluminum metal. Weapon processing factory. Equipped with various shellfish aluminum alloy exoskeleton mechs, they might be useless against masters, but they would crush ordinary soldiers and warriors. Cloud Shell Cultivation Factory. A factory dedicated to producing shellfish from Sky Island, especially strategic shellfish resources such as the repulsion shell, laser shell, and wind shell. Chapter 20. The Guardians of God vs. the Samurai of Wano. Ha. Little brat, your mech looks pretty good. Much better than that fool Quinn. As Kaido dragged the Island of God, he observed the state of readiness in the Golden City. Not to mention the at least 100,000 Sky Islanders inside, but even the 1,000-strong Guardians of God, each equipped with a set of silver, domineering futuristic battle armor. Although it looked flashy, with the enhancement of various powerful shells like wind shell and laser shell, their combat power was no less than that of 1,000,000 pirates. If they were equipped with the repulsion shell, their attack could rival that of the supernovas. It's just a pity that the repulsion shell is an ancient shell type. Lin Hao searched the entire Sky Island and only found 13 of them. Moreover, they're a non-renewable resource. They were fitted on 13 members of the Black Armor Guardians of God, each of whom was no less powerful than the pirate supernovas. These are the squad leaders selected and trained by Lin Hao, who awakened the existence of the Heart Network. The black battle armor was the result of Kai Yi's years of work. Graphite armor of carbon fiber level. Fireproof, electric-proof, waterproof. Even a sword master Wooden T dream of breaking through the graphite armor with a single strike. Its hardness is no less than that of diamonds. When the graphite armor was completed, it thoroughly boosted Kai Yi's confidence. This is without the awakening of the ink fruit. If it were awakened and Lin Hao could produce what he referred to as graphene, wouldn't it be truly invincible in defense? As for the 2 little girls beside Lin Hao, Kaido was also envious and jealous. Xiao Yao had been training alongside Yufuya for the past 3 years. Due to the lack of a devil fruit, she initially focused on strengthening her body. Later, Kaido exchanged a few Paramecia-type devil fruits with Lin Hao. One of them, the ice fruit, was granted to Xiao Yao by Lin Hao. Originally, Lin Hao planned to give her beauty fruits like the slippery fruit or the bubble fruit. However, Xiao Yao ultimately chose the ice fruit. Therefore, Lin Hao specially designed the image of the Ice Peony Queen for her as her development path. The peony blooming in ice is no less inferior to a rose. Thus, Xiao Yao transitioned from physical arts to swordsmanship, and in just 2 short years, she surprisingly mastered iron-cutting techniques, wielding an ice sword that at least reached the standard of supernova. This change left Lin Hao extremely surprised. Apart from long-term exposure, it was also the result of Xiao Yao working several times harder than others. Yufuya was also continuously training, fully revealing the mysterious devil fruit she possessed. Animal type. Mythical beast, human fruit, seraphim form. Previously, Yufuya had not completely awakened her fruit's ability due to insufficient physical strength to summon the complete seraphim form. When she summoned the seraphim form, her conqueror's haki also awakened in the process. It belonged to the legacy of the D clan. After all, how could someone chosen by the seraphim fruit be a simple heir of the D clan? However, without Lin Hao, after being taken away by the nobility, Yufuya would inevitably fade into obscurity. Otherwise, such a powerful mythical beast ability user could not possibly remain nameless. Talent is one aspect, and luck is another. Conqueror's luck. The clown buggy. However, because Yufuya's training time was still short, and Lin Hao wanted her to remain hidden as a trump card, only a few people, including Kaido, knew about the 2 girls' talents. Usually, they were Lin Hao's personal maids, taking care of his daily life. These mechs were assembled from aluminum alloy frames, and their weapons were various layered shells. There wasn't much technological content, and with Quinn's scientific capabilities, He could definitely develop more advanced real mechs instead of the current pseudo-mechs. Kaido, you can tell Quinn that I, the god, am willing to invest in his scientific research. Haha, not a bad project. I will inform that guy, Quinn. Kaido also thought of Quinn-s abilities. If his scientific research could receive Lin Hao's support, it would undoubtedly become another trump card for the Beast Pirates. As for whether Lin Hao could defeat Orochi, that was not even in Kaido's consideration. The powers of the two were not on the same level at all. Even the Beast Pirates would not gain any advantage against Lin Hao at this moment. Governor, Kaido returned, dragging an island. Wano, the surveillance snail on the ramparts transmitted images, and the Beast Pirates in Onigashima saw a giant island being dragged by a massive dragon coming from afar. Especially Jean. He had already guessed who was on that island. A freak. Where did the big brother dragon island from? That ISNTN island, but a group of terrifying freaks. After saying this, Jean flew out of Onigashima, spreading his wings to greet Kaido. Sure enough, from high in the sky, Jean saw 7 figures overlooking Wano, especially the leading young man from the Oni clan. Imposing and domineering, looking down the world, not at all inferior to a young Kaido. The many powerful beings behind him, each less than 2 meters tall, looked like sickly ghosts, which should be the mythical beast powerhouse Kaido spoke of, who was no less than the Sea Emperor. Corresponding to their positioning should be another major general-level personal bodyguard, the Great Sword Master. Heavenly Sword. As the Island of God entered the territory of Wano, suddenly 8 silver long swords, each 10 meters long, flew out from the island clouds, soaring like flowing light towards all directions of Wano. Upon seeing this scene, Kaido signaled Jean not to move recklessly. These long swords were flying swords controlled by thunder, incredibly fast and covering a wide area. In an instant, they had already enveloped Wano. Boom, boom, boom. The 8 silver long swords pierced into Wano's 4 corners, that is, the outermost mountain walls. When the island of God Appiato stood atop the Vine Mountain, the sword handles of the 8 long swords activated the dome defense shield of the headquarters of the Heavenly Sword on the Island of God. Using the electromagnetic force of the Thunder Fruit, they severed all external communications from Wano. Moreover, Wano was originally closed off, and ordinary snails could not contact the outside world. What Lin Hao was truly preventing was the spies from the world government. The snails they used were specially made. The dome defense shield was an invisible layer of electromagnetic force. Once any iron object or person passed through the defense shield, it would trigger a current of over 100,000 volts to wash over them. Up, as the Island of God stood above Wano, the Guardians of God threw the cloud shells in their hands. Holding a Naginata, Buwu took the lead, leaping down, followed closely by 13 black-armored warriors, with the Guardians of God behind them, heading down the Cloud River passage created by the cloud shells towards the flower capital below. At this moment, in Wano, a group of samurai also saw an island standing high in the air. Onigashima? No, it was Appiato at this time. That mysterious island, entirely supported by white island clouds, floated in the sky above Wano, unlike Kaido's black flame clouds. Moreover, if they weren't on Vine Mountain, the samurai couldn't see the island above it all. They could only see the accumulating clouds below. Furthermore, that rapid passage resembling a river of clouds. Then a group of future warriors clad in 5-meter-tall battle armor descended from above. Inside Onigashima, the beast pirates, witnessing all of this, looked up at the sky in disbelief at the Island of God, Appiato. Is this the mysterious power brought by Kaido? Futuristic mechs? Gazing at those magnificent and imposing futuristic battle armors, even Quinn felt a surge of excitement. Moreover, it was an entire mech army. In the general's mansion of the flower capital, Orochi looked at the floating island above with disbelief, followed by endless fear. The mechs descending from that island were clearly heading towards the royal city of Wano. Governor, retract your wings. Jean stood by Kaido's side, watching the battle that was about to unfold below. Jean, Wano is about to welcome its new master. Jean did not doubt Kaido's grand words, because the two were not on the same level of opponents at all. Especially at this moment, the fighting on the ground is overwhelmingly one-sided in favor of the warriors. These mechs can fly at low altitudes, releasing powerful shockwaves, laser cannons, or fiercely high-temperature flames, resembling low-altitude bombings, causing heavy losses among the warriors. Even the Orochi bands, such as Fulu and Sho, are no exception. Hidden weapon, barrage of arrows. Fire technique, great fire dragon technique. Water escape, great waves. As a group of black mechs charged into the general shogunate, they were met with attacks from the Orochi bands. However, to the shock of the beast pirates, these black armor divine guardian troops directly rushed into the range of the ninjutsu attacks, and when they emerged again, several laser beams shot towards the Orochi bands. Boom, boom, boom. Ninjutsu, body replacement technique. At the moment the lasers exploded, the Orochi bands quickly used the body replacement technique to evade the laser attacks. At the same time, facing the black armor guard, the Orochi bands unleashed all their techniques. Whether it was fire, hidden weapons, illusions, or paralysis techniques, none could inflict any damage on these black mechs of the Divine Guardian troops. The terror of the graphite battle armor was only now becoming evident. Instead, the unpredictable laser shells, burning shells, and shock shells, in a short time, caused the Orochi bands to suffer greatly. After all, these Divine Guardian troops of graphite battle armor are also proficient in mind networks and familiar with combat methods, making it much easier to deal with the Orochi bands. Especially the burning shells, with flames reaching temperatures of 2,000 degrees, capable of melting gold and forging iron, and they are area attacks. They are far more terrifying than the ninja's fire techniques. After all, the burning shells filled with oxygen and hydrogen unleash flames that are not inferior to the barrage shells. It may even be stronger. In an instant, the entire Flower City was filled with laser bursts and raging flames. Chapter 21, The Strongest Conqueror's Haki? The 9 red scabbards Jean carefully observed the future conqueror's haki that could surpass everything. As Jean watched Lin Hao and others descend along the Cloud River, landing in the Flower Capital, a terrifying conqueror's haki was released, enveloping the entire Flower Capital. Red lightning spread across the sky like a web. Under the impact of this overwhelming conqueror's haki, most people in the Flower Capital rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground. But even so, it still did not meet Kaido's criteria. Jin's gaze fell upon Lin Hao, noticing that all the buildings within 100 meters of him collapsed in an instant, turning into ruins. Was this power Lin Hao's conqueror's haki? Could it affect the physical world? Similar to Shanks' conqueror's haki? Yes, but his haki was even more tyrannical than Shanks'. Once he followed his own will and strived towards that will to reach the peak, his conqueror's haki would surpass Shanks' and become the true #1 in conqueror's haki. He mastered the phase of binding haki and the high-level observation and killing techniques. Moreover, Lin Hao also mastered 2 types of slashes similar to the god-evading attack, the city-breaking and world-breaking strikes, making his conqueror's haki comparable to Shanks'. If Lin Hao's conqueror's haki reached the top level, how powerful would it be? Even Kaido would not want to face it. Hearing this, Jin's gaze shifted to the figure slowly walking towards the shogun's government, his eyes flashing with a hint of horror. At this moment, Lin Hao's figure also caught the attention of many, especially the terrifying haki he unconsciously emitted while walking. Wherever he stepped, the walls of the streets cracked, and the monitoring snail fell, losing contact. Meanwhile, bolts of lightning, symbolizing divine judgment, continuously struck the surroundings. These lightning strikes landed precisely where those spies who intended to spy on Lin Hao and convey messages to the world government or other forces were located. In front of Wang Yu, there was no possibility of hiding. Such a tyrannical ability. Kaido could control lightning, but could not achieve the precise killing control like Wang Yu. Furthermore, at this moment, the entire sky of Wano was sealed by the Heavenly Sword system, which was also an auxiliary application of the Thunder Fruit. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the shogun's government, the sounds of battle were rising. The Divine Guard faced the samurai of the government, with the battle lines stretching across the entire government. The swords of the samurai slashed at the mechas, either failing to break through the defenses or getting stuck in the mechas, only to be knocked out by the Divine Guard's charge. Even the laser swords on the mechas swept through, unstoppable. As for those powerful samurai, although not everyone was equipped with laser shells or explosive shells, they all had combustion shells, using hydrogen as fuel and oxygen as an accelerant. The flames released by the combustion shells reached temperatures of over 1,000 degrees, peaking at 2,000 degrees, engulfing the powerful samurai. Boom! Accompanied by the roaring flames of the combustion shells, several iron-cutting samurai were caught off guard and burned to ashes. This terrifying fire damage made the samurai wary. Moreover, this was not an isolated case. Almost every mecha was equipped with combustion shells for auxiliary attacks, as if they were free. After all, hydrogen and oxygen were too easy for Wano. By placing positive and negative carbon rods into water and applying electricity, a continuous supply of hydrogen and oxygen was generated. Thus, every mecha was equipped with combustion shells. As Lin Hao ventured deeper into the government, the Orochi's Yakuza members were already on the brink of collapse. Faced with the impenetrable graphite battle armor and attacks from lasers and flames, even if they exerted their utmost effort, they still ended in a disastrous defeat. As for the strongest warrior of the shogun's government, at this moment, Bufu, clad in graphite battle armor and wielding a long sword, was engaged in a fierce battle with a very strong samurai, gaining no advantage whatsoever. Ding! 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 The clash of swords was intense, and the opponent was extremely adept, even causing Bufu's graphite battle armor to be slashed to pieces. This was no longer a simple matter of cutting through iron. At the very least, the opponent was a sword master-level powerhouse, and the katana in their hands was not an ordinary weapon, at least a high-grade one, as it could break armor. As Lin Hao gazed at the opponent, noticing the slender, flickering eyes, he immediately recognized their identity: Kazuki Oden's disciple, the 9 red scabbards Kinemon. Upon seeing the mastermind appear, Kinemon dared not hide any longer. His haki erupted, and a single move was enough to instantly kill Bufu's dual sword style, transforming into 2 sword lights aimed at Bufu. Ding! In the face of impending death, a tall and burly figure blocked Bufu's path. Kinemon's slender, flickering eyes stared in disbelief at the bamboo stick that held off his dual swords. Puff! The long stick, like a lightning bolt, jabbed Kinemon, sending him flying before he could react, crashing down 100 meters away. At this moment, Bufu finally came to his senses and looked at the robust figure in front of him, feeling grateful for Abeo's life-saving intervention. Boom! As the dust settled, Kinemon had one sword in front and one above, causing Kaido, who was watching from a distance, to narrow his eyes. Kazuki Oden. Orochi secretly colluded with the remnants of the Kazuki clan. He deserved to die. Abeo provocatively waved his paw, clearly not taking Kinemon seriously. You're from the Mink tribe? Thinking of Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, the Mink tribe should be allies of the Kazuki clan. Abeo was a panda man, not a Mink tribe member. Knowing that his family was driven out of Zou, Abeo naturally would not admit to being from the Mink tribe. At the same time, he looked at Kinemon, seemingly aware that Kinemon cared about his Mink tribe status. You must be a remnant of the Kazuki clan, Kinemon of the 9 red scabbards. What? You want Abeo to spare you for the sake of Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, or even develop the Kazuki remnant's power in Wano. Kazuki remnants? The Kazuki clan? The remaining samurai of Wano looked at Kinemon in disbelief. Upon hearing that the opponent was a warrior of the Kazuki clan, Abeo's fierce expression momentarily flickered. The Kazuki clan? The family that the tyrant Kaido serves? Abeo's anger surged, and even Kinemon sensed something was off. This powerful panda man seemed not to be a subordinate of Inuarashi or Nekomamushi, but there was some grudge between them. Ha ha ha! Kaido laughed even more. He understood this panda's potential too well. Although this panda couldn't break through his defenses, his attacks could still be deflected by the panda's martial arts techniques. In the future, a peak hockey master, especially with his skills, even the 3 disasters or the 9 red scabbards working together might not be a match for the panda. Master, leave this guy to me. I'll beat him up and put the sea stone handcuffs on him. The Kazuki clan's influence in Wano was not small. Now was not the time to act. Moreover, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi were your true opponents. Don't let hatred cloud your judgment. Don't worry, Master. Abeo understands. Lin Hao, along with Wang Yu and Li Yuanba, continued forward and arrived at the palace where Orochi was located. At this moment, Orochi's previously terrified mentality had calmed down, and as he watched Lin Hao slowly enter, a hint of relief appeared on his face. Yokai. No wonder Kaido supports him. They are not of my kind. Their hearts must be different. Besides, the other party's strength is so formidable. Chapter 22. Striking at the root of the problem. The inescapable hell plan buzz. The blade light streaked across the sky like a meteor, flashing in an instant. Sujiro was well aware of the prowess of the fur tribe and made no reservations in his attack. Boom! The imposing force surged, and the sword aura was like a rainbow. Sujiro's full-force strike did not create a ripple in front of Abayo. Instead, his dual blades were once again blocked by Abayo's bamboo stick. Seeing that his full-force attack was ineffective, Sujiro changed his approach, launching a flurry of strikes at Abayo from multiple angles like a torrential storm. Clang! 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 The seemingly lightning-fast blade light was met with Abayo simply holding his bamboo stick, defending without attacking. No matter how fierce and varied Sujiro's sword techniques were. Even when the 10 swords of Peach Garden erupted again, Abayo's defense remained impeccable, as if he were playing with a child. In Abayo's eyes, Sujiro's attacks had too many flaws. In martial arts, only speed can break through. Moreover, Sujiro had been imitating Kazuki Oden. If it weren't for the need to understand the sword techniques of the Kazuki clan, a single strike would have completely crushed Sujiro. In terms of skill, he was the true pinnacle. Was this panda person probing Sujiro's limits? Jean watched the battle between Sujiro and Abayo. Throughout the fight, Abayo was entirely on the defensive, and the gap in their reflexes was too vast. To break through Abayo's defense, one would need at least a great swordsman's slash or sword technique. And this was merely martial arts defense. Abayo's for enhancement also reached an indestructible realm. Chewing iron and biting gold was Abayo's gift. Suddenly, after grasping the Kazuki sword techniques, Abayo leaped and kicked towards Sujiro. Static electricity, divine dragon's tail. The electrified kick transformed into a thunderous silver dragon, carrying an earth-shattering attack that rushed towards Sujiro. Boom! The violent and terrifying lightning arrived in an instant, prompting Sujiro to bring his swords together for defense. His internal domineering energy reached its peak, just barely blocking the catastrophic thunderous roar. Boom! Then Abayo's bare paw truly struck the blade, and the dual blades that had barely withstood the Thunder Dragon's attack were instantly shattered by the domineering force of Abayo's paw. The other bare paw kicked lightning fast in its Sujiro's chest, and a violent and fierce domineering force instantly pierced through the entire shogunate. 8-burst fist, divine dragon chi technique. Bang! Under this strike, Sujiro was once again sent crashing like a cannonball into the ruins of the shogunate. Moreover, the numbness brought by the static electricity and the heavy impact caused by the kick resulted in Sujiro losing his ability to resist, and he was subsequently shackled by Abayo using sea stone chains. At the same time, a technique called bone dislocation hand made Sujiro's hands misalign, preventing him from lifting heavy objects. In that moment, Jean finally recognized Abayo's terror. Seriously, it was just a kick for Sujiro. Especially the final technique, bone dislocation hand, truly opened his eyes. In one day, Wano Country changed hands. Over 10,000 samurai became prisoners, and the shogun Orochi was nowhere to be found. As for the red scabbards, others still had not been seen, and Sujiro's appearance was merely a coincidence. After all, this was not 14 years later. At this time, the red scabbards did not have the strength to counter Kaido, especially with Lin Hao having eliminated Orochi's forces in a single day. In the Flower Capital, Lin Hao prepared a celebration banquet, inviting Kaido and the higher-ups of the Beast Pirates, Jean and Queen. Because the Beast Pirates only had the calamities of Flame, Disaster Jean, and Play Queen. The second generation of the Drought Disaster, Jack, was only 14 years old and not worthy of the Drought title. The Flying Six had not yet been fully assembled, so the Beast Pirates had only 2 or 3 big cats. Their strength was far inferior to the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. Kid, what do you plan to do next? Perfect the industrial chain of Wano Country. Improve the economy of Wano. I am not Orochi. As the ruler of a nation, I naturally have to be responsible for the people, so I will close heavily polluting factories and improve the living quality of the people of Wano. I had already made plans before coming here. After saying this, Lin Hao handed over the optimized industrial chain diagram he had made overnight to Kaido's confidant, Queen. Kaido, a brute who only knew war, was not aware that Queen was the Beast Pirates research personnel, fully understanding the role and benefits of this industrial chain optimization diagram. The planning diagram was similar to the mechanized city of the Qin dynasty. All the heavily polluting and low-profit weapon factories in Wano would be relocated to the outer cliffs. One must know that the outer protective walls reached 5,000 to 6,000 meters high. The force of the waterfalls falling was more than 10,000 June. Not utilizing such a massive and inexhaustible waterfall hydropower was, in Lin Hao's view, a waste of resources. Moreover, the factory's wastewater could be purified and directly discharged into the sea. The electrolytic aluminum factory was the same. Those factories with severe pollution could all be arranged between the cliffs, using the tremendous force of the waterfall's descent to drive huge water wheels, generating an endless supply of power without the need for other energy sources. This alone could save half the cost. Upon seeing Lin Hao's planning layout, Queen could only say one word: genius. Furthermore, high-quality industries like electrolytic aluminum and sea stone processing plants brought benefits far beyond those of weapon factories. Although the profits from arms were substantial, the risks were also high, and they could only be traded through the underground black market. Electrolytic aluminum was different. As an emerging industry with wide-ranging applications, it had high prices, large sales volumes, and posed no risks. It was equivalent to Weibo metal with a massive market. Sea stone items, on the other hand, had a price but no market, so there was no worry about selling them. But what kind of person was Kaido? What he wanted was not profit, but war. Queen, is that kid's plan really feasible? It's not a question of feasibility. It's a genius plan. Big brother, are you sure he's not a scientist? Every technology he masters has never appeared before, and his ideas are truly imaginative. Upon receiving Queen's response, Kaido couldn't help but burst into laughter. Indeed, collaborating with Lin Hao did not disappoint him. Moreover, Kaido, I still need you to help with something. As a reward, I can provide enough burning shells for your beast pirates. And the power of the burning shell you just saw is basically like having one enhanced version of the burn fruit for everyone. Burning shells? Kaido's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Jean also looked curiously at Lin Hao. Can this thing be mass-produced? However, thinking that the other side's army already had one for each person, there was no need to mention mass production. What do you need help with? Help me move the Flower Country to the New World. At that time, you and Yuan Ba can work together to send the Flower Country to the sky above Wano. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hearing Lin Hao's plan, even Kaido couldn't help but gasp. Kid, are you trying to exhaust me? The Flower Country is not Onigashima, but a giant island with a diameter of over 100 kilometers, 10 times larger than the current Wano. Kaido's strength found it extremely difficult to transport an island the size of Wano, let alone the giant island where the Flower Country was located. Rest assured, Mr. Kaido, as long as you use flame clouds to lift the Flower Country, the rest will be handled by Yuan Ba. At this time, Wano is either the remnants of Kazuki or a group of people waiting for the remnants of Kazuki to redeem them. Rather than conquering them, it is better to directly replace them with the people of the Flower Country. The most important thing is that there are great secrets beneath Wano. I suspect only the bloodline of Kazuki can activate them, just as only the Kazuki bloodline can command the Elephant Lord. As for the issue of sea stone mining, the surrounding cliffs are far higher than the land of Wano, forming a dark hell in the middle, which could be used to imprison the samurai of Wano and future heavy criminals of the Empire. We can call it the Inferno of Hell, just like the Underworld of Elbaf. Little ghost, are you trying to completely extinguish the hope of Wano? What this god wants is not a Wano, but a Dragon Kingdom that belongs to this god. To achieve this god's ideal, all traces of Wano must be erased, and a legacy that can thoroughly crush Wano's culture is needed, especially since there are too many legends of the Kazuki family in Wano, which constantly remind them. The Kazuki family will return as kings and liberate them from our hands. Ha ha! Kaido did not expect Lin Hao's methods to be so terrifying and ruthless. This is meant to completely uproot the Kazuki family. In comparison, Orochi's previous actions were entirely trivial. Even Ash and Queen are extremely wary. Chapter 23. The Country of Returning Flowers. Expelling Brothers, the Country of Flowers. When Kaido, Lin Hao, and Kai-E arrived above the Country of Flowers on the Golden Winged Rock, Qing Jiao and Dragon City had already received the news of Lin Hao's return. For 3 years, Lin Hao had been in contact with Qin Jiao. After all, the other party's grandson was still by his side. So Qin Jiao was kept up to date with Lin Hao's movements. Upon learning that Lin Hao had connected with Kaido, Qin Jiao understood that Lin Hao had already become a sea dragon. At this moment, Lin Hao's return still surprised Qin Jiao. After all, Lin Hao had just turned 18, and his haki had matured. It was the perfect time for him to venture into the new world. Unexpectedly, Lin Hao suddenly returned to the country of flowers. However, Qin Jiao was still waiting at the dock for Lin Hao and the others. This time Lin Hao came, it was undoubtedly for the throne. The battle for supremacy. The once spirited middle-aged Lin Yu was now old, especially with all his children grown. If Lin Yu continued to hold onto the throne, it would inevitably lead to a father-son conflict. Ramen, Pulos, Lin Feng, not to mention the now returning Lin Hao. Qin Jiao, you've come, said Li Yuanba. You come to welcome your son too. The two exchanged a smile. At this moment, their positions were aligned. Not long after they waited, a piercing eagle cry that seemed to tear through the sky resonated throughout the country of flowers. Following this, under the shock of the two pillars, a gigantic golden bird swooped down from the sky, exuding an ancient and terrifying pressure, exhilarating yet frightening. Then, the golden giant bird suddenly vanished in midair. Immediately, 4 figures descended from over 1,000 meters high, landing in front of Qin Jiao and Li Yuanba. Lin Hao, Kaido, Li Yuanba, and Kai Yi. The moment the 4 appeared, Qin Jiao and Li Yuanba's pupils contracted. Beast Kaido, as the ruler who had reached the pinnacle in the new world. Kaido was currently at his peak, a manifestation of power over the seas. They did not expect Kaido to accompany Lin Hao to the country of flowers. Allies? Qin Jiao, Li Yuanba. Lin Hao nodded at the two and pointed at Kaido, saying, Beast Kaido needs no introduction. This time, I invited Kaido over to prepare to move the country of flowers to Wano. At that time, the country of flowers will form a strategic alliance with the beast pirates and dominate the new world. Hearing Lin Hao's intentions, Qin Jiao nearly pulled out his beard in shock. Kaido, however, disdainfully glanced at the two and then left with a comment. Kid, just call me when you need help. I'm off to drink. Watching Kaido leave, the two exchanged glances. Is this really the ruler of the new world, Kaido? At the same time, Qin Jiao and Li Yuanba both breathed a sigh of relief. Kaido didn't seem so unreasonable after all. Let us go meet the king, Lin Hao said. I will explain everything then. Yes, your highness. The two understood that this was not the place for conversation. Most importantly, Lin Hao had brought Kaido, the emperor of the new world, which introduced too many variables. Don't worry, 2 pillars. My relationship with Kaido is one of equal cooperation, not one where I rely on him. You just saw the giant rock, right? That was Yuanba transformed, a mythical Zoan-type, bird fruit, golden-winged rock form. In terms of strength, Wang Yu and Yuanba are both top-tier powerhouses on the seas. We are a dual emperor-level transcendent force, second only to the Navy and the world government. By forming an alliance with Kaido, we will be in control. Yuanba, a mythical Zoan user? The 2 pillars recalled the giant bird that had just blocked the sky. After all, Kaido's appearance had shocked them so much that they completely overlooked the terrifying presence of the giant wings. An equal alliance? Being in control? Qin Jiao suddenly realized, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. It should be noted that Lin Hao had only just set sail. Let us go. Inside the palace of the country of flowers, Lin Yu had been preparing a grand feast since morning to welcome Lin Hao's return. Lin Yu was very much looking forward to it. Although Lin Hao had played a trick on the world government before leaving, it had also greatly enhanced Lin Yu's reputation. The prince of future top-tier powerhouses, previously an unknown great swordsman, would definitely lead the country of flowers to dominance among the nations in the coming decades. Therefore, during the past 2 years of attending world government meetings, he had been surrounded by flattery. Ha! This is the place. Yes, all top-notch wines. Just as Lin Yu was waiting, a massive shadow that blocked out the sun suddenly enveloped the palace, arriving along with the scent of wine. Kaido. A giant dragon? Moreover, in the form of an eastern dragon over 1,000 meters long? In just an instant, Lin Yu recognized who this eastern giant dragon was. The Sea Emperor of the New World, Beast Kaido. The palace? You must be that kid's father? A welcome feast. Is it? Kaido laughed heartily. It seems I've come at the right time. That kid will arrive soon, and I'll drink to my heart's content first. With a flash of blue light, Kaido transformed into human form and appeared in front of a large wine vat in the side hall. Compared to the massive vat for others, it was just a wine jar for Kaido, easily held up for him to drink heartily. At this scene, everyone exchanged glances. Linyu did not dare to step forward and interrupt. This was a super monster from the New World, especially with Kaido's at least 1,000-meter-long azure dragon form. He was an existence that could destroy the world. Ramen and the others' eyes sparkled. They had already guessed that Lin Hao might have teamed up with Kaido, and Kaido had come to support Lin Hao. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Hao and the two pillars finally arrived late. Glancing at Kaido, who was drinking wildly in the side hall, Lin Hao bowed deeply to Linyu, saying, "Your son has come to see you, father." Good, good, good. It's been 3 years, and you've grown taller, Hao. At the same time, Linyu looked around Lin Hao, but did not find Wang Yu's presence. After all, the great swordsman beside Lin Hao had already been confirmed as Wang Yu. Qing Jiao knew, the shop owner knew, and naturally, this king of the country of flowers couldn't be oblivious either. Whereas Mr. Wang Yu is in the New World. I just took Wano, and I need Wang Yu to stay there to suppress those samurai of Wano. Moreover, I have important matters to attend to upon my return. So I invited Kaido to help. The New World? Wano? Ramen and the others looked at Lin Hao in disbelief. Even Lin Yu was the same. Lin Hao had quietly taken control of Wano, and not a whisper of news had reached the seas. What a maneuver! Important matters? What important matters? Compared to Lin Yu's shock, Ramen and the others looked at Lin Hao with reluctance, as they understood the cruelty of the battle for supremacy. Especially with Lin Hao's return, it was highly likely he had his sights set on them. Big brother, third brother, I give you 1 day. Take your people and leave the country of flowers. You can take whatever you want, apart from that supreme sword and the bottles of devil fruits in the treasury. Everything else is yours. Really? Ramen and the others looked at Lin Hao in disbelief. Lin Yu was equally shocked and angry that Lin Hao dared to directly bypass him and expel his brothers. After all, he was still alive. But in the battle for supremacy, the outcome was already determined. If Lin Hao kept them in the country of flowers, it would be a deadly trap. Historically, how many princes who fought for the throne lived to enjoy their old age? Lin Hao allowing them to leave was giving them a chance to live. Moving trees leads to death. Moving people leads to life. Lin Hao did not want to wipe them out completely, which was why he allowed them to leave the country of flowers, and even with a large amount of treasure and devil fruits, they could seek refuge elsewhere. Treasure, devil fruits, or the experts within the 8 treasures navy. Whatever you can take it. It's the foundation for your future survival. I don't want to drive you to extinction, which is why I'm giving you a chance to live. Ramen glanced at Kaido, who was drinking wildly on one side, and then at Linyu, who was furious but didn't dare to speak on the other side. He understood that this was Lin Hao's last act of goodwill. After a self-deprecating smile, he turned and left the palace. Chapter 24: The Truth of the Blank 100 Years. The World Sinks. Is Father King angry at this god's ruthlessness? Not at all. Linyu, coming to his senses, had now regained his composure and gradually understood Lin Hao's intentions. Since ancient times, the struggle for the throne has always been a matter of life and death. Lin Hao, at this moment, held absolute advantage and could easily eradicate them all, yet he left a way out for his brothers. This was already a great show of goodwill. As long as Father King understands, that's enough. Next, this god faces the world government. If they are incited by the world government, discord will surely emerge within the empire, preventing trouble before it starts. This god drove them away, which also cut off their connection with this god. Lin Hao never doubted the methods of the world government. Compared to that, he preferred to eliminate the roots. However, doing so would ruin his reputation in the flower country. Fortunately, it was part of the plan. He intended to move the flower country above the land of harmony, thus eliminating the threat posed by Ramen and others. Not to mention the dangers of the New World. Just the future empire above the 9 heavens is not something Ramen and the others can shake. Father King, 2 pillars, the following words from my mouth to your ears. You must not leak a single word. One of the truths hidden by the world government regarding the blank 100 years is that one day in the future, sea levels will continually rise, and the world will be submerged by the ocean, with land area continuously decreasing. Therefore, before his death, Roger initiated the Great Pirate Era, allowing most people to rush towards the sea. Boom! Lin Hao's words were like a thunderclap in the ears of the three. The taboo truth of the blank 100 years by the world government. At this moment, the three looked at Lin Hao as if they were gazing at a madman. Next, this god asked Kaido for help to lift the giant island of the Flower Country, Ingzhou, and together with Yuan Ba, sent it to hover above the Land of Harmony, placing it on the protective mountain wall of the Land of Harmony. The mountain wall of the Land of Harmony is about 5,000 to 6,000 meters high, forming a city wall. With the support of the Land of Harmony's pillar, Tenjin, it can fully support the giant island of the Flower Country. This way, there would be no need to worry about the future rising sea levels submerging the Flower Country. Lin Yu was shocked upon hearing this. Lin Hao's words were more shocking than the last, driving away brothers, the truth of the blank 100 years, and even relocating the giant island of the Flower Country. Moreover, Father King, this is this god's decision, not a discussion with you. Those explanations are not this god's imagination, but the truth of the blank 100 years of history. Once a word is leaked, the five elders will simultaneously mobilize to wage a war of annihilation against the nation. The five elders? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu looked at Lin Hao with a puzzled expression. Isn't that the demon-slaying order of the Admiral level? 5 awakened beings of the mythical Zoan type with immortality, who can only be killed by someone wielding top-tier conqueror's haki. Moreover, if they discover that you leaked the truth of the blank 100 years of history, they can directly airdrop into the Flower Country, leaving you no chance to escape. So today, Father King and the 2 pillars, please do not leak a single word. Otherwise, Nika has yet to appear, and the world government cannot withstand it. Nika? Joy Boy. Lin Yu's initial doubts vanished completely with Lin Hao's final warning. The world only knows Joy Boy, but very few know of the legacy left by Joy Boy, the sun god Nika. As long as Father Emperor does not meddle in worldly affairs and is not burdened by mundane matters, Nika will come into the world, and it will be in the Land of Harmony, guided by the Kazuki clan as the savior. Upon hearing this, everyone felt Lin Hao's unfathomable depth even more, as if he knew everything. Little brat, the governor is starting. In the sky above Dragon City, a giant dragon circled. The overwhelming conqueror's haki, like a world-ending force, flashed behind Kaido, contrasting with the fiery clouds, rolling in the dark clouds like a thunderous dragon. In an instant, the entire populace of the Flower Country trembled uncontrollably, gripped by fear. Meanwhile, the malevolent Kaido looked down at the Flower Country, filled with a sense of anticipation. After all, once the Flower Country is placed above the Land of Harmony, it will completely cut off the hope of the Land of Harmony. What remnants of the Kazuki clan? With the Land of Harmony gone, what remains of the Kazuki clan? But he needed to intimidate the citizens of the Flower Country, making them aware of his might, instilling respect for the beast pirates in the future. Let's begin. Lin Hao's ability had not awakened. The water flames could at most stir a great river. Compared to the raging flames behind Kaido, it was like an ant trying to shake the heavens. Ha! Give it to the governor. Kaido had been accumulating flame clouds since last night, and by now, they had reached full capacity. As the black flame clouds circled around the Flower Country, the world-ending power became even more apparent. Boom! Suddenly, the ground trembled, the entire surface shaking like a magnitude 10 earthquake. Amidst the terrifying noise of earth-shattering chaos, Lin Yu, Qing Jiao, and others were in a daze, their pupils revealing disbelief. Can Kaido really move the giant island of the Flower Country? Is this the power of the Emperor of the New World? It is said that Whitebeard could crush islands with a single punch, and Gold Lion could float multiple islands. Who would have thought Kaido could also move giant islands? What kind of terrifying and powerful ability is required for that? At this moment, Kaido was running at full power. Even with the enhancement of his awakened fruit, he could at most shake the foundation of the Flower Country. But fortunately, the flame clouds lifting the island did not require Kaido's strength. It only needed sufficient stamina to maintain the flame clouds. After another quarter of an hour, amidst the swaying and unstable foundation, Kaido finally pulled the foundation of the Flower Country out of the sea. Seeing this scene, several princes who had just left the Flower Country not far away looked in disbelief towards the Flower Country. The Flower Country is gone? No, the flower country has been moved? What incredible power is this? Thinking of the correct choice they made, staying behind would have yielded no chance of victory at all. Yuan Ba, it's up to you now. Kaido's stamina could only support for a while. He needed sufficient speed to send the flower country above the land of harmony. Otherwise, moving such a massive island would be impossible, even for Gold Lion at his peak. After all, this giant island is too big. Just the radius is nearly 100 kilometers. Meanwhile, Li Yuanba transformed into a golden-winged rock, and amidst the shock of Lin Yu and others, activated his mythical Zoan ability, Wind Control. Originally, the dragon was already terrifying. Moreover, the nobles and warriors of the flower country had faintly guessed the identity of the dragon. But now, a divine bird appeared out of thin air, no less than the dragon, spreading its wings to the 9 heavens and soaring upwards. Especially nearby, the CP organization, which had been lurking nearby after learning of Lin Hao's return, never expected to witness such an incredible scene. This divine bird, carrying the giant island of the flower country, soared upward, disappearing from view at a visible speed. Several CP agents rubbed their eyes, all displaying expressions of disbelief. That was the giant island of the flower country, Yingzhou. At this moment, Lin Hao, along with Qing Jiao and Li Yuan, stood atop the bird's head, feeling the bone-chilling wind rushing towards them, and couldn't help but marvel at Li Yuanba's terror. Kaido was already the emperor of the New World, a top-tier powerhouse known worldwide. But Li Yuanba, merely with the power of the mythical Zoan fruit, was already not much inferior to him, at least possessing the strength of a top-tier vice-emperor. However, Qing Jiao understood that it was not just a matter of the devil fruit. After all, Li Yuanba couldn't be powerful just because of the devil fruit while being weak in other aspects. Chapter 25. The 3 Realms of God, Man. In Hell, the establishment of the Dragon Kingdom arriving, Yuanba landed directly. Understood, Big Brother. With Lin Hao's command issued, the citizens of the Land of Harmony, despite having recently experienced an air raid from the divine island of Appiato, were now enveloped in an unprecedented despair. The floating island was still 4,000 meters above the ground, yet before them was an island 10 times larger than the Land of Harmony, suddenly descending from the sky, completely disregarding the lives of the over 1 million citizens below. The tremendous impact of the island crashing down produced an explosive sound louder than thunder, instilling psychological fear and oppression in everyone, a sense of despair and terror incomparable to an apocalypse. Even if the warriors of the Land of Harmony wanted to resist, wielding strikes capable of splitting an island in 2 or even into 4, unfortunately, they no longer had the dragon-slaying warriors. Lin Hao above sneered contemptuously. Only by letting them witness the terror of their opponent could they truly understand how small they were, thoroughly shattering their will to resist. Boom! The Flower Kingdom landed safely. Although the island had plummeted at high speed, the surrounding fiery clouds had not dissipated. Thus, at the moment the giant island was about to touch down, the fiery clouds slowed its descent, allowing it to gently settle on the surrounding cliffs and vine-covered hills. After all, even if Lin Hao wanted to destroy the Land of Harmony, he would not resort to such an extreme method. A direct collision would not only obliterate the Land of Harmony, but also the Flower Kingdom above. Therefore, when the citizens of the Land of Harmony opened their eyes, although the world had not ended, all they saw was endless darkness. This sudden transition to darkness was disorienting. After all, it had just been daytime, and the abrupt shift to night caught them off guard. Welcome to the hell of no return. A cold and cruel voice echoed among the crowd, and amidst the shock of the citizens of the Land of Harmony, an image suddenly appeared above each village. A young man from the demon tribe, dressed in a dark dragon robe, stood high in the sky. You should all know who I am. To eradicate the remnants of the Guangyue clan's development and destruction, I have specifically divided the future Dragon Kingdom into 3 realms: the Divine Realm, Sky Island, the Human Realm, Dragon Kingdom, and the lowest, Hell of No Return. As Lin Hao introduced, the 3 layers of the kingdom appeared: the Divine Island above the white clouds, a flourishing Dragon Kingdom on the ground, and the dark and eerie Hell of No Return where demons danced wildly. Thinking back to the giant island that had descended from the sky, they quickly realized they were now beneath this massive island. This new master had moved an island larger than the Land of Harmony here. However, I do not wish to be absolute. Families with children under 10 or orphans under 15 may be relocated to the ground, and citizens who have been verified as not being remnants of the Guanyue clan can work for the Empire for 3 years and apply for relocation afterward. During their work, the Empire will provide food and accommodation with half the salary, returning to normal once they move to the ground. Additionally, the Empire will swiftly resolve the agricultural resources in the hell of no return. I hope everyone understands and cooperates. Clap. The image and lights went out, and the citizens of the Land of Harmony finally came to their senses. Most looked at their children, seeming to realize that Lin Hao had not exterminated them entirely, but was only targeting the remnants of the Guanyue clan. This divisive tactic made the warriors of the Guanyue family seethe with anger. After all, this dark and lightless hell of no return. Not to mention the 14 years remaining until the agreed time. Even 4 years might be unbearable for them. Moreover, Lin Hao's so-called verification completely eliminated their chances of rising. At this moment, the citizens of the Flower Kingdom, after the earthquake panic, gradually regained their composure. Under the directives from the Empire's higher-ups, officials began to pacify the populace and gather them to listen to the upcoming arrangements from the Empire. An hour later, under the control of the Sky Sword system, all image telephone insects within the borders of the Flower Kingdom displayed Lin Hao's image. Lin Hao stood at the forefront, with King Lin Yu behind him, followed by Qing Jiao, Li Yuan, Pang Long, and 6 other pillars. Citizens of the Empire, I am Lin Hao, the 9th Prince of the Flower Kingdom. Lin Hao's voice resonated above the Flower Kingdom, while everyone looked at the proud young monarch displayed on the image telephone insect, filled with excitement. He was their pride, and Lin Hao continued. You may be wondering what caused the earthquake earlier. I want to tell you that it was not an earthquake, but rather I had people move the Flower Kingdom to a new world. As for its truth, let us now open the external image of the Flower Kingdom. The crowd instinctively watched as the image changed before them, revealing a massive island towering above a sky pillar, with another island hidden within the clouds above it. No, there were 2, one concealed in even higher clouds. Then, the image telephone insect swiftly approached the island, and many began to sense something was off. The giant island was indeed their Flower Kingdom. Flying close to the ground and sweeping over the Dragon Capital Square confirmed for the citizens of the Flower Kingdom that they were indeed on a giant island, resting upon a pillar of heaven. Next, the image telephone insect flew towards the sky island above the white clouds. The vast and open sea of clouds, the densely forested divine island, and the winged angel race. Suddenly, amidst everyone's shock, the image showed hundreds of angels working together to wield a massive golden hammer, reminiscent of a heavenly pillar, striking down upon the enormous golden bell resembling a mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding and melodious sound of the golden bell, like a celestial melody, echoed across every corner of the Flower Kingdom. In an instant, no one doubted. Such a magnificent and soul-stirring bell sound could only come from that golden bell. Then, the image telephone insect flew towards the sea, entering a dark world through a massive gap in a waterfall resembling the Milky Way. In an instant, everyone recalled the original kingdom that had been here, which was now beneath them. The citizens of the Flower Kingdom were struck with shock and disbelief. Suddenly, the image changed again, with Lin Hao still standing at the forefront. However, the gaze of the citizens of the Flower Kingdom towards Lin Hao had changed. After all, Lin Hao had made such a commotion that far exceeded their understanding. This was the gigantic island that bore the Flower Kingdom, not those small islands. Next, the Flower Kingdom would merge with the Divine Island in the Land of Harmony to establish a new nation, the Dragon Kingdom. I will be the first Dragon Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, the nominal monarch of the Dragon Kingdom. The former king of the Flower Kingdom will be the Grand Elder of the Dragon Kingdom, establishing the first cabinet of the Dragon Kingdom to govern its internal affairs. Qing Jiao will be the second elder of the Dragon Kingdom, establishing the Tiansu Mansion of the Dragon Kingdom to command its military. Li Yuan will be the third elder of the Dragon Kingdom, establishing the judicial department of the Dragon Kingdom to oversee the Empire's judiciary. The Dragon Kingdom? The 3 grand elders of the Empire? Once Lin Hao's decision was announced, the entire Flower Kingdom trembled again, but soon regained its calm. Whether it was the Flower Kingdom or the Dragon Kingdom, it was merely a name change to something more imposing. After all, with Lin Yu abdicating, Lin Hao still inherited the throne of the Flower Kingdom. The lineage of rulers had not changed. It was merely an integration of the Divine Island and the Land of Harmony with a new name. Furthermore, above the three Grand Elders of the Empire, a position of Protector King was established. The Protector King, also known as the King of Hell, would oversee the Hell of No Return and be concurrently held by Kaido, the governor of the Beast Pirates, who would also be an ally of the Dragon Kingdom. Under the three Grand Elders of the Empire, there are 9 ministers, overseeing 1 palace, 1 pavilion, 3 departments, and 4 offices: Emerald Palace, Abao, Sky Sword Pavilion, Wangyu, Department of Agriculture, Department of Industry, Department of Commerce, Court of Judicial Review, Court of Censors, Left Guard Office, Buwu, Right Guard Office, AI Ding. Chapter 26, Kingdom Grand Gift, a new round of summoning Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest. The 9 dragons competing for the throne. Become the king of a nation, completed. Regular Army of the Kingdom 100,000, completed. Kingdom GDP 10 billion, completed. Kingdom population 1 million, completed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the main character reward. Kingdom Grand Gift, Ancient Call 1. Top Tier Legion Summoning Card 1. King Level Summoning Card, Devil Fruit 1, Special Talent 1. The host activates Ancient Summoning. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ancient Sea King class, Azure Dragon 1. The host uses the Top Tier Legion Summoning Card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for summoning the Top Tier Legion, Iron Eagle Elite, King Level Commander General, Butcher by Chi, Iron Eagle Elite 800. The host uses the King Level Summoning Card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for summoning the King Level Heroic Scholar, Guanzhong. The host uses the Special Talent Summoning Card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Special Talent, Double Eyes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Superhuman Class Devil Fruit, Space Fruit. Ding. The kingdom is established, luck is bestowed, and the system mall is opened. The host can use the kingdom's luck to exchange for general templates, devil fruits, random special items in the system mall. Ding. The host currently has a total of 3,524,782 points. Ding. The host activates the main quest, 2, the Path of the Dynasty. Completion conditions: large affiliated islands 10. Dynasty population 10 million. Dynasty regular army 300,000. Dynasty Navy 100,000. Dynasty GDP 100 billion belly. In the God Society, Lin Hao lies on a soft cloud bed, being attended to by Xiao Yao and Yufia, checking the system rewards. It is now the 10th day since the establishment of the Dragon Kingdom, and the system has officially settled. The ancient Sea King class Azure Dragon is not the Canglong, but the mythical Azure Dragon of the East Sea that can ride clouds and mist. The guardian beast of the nation. Its implanted identity is that of an ancient giant sea king, sleeping deep in the ocean, measuring 8,000 meters in length, with scales 100 times harder than diamonds, possessing the ability to summon clouds and rain, and able to exhale toxic water colder than absolute zero. To some extent, it can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Sea King Poseidon. The Azure Dragon is also in existence older than the Elephant Lord, appearing once every 500 years. A king of ferocious beasts that has existed since ancient times. In the sea area where the Azure Dragon resides, within 1,000 miles, giant sea kings and ancient creatures such as the Elephant Lord and giant lanternfish will not approach. The only uncertainty Lin Hao has is whether the Azure Dragon can defeat the Elephant Lord. In the future, the Elephant Lord will be Lin Hao's great enemy. If it were elsewhere, the Elephant Lord might avoid the Azure Dragon's aura, but the Land of Harmony is the destination of the Elephant Lord. A battle between the two is inevitable. However, the size of the Elephant Lord is likely to be no smaller than that of the Azure Dragon. Butcher by Chi, commander of the Iron Eagle Elite. The number of Iron Eagle Elites corresponds to the number of the kingdom's regular army. After 10 years, old soldiers of 100,000 yield 3,000, while new recruits of 200,000 yield 1,600. Therefore, these 800 Iron Eagle Elites correspond to the kingdom's current army of 100,000. rather than a fixed number of troops. Name, Bai Qi, 25 years old, bloodline, human, implanted identity, late blooming talent in the 8 Treasure Navy. Selected as a general candidate for this imperial conscription, strength, S physique, S spirit, SSS talent. Killing one person is a crime, killing 10,000 is a hero. Can convert the killing intent accumulated on the battlefield into ghostly energy, enhancing his own dominance and attack. The power of the ghost god is rumored to come from the devilish energy of hell, capable of directly destroying the opponent's intelligence and combat will. Skills: Armed Color Haki, Mastered. Observation Color Haki, Advanced. Conqueror's Haki, Ghost Energy, Awakened. Slaughter Sword Path, Swordmaster. Devil Fruit, None. Butcher Bai Qi. The creator of half of the battlefield casualties during the Warring States period is truly deserving of his title. Moreover, both of his talents are related to killing intent, especially the ghostly energy, which is not classified as part of the Conqueror's Haki in the setting. However, Bai Qi possesses Conqueror's Haki, and the fusion of the two enhances the potential of this special Haki, potentially making him a top emperor in the future. As for the potential of a king-level general, with Conqueror's Haki, he is one of the 4 emperors. Without it, he is a top general. The only drawback is that the Empire is not a pirate crew, and the Dragon Kingdom is suspended high above the heavens, making it impossible to launch large-scale wars. Even if Lin Hao establishes a navy in the future, it will not be Bai Qi's main battlefield. Therefore, Bai Qi's talents cannot be fully utilized. The 800 Iron Eagle elites are selected from the elite of the 100,000 army. Not only is each Iron Eagle elite a skilled officer of the Navy headquarters, but also the ranks include Major, Colonel, Major General, Lieutenant General, and General, with 100,000 drawing 800. Even a Lieutenant General requires a conscription of 30,000 to reach a scale of 1,000, while a General requires an army scale of 3 million, unless they are 300,000 veteran soldiers. Name, Guanzhong, 25 years old, bloodline, human, implanted identity, fallen noble bloodline from the Flower Kingdom, proficient in finance. Specially recruited into the kingdom's finance department, strength, S physique, S spirit, SSS talent. The salt and iron debate is good at managing the imperial economy, creating prosperous commerce for the empire with a GDP growth rate of 50. Respect the king and expel the barbarians, enhancing the king's dignity. Uniting various forces within the empire to resist foreign powers. Note, this helps the host to enhance and refine his Conqueror's Haki. Skills: Armed Color Haki, Proficient. Observation Color Haki, Advanced. Conqueror's Haki, Respect the king and expel barbarians, Awakened. Sword Path, King's Sword, Swordmaster. Devil Fruit, None, although not of the general type. The value of this civilian general far exceeds that of an ordinary general. After all, the development of the empire indeed requires talents in economic management to oversee its prosperous development, enriching the lives of the common people. The second talent left Lin Hao in shock. Respect the king and expel barbarians? This can enhance the king's dignity within the empire, thereby refining and even enhancing his Conqueror's Haki. Indeed, he is worthy of being a royal-level scholar. Over time, his Conqueror's Haki will also automatically advance to the top level. Talent: Double Eyes, a single eye with 2 pupils, a celestial anomaly. Moreover, under the double eyes, the power of Conqueror's Haki can be doubled, especially since Lin Hao himself possesses a special type of Conqueror's Haki. At this moment, the pressure exerted by Lin Hao under the double eyes is more terrifying than that of the peak period of red-haired Shanks. Superhuman class, Space Fruit. Time is respected. Space is king. The ability of the Time Fruit is said to allow one to traverse the future. Lin Hao has no doubt about the terror of the Space Fruit. Compared to the Door Fruit and the Bottle Fruit, which only involve space-related abilities, the Space Fruit truly controls the power of space. Who should eat it? Abayo? Guanzhong? As for Bai Qi, Lin Hao naturally has better options. Through the power granted by slaughter, a blood-related devil fruit would be best. Especially since Lin Hao knows about the vampire devil fruit. The superhuman class space devil fruit is not Bai Qi's first choice. The mythical beast type would be the best choice for a general. Bai Qi is not a civilian general. Wang Yu, notify Bai Qi and Guanzhong to come over. Master Dragon, please wait. Wang Yu, several kilometers away, received the order and notified Bai Qi through the video phone worm linking the entire Flower Kingdom, informing him that Guanzhong was heading to the God Society. As for the palace of the Flower Kingdom, Lin Hao considers it suitable for a summer resort, especially since Lin Yu is still alive. Therefore, Lin Hao intends to build a giant city 10 times more magnificent than Dragon City on the outskirts of Longdu. Chapter 27, Civilian General. Guanzhong the white-bearded man is coming. Bai Qi, Guanzhong, greets the Dragon Lord. Lin Hao looks at the black and white duo before him, both elegantly dressed, tall, and imposing, with strikingly handsome features. They could definitely be rated among the top 10 handsome men of the empire. Guanzhong, you will henceforth be the director of the Commercial Bureau, responsible for the empire's economy. Guanzhong bows in gratitude for the Dragon Lord's recognition. As one of the 9 ministers, this is an absolutely high-ranking position in the empire. Moreover, it aligns perfectly with Guanzhong's expertise, and he is confident he can accomplish great things. General Bai Qi, there is a devil fruit in the sleepy ancient town, which is a vampire form of the phantom beast type. Your talent lies in ghostly energy, making you suitable for the path of slaughter. Therefore, you are to integrate the elite forces of the 8 Treasure Navy and establish a pirate crew, roaming the seas to enhance your strength. When General Bai Qi claims the title of Emperor in the New World, it will be the day of your return. I will not disappoint the Dragon Lord. Bai Qi replies earnestly. Lin Hao then takes out 3 devil fruits and hands them to Bai Qi. The Paramecia-type Soundwave fruit, the Quick-Slash fruit, and the Logia-type Candy fruit. The Quick-Slash fruit was acquired by Lin Hao from the Hade family and is an extremely powerful offensive devil fruit. The Logia-type Candy fruit and the Soundwave fruit were traded between Kaido and Lin Hao. The Logia-type was exchanged for an ancient type. The Paramecia-type was exchanged for a regular Zoan type, and along with the ice fruit from Xiaoyao, Lin Hao obtained the ancient type, Terrorjaw pig, mantis shrimp, and Marma fruit and the canned bird fruit. Looking at the 3 powerful devil fruits before him, Bai Qi carefully puts them away. The Quick-Slash fruit allows the eater to transform their entire body into sharp blades. If a powerful martial artist consumes it, they become not only invulnerable, but also have explosive attack power. Although the Soundwave fruit's attack is not as sharp as the Quick-Slash fruit, a loud roar can create a wide-area attack. The Logia-type Candy fruit is similar to a special Paramecia-type gummy fruit, combining the features of the candy fruit, which can evade physical attacks with strong control capabilities, making it a decent Logia-type devil fruit. At the same time, Lin Hao also hands the Paramecia-type space fruit to Guanzhong. Guanzhong is a king-level civil minister and may not surpass Bai Qi in terms of hockey achievements. However, in terms of potential, especially in the development of devil fruits, he is not necessarily weaker than Bai Qi, fitting the category of a civilian general, especially with the abilities of this god-level devil fruit. Ha ha! Little ghost, Whitebeard is coming. On Onigashima, Lin Hao and Kaido are discussing the future arrangements for the Beast Pirates. Apart from the hell of no interference being managed by the Beast Pirates, the treatment of the Beast Pirates in the Dragon Kingdom and God Island is not much different from that of ordinary citizens. Lin Hao is worried that these brutes will act recklessly in the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, a 1,000-mile dam could be destroyed by an anthole. However, before Lin Hao could say anything to Kaido, he unexpectedly received some surprising news. Whitebeard is on his way here. Previously, when Kaido occupied Wano and killed Kazuki Oden, Whitebeard had not taken any action. Now, unexpectedly, Whitebeard is heading towards the Dragon Kingdom. This is clearly aimed at Lin Hao. Whitebeard, who must have known about Kaido killing Kazuki Oden, would not be unaware. Even just a life card would indicate everything. But that was Kazuki Oden's own choice. Now that Wano is directly pressed down by the Flower Country, Whitebeard wants to weigh Lin Hao's haki to prevent the extinction of the Kazuki clan. Then let there be war. With the Dragon Kingdom just established, a foundational battle is needed, not only to establish itself in the New World, but also to give the world government enough deterrence. Whitebeard is the best choice. Ha ha! Use Whitebeard to establish authority? Kaido seems to have heard some rebellious theory, his copper ring-like eyes flashing with intense battle intent. Lin Hao, however, looks at Quinn, who is eavesdropping nearby, and smiles slightly, saying, "Quinn, during this time, I need you to create some things. I will reward you with some good things afterward. Whatever the Dragon Lord needs, I will definitely do it, Quinn replies. Hearing Lin Hao's order, Quinn dares not be negligent. Regardless of Lin Hao's strength, just the likes of Wang Yu and Li Yuanba are not people he can afford to offend. Don't worry, making some small gadgets is very simple for you. Regarding Whitebeard, Lin Hao is most worried about Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Whitebeard's sea tremors can easily overpower his dragon dance technique, not to mention Whitebeard's even more terrifying air tremors or other methods. Therefore, Lin Hao plans to make some preparations for group attacks. One-on-one, Lin Hao is not worried. Li Yuanba's strength may not be weaker than Whitebeard's, but Whitebeard has many powerful subordinates. Compared to the 2 or 3 big cats in the Beast Pirates right now, Whitebeard's pirate crew essentially has the scale of the Marineford War, with 10 captains and an unknown number of pirates beneath them. Just Marco, Diamond Jozu, and Flower Sword Vista are 3 legendary pirates in the New World. Those captains who can rival vice admirals are not simple characters. They are undoubtedly experts in the New World. Okay, Kaido, I originally came to discuss the rules of the Beast Pirates with you, but now it seems unnecessary. In a pirate world where strength is respected, as long as the Dragon Kingdom defeats Whitebeard, then the rules of the Dragon Kingdom will be the rules. Lin Hao's domineering declaration makes Kaido laugh. Yes, every year, how many newcomers flock in, all aiming for Whitebeard. But without exception, very few newcomers can get close to Whitebeard. However, Kaido understands the strength of the Dragon Kingdom at this moment. If they truly go all out, they might indeed defeat Whitebeard. By the way, find a large island to move 10 miles away from the Dragon Kingdom. I don't want to fight Whitebeard in the Dragon Kingdom. Haha, I'll take care of it by tomorrow. Kaido does not refuse. The terror of top experts clashing is absolutely like a force that can annihilate everything. Fighting in the Dragon Kingdom, with Whitebeard's tremor fruit's terrifying power, whether the Dragon Kingdom can exist after the battle is a question, and this is also Whitebeard's intention. After all, Whitebeard is coming specifically for the Dragon Kingdom this time. Otherwise, why would he suddenly come now? As for avenging Kazuki Oden, if he wanted to avenge Kazuki, Whitebeard would have come long ago. He wouldn't wait until now. It's not a matter of lacking information. During the preparation for battle, Lin Hao left by Chi, who was about to lead the Iron Eagle warriors to confront the Whitebeard pirates. Meanwhile, the requesting Green Pepper was held back by Lin Hao. Regardless of how much combat power Green Pepper has left now, as one of the most esteemed figures in the Flower Kingdom, Lin Hao needs them to suppress the discordant voices within the country. Chapter 28. One sword opens the gate to heaven. 500 million volts, heavenly sword technique. One sword opens the gate to heaven. In the sky, a golden giant sword with a diameter of over 1,000 meters emerged from the thunderclouds, carrying the power to destroy the world and annihilate all things. Descending from the 9th heaven, beneath this sword, which could tear apart the heavens and destroy everything, was the infamous Whitebeard pirate crew of the New World. Wang Yu was not a main combatant. His true mission was to protect Lin Hao's safety. However, as the Whitebeard pirates approached the Land of Dragons, he still unleashed the long-prepared ultimate move. One sword opens the gate to heaven. Upon seeing the towering island on the heavenly pillar, the pirates of the Whitebeard fleet, eager to unleash a massacre, felt the space around them tighten. They then witnessed an unforgettable scene. A golden giant sword, resembling a world-destroying blade, locked onto them from the thunderclouds. This sword seemed to move slowly, yet was incredibly swift, and within less than 3 breaths. It made them experience a sense of despair and impending death that felt like a century. The captains had no doubt about the possibility of surviving the sword strike, especially Bista, the flower sword, who was ready to face it with his dual blades, but was already sweating coldly with a look of horror. At this moment, he was not the great swordsman he would become 12 years later. Little Marco was also not the vice admiral he would be in 12 years. His strength not yet matching that of the exceptionally talented Jin. Gulalala, how the little devils become this terrifying, even attacking from outside the 5 seas? At this moment, Whitebeard chuckled lightly, but his expression was extraordinarily grave. This golden giant sword possessed a destructive power beyond that of Raijin and the supreme sword intent of a great swordsman, firmly locking onto them. Whitebeard understood that this must be the great swordsman by Lin Hao's side, and it was said to be the user of the Thunder Fruit. The most terrifying aspect was the perfect combination of swordsmanship and fruit ability, unleashing a terrifying power akin to ancient weapons. To counter this sword that opened the gate to heaven, he would need to use all his strength. Otherwise, this pirate fleet would go to their doom. Skyquake. At the moment the world-destroying golden giant sword was about to fall, Whitebeard's accumulated power finally reached its peak. With a leap, he swung his Naginata to meet the golden giant sword. In an instant, the color of heaven and earth changed, and space shattered. The red lightning under his domination instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. The ability of the tremor fruit centered around the blade of the Naginata. With silver lightning-like spatial cracks intertwining with the red lightning, the aura of world destruction enveloping the entire sea. Boom! Whitebeard's peak strike truly possessed the power to destroy the world, a terrifying force that even the Navy had to avoid. If one were to ask who could break the established rules of the sea while being equal to an emperor and fight against two opponents, many would undoubtedly answer Whitebeard. The collision of the golden giant sword and the sky quake first brought a silence that froze time and space, followed by an explosive shockwave of destruction that swept through the world in an instant. The sea roared, and heaven and earth split apart. Towering columns of water surged around them like monstrous waves. Above the Whitebeard fleet, a terrifying black hole suddenly appeared, swallowing all surrounding light and life. The massive water columns, resembling swimming dragons with a diameter of 100 meters, were engulfed by the black hole. This scene of world destruction shocked everyone in the Land of Dragons. This was the clash of the Sea Emperors. Lin Yu was speechless. He had thought Wang Yu's great swordsman strike could cut through anything, but he never imagined Wang Yu's ultimate move would be so terrifying. The combat power of these two far exceeded his understanding of strong individuals. Even Qingjiao, in the face of such terrifying attacks, would feel as insignificant as an ant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The aftermath over the sea dissipated for a long time. The survivors did not feel joy, only endless horror. Marco looked at Whitebeard, whose expression was grave, his tiger-like eyes fixed on the direction of the Land of Dragons. Recalling Whitebeard's previous lament. Could it be, Dad, is this person really attacking us from outside the Five Seas? With such terrifying world-destroying power. If the opponent were in the air, they would likely have already been swallowed by the black hole. But Marco knew that such a powerful individual would not easily fall. Gulalala. The opponent was not the main force in this battle. They did not have the relentless fighting spirit, likely wanting to test Whitebeard's worth in this sea. Not the opponent's main force. The captains of the pirate ships were all horrified, unable to believe their eyes as they looked at Whitebeard. An attack from outside the Five Seas? And such a terrifying expert was not even their main player, not to mention Bista and others, even the deeply hidden Marshal D. Teach showed a look of fear. Just how deep were the waters of the Land of Dragons? How terrifying. The Land of Dragons actually hides such formidable power users. One sword opens the gate to heaven. Not only did it shock the Whitebeard pirates, but it also left the Navy headquarters in silence. Sengoku gazed at the sword descending from the sky, which could only be countered by Whitebeard's full power, wondering what great terror was hidden in the Land of Dragons. Most importantly, the Flower Kingdom had transformed into the Land of Dragons, completely breaking away from the world government. For at least half a month now, the Land of Dragons had not contacted the world government. The world government had no news of contacting the Flower Kingdom. Clearly, the Land of Dragons disregarded the world government. But after this battle, the Land of Dragons would become another powerful force in the new world that even the Navy would greatly fear. Under such terrifying power, who would still submit over 100 billion berries each year to gain the world government's protection. And all of this could have been avoided. Ha ha ha! Sengoku, you definitely won't believe it. Who would have thought that someone would dare to attack Whitebeard from outside the Five Seas? It's a pity that person didn't go personally. Otherwise, Whitebeard might not have been able to block it so easily. By the way, Sengoku, your battle plan has failed. The Land of Dragons has Kaido stationed there and the previous pillars of the Flower Kingdom. Even with the addition of the world government CP0, they can't take it down. The already unusually silent Navy headquarters became even quieter with Karp's report, where a pin drop could be heard. Not to mention Sengoku. I feel like I've also been targeted. Ha ha! My iron fist is already eager to strike. It's bad. Quick dodge. Fistbone meteor. Boom. The Navy headquarters only heard a massive explosion that shattered the sea and tore through the sky, followed by the cries for help of numerous Navy soldiers. On one side of the Land of Dragons, in a sea area about 10 nautical miles away, the Navy fleet learned that Whitebeard was coming to the Land of Dragons and planned to lie in wait nearby, hoping to strike when both sides were mutually injured. Upon learning of the Navy's intentions, Lin Hao instructed Wang Yu to unleash a wave of flying swords to kill. 500 million volts heavenly sword technique. A 3-foot-long sword, forged of gold, transformed under the quenching of thunder into a golden giant sword with a diameter of 100 meters. Immediately, with a sweep of Wang Yu's hand, the 500 million volts of thunder instantaneously converted into over 100 million amperes of electrical kinetic energy. The golden giant sword, at the moment of transformation into electromagnetic kinetic energy, shot out like a streak of golden light. The lightning-like sword light reached the Navy fleet in an instant. This was no longer supersonic. This was the speed of light after the golden giant sword was assimilated by the lightning, and the attack combined the elemental physical properties of thunder and gold, surpassing even the magma fruit. Aside from Karp's quick reaction with a punch, 10 top-tier Navy battleships were instantly reduced to wreckage, the thunderous flames illuminating a large part of the sky, drawing attention. Dad, it's coming from a Navy's direction. That beam, similar to Kizaru's laser, filled with the terrifying sharpness of a great swordsman's slash, clearly indicated that another mysterious great swordsman had made a move. The Navy underestimated their opponent and ended up being taken advantage of. Gula la 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 la. Whitebeard had long known about the tales behind this and understood that the world government would not miss this opportunity. After all, during that large-scale war in the New World, there was no shadow of the Navy around. But Whitebeard did not expect that Lin Hao had actually dealt with the observing Navy first. Chapter 29, Dragon Master vs. Whitebeard quack, quack. In the sky above the New World, several albatrosses looked at the cameras in their hands, displaying an indescribable excitement in their human-like expressions. The world-destroying sword that opened the heavenly gate, the super electromagnetic cannon golden slash that swept through the Navy's grand fleet, and the terrifying swordsmanship of Wang Yu, had already proven that he was undoubtedly one of the top powerhouses on the sea. He was also the mysterious great swordsman from 3 years ago. To everyone's surprise, he reappeared in front of the world as such a terrifying top-tier powerhouse. Whitebeard, gazing at the massive figure on the Moby Dick, Lin Hao slowly stood up from the dragon throne. On either side of Lin Hao were Wang Yu, bearing the golden sword wheel, and Li Yuanba, wielding dual hammers. Below them stood the 4 great generals, Bao, Bai Qi, Fishman Aiding, and Bu Wu. Surrounding them were 800 Iron Eagle warriors clad in black battle armor. No, at this moment, they should be called the Black Dragon Warriors. With Quinn's help, they had finally completed the production of 800 sets of graphite armor within half a month. Lin Hao and the others were not scientists. Even knowing the principle of carbon fiber, the probability of failure in production was still too high. But for Quinn, once he understood the principle, it was just a small kiss. The speed was not something Lin Hao and the others could compare to. Gulalala. Whitebeard gazed at the battle formation on the island. Although he appeared dismissive, his captivating tiger-like eyes were filled with a serious expression. Without even mentioning Lin Hao's strength, the figures on either side of him radiated the aura of oceanic royalty. One was sharp as a sword, emanating the same aura as the earlier sword that opened the heavenly gate. The other was unmatched in dominance, like an ancient ferocious beast, with a battle intent soaring to the sky. The dual Emperor Brigade. Then, Whitebeard looked at Lin Hao in the center, who also possessed an Emperor-level aura. Moreover, given Lin Hao's age and potential, it was a certainty that he would grow into an Emperor-level powerhouse in the future, akin to the next Roger Pirate crew. It was unexpected that the old era had not passed, and already, the powerhouses of the new era had descended. There's a saying in the Flower Country, talents emerge in every generation, each leading the way for hundreds of years. From the Rock's pirate crew 30 years ago to the 3 legendary pirates 20 years ago, the Great Pirate Age has already been underway for 10 years. Whitebeard, you have stood at the pinnacle of this world for too long, making it difficult for newcomers to rise. Gulalala, upon hearing Lin Hao's flattery, Whitebeard couldn't help but show a hint of pride. Yes, after experiencing these 3 great eras, the remaining old friends were indeed few. If it weren't for the Wano Country left by Kazuki Oden, he wouldn't even bother to take action against a newcomer, especially when this newcomer was in a position of complete victory. The dual Emperor pirate crew. Even if Whitebeard was arrogant, he would not dare to easily claim victory. Not to mention that there was still Kaido behind him. Kid, how about you withdraw from Wano Country? Not how about it. There's another saying in the Flower Country. Do lords and generals have no breed? Even those born with conqueror's haki may not achieve greater success than those without it. Moreover, in the Great Pirate Age, it is the strong who are respected, occupying everything. Since this god has become the king of the Flower Country, he naturally must occupy the best place in the New World, with ample freshwater resources, precious sea stone mines, and easily defensible mountain barriers. Even the devil fruits are the most abundant and the rarest mythical zoan types. The great god of the dragon, the great entrance way, and the 8-headed serpent. As an emperor of a nation, how could I give up such a chosen land? Lin Hao's unyielding dominance made Whitebeard's eyes narrow. Moreover, Lin Hao also unveiled the supreme Great Blade, the Dragon Blade, for the first time, infusing it with advanced conqueror's haki, causing the extraordinarily magnificent Han blade to emit a buzzing dragon's roar. Whitebeard, if you want me to withdraw from Wano Country, then let's see if you have that capacity. With his dual pupils, Lin Hao's conqueror's haki wrapped around the dragon blade, accompanied by the impact of lightning, instantly transformed into a powerful shockwave that enveloped the entire area. The Dragon Nation's camp was fine, as all 800 Iron Eagle warriors were school-level powerhouses. But for the Whitebeard pirates, most of them rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Gulalala, not bad haki. Boom! Immediately, Whitebeard unleashed his terrifying red lightning, which clashed with Lin Hao's conqueror's haki like 2 distinct torrents colliding. Water and fire clashed, and clouds surged. Even a vast ocean, under the confrontation of the 2 top-tier conqueror's haki, surged violently, with towering waves rising to the sky. Nearby sea kings flipped onto their backs, floating directly on the surface of the sea. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone watching from the outside gasped in shock. There have been many clashes of haki, but those who could match Whitebeard's haki were few and far between. Dragon Blade, Stag Hunt, concentrating Conqueror's haki onto the blade. A sharpness capable of tearing space and cutting through all things swept out. Spacequake. Whitebeard simultaneously swung his Naginata. The 2 had not yet collided, remaining a distance of several meters apart. But a destructive, world-ending aura of haki erupted, instantly sending red lightning sweeping over a radius of several kilometers, splitting the rolling clouds in the sky in 2, while the sea below them flowed away from their feet. Such a terrifying clash of haki made even the captains on the Moby Dick change their expressions drastically. They did not expect that a mere king of the Dragon Nation could possess such terrifying top-tier haki. Moreover, Marco, watching the deck of the Moby Dick crumbling inch by inch, thought of one person. Kid, come die for me. Suddenly, a figure leaped out of the sea, launching a lethal punch, the fist of Meteor, at Lin Hao, who was clashing with Whitebeard. 500 million volts, heavenly sword technique. At the moment Carp leaped out of the water, a golden sword in Wang Yu's hand erupted with dazzling golden light. Then, a 10-meter-long golden sword flashed and vanished. Although it was much smaller than the previous golden giant sword, it was even sharper and more solid, crackling with electricity. The golden giant sword shot into the sky, directly knocking Carp, who had leaped up to ambush Lin Hao, flying away, making him crash heavily back into the nearby sea. In a fit of anger, Carp's Kinbunchika haki did not react in time. If it weren't for his terrifying haki defense, this strike could have easily taken down this naval hero. After all, 10 top-tier warships and thousands of elite Navy personnel were nearly wiped out by a single sweep from Wang Yu. Naturally, this debt would be counted on Lin Hao's head. At this moment, the clash of hockey between Lin Hao and Whitebeard also came to an end, ultimately concluding with Lin Hao's hockey being insufficient. Thud, thud, thud. Taking 3 steps back, Lin Hao retreated into the Dragon Nation's camp. However, no one underestimated Lin Hao. Although he lost in the hockey clash, he was facing Whitebeard. Many people lacked the courage to even draw their swords in front of Whitebeard, let alone compete with him in a clash of hockey, where Lin Hao was only slightly inferior. This was truly rare in the entire New World. Gulalala. Kid, your Conqueror's hockey is quite special, and its destructive power exceeds that of red-haired Shanks. You remind me of someone. Rocks. Lin Hao did not deny it. He even named the person in Whitebeard's mind. Meanwhile, Lin Hao looked at Carp, who was climbing back ashore, and sarcastically said, "What's wrong? Vice Admiral Carp can't handle it. Since you intervened, you should be prepared to get involved." Back then, hundreds of Navy personnel protected this prince and were killed. Wasn't the Navy quite prepared for that? Hiss. Salt on the wound, and it was enough to infuriate this legendary naval veteran, making everyone gasp in shock. But Carp had already calmed down, especially after the 2 heavenly sword techniques struck him. Although he did not believe that Wang Yu would be his opponent, Wang Yu is undoubtedly a very troublesome existence. The sharpness and heft of the golden sword, combined with the strongest destructive power of the thunder fruit, are far more domineering than the attacks of magma. In a short time, it will be impossible to determine a winner. Moreover, this is Kaido's home ground. Chapter 30, Fistbone Versus. Warhammer by Chi strangled Yuan Ba. Are you going to meet this old guy S Iron Fist? Young fists fear the old. This old man S bones are quite hard. If you let loose and kill him, it's on me. Really, big brother? Li Yuanba, holding 2 hammers, excitedly walked towards Carp. Even though Whitebeard saw Li Yuanba as a thin and pitiful fool, he still showed surprise. Although Carp had just been blasted into the sea by Wang Yu with a single sword strike, Whitebeard and the others knew the power of Carp's Iron Fist. Even he did not dare to underestimate the character, who could win easily. While Yuanba's aura was strong, he was ultimately just a rookie, and moreover, he looked like a sickly ghost. Ha ha ha, little brat. You actually underestimate this old man as Iron Fist. Iron Fist, Tiger Roar. In his fury, Carp's Iron Fist roared like a tiger, bringing with it a meteoric impact that appeared above Li Yuanba in an instant, delivering a punch straight down. 8 Fist Punch. Li Yuanba did not use his hammers, responding with a punch of his own, shaking everyone around him. Fistbone versus 8 Fist Punch, especially when Carp's fist, as big as a cooking pot, met Li Yuanba's fist. The size and strength were clearly defined. Boom! With a collision of power, the overwhelming aura roared like thunder, violently impacting and directly reducing the surrounding giant rocks within 100 meters to dust. Carp's Iron Fist, capable of shattering mountains, now exhibited a strange distortion. Even with Whitebeard's observation hockey, he felt the 2 punches that could kill large sea kings collide in an instant. Bang! Immediately after, the Iron Fist that made waves across the sea was once again sent flying by a single punch, landing in the nearby sea. Li Yuanba merely rubbed his wrist and looked at the direction where Carp fell into the sea with a bored expression. This scene almost made Marco and the others' eyes pop out. Even Jean and Quinn were swallowing their saliva, filled with disbelief. This sickly ghost actually knocked Carp away with 1 punch. Be careful, Yuanba. Mistakes are this old guy's norm. Don't be careless. Before Lin Hao could finish his warning, the sea surface exploded and a figure leaped into the sky, then crashed down towards Li Yuanba. Fistbone Meteor, Wind and Thunder Warhammer. Boom! Carp's Iron Fist met Li Yuanba's drum-shaped golden hammer, and a shockwave akin to a nuclear explosion swept across the sea, stirring up towering waves and pushing back the distance. Within a kilometer, the shockwave flattened everything in its path. The clash of 1 punch and 1 hammer, with the confrontation of Conqueror's hockey, left everyone in shock. Another strong wielder of Conqueror's hockey. Yuanba, use another hammer on him. Lin Hao's voice made Carp's eyes widen, and he suddenly felt a shadow approaching. Boom! 2 fists clashed against 2 hammers. Even if Li Yuanba swung his hammer casually, it possessed immense power, sending Carp flying once more. All his strength was concentrated in that punch against the hammer. But the shock among the crowd was unparalleled. If the first time was due to Carp's carelessness, what about the second? Moreover, this time Carp had made a third mistake. Fortunately, Carp was prepared this time. After landing, he bounced back again, and the fierce iron fist clashed repeatedly with Li Yuanba's swinging hammer, creating waves of oppressive aura that surged in all directions, leaving everyone dumbfounded. This was Carp fully serious, yet he still couldn't suppress the seemingly sickly Li Yuanba. In fact, Li Yuanba became more excited as he fought. The 36 hammers of heaven like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, forcing Carp to retreat repeatedly. Whitebeard, it's our turn. The battle was about to erupt. Lin Hao sheathed his dragon blade, holding the heavy sword god edge with both hands, his aura diminishing but his fighting spirit rising. Compared to the imperial symbol of the dragon blade, Lin Hao's weapon was more suited for him. Conqueror's Haki? Ultimately, it's not the manifestation of ultimate power. This is the difference between the righteous path and tyranny. Holding the god edge, Lin Hao's demonic bloodline was unleashed, revealing a madman awakened like Kaido with the genes of war. Guralala. That's right, today's South Home Court is ours. Buzz. Lin Hao's figure vanished, and the moment he reappeared, he swung the god edge in midair. Heavy sword god edge, breaking the boundary. Conqueror's Haki gathered on the blade. Under the violent destruction of thunder and lightning, a sword that tore through darkness and shattered illusions was swung out. Boom! Under the scythe, that sword energy capable of annihilating everything was directly shattered by the shock fruit ability. The impact, like a volcanic eruption, surged towards Lin Hao, almost sending him flying away. Again, Lin Hao's figure intertwined with Whitebeard, and the clash of the scythe and heavy sword created shockwaves of Conqueror's Haki that felt like nuclear explosions, sweeping in all directions. Lin Hao's expression was fierce, as he swung the heavy sword with all his might like a demon. As Marco engaged in combat with Lin Hao and Whitebeard, he quickly prepared to confront Wang Yu, wanting to help Whitebeard hold off this top-tier powerhouse of the sea. But Wang Yu ignored Marco, his golden wool spinning behind him, showing no concern for the descending Marco. Ada! Bang! A shadow flashed in front of Marco, and a punch came crashing down. Boom! Marco felt as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer and was sent crashing into the distance, unable to recover for a short time. The blue flames burned, as if a force was blocking his recovery. This was the damage attack of top-tier Haki. Then Marco looked at the black hand that attacked him and found it was a panda. Poe's provocative gesture and his constantly changing footwork looked extremely comical. But the experts present understood that Marco was a mythical Zoan-type Phoenix user, and his own strength was at the level of a vice admiral, with a resilience that was absolutely at the level of an admiral. Even if a sneak attack could achieve this, it showed the opponent's strength. Marco, seeing Marco down, Bista, wielding dual swords, launched a series of slashing attacks towards Pa. The slashes were wild and swift. Just as Po was dodging in a flurry, Bista's dual blades suddenly slashed towards Poe's wide-open chest. Hee, just kidding. Under the chaotic slashes, the originally flustered Po suddenly smiled cunningly, and his figure was already in front of Bista. 8-fist punch, divine dragon energy blast. Boom. Even with the dual blades crossed in defense, a shockwave from the roaring divine dragon still pierced through Bista's defensive stance. The two top-tier fighters of the Whitebeard pirates were defeated, although he used some tricks. The two main forces of Whitebeard were unexpectedly incapacitated by the opponent in one move, and Poe's figure entered the sight of major powers. Moreover, Poe's playful demeanor showed that he had already held back in his attacks. 5,000 punches. Shining heavy punch. The two massive figures clashed. The power of the great white shark, Aiden, and the 100-fold wrist strength faced off against Diamond Jaw's diamond heavy punch, surprisingly not losing ground. The tyrannical and powerful force stirred up clouds of dust and flying stones. The two, one powerful and heavy, the other defensively unmatched, were momentarily at a standstill. This was Diamond Jaws. As for the other captains, they also began to engage with Bai Chi and Bu Wu in combat. Bu Wu faced off against Sachi. With blades clashing, their Haki colliding, both evenly matched. Especially when Bu Wu transformed into a giant ape, he swept across the battlefield. Bai Chi was not like Pa. He commanded the 800 Black Dragon elite soldiers to form battle formations, slaughtering the crew of the Whitebeard pirates. With a long sword at his waist and a halberd in hand, a heavy shield in front and a long halberd behind. In just a short time, more than half of the Whitebeard pirates who had landed were taken down by Chi's slaughter. Slashing? Firearms? In front of these graphite battle armors. Even those supernovas found it extremely difficult to break through their defenses. Moreover, the bloodshed from Bai Chi's sword was essentially one strike per enemy, showing no intention of holding back. After all, this was a confrontation between two armies, and Bai Chi didn't have as many scruples as Lin Hao. Chapter 31. Whitebeard surrenders. The war ends, you little brat. You've angered me. Whitebeard glanced at the crew member who had been strangled to death, his eyes filled with rage. However, although Lin Hao was not a match for Whitebeard, he was not an ordinary opponent either, making it difficult for Whitebeard to escape in a short time. Quake! The immense threat from the Naginata met Lin Hao head-on as he wielded his heavy sword. Heavy sword Divine Edge, City Breaker. The domineering aura on the sword blade roared like lightning, engulfing the battlefield. Yet, the overwhelming power of the quake, combined with Whitebeard's terrifying strength, sent Lin Hao flying once more after just 3 breaths. The residual shockwaves from the quake disrupted the formation of Bai Chi's army. Despite this, the disparity in strength between the two sides remained apparent. Lin Hao managed to block Whitebeard's quake residuals, but the attacks from the Black Dragon elite soldiers were limited. Moreover, the pirates found themselves unable to break through defenses, and even when facing the suddenly chaotic Black Dragon elite soldiers, they quickly fell back into a deadlock. Military discipline was strict, and their will was strong. This was the most basic quality of the Black Dragon elite soldiers, which also sparked Whitebeard's murderous intent towards Bai Chi. However, his enemy was Lin Hao, and it was Lin Hao in peak condition. As Whitebeard glanced at Bai Chi, a 10-meter-tall dragon man emerged from the dust, leaping into the air, flying close to the ground, wielding a heavy sword that carried immense power. Heavy sword Divine Edge, World Breaker, Quake. The peak confrontation between the two great masters had truly entered a heated phase. The clash of heaven-splitting and sea-shattering forces, as Whitebeard swung his Naginata with all his might, found Lin Hao wielding his heavy sword surprisingly unyielding. Even the blue flame clouds occasionally stirred up towering waves, crashing towards Whitebeard. In an instant, their destructive power multiplied several times. Relying on the powerful physique of the Ghost Clan and the ancient fruits enhancements, Lin Hao exhibited strength and physicality comparable to Whitebeard for a short time. However, this was ultimately temporary. Especially under Whitebeard's frequent heavy blows, Lin Hao's stamina drained rapidly. To fully contend with Whitebeard's strength, Lin Hao needed to awaken his fruit powers to reach the level of direct confrontation with Whitebeard. Boom, boom, boom. Each clash between the Naginata and the heavy sword sent shockwaves sweeping across the battlefield, with the forceful collisions echoing like thunder, deafening. Under Lin Hao's feet, every outpouring of power cracked the ground, spreading over 100 meters. Gradually, the entire island began to sink. On the other side, compared to Lin Hao's struggle, Carp found himself in a similar predicament. Youth is feared. Moreover, Li Yuanba not only possessed strength exceeding Whitebeard's, but also had the powers and attributes of a mythical beast. The thunderous roar of the wind thunder hammer struck Carp with a double blow. Had it not been for his unparalleled hockey, he would have been sent flying long ago by the wind thunder hammer. Yet, even so, the dual hammer's impact shattered space. This was Whitebeard's method. In less than a short while, Carp felt his hockey depleting rapidly. At this point, Li Yuanba already possessed the strength to take down a general solo. Only Kaido, relying on his immunity to wind and thunder and his indestructible physique, could match Li Yuanba in a clash. But whether it was Whitebeard or Carp, facing Li Yuanba meant enduring double blows. The most crucial point was that they were old. Even if it wasn't 12 years later, Carp and Whitebeard were already in their 60s, and their physical qualities had begun to decline. Whitebeard, do you want to keep fighting? If this continues, my Dragon Kingdom might suffer significant losses in your mutual destruction, and Marco and the others would also have to stay here. After being sent flying by the Quake ability again, Lin Hao halted the confrontation. At that moment on the battlefield, Marco and Hua Jian, two great masters, were being forced to flee by Abeo's long staff. Even though Hua Jian was a seasoned swordsman, his dazzling swordsmanship could neither break through Abeo's defenses nor avoid being struck by Abeo's staff. If Abeo had wielded a long sword, blood would have splattered everywhere. In a situation where strength and speed reached their peaks, all that dazzling swordsmanship provided opportunities for the opponent, especially with Abeo's formidable martial arts talent. First with Tantru and then with Bista, both of whom had connections with Kazuki Oden, they were all similar in swordsmanship. And Abeo had long since seen through the intricacies of the dual sword style. Marco's kicking techniques seemed clumsy before Abeo. In a short time, both were left battered and bruised. Had Abeo not shown mercy, they would not have been merely in a dire situation. As for the Akazeya 9 from Wano, Aizu was struggling under Bai Chi's sword. Had Bai Chi not just been summoned, Aizu wouldn't have lasted 3 moves before losing his head. The other captains fared no better under the siege of the Black Dragon elite soldiers. Just 8 centurions were 8 strong individuals at the rear admiral level. Not to mention that the other Black Dragon elite soldiers were all at least school-level experts. Diamond Jozu and Fishman Eden were evenly matched, but they were merely holding off one Fishman Eden, while Sachi was only stalling a small kid. Gulalalala, little brat, you win. Whitebeard looked at his sons, all on the brink of death, and he knew that if he didn't concede, the Whitebeard pirates might really face annihilation. Although conceding at this moment was humiliating, it at least preserved the essence of the Whitebeard pirates. More importantly, it saved the lives of Marco and the others. They were his most beloved sons. A mere bit of face was nothing. Cease fire. Upon hearing Lin Hao's voice, the Black Dragon elite soldiers immediately stopped their attacks and retreated in an orderly manner. Boom, boom, boom. Shortly after, the melodious and crisp sound of the golden bell resonated. At the moment Lin Hao announced the ceasefire, the angelic beings on Divine Island rang the golden bell that signified the end of the war. This allowed Li Yuanba, who was fighting nearby, to also strike Karp back and cease fighting. The battle, which had been evenly matched, could only be considered a warm-up at this point. However, Li Yuanba and Karp knew that the war was over. Karp recognized the defeat Whitebeard had just admitted, and he also understood that the power of the Dragon Kingdom far exceeded his comprehension. Moreover, there was a great swordsman behind them, spinning a sword wheel, who had yet to make a move. They knew Wang Yu was not a mere spearhead, but was tasked with protecting Lin Hao, preventing Whitebeard from making a dying counterattack to drag Lin Hao down. It seemed I could sit down and talk. Lin Hao returned to his dragon throne, flanked by 2 main forces to stabilize the situation. Even Whitebeard and Karp wore serious expressions. They had not expected the final outcome to be like this. Waha, how long have we even fought? This is barely a warm-up. It's boring. Suddenly, a long laugh filled with disappointment erupted, and both Whitebeard and Karp's expressions darkened. Then, a massive dragon descended like a bomb onto the already fragmented island, Kaido wielding his kanabo, seemingly still eager for battle. Beast Kaido, the surviving members of the Whitebeard pirates, changed their expressions slightly. At the same time, Jin also arrived with Kaido, landing and cautiously eyeing the powerful forces from various sides. At this moment, aside from Karp, over 1,000 surviving Navy personnel had slowly come ashore, with 5 Navy vice admirals on high alert. After all, they had swum such a long distance from their starting point purely relying on their stamina. They had lost more than half of their navy on the way. The ceaseless clash of haki and the towering waves created by could easily claim the lives of many Navy personnel. Chapter 32, War Compensation Indulgence. Again, Kaido. Don't just stand there and talk without feeling the pain. The dying counterattack from Whitebeard and Karp is something this emperor cannot bear. Moreover, I am a king, not a pirate. What I consider is not the victory or defeat among pirates, but the gains and losses brought by war. Whether it is the Whitebeard pirates or the Navy, it has never been this Dragon Lord who provoked trouble first. They attacked first. Once Lin Hao said this, everyone couldn't help but speculate on the meaning of his words. This places himself in a defensive position, but it seems to be the case, as this is Lin Hao's home ground, and it is indeed a national defense war. Whitebeard, you initiated this battle, so this emperor wants 10 devil fruits as war compensation. No problem, right? You happen to have 10 captains on your ship, 1 fruit each. Quite a bargain. 10. Sure. Originally, Whitebeard wanted to say that Lin Hao was asking for too much. But upon hearing that these 10 devil fruits were for the life compensation of his son, he had to agree. He had no doubt that he was bargaining, as Lin Hao used a number of devil fruits to match his captain's son. After all, in terms of high-end combat power, Lin Hao crushed the Whitebeard pirates. Carp, with 5 Marine Headquarters Vice Admirals. You should also have the qualification to represent the Marine Headquarters in negotiations, right? Good. Carp quickly agreed when he heard that they wanted 5. At the same time, he also knew that since Whitebeard had compromised, it would be even harder for him to deal with the experts of the Dragon Kingdom alone. As for the matters of the Dragon Kingdom, the National Lord once again gave you all a definite answer. Now the Dragon Kingdom is above the Wano Country, which is a strategic alliance reached between this National Lord and Kaido of the Beasts. It is also a battle between nations against the black carbon snake of Wano in the name of the god of the Divine Island. If you want to take back Wano, let the remnants of Kazuki come themselves. Next time, if there are pirates coming over, it is a matter for the Beast Pirates. Pirates against pirates, nations against nations. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He understood that Lin Hao was hinting at him. After all, the invasion of Wano by the Dragon Kingdom was a war between nations, and had nothing to do with him as a pirate. Back then, Kazuki Oden refused his help, and the matters of Wano had nothing to do with him. This time, the expedition against the Dragon Kingdom, he had no justification at all. If it weren't for Lin Hao's fear of his strength as the world's strongest man retaliating, the Whitebeard pirates would have faced complete annihilation. Moreover, the Whitebeard pirates were also a living force that restrained the world government. If Whitebeard were to be wiped out, the Navy and the world government would inevitably take the opportunity to charge into the New World, directly confronting Lin Hao. Rather than that, it would be better to let Whitebeard lead the charge. Ha ha, Whitebeard. Next time, I will be your opponent. Kaido, upon hearing this, also knew he needed to take a stand. The Beast Pirates and the Dragon Kingdom are strategic allies, similar to the previous Flower Country and the 8 Treasure Navy, just without the need to pay money to the Dragon Kingdom. After all, the 8 Treasure Navy existed to gather heavenly gold. Is that so? When did the Beast Pirates become a watchdog pirate group? Carp and Whitebeard felt a tightness in their hearts upon hearing this. Originally, the Dragon Kingdom was already difficult to deal with, and now with the addition of the Beast Pirates, this situation was almost unsolvable. My Beast Pirates are not watchdogs. The Dragon Kingdom, according to the layout of Elbaf, consists of the Divine Island above, the Dragon Kingdom on the surface, and the Hell below. My Beast Pirates are the masters of Hell, which was once the land of Wano. Divine Island? Dragon Kingdom? Hell? What has Lin Hao done to Wano? Turning it into Hell? Hell refers to a space devoid of light. When introducing, don't get it wrong, thinking that this Dragon Lord is heartless, turning Wano into a hell on earth. Lin Hao casually explained, then said, Yuanba, go fetch 3 large ships. Li Yuanba, under Lin Hao's gaze, leaped 100 meters and transformed into a golden divine bird with wings that covered the sky, soaring away. Once Li Yuanba's devil fruit was revealed, everyone present was shocked, especially Carp, who didn't he expect that Li Yuanba, whose power and haki were no less than his, was also a mythical Zoan devil fruit user. Compared to Marco's Phoenix, Li Yuanba's golden winged rock was no less impressive than Kaido's Azure Dragon. And even Li Yuanba and Kaido working together had moved the giant island of the Flower Kingdom to the sky above Wano, resulting in the current Dragon Kingdom. The ability of this golden winged rock is not much inferior to that of the Azure Dragon. Soon, with Li Yuanba's ability to ride the wind, 3 5-masted sailing ships over 200 meters appeared before everyone at incredible speed. The Black Dragon warriors boarded the ships one after another, and Lin Hao and others also jumped onto Li Yuanba's back. This Dragon Lord will not send you all off, just have the devil fruits sent over. As Lin Hao's voice fell, the figure of the golden winged rock disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. At this moment, Kaido also glanced at Whitebeard and Carp, eager for a fight but afraid of the 2 joining forces, so he transformed into a giant dragon and followed suit. In this battle, as the Dragon Kingdom celebrated nationwide, the world was also stirred up by huge waves. In the realm of power, the 5 elders had grim expressions, their eyes filled with ruthlessness. The strength of the Dragon Kingdom had exceeded their expectations and could even rival the Marine headquarters. They had thought that it would be a situation where the Beast Pirates and the Dragon Kingdom would join forces, and both Whitebeard and the Navy would suffer. But who knew that the Dragon Kingdom single-handedly defeated the Whitebeard Pirates, gaining a reputation across the seas and becoming a world-class transcendent force. Even Carp lost face this time, unable to defeat even a sickly opponent. Most importantly, the opponents were all very young. Wang Yu, at 33, was in the prime of his life, over 10 years younger than the three Marine candidates at this time. Lin Hao and Li Yuanba were only 18, with limitless potential in the future. This was a significant threat. However, the position of the Dragon Kingdom was even more precarious than that of the previous Wano. And with the domineering control of the Thunder Fruit, the Navy had already suffered a significant loss. They also did not feel that their own people were more reliable than Carp, especially with Li Yuanba's mythical Zoan. Casually flapping his wings would stir up monstrous waves on the sea. How to deal with this? Annihilate them, or the New World is too far from here. And even if we can go, wanting to annihilate their power is not something a single admiral can achieve. Moreover, Kaido is also there, along with the long-standing mysterious power of Wano and the Flower Kingdom. The risks are too great. Indeed, the cost of annihilation is too high. Even the Knights of God may not be able to do so. Moreover, leaving them may not be a bad thing. That person is about to return, and the Dragon Kingdom enslaving Wano will inevitably confront that person, and we can watch from the sidelines. Indeed, the Dragon Lord of the Dragon Kingdom is an ancient type. The golden scale form, which is Kaido's subordinate fruit, not the flame we are looking for, not to be feared. Thus, let us hold off for a while and see if we can reach a cooperation. Chapter 33. Ruling the Sea. This is the intelligence report on Carp's opponent. This person is named Li Yuanba, a former pillar of the Flower Kingdom, now the son of the third elder of the Dragon Kingdom, who has joined under the Dragon Lord alongside the two grandsons of Qingjiao. He was also present during the Saya Island incident, but did not take action. The son of a former pillar of the Flower Kingdom? Another person from the Flower Kingdom? I had thought it would be other monsters from the sea, but it turned out to be another from the Flower Kingdom. The ancient heritage of the Flower Kingdom is hidden so deeply. Moreover, the information we investigated on the Fur Tribe was also beyond our expectations. This panda, although from the Fur Tribe, is a martial arts genius seldom seen in 100 years, no, 1,000 years among the Bao Water Army. It is said that any ancient martial arts from the Flower Kingdom can be integrated and mastered in less than 3 months in his hands. Even the Navy's 6 forms. He learned in one go, and 3 days later, he had mastered the life return technique. At this point, his strength is likely that of a candidate for Admiral, or even Admiral-level combat power. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. Qingji, Kizaru, and others lamented the talents and resources of the Flower Kingdom. The emergence of Qingjiao had already made waves across the sea. Now, to think that the Flower Kingdom has produced 4 super monsters at once, this is a collective eruption. What about the 2 grandsons of Qingjiao? Suddenly, Sengoku thought of Qingjiao's grandson, who joined Lin Hao. If these 2 are also monsters, these 2 have behaved normally. The one who fought with the samurai from Wano was Qingjiao's younger grandson, who is also monster level in the sea, destined to have at least Vice Admiral level combat power in the future. The other grandson consumes the Momo fruit, which is related to ink. According to the analysis from the General Staff, this time the Dragon Kingdom's black battle armor is connected to him, with exceptionally hard defenses. One of the keys to victory this time. Hearing this, everyone immediately relaxed. Although both are also monster level compared to the previous few, they are merely small fish in a big pond, not yet at the highest threat level. Even so, it is destined that they will surpass their predecessors. Next, we need to decide how to treat the Dragon Kingdom. Report, Admiral Xianshur. The 5 elders have sent the highest directive. Please sign for it. The highest directive from the 5 elders? The vice admirals at Navy headquarters were all tense, and Sengoku solemnly took the directive, glancing at it before letting out a breath of relief. What they feared most was being ordered to mobilize the entire Navy against the Dragon Kingdom. Fortunately, the 5 elders did not lose their minds and only instructed them not to act rashly. Clearly, they did not want to directly confront the Dragon Kingdom. The Nine Heavens Dragon Kingdom. The Sea Dragon Emperor. Whitebeard defeated in the Dragon Kingdom. The curtain falls on the world's strongest man, the naval hero. The next day, the eye-catching headline of the newspaper spread throughout the entire sea like blood. The Dragon Kingdom's emergence, Whitebeard's disastrous defeat, the sunset of the naval hero. In a short time, it stirred up tremendous waves across the sea. Especially the last photo, Lin Hao, standing majestically, flanked by the door gods Wang Yu and Li Yuanba, the dejected Whitebeard, the disheveled naval hero Carp, and the battle-ready Kaido of the beasts. The gathering of 6 top powerhouses of the sea. It completely set the sea ablaze. Especially Lin Hao's disdainful posture, appearing as the victor. The name of the Dragon Emperor is well-deserved. Mamma mia, Whitebeard actually lost, and that old man Carp is getting old. Kaido has found a good ally. Although Big Mom is arrogant, she knows the terror of Whitebeard. This time, it was the Whitebeard pirates that lost, not Whitebeard himself. Otherwise, Lin Hao would never let Whitebeard off easily, fearing a last-ditch counterattack from him. However, according to the battle reported in the newspaper, Lin Hao managed to temporarily hold back Whitebeard, exhibiting top-tier vice admiral combat power. Although he himself has not yet reached the level of an emperor. How old is this kid? And he is the ruler of a super kingdom. With 2 emperor-level powerhouses by his side, the great swordsman Wang Yu and that little guy. Especially Li Yuanba, who, without transforming, was not at all outmatched by Carp in a fistfight, even pressing Carp with his double hammers for a fierce output. Definitely not inferior to the naval hero's combat power. Such a powerhouse is simply too suitable to be his son-in-law. If it weren't for the formidable forces around Lin Hao, she would have wanted to snatch him as a husband directly. After all, in 14 years, her youngest son will only be 9 years old. Parasparrow, how many daughters in the pirate crew are suitable for marriage? I want to be in-laws with the Dragon Emperor. Marriage alliance? Upon hearing this, the gathered children all showed a hint of anticipation. If it were an ordinary marriage alliance, it would be one thing, but this is a marriage alliance with a superpower, and the other party is strong, handsome, and undoubtedly a reliable pillar for the future. It also allows them to escape Big Mom's control. Mom, among the unmarried children. The 3 Smut sisters, Melee Eyes and Garrett, are not far off in age from the Dragon Emperor. However, the matter of marrying into the Dragon Emperor's family may require Kaido to make the connections. Mamma mia, Kaido will agree. The Flower Kingdom covers Wano, the Divine Island. The emergence of the Dragon Kingdom. Is the Dragon Emperor ruling the sea? The Whitebeard pirates defeated? On a single-masted sailboat adorned with a red dragon head, a group of pirates drinking beer and singing suddenly looked at the newspaper that descended from the sky, especially that blood-red, eye-catching headline. The initial shock turned into panic. One pirate hurriedly took the newspaper and ran toward the gathering place of the officers. Captain, something bad has happened. Red-haired and Beckman looked at the panicked crew member, especially the newspaper that was shaking in his hands, and both curiously took it. Soon, the expressions of Red-haired and Beckman also became extremely serious. The Dragon Kingdom? The Dragon Emperor? Captain, it seems your strongest conqueror's haki is about to change hands. Indeed, this Dragon Emperor made waves across the sea 3 years ago. I even read a newspaper about him back then. I didn't expect him to reappear 3 years later. Stepping on Whitebeard and the naval hero Carp, ascending to the pinnacle of the sea. Although Lin Hao is not an emperor at this time, he is much younger than Red-haired. Moreover, Red-haired's current strength does not reach Lin Hao's achievements. After all, there are still 8 years until Red-haired reaches the top. At this time, Red-haired's strength is at most that of a top swordsman, a candidate for admiral. He also has not reached the level of ruling the sea. Chapter 34. System Mall Chef, Eternal Spirit Knife Empire Points. 12, 794, 584 in the Divine Society. Lin Hao lay on the cloud bed, watching the rapidly increasing points before him. His astonishing battle with the white-bearded man had completely solidified his position as the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, winning the hearts of everyone within the kingdom, with strength comparable to that of the white-bearded man. What could be more reliable than having 2 great powers standing at the pinnacle of the world? However, the prices in the mall were as follows. Tier 3 General Summoning Card, 10,000 points. Tier 2 General Summoning Card, 100,000 000 points. Tier 1 General Summoning Card. 1,000,000 points. Top Tier General Summoning Card. 10,000,000 points. King Summoning Card. 100,000,000 points. The Devil Fruit Exchange was also categorized. Zoan Type, Ordinary Fruit. 1,000,000 points. Zoan Type, Ancient Fruit. 10,000,000 points. Zoan Type, Mythical Beast Fruit. 100,000,000 points. For the exchange of items in the mall. Ordinary Item, 10,000 points. Good Item, 100,000 points. Great Item, 1,000,000 points. Supreme Great Item, 10,000,000 points. Exchanging for a top-tier summoning card, a great item, and a devil fruit. Host is using the top-tier summoning card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for summoning the top hero. Chef Pao Ding. Name, Pao Ding, 25 years old. Race, human. Infiltrated identity. Owner of the largest restaurant in the Dragon Kingdom. Great food house. Strength, S physique, SS spirit, S talent. Pao Ding's skill in butchering is in accordance with heavenly principles. He can perceive and understand the bones, fat, and membranes of fresh ingredients, maximizing their value. Skills, armament hockey, awakened. Observation hockey, mastered. Swordsmanship, Pao Ding's butchering, swordsman. Devil fruit, none Pao Ding? Lin Hao did not expect that the top-tier hero summoned would be Pao Ding. Pao Ding's butchering skills were extraordinary. Whether it was his knife techniques or culinary skills, they were both highly anticipated. His double S physique proved that Pao Ding's talent in body cultivation would require a powerful Zoan-type fruit to possibly elevate him to the level of a general. Similar to Wang Yu at that moment. Great item, Eternal Spirit Knife. A knife with a cold gleam, adorned with golden dragon designs from the blade to the handle. It looked somewhat extravagant. Who would have thought this would be a great item? The purpose of the Eternal Spirit Knife was not to kill, but to bring out the maximum freshness of ingredients. However, in Pao Ding's hands, it would be a divine weapon on par with a supreme great item. Devil Fruit, Tiger Form, an ordinary type of tiger fruit. But with the strength and reaction speed of a tiger, it was definitely comparable to the powerful ancient type Zoan animals. Perhaps it could be exchanged with Kaido for a decent Paramecia-type fruit. As for Pao Ding's fruit, at least it was an ancient type. Brew, brew, brew. Fool, fool, fool. I am Don Quixote Doflamingo. Who are you? On the sea. One should now refer to me as the Dragon Emperor. Doflamingo, I am here to discuss a weapon collaboration with you. Just like the previous weapon trade with Wano Country, Sea Prism Stone, and the upcoming new metal. However, I have other matters that require your awakened devil fruit abilities to assist with, related to new materials. Fool, fool, fool. Dragon Emperor? Doflamingo on the other side also narrowed his eyes, cold sweat pouring down. Dragon Emperor? If it were some inexperienced newcomer, Doflamingo might still educate them on how to behave. But this Dragon Emperor, who had climbed to the top by defeating the white-bearded man and the Navy hero, Doflamingo had no doubt about the overwhelming strength that could crush him. That was a being even Kaido had to bow to. Don't worry, Yuan Ba will come to the North Sea to pick you up. His abilities cannot be replicated by anyone. Good, Li Yuan Ba. That is the Sea Emperor who can trade blows with Carp. Since he dares to say he will come to pick me up, Doflamingo clearly understands that the person on the other end is very likely the Dragon Emperor. Only the Dragon Emperor could command the powerful beings ruling the sea. Please wait a moment. Yuan Ba is setting off now and will reach your location in about half an hour. After hanging up the phone, Lin Hao immediately instructed Li Yuan Ba to go to the North Sea to pick up Doflamingo. At this moment, he had not yet reached the level of fruit awakening. Even the graphite battle armor was merely a basic stage carbon fiber material. The real graphene battle armor is made of nano-level molecular materials. However, even so, the defense of the graphite battle armor was several times that of steel. If combined with Doflamingo's help, it might be mass-produced and yield even better results. Fool, fool, fool. Truly spectacular. Is worthy of being a superpower in the new world. The giant bird sword, overlooking the entire Dragon Kingdom, suspended thousands of meters above. It was a massive island with a radius of over 100 kilometers. On it was the legendary Sky Island of the New World. Upon entering the Dragon Kingdom, Doflamingo felt a gaze watching him, as if he had been monitored all along, while Li Yuan Ba had long since disappeared without a trace. His task was merely to bring people over, not to take them to their destination. Doflamingo, it is you. As Doflamingo curiously surveyed his surroundings, a surprised voice came, and he saw Morgans, who also looked astonished. Is it you, old bird? That's right. His Majesty the Dragon Emperor invited me to promote the Dragon Kingdom and specifically opened a job advertisement. Food and accommodation provided, and the salary is generous. After receiving Lin Hao's invitation, Morgans hurriedly came to the Dragon Kingdom. He had always been extremely curious about the information from the Dragon Kingdom. Based on the original Flower Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom would undoubtedly undergo significant changes, so this job advertisement was one of them. Moreover, Lin Hao was genuinely paying salaries. With a standard of 1 gold coin per month, approximately 10,000 berries. Additionally, Lin Hao offered him another benefit of opening a newspaper office here. However, it was not the headquarters, just a branch. Lin Hao was also worried that this old bird would bring him trouble. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Doflamingo knew that Lin Hao was preparing for something big. When old acquaintances meet, they naturally work together. Entering the Sky Island Cloud River, the two sat on a modified sightseeing yacht and admired the unique scenery, both marveling at the wonders of the Dragon Kingdom. The upper, middle, and lower 3 layers each had their own characteristics. Ladies and gentlemen, the Golden City, Shandora. Although it no longer had the legendary gold everywhere, the central golden bell, which resembled a mountain, still left people in awe. Just one golden platform, when integrated into gold, would be worth at least tens of billions of berries. Not to mention its historical value, which is immeasurable. Moreover, those ancient buildings were still well preserved, and they even saw some mysteriously protected walls with ancient inscriptions that historians dream of. It was evident that this city had immense tourism value. Especially when combined with the great talker, Rolando, it was even more significant. Doflamingo, I won't accompany you any longer. Fool. The legendary Golden City, Shandora. I believe this will be another shocking news that stuns the world. Doflamingo was not surprised at Morgan's departure. Upon arriving at the Divine Society, Doflamingo vaguely understood the reason Lin Hao had left him hanging. Chapter 35. Breakthrough in Carbon Fiber, Muhahaha. Joker Doflamingo. It's not just Kaido here, but also Queen, who could be considered today's co-star. Lin Hao isn't a researcher, but he has a preliminary understanding of carbon fiber materials. Queen is the scientist who guided Doflamingo in refining carbon fiber this time. Beast Kaido. Doflamingo looked at the big shots present, the imposing Lin Hao at the main seat, the cold and detached Wang Yu beside him, and the boisterous Beast Kaido, with the likes of Green Pepper, Queen, and Kai below. Sit. Lin Hao pointed to the seat next to Queen, and Doflamingo didn't hold back. After all, everyone present, except for Kai, was a renowned figure from the New World. Doflamingo, I invited you here this time because I need your abilities to help with something that will also benefit you. As he spoke, Queen handed over a non-oxidized black thread, looking at Doflamingo with anticipation, saying, Joker, Lord Dragon Emperor wants you to replicate this thread. It's made from graphite powder, and the finer, the better. If you can do it, the benefits for you will be unimaginable. Tzet? Doflamingo suddenly realized. He is a user of the string fruit and has awakened abilities. Although he didn't know why Lin Hao wanted to replicate such fine thread, he knew it had to be something good, as even the Dragon Emperor and Kaido were interested in it. Fu. It shouldn't be difficult, but are there any limitations on this thread? None. The only requirement is that the finer, the better, and it should be produced in large quantities. That's why we came to you. The awakened abilities of the devil fruit can assimilate surrounding materials, which should be an easy task for you. Furthermore, in the future, you can act as an agent for trading this material with the world government. It's a material that can shock Vegapunk. Doflamingo looked at Queen, who seemed overly excited and even started daydreaming, and became more curious about this material. After all, who is Vegapunk? The material that has made Queen so excited and confident must be extraordinary. Doflamingo, if you can do it and meet the needs of the Dragon Kingdom, then the weapons produced in the Dragon Kingdom, as well as the trade of sea prism stone, can all be entrusted to you. Doflamingo's abilities are unquestionable, and this is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Fufufu, then thank you, Lord Dragon Emperor. Lin Hao did not refuse Doflamingo's toast. Instead, after drinking, he took out a piece of silvery metallic material. Aluminum. Doflamingo. This is the latest metal material developed by the Dragon Kingdom, called aluminum. This metal, when combined with other metals to make alloys, has high hardness, is lightweight, and corrosion resistant. It is an extremely versatile alloy, and the Dragon Kingdom can produce it in large quantities. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo immediately understood Lin Hao's intentions. Once this practical metal is pushed into the market, it will undoubtedly be snatched up. This business, I can cooperate with you, but you must deliver 3 devil fruits each year as the final payment. How about that? Delivering the final payment with devil fruits? Fufufu, fine. The rarity of devil fruits makes the task of 3 a year certainly not simple. However, compared to the enormous profits it brings, it is definitely worth it. Your Majesty, inside the warehouse built with sea prism stone, countless black threads were piled up. Each one pulled out was barely distinguishable to the naked eye, with a diameter less than 1/10 of a hair. Beside it was a panting Doflamingo, who had almost exhausted all his strength. This was not merely about assimilating surrounding materials. Each thread had to be made as fine as possible. Therefore, it took Doflamingo a full 3 days to complete the assimilation. Doflamingo, you've worked hard. Jean, take Doflamingo to the underground factory and let him see our factory while confirming the upcoming trade. From now on, all weapons in the factory and the underground sea prism stone trade will be entrusted to Doflamingo. By the way, people from the world government will also come over. Have them wait at the God Society. Yes, Dragon Lord. Jean had also come with Kaido this time to see Doflamingo's results. With Lin Hao's orders, he wouldn't refuse. Doflamingo wasn't an idiot either. He naturally knew that these black threads were not the final product, and the real core technology was impossible for him to see. That's fine. Seeing the weapon factory is also good, especially with Lin Hao's later words. His hard work had earned him a reward. Queen. Lin Hao spoke again, looking at Queen, who seemed to treasure the black thread. Queen immediately understood, leading the 2 big shots into his laboratory while explaining, Big Brother, Dragon Lord. The carbon fiber that Doflamingo has assimilated is even stronger than the polypropylene filament we synthesized before, and its hardness is comparable to steel. If we then oxidize it and heat it to high temperatures to turn it into carbon fiber, the hardness and strength will absolutely exceed our understanding of carbon fiber materials. A thin layer of carbon fiber could possibly rival steel armor. After speaking, Queen began to get busy. In Queen's laboratory, there were 2 large liquefaction tanks next to him, containing liquid oxygen and hydrogen. These were used to synthesize polypropylene, oxidized materials, and heat to high temperatures. Half an hour later, a black panel appeared before everyone. It worked, Big Brother, Dragon Lord, please take a look. The black panel was very smooth and looked no different from an ordinary plastic panel. But when a sharp knife was drawn across it, the originally smooth panel showed no marks whatsoever. Its hardness was at least 10 times greater than steel. Muhahaha. Interesting. Kaido watched as the black fine threads transformed into the black panel before him after a series of processes. He didn't expect that this seemingly simple processing would result in such terrifying hardness in the finished product. Even the fierce slash of swordsmen might not be able to cut through it. What if it were made into battle armor? Maurici, Thinking about having a group of invincible warriors in black armor under his command, overturning the world government would be just around the corner. Queen, first use these materials to make armor for my guards. We can discuss other materials later. Especially, this material must not be known to the world government. Otherwise, Vegapunk's ability to replicate it would be simple, equivalent to funding the world government. Your current task is to design powerful Gundam mechas and then mass-produce them. Muahahaha. Good, Queen. Your current task is to design top-notch battle armor that matches this. Kaido also understood that this material must not be known to the world government. It was better to keep it confidential. As for the armor for Lin Hao's guards, it had already been revealed to the world government, and the materials weren't top-notch, merely comparable to ordinary steel armor. The world government likely wouldn't care much about it after acquiring it. Chapter 36. playing both sides cooperation with the world government. CP0. Just as Doflamingo was leaving the Sky Island, he saw a group of CP0 members in white robes and masks coming ashore. As for Morgans, that old bird, he had long returned. The emergence of the Golden City, Shandora, especially the golden bell that towers like a mountain, known as the Light of Shandora, is truly breathtaking. As soon as it was reported, Gaia Island became a holy land for all treasure hunters. This also proves the legend of Roland from back in the day. Who would have thought that the Golden City of Shandora actually existed, just coincidentally washed up to the sky by a massive ocean current? The emergence of the Dragon Kingdom is something the world government cannot ignore. Doflamingo is a powerful user of awakened devil fruits and conqueror's haki, and even Jin has no reason to underestimate him. Jack's contempt for Doflamingo is a result of Doflamingo's long history of keeping a low profile. The world government? Doflamingo mused. It makes sense. Compared to a royal pirate crew, Lin Hao's Dragon Kingdom is a super kingdom. Naturally, they would prioritize appeasement if they didn't have absolute confidence in destroying it. The two arrived at the weapon factory below. Although the mechanized city had just been opened, it was already in full operation. Under the operation of a massive water wheel, the entire mechanized city was brightly lit and the buzzing machines never stopped, with the sound of forging ringing in the air. The scale of the factory is enormous, at least 10 times larger than the previous weapon factory in Wano. Doflamingo was surprised to find that Lin Hao had placed the factory between the mountain walls. Moreover, by utilizing the immense hydropower from the outside cascading waterfalls, he perfectly solved the factory's industrial power issue, cutting costs by at least half. Jin brought Doflamingo to the monitoring room. Hundreds of monitors, arranged in groups of 4, displayed the workers' figures at work. The efficiency was surprisingly high. High-precision sniper rifles, AK automatic rifles that rarely jam, and Storm Gatling guns that can fire tens of thousands of rounds in an instant. Whatever you want, it's all here. And the prices remain the same as before, but the quality is at a whole new level. This is indeed good news. Additionally, the production workshop for aluminum metal is currently confidential, with monthly output already exceeding 10,000 tons, and production will expand further soon. The Dragon Lord's intention is to set the factory price at 50,000 berries per ton, allowing for a profit margin of 50,000 berries. The first batch of goods alone is a staggering 100,000 tons, a profit margin of 50,000 berries. That means a sales price of 100,000 berries per ton. To put this in perspective, a regular katana costs about 50,000 berries, made from 3 to 4 pounds of iron, while the aluminum alloy at 100,000 berries per ton is already a fair price. Sell more at lower margins? Indeed, while there are some transportation costs, this product will sell itself, and with future capacity expected to increase at least tenfold. Even at lower margins, you'll still make a fortune. Doflamingo naturally understands the future demand for aluminum alloy. It is the mainstay of new materials that will replace steel. Joining the world government? Sure, but I also have 3 conditions that need the approval of the 5 elders. Rest assured, they won't harm your interests in the world government. Upon seeing Lin Hao, CP0 stated their purpose this time. Lin Hao did not directly refuse. Instead, he proposed his 3 conditions. First, let Vegapunk infuse the artificial devil fruits extracted from Kaido's genes into his imperial sword, the Dragon Blade, an unparalleled sword not recorded in any great works. This would compensate for the inadequacy of his devil fruit level, allowing him to subdue the 5 elders. Second, exempt the Dragon Kingdom from the Sky Gold. The Dragon Kingdom is far away in a new world and is not under the world government's protection. Its current location does not fear the world government's threats. Lin Hao should not attend the world government meetings. Lin, you can represent him instead. Third, the celestial dragons must not land on the Dragon Kingdom, or they should have very few privileges there. This is to prevent direct conflicts from arising. The celestial dragons are the face of the world government. If a celestial dragon is harmed, the world government will not let it go. However, Lin Hao does not care about these matters. As long as he is given enough time, he will not even regard him. Still, to avoid conflict, it is best to keep these trash away. All right, we agree to your conditions. The 5 elders did not find Lin Hao's request excessive. In return, Lin Hao agreed to their condition: supply of sea prism stone. This is the most direct benefit. Among Lin Hao's conditions, two are virtual, and only one artificial devil fruit is real. The Dragon Kingdom is already outside their authority, and based on their observations during this time, Lin Hao has been dedicated to the development of the empire, not a power-hungry individual rocks. They want a stable sea, not another sea emperor causing chaos. As for selling weapons processed in Wano to Doflamingo, that's a trade with the beast pirates. Additionally, Lin Hao also reached an agreement with Vegapunk through the Five Elders. It is not about weapon development, but rather giant escalators, future cities, super trains, all based on the capabilities of the Rumble fruit. When the world government saw the plans provided by Lin Hao, they did not hesitate to agree to his requests. These are several supermassive projects, consuming manpower and resources far beyond their imagination. The Five Elders see this as a way to drain the national strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Although it will have significant implications for the development of the Dragon Kingdom in the future, these are fundamentally civilian projects that pose no threat to them. Instead, they see it as a waste of resources that will ultimately benefit them. As for Vegapunk, he is naturally under their surveillance, so there is no need to worry about Vegapunk's betrayal. Vegapunk only needs to provide the relevant technology for the Dragon Kingdom. There is no need for him to go to the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, such a massive project led by Lin Hao will require a large workforce, which can be selected from the member states of the world government, and the wages of these workers will become the sky gold for these member states. It is truly a win-win situation. Under the world government's leniency, the development of the Dragon Kingdom is advancing by leaps and bounds. From what was once a backward feudal era in Lin Hao's eyes, it is gradually becoming a future nation, even a legendary super kingdom. Chapter 37, The Dragon Kingdom, 8 years later, year 1516 of the Sea Round. Time flies, and the sea has quietly passed 8 years. During this period, the Dragon Kingdom has completely replaced the Wano Kingdom, becoming the superpower of the New World. The island of the gods has transformed into a paradise in the sky that everyone yearns for, not only inhabited by angelic beings, but also by a large number of mermaids working in the amusement parks, earning far more than ordinary people. The Dragon Kingdom is advancing rapidly, with a highly developed modern outer city, an ancient-style tourist inner city, and a magnificent dragon palace. In the infinite hell, at least 100,000 prisoners are mining the sea tower stone deposits. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom is the embryonic form of a future great kingdom. Originally, the world government aimed to deplete the power of the Dragon Kingdom. But Guanzhong's economic strategies and management abilities not only prevented the decline of the Dragon Kingdom's strength, but instead made it even more prosperous. Especially with the announcement of the crossing the windless zone technology, the Dragon Kingdom's business has extended to all seas. This has further strengthened the national power of the Dragon Kingdom. In response, the world government has attempted to assassinate Guanzhong multiple times. However, Guanzhong possesses the potential of a king-level summoner, along with the space fruit, making it so that the CP0 agents sent for assassination rarely returned. Additionally, the Five Elders are wary of the Dragon Kingdom's top combat power and dare not openly confront them, ultimately having to swallow this bitter loss. After all, the Dragon Kingdom is far in the New World. With Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom ruling the New World, the world government also does not dare to act recklessly. As for Shanks, this year marks the opportunity for Shanks to rise to the top. Furthermore, within 100 nautical miles around the Dragon Kingdom, there are dozens of large islands. These islands are subordinate to the rule of the Dragon Kingdom. Between the islands, the sea train serves as a means of transportation, developing rapidly and prospering extraordinarily, especially since Lin Hao has provided them with some technologies forming various distinctive industries, such as Steel Town, Toy Town, and Glass Town. These industries support hundreds of thousands of people on the islands. They also flow out through the Dragon Kingdom, forming a dense and vast industrial chain. To protect the safety of these islands, Lin Hao established the Tianbao Navy 5 years ago, which patrols the safety of various islands like the Navy of the New World. The bases of the Tianbao Navy are at the 4 gateways of the Dragon Kingdom, each led by a Vice Admiral-level expert. Other commanders of the Tianbao Navy are graduates of the Emerald Palace and veterans of the 8 Treasures Navy, with no conflicts of interest with the Beast Pirates. After all, the Kaido Pirates do not have subordinate pirate crews. only one pirate crew stationed in infinite hell. Rabbits do not eat the grass near their burrows. Moreover, these are subordinate islands under the Dragon Kingdom. As for challenging Kaido, any strong person from the New World can do so normally, and Lin Hao will not interfere. However, if they attempt to plunder in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, they will face the dual blows of the Dragon Kingdom and the Beast Pirates, making even the Yonko crews hesitant to directly provoke the Dragon Kingdom. Host: Lin Hao, 26 years old, bloodline. Oni Clan Jiuli, 53. Strength: SSS Constitution, SSS Spirit, SSS Talent. Naturally dominant with a special Conqueror's Haki. Capable of destroying non-living entities. Special observation Haki that can discern loyalty and treachery. Red for loyalty, white for treachery. Indestructible Ancient. Oni Clan, giant race's powerful talent. Possessing extraordinarily strong power, impervious defense, and an indestructible body after adulthood. Exceptional bloodline returning to ancestors, with mutated constitution, capable of consuming multiple devil fruits. Dual-eyed vision, with a heavenly appearance. Under the effect of the dual vision, the Conqueror's Haki becomes intimidating. Skills: Conqueror's Haki Dragon's Fury, top tier. Observation Haki Future Sight, advanced. Armament Haki Flowing Dragon, advanced. Swordsmanship Breaking the Boundary, Great Swordsman. Water Avoidance Technique, Devil Fruit. Tsunami Technique Dragon's Movement, Devil Fruit. Fruit Ability: Snake Fruit Golden Scale Form, 99. Maul Points: 82, 412. For 75 when the Jiuli bloodline breaks 50%. Lin Hao's Strength and Constitution attributes enter SSS. Stepping into the Admiral level. If the Devil Fruit awakens, he can enter the ranks of the world's top emperors, especially with the Conqueror's Haki. Under the assistance of Guanzhong's Respect the King and Expel the Barbarians and his dual vision talent, Lin Hao's Conqueror's Haki first reached the top level. Dragon's Fury is the ability gained after Lin Hao's Conqueror's Haki ascended to the top level. Dragon's Fury rules over the universe, sovereign over the heavens. Comparable to an emperor, Lin Hao's strength is no less than the 3 great emperors of the sea at this time. Moreover, with the notorious killing pirate crew by Qi, the Dragon Kingdom's Imperial Chancellor Guanzhong, both king-level summons easily stepped into the admiral ranks. Bai Qi goes without saying. 8 years ago, he set sail specifically to slaughter pirate alliances and some rebellious groups. With the attribute of a slaughterer, Bai Qi's 3-color Haki has reached an advanced level in this world, and his killing swordsmanship has reached the level of a great swordsman. As for Guanzhong, as the Imperial Chancellor and a user of spatial abilities, in just 8 years, he not only awakened his Devil Fruit, but also, with the help of the Respect the King and Expel the Barbarians, can also employ the top-level Conqueror's Haki ability of killing observation. His strength is not at all inferior to Bai Qi. Additionally, Lin Hao has several Admiral-level candidates under him. Chef Pao Ding, Navy Commander Qi Jiguang, Imperial Guard Leader He Weiqi, Seraph Yafia. Except for Yafia, the other 3 are top-tier summon characters, especially Pao Ding, who has consumed a mythical beast-type 8-headed fruit. If not for his busy schedule, he would have long been an Admiral-level expert. After all, the business of a chef has always been bustling, with Pao Ding busy from morning to night. The ability of the 8-headed fruit allows him to function as 8 people. Multitasking, his skills are superb. Therefore, although Pao Ding is not an Admiral-level expert, he is more difficult to deal with than an Admiral-level expert. Moreover, Pao Ding's 8 heads can spit venom, water, and fire. The venom can be transformed into sauce, vinegar, oil, and salt. Water can be used for ice sculptures, and fire can be used for cooking, maximizing the capabilities of the 8-headed fruit. Lin Hao considered this and decided to grant the ability he seized from the Great Serpent to Pao Ding, as the 8-headed fruit's ability was indeed lacking. Rather than giving He Weiqi more lives, it is better to let Pao Ding maximize the value of his 8 heads. Qi Jiguang is a great swordsman, wielding a spear-like sword called Miao Dao Slay, the Japanese. As for why it is not the Qi family knife, because the Japanese sword lacks the magic of the pirate world, it becomes dull upon contact with steel. Under the mighty, named sword capable of withstanding an elephant's weight. The Japanese sword technique and Qi family knife lost their advantages, and the Miao knife, which evolved from the Qi family knife, is more suitable for Qi Jiguang. Heiweiqi's weapon is a steel whip, domineering and steady. His devil fruit is the ancient type, star-tailed beast form, similar to a giant armadillo. It possesses defenses exceeding that of the armadillo, and its tail functions as a flail, combining offense and defense, along with the enhanced physique of the ancient type, which is why Heiweiqi has risen rapidly. In just 3 years, he has reached the strength of an admiral candidate, and in a few more years, he will surely become a true admiral-level expert. Chapter 38. Lords, ministers, great officials, scholars, and clerks, is this the land of the dragons? It seems like the holy land of Mary Geos on the Red Earth continent, high and mighty. A group of merchants arriving in the land of the dragons stepped onto a gigantic escalator. Due to the height of 6,000 meters, it took 2 hours to ascend. So the steps of the escalator were not mere standing spots, but rather similar to seats in a CF. Even in the civilian area, there were many seats resembling waiting areas, and free tea was provided. Such arrangements made everyone who went up marvel at the humanization of the land of the dragons. This was not specially prepared for them. It had always been this way. Upon seeing this, a tour guide who was giving explanations hurriedly clarified, No. This is not Mary Geos. The gigantic lift in Mary Geos is a mechanical lift powered by many slaves. Here, the gigantic escalator is a water wheel-powered automatic escalator. Have you seen those giant water wheels? Under this grand waterfall, every turn of the water wheel generates the power equivalent to 1 step forward on the escalator. To maintain this gigantic escalator, the Empire has built 1 water wheel every 500 meters, totaling 17 at the base of the waterfall. Hearing that the gigantic escalator operates with the help of a nearby, rushing waterfall, everyone around showed expressions of amazement. No wonder the Empire has an escalator, not a lift. Just this point far surpasses Mary Geos. In addition to this escalator, there are 2 direct shortcuts to the land of the dragons. One is the carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, where huge koi fish pull boats upstream against the waterfall, taking about 10 minutes. However, it is not free. 1 koi costs at least 100,000 berries, controlled by the beast pirates. The second is the Empire's tamed 1,000-year-old dragon, which can reach Dragon City directly in 10 minutes. However, this is a special route for the land of the dragons. Without special status or urgent matters, the Empire will not open this passage. To put simply, it is an emergency method controlled by the beast pirates and the land of the dragons. But compared to the free gigantic escalator, it is hardly comparable. Soon, the people on the escalator saw an ultra-large cargo ship majestically sailing upstream, dragged by 3 giant koi fish, leaving everyone present in awe. Is this the carp leaping over the Dragon Gate? 2 hours later, the crowd reached the high and mighty land of the dragons, all shocked by what they saw. Towering skyscrapers, hundreds of meters high, rose one after another, their scales so grand that one could not see the end. Below the skyscrapers were clean and tidy streets, beautiful women dressed in light clothing, and bustling shops. In the center of the street were vehicles similar to electric bikes, making it extremely convenient to move around. This dreamlike future city amazed everyone. This is the city of Spring, one of the 8 outer cities. The Empire has a total of 12 major cities, 36 minor cities, and 108 towns. Among them, the 12 major cities are divided into inner and outer cities, with 8 outer cities established on mountain walls, positioned in 8 directions, with the 4 cities in the east, south, west, and north being the exits of the gigantic escalator, named after the 4 seasons. The inner cities are 4, located on the plains of the Empire, namely Qinglong City, Baihu City, Zhuke City, and Xuanwu City. The central royal city is Dragon City. The tour guide's introduction made everyone even more shocked as they looked around. They never expected the Empire to have 12 such magnificent and grand cities. Moreover, according to the guide's explanation, the Lord of the Land of the Dragons is not a hereditary noble, but is elected through examinations, although they are former nobles. They only have the rights to reside on the Divine Island and in Dragon City. The power structure of the Empire requires one to first enter the ranks of the Land of the Dragons to hold important positions. Nobility? It is no longer synonymous with power. The lords of the 12 major cities are all at the upper minister level, equivalent to the 9 ministers of the Empire. The lords of the 36 minor cities are at the lower minister level, still among the higher echelons of the empire. The mayors of the 100 large towns are at the upper official level, while the mayors of the small towns are at the official level, which belongs to the middle management. Below them are the scholars and clerks, with scholars being the most ordinary managers and clerks being the most grassroots executors. Lords, elders, ministers, great officials, scholars, and clerks. This is the current rank of officials in the land of the dragons. Among them, the top general of the Heavenly Strategy House is an upper minister, such as the commander of the Forbidden Army, Hyuchi, the commander of the Left Guard, Buwu, and the commander of the Right Guard, Yurin Aiding, while the War King Li Yuanba, the Heavenly Sword King Yu, and the Martial Peace King Bai Qi are lords. Guanzhong replaces Lin Yu as the Grand Elder. The second elder is succeeded by Qi Jiguang, and the third elder is replaced by Fa Zhang. This is the current management structure of the land of the dragons. Would you like to stay overnight here? If you do not wish to stay overnight, you can wait for the Empire's latest operating superland train to Qinglong City and Dragon City. This super train just started operating a month ago and can reach an astonishing speed of 200, taking only 15 minutes from here to Dragon City. However, the energy consumption of the super train is too high, so there are only 2 trips daily, one at 7 in the morning and another at 6 in the evening. Therefore, you can take this time to explore the city of Spring and gather at the super train station before 6 in the evening. 200 kilometers per hour? Only 15 minutes from here to Dragon City? As the crowd expressed disbelief, the tour guide began to lead everyone to wander around the city of Spring, introducing the local specialties and delicious food, as well as the bustling shopping malls, especially the transportation tools of the Weiba series. Due to the production of the wind shell, the Empire has always been self-sufficient. But even so, a single wind shell has been speculated to be worth over 1 million berries in the market. With just 4 wind shells and a shell, one could have a vehicle comparable to a BMW or Mercedes from a later era. This is also the most basic civilian tool. I really want to steal everything here. Suddenly, a greedy snicker startled everyone around, causing them to quickly back away. Not to mention that this is the territory of Kaido, the Sea Emperor, even in the land of the dragons. There's no way it could be completely defenseless, as it is even stronger than Kaido as beast pirates. Therefore, when this person had such thoughts, everyone hurriedly distanced themselves from him. Humph! Suddenly, a disdainful sneer was heard, followed by a large and cool mech appearing before everyone. Outsider pirates? The cold voice from within the mech made that person suddenly snap out of his daze, and upon seeing the massive black and white mech, he turned and ran. This should be the guardian force of the future city of the land of the dragons. Bang! Everyone saw the mech's palm shoot out a fast-moving attack, directly knocking that person to the ground. And that attack was neither gunpowder nor laser, but a sea prism stone net. The more he struggled inside, the tighter the net became, and in the end, he could only lie on the ground in pain, curled up. This is a patrol mech, primarily for capture, with Gatling guns and cannons as its main attack methods. The person earlier only had thoughts of theft and was an outsider pirate, so the focus was on capturing him. If it were a pirate crew that had committed plundering, the patrol mech would focus on extermination or deploy armed mechs. Hearing this, everyone gasped in awe. This is the defensive force of the future city of the land of the dragons. The man's eyes sparkled with intensity. This is simply the big toy they have always dreamed of. Chapter 39. Navy Peach Rabbit, Red-Haired Beast. Is this really a country guarded by pirates? As the base of the beast pirates, although the land of dragons is famous in the New World, it is also seen as a pirate nation by many. However, once inside this country, people discovered that it was even more prosperous than the peak era depicted in the newspapers. Most importantly, pirates were hardly seen here. The beast pirates, numbering in the tens of thousands, mostly operated in the abyssal hell, and even if they came out to spend, they would change into civilian clothes, afraid to touch the imperial laws. After all, the power of the land of dragons was far superior to that of the beast pirates. Even if Lin Hao killed them, Kaido of the Beast would not seek justice for them. The strength of the land of dragons was above that of the beast pirates. Even Kaido, as the guardian king, was only situated in the abyssal hell. And the abyssal hell is where the land of dragons holds serious criminals, which shows the status of the beast pirates. In the land of dragons, everything revolves around the will of the Dragon Lord. Even Kaido is no exception. A beautiful naval officer with an enchanting demeanor and long, slender legs gazed out at the happy and prosperous lives of the pedestrians, her eyes filled with envy. There was no unreasonable deprivation by the celestial dragons, no wanton behavior of pirates, no power oppression from the royal family. The common people lived and worked in peace without worrying about threats from the sea. This was the real paradise on earth. Moreover, there was even no racial discrimination here. Even fishmen could appear openly on the streets without fear of being targeted by human traffickers. Such a land of bliss was the justice they pursued. But unfortunately, they would eventually have a day of armed confrontation. The world government and the land of dragons had secretly clashed countless times. Major Peach Rabbit, should we inform the Dragon Lord of this news? No, our Navy's channels may not be as extensive as those of the land of dragons. Even our current conversation is likely under their surveillance. There's no need to report to the Dragon Lord. What we need to do now is wait. Peach Rabbit's large eyes scanned the surroundings, noticing how many people were watching them. After all, they were the Navy officers living in the land of dragons. A truly rare species. Suddenly, Peach Rabbit's gaze sharpened as a group of notorious pirates from the New World entered the restaurant. Red-haired Shanks, welcome, esteemed guests, to our grand restaurant. We just freed up a large private room. Please come this way. As soon as the red-haired pirates entered the restaurant, the stout and round manager recognized these famous sea pirates and quickly led them to a quiet second-floor private room where they could observe the hall. The clean and tidy private room had a spacious layout with an elegant and classic Eastern design. What would you like to eat? Barbecue, stir-fry, or sashimi? Here is the menu of our grand restaurant. Just tick what you want below and click Submit. The group received a screen similar to a smart tablet, their expressions curious as they looked at the mouth-watering dishes. Simple, convenient, and quick. This is the modernization of the land of dragons. Red-haired Shanks looked at everything before him, and, along with what he had seen and heard along the way, had to admit that Lin Hao was absolutely a more suitable ruler than Kazuki Oden. In just 8 years, he had managed an empire tens of times larger than Wano in an orderly fashion, creating a true paradise on Earth. On this point, even Shanks admired him greatly. Breaking news. Recently, a giant pirate crew has been rampaging through the New World, and based on their sailing route, they are approaching the waters of our land of dragons. The official notice to residents of coastal towns is to refrain from going out to sea during this time. Suddenly, a stunning beauty appeared on the screen. Her voice crisp and melodious, powerful and resonant. The scene then changed, revealing a ship that resembled an island on the sea, with a giant standing at the bow. His horns prominent and eyes wild, looking down upon the front. The pirate giants beside him were only as tall as his calves. Prince of the Giant Tribe, Loki. Boss, the Prince of the Giant Tribe has arrived. Whether it was the Navy's candidate for Admiral, Peach Rabbit, or the notorious pirate, Red-haired Shanks, their purpose was all aimed at Loki. Therefore, they all breathed a sigh of relief at the emergency broadcast from the land of dragons. It seemed that Lin Hao did not take this giant prince seriously. Otherwise, the Imperial forces would have been on high alert, and it would have been more than just a notification. But thinking of the top combat power of the land of dragons that was rumored, they were not afraid of this giant prince. Guests, honey glazed barbecue, elephant fish sashimi, a treasure painted golden dragon. The last dish is our restaurant's signature. Shark fin and bear paw. The sumptuous dishes were served in the private room, causing Shanks and the others to brighten up. Especially the last dish. As soon as the lunchbox was opened, an extremely rich aroma enveloped the entire private room, overwhelming and powerful. Wow, you guys serve dishes so quickly. Of course, our chef is an 8-headed ability user. His body can split into 8, equivalent to 8 people working together. How could it not be quick? Animal type, mythical Zoan, 8-headed form. Hearing the waiter's response, everyone gasped in surprise. They didn't expect the chef in the restaurant to be a mythical Zoan user. And the ability he developed was not an attack method, but rather 8 heads working simultaneously. The waiter's calmness made Shanks feel that this chef's luck was so good. He couldn't believe that Lin Hao had gifted this to him. How could a top-tier, mythical Zoan fruit be given to a chef? It must have been that the chef stumbled upon this devil fruit by chance and needed a clone for his work, thus being chosen by this devil fruit. Ha. Interesting. After the shock, Beckman and the others burst into laughter. They were not devil fruit users themselves, but they did not discriminate against those who were. They just didn't expect that a top-tier, mythical Zoan 8-headed fruit would end up in the hands of Chef, and that he had developed a new use for it. This was also why the chef did not hide his devil fruit. In the kitchen, with so many people around, it was impossible to keep it a secret, so it was better not to hide it. No one would take a chef who had eaten a mythical Zoan seriously. Samuki, you bastard, dare to steal my girl. Suddenly, a loud roar erupted, and a huge figure flew out from a nearby private room. The person who attacked slowly walked out, revealing a giant fishman with a tiger back and bare waist, wild hair, and sharp teeth, with a fierce look in his eyes as he glared at the figure he had just knocked out, who was also an extremely burly fishman. Jack, what do you mean by stealing my girl? Sister Lizzie doesn't like you at all. She and I are in a free love relationship. You thick-headed fool. Only know how to charge in. You don't understand what Sister Lizzie wants. Bastard Samuki. As they spoke, their eyes turned red, and suddenly two missile-like figures clashed in the air. Boom! The powerful shockwave from their clash overturned tables and chairs in the hall, and the redwood floor was reduced to powder. The guests watching this scene quickly retreated, accustomed to hiding aside and watching the clash of these two top ancient species, with their powerful punches and kicks generating storm-like impacts. The intense duel between these strong men stirred the blood of most onlookers. They hadn't expected such an exciting impromptu performance. You two bastards. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, and a long, large, menacing snake head protruded from the back room. Following that, a snake head resembling a rubber giant ape charged forward, accompanied by a howling wind and thunder, directly knocking the two imposing figures out of the restaurant, not giving Jack or Samuki any chance to react. The snake head then transformed into a human face, revealing a somewhat comical and greasy, rugged face. The big-faced man looked helplessly at the shopkeeper and instructed, all the losses in the shop today will be charged to the beast pirates, and we'll settle the bill at the end of the month. Understood, boss, the shopkeeper replied, knowing what to do. This kind of situation happened a few times every month. Whether it was Jack or Quinn, the beast pirates were a bunch of brutes, and there were not many honest ones among them. Everyone, enjoy your food and drinks. The dishes will be served again shortly as an apology from our shop. You're too kind, chef. The familiar guests expressed that they didn't mind. Both sides were forces they couldn't afford to provoke, especially since it was rare to witness such peculiar and strange masters clashing. So strong. At this moment, even though Jack wasn't one of the three major banners, he was still a supernova in the New World. Yet in front of the chef, he was still sent flying with a single blow, even though neither of them showed any intent to resist. Being able to send two robust ancient species flying with one hit already indicated that the boss's strength was definitely not weak. As you've seen, this boss is far more than just a chef. If one head possesses such great strength, if all 8 heads acted together, it would be equivalent to 8 people attacking at once. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately thought of the introduction from the waiter earlier. The chef had 8 heads cooking together. Not simply like an octopus with 8 tentacles, but truly capable of multitasking. Chapter 40. The beginning of the Royal War, Awakening Feast, the Sea Monarch. The Battle for Supremacy. A ticket costs 100,000 berries. First come, first served, an unmissable peak battle. Dragon Lord versus Giant Prince. A clash between super monsters. The ultimate showdown on the sea. From the giant tribe, the cursed prince Loki. 3 days later, news of Lin Hao's showdown with Loki spread throughout the streets and alleys of the Dragon Kingdom. This is not just a simple pirate clash, but a decisive battle between the Dragon Lord of the Dragon Kingdom and the Prince of the Giant Tribe, representing a confrontation between two transcendent forces, especially since Lin Hao hasn't made a move in a long time. 8 years ago, he fought against Whitebeard, undoubtedly a Vice-Emperor level combat power. Now, after 8 years, how has Lin Hao's strength changed? This is a question of concern for many forces. In an instant, even a navy and pirates who had arrived in the Dragon Kingdom were shocked and excited. A ticket for 100,000? Give me 3. I want 3 tickets too. 3 tickets. The limit of 3 tickets per person is set to prevent scalping. Major forces can reserve to watch, like the Navy, Red Hair Pirates, and Bigman Pirates. At the same time, Morgans, who received the news, rushed over madly. The Sea Monarchs battle for supremacy? The title from the Dragon Kingdom already indicates the stakes. Haha. The giant Prince Loki, a special conqueror's hockey user, towering over ordinary giants, possesses terrifying and domineering strength. I've heard of him before. Didn't he expect this kid to set sail too? Loki is about the same age as Kaido, but with the 3 times lifespan of the giant tribe. Loki is still just a kid who's just set sail. As for Loki's strength, 6 billion berries? That is much stronger than the 100 million berries giant captain from a century ago. 3 types of hockey, and he possesses special conqueror's hockey. His height far exceeds that of ordinary giants, with unmatched kingly strength, plus the huge weapon resembling Thor's hammer in his hand. He is undoubtedly a terrifying existence. Boss, should he the one capable of taking down Loki be the War King? Why is the Dragon Lord personally taking action? Not just Jean. Other powerful members of the Beast Pirates also looked toward Kaido. The War King is the title of Li Yuanba, recognized as the strongest in the Empire by both the Dragon Kingdom and the Beast Pirates. Kaido had previously considered clashing with Li Yuanba, but when Li Yuanba's power broke through the limit of 3 S's, beating him felt like childish play. The penetrating power of top-level armament hockey could knock him out with a single blow, and his devil fruit was completely restrained. So Kaido quickly lost the thought of challenging him. Li Yuanba completely overpowered him. It was just a case of seeking punishment. After all, at the same level, it was a clash of dragons and phoenixes. But now it's a case of a big rock eating a small dragon, a biological restraint. The awakening of the devil fruit is just a matter of time. Years ago, the Dragon Lord's devil fruit was already on the verge of awakening, but he needed a hardy, pressure-filled battle to step into the awakened state. Once his devil fruit awakens, his power and physique will advance further, becoming a true top monarch on the sea. This kid's talent is even more terrifying than you can imagine. If it weren't for his devil fruit being only of the ancient type, his strength would already be on par with mine and Ling Ling's. The crowd was not surprised at all. 8 years ago, the Dragon Lord dared to face Whitebeard head-on, and didn't he lose in a short time? His strength was already far beyond that of an ordinary vice admiral. Now, 8 years later, plus Lin Hao is in a rapid growth phase. His strength is definitely stronger than it was 8 years ago. Mama. Zeus, make the wind stronger. We need to reach the Dragon Kingdom faster. At this moment, the Big Mom pirates were also rushing toward the Dragon Kingdom. Both Lin Hao and Loki were the most perfect candidates for husband or son-in-law in Big Mom's eyes. However, Lin Hao had rejected Big Mom's marriage proposal back then. It wasn't that Lin Hao was interested, but Big Mom is a ticking time bomb, and during the Wano arc, she specifically targeted allies. Lin Hao didn't want to ally with someone like that. Mama. This is already the strongest wind. The huge black clouds in the sky revealed a human-like face, blowing fierce winds below, propelling the large fleet on the sea forward. Standing on the deck of the Queen's Anthem, Perospero quickly echoed, "Mama, don't worry, we'll make it in time. Plus, after we reach the outer islands of the Dragon Kingdom, we could take the sea train directly to the Dragon Kingdom, saving another 3 days." Mama. Upon hearing this, Big Mom couldn't help but show a hint of an expectant smile. This is a clash between 2 great, transcendent forces at sea. Especially the duel between the 2 men she looks forward to the most. Dad, are we really not going? The sea is already buzzing. If we don't go, won't it embarrass our Whitebeard pirates? Gulalala, what is so great about that kid's awakening feast? However, Marco, this time you take Vista, Jozu, and them to witness it. The clash of 2 super monsters will also be your greatest rivals in the future. After the last tragic defeat, Marco has been training hard for 8 years and has awakened his fruit. Even Vista has entered the realm of great swordsmen ahead of time. And with shining Jozu's diamond defense, the Whitebeard pirates have become much stronger compared to the original story. Setbacks make people grow. Previously, under Whitebeard's protection, everyone lived carefree. But after an utterly predictable tragic defeat brought the Whitebeard pirates down from their pedestal, they realized Whitebeard wasn't omnipotent. After all, there is only one Whitebeard. He cannot protect them forever. As long as the other side can hold Whitebeard back, there would be a flock of sheep to be slaughtered, also a hindrance to Whitebeard. It should be noted that in their last tragic defeat, they paid the price of 10 devil fruits. All right, Dad. Marco also understands that the Whitebeard pirates cannot miss this feast. However, Whitebeard does not want to see Lin Hao again, or rather, does not want to enter the range of the Dragon Kingdom again, reminding him of the past. And Marco's strength, after awakening his devil fruit, has already reached a solid Vice-Emperor level, and he might not lose to an admiral after 3 days and nights of fighting. Along with Vista and Diamond Jozu, they are only second to the other 2 Emperor-level crews. Fufufu. In Dressrosa, Doflamingo was also shocked upon receiving the news. He didn't expect this to be a battle between Lin Hao and the giant Prince Loki, a clash of 2 born supermonsters. Over the years, Doflamingo's underground business has grown larger, and he has also been involved with Elbaf, so he naturally knows about Prince Loki, a supermonster that nearly wiped out the giant kingdom. As for Lin Hao, there's no need to mention it. 8 years ago, he could contend with Whitebeard, a top-level powerhouse. 8 years have passed. Lin Hao's strength might have already reached the level of a sea monarch. The little human princess Mancheri? A healer with a healing fruit ability? Fufufu. I really didn't expect that such a powerful devil fruit user was hidden right under my nose. Doflamingo fears Lin Hao more than Kaido. Moreover, under Lin Hao's guidance, Doflamingo's strength is not what it used to be. Not to mention materials like carbon fiber that are 10 times stronger than steel, even the sky-splitting thread, diamond nano thread, elemental thread, give him strength comparable to that of a top Vice-Emperor. The Rift Line can tear apart space, possessing a ripping ability similar to the surgical fruit. The diamond nanowire is indestructible, even capable of instantaneously cutting through sea prism stone and diamonds. The elemental line is formed by the condensation of various elemental abilities, releasing wind lines, lightning lines, laser lines, etc., through the storage of cloud shells. Chapter 41. The Great Knight of the Sea, Poseidon, Prince White Star, Your Excellency Neptune. This is a car exclusive to VIPs, please. As a special guest, the Great Knight of the Sea, Neptune, accompanied by the little princess White Star and the sea hero Jinbei, arrived at the Dragon Kingdom through an underwater tunnel. Firstly, due to the strength of the Dragon Kingdom, they had to show respect. Secondly, aiding establish the Fishman town on the ruins of the ancient Wano Country, which is also recognized as the second base by the mermaids. In a vast ocean, mermaids have always been high-value commodities. The starting price alone is 50 million berries. Therefore, even on Fishman Island, those mermaids are not absolutely safe. However, here, they are protected by the Dragon Kingdom above and 2 powerful Fishman experts from the Beast Pirates below, along with aiding the general of the Imperial Tactics Department, making it impossible for anyone to act against them. After all, aiding commands the Fishman army of the Dragon Kingdom, and with the equipment of the Dragon Kingdom, they easily overpower any major pirate crew. Even the 4 Emperor's pirate crews are helpless against the underwater Fishman forces. This time, Neptune came to inspect Fishman Town. Upon boarding the train, he was greeted by a mirror-like smooth and clean floor, luxurious and noble private suites, and a dozen graceful young women providing service throughout the journey. Even Jinbei couldn't help but be amazed. Compared to the soulless attendants of Mariewa, these workers are well paid, working 5 days a week with 2 days off. Their smiles are full of vitality and hope, and their curious gazes are unmistakable. They even encountered a few mermaid attendants here. From them, they learned a lot of information. The first being their high salaries, ample rest time, and absolutely safe travel within the Empire. This left both Neptune and Jinbei shocked at the Dragon Kingdom's attitude towards mermaids. As the train started, the scenery outside quickly receded. Yet, those inside the train felt no bumps or discomfort, as if they were moving smoothly on land. Qinglong City has arrived. Passengers wishing to disembark or board, please do so in an orderly manner within 15 minutes. Before everyone could regain their senses, a melodious and gentle female voice rang in their ears. This left Jinbei and Neptune in shock, glancing around in disbelief. Had they really arrived at another city after just a brief chat? Looking at the tall buildings in the distance and the imperial citizens getting on and off, they had to accept this reality. Soon, the train started again, and Jinbei carefully observed the changing scenery outside. After calculating the speed, He was astonished to find that this super train was moving at a speed comparable to that of a bullet from a flintlock gun. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, they arrived at their ultimate destination, Dragon City. Your Highness Neptune, the Emperor is outside welcoming your visit. Dragon Lord? Neptune was taken aback. It was as if he had been personally received by the Gorosei in Mariewa. How could he not be shocked? But what surprised Jinbei even more was the simultaneous appearance of the Imperial War King, Tianjin Wangyu, and Master Panda before them. Aiding, as a fishman general, had a good relationship with Jinbei. Thus, Jinbei was aware of the military strength of the Dragon Kingdom. These three were undoubtedly major general-level powers. The seemingly weakest Master Panda should not be underestimated, as he belonged to the Fur tribe. In the demon god technique, Moon Lion form, he could easily overpower the 4 emperors in a short time. Moreover, Jinbei noticed that the gazes of the three were not on them, but rather on the excited and curious Princess White Star, whose innocent demeanor made him uneasy. Soon, Jinbei caught Aiding sigh, which conveyed a sense of reassurance. Only Neptune, with his seemingly rugged appearance, perceived everything and understood that the Dragon Kingdom might already be aware of White Star's identity. Emperor Lin Hao, welcome the great Knight of the Sea, His Highness Neptune, to the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Neptune looked ahead at the imposing figure of Lin Hao. 8 years later, Lin Hao had not only grown to a height of 7 meters, but his image had also matured from youthful innocence to a solid presence, with sharp and dignified features and an aura of righteousness and majesty, especially his pair of deep and commanding eyes, which exhibited authority without needing to display any supernatural abilities. Under the weight of his eyes, Lin Hao's conqueror's haki had reached the pinnacle, and his strength had reached SSS level. Previously, his heavy eyes were merely a talent ability, but now, through the extension of his bloodline, Lin Hao's power had received tremendous enhancement. Otherwise, his strength would be comparable to his physical attributes. SSS-level strength alone possessed the capability to confront major generals. SSS strength was on par with the peak level of Whitebeard. Neptune had seen the Dragon Lord, clad in a dark imperial robe adorned with 9-clawed golden dragons and with a large sword at his waist. Lin Hao now carried his sword with him. As for the dragon blade, it had transformed into a completely crimson horned dragon hovering behind Lin Hao, its dragon head looking down upon all beings with disdain. The imposing presence, akin to a deity residing in the heavens, made the great Knight of the Sea, Neptune, unable to look directly at him. This was the most powerful Dragon Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. Jinbei was equally shaken. A dragon? Kaido. But he quickly dismissed this idea. Not to mention that Kaido, the guardian king of the nation, could not possibly be so adorned as Lin Hao. The color was also wrong. Moreover, the crimson dragon before him resembled the pet snake of the 9-snake empress, making it impossible for him to be the king of beasts, Kaido. Your Highness need not be overly courteous, nor should you worry. The reason I know the identity of Princess White Star is that there is a historical record of King of the Sea, Poseidon in the golden city of Shandora. Therefore, I harbor no ill intentions towards Princess White Star, nor do I intend to imprison her. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited until now. A historical record protected by the golden city of Shandora, and it recorded the history of King Poseidon. At this moment, Neptune thought of Roger from years ago. As if he had long anticipated White Star's arrival, it all originated from this. The cycle of fate. Your Highness Neptune, please. Lin Hao led Neptune out of the station, where a long and enormous golden carriage had already opened its doors, flanked by 100 black-armored Imperial guards. They sat down, and the procession moved majestically. Such a grand welcoming party had already shaken Dragon City. The extended golden carriage was not merely a royal vehicle, but the exclusive transport of the Dragon Lord of the Empire. Dragon Palace. This was not the Dragon Palace of Fishman Island, but the Imperial Palace of the Dragon Kingdom. With black city walls as its foundation, towering 15 zhang high and stretching thousands of zhang in length, each 100 zhang featured a 10 zhang tower. The 4 gates and corners boasted 20 zhang tall city towers, exuding majesty and solemnity. At the center of the imperial city stood a colossal divine palace overlooking all. The palace itself began at a height of 100 zhang, with layers of deer platforms extending 200 zhang deep, built with 1,000 steps, resembling a sky-reaching altar, which seemed endless. At its peak, a magnificent palace was constructed, standing 150 zhang tall, 200 zhang long, and 300 zhang wide. Compared to the world government, the divine palace was majestic and awe-inspiring, gazing down upon all. Moreover, the foundation and pillars of the palace, along with the dome, were constructed from concrete mixed with top-grade carbon fiber. The surface, resembling the dark night, was layered with multiple graphenes, combined with high-strength concrete walls, enabling the palace to withstand attacks from ancient weapons. Behind the palace was Lin Hao's nearly empty rear garden, where only a group of maidservants resided to attend to Lin Hao's daily life. On either side of the palace were the civil and military departments, the tactics department, and the literary pavilion, responsible for the empire's military and administration. Chapter 42. Exposing Shirahoshi as far as this emperor knows. Princess Shirahoshi's talent has been exposed and is now being targeted by a fishman pirate. Moreover, aside from this emperor, the world government likely already knows Princess Shirahoshi's identity. But since Shirahoshi's abilities have yet to awaken, the world government has not taken action. The world government knows too. Neptune was immediately shocked by this revelation. Only Jinbei stared at Lin Hao, unsure of Lin Hao's intentions. Was it a threat to Neptune to keep Princess Shirahoshi here? The world government is not as simple as you imagine, and the five elders are not the end of power. Deep within the world government, there's a hand that manipulates everything. Once Princess Shirahoshi enters Mariewa, it would be like a fish caught in a net, and there would be no escape. Therefore, this emperor is simply giving Prince Neptune a warning. Do not let Princess Shirahoshi step into Mariewa, or it will be a one-way trip. That person knows the former Sea King, Poseidon. Lin Hao's statement contained information that left both Neptune and Jinbei in shock, looking at Lin Hao in disbelief. Because Lin Hao mentioned that the person knew not Shirahoshi, but Poseidon. That was a figure from 800 years ago. Your Majesty, the banquet is ready. Please join us for the feast. At this moment, a cold and proud, beautiful girl dressed in palace attire slowly walked into the hall, reminding everyone that the night banquet was ready. Upon seeing the girl, Jinbei immediately thought of someone. The Ice Witch Wadaibe, a powerful figure in the New World, one of the elders of the White Beard Pirates. But now, such a powerful woman is merely a maid in Dragon Palace. She has shed her youthful innocence, and now, with her swordsmanship perfected, the peony is not only delicate and beautiful, but also voluptuous, rivaling the top 10 beauties in the world. A seasoned swordsman, a user of the ice fruit. In the New World, she is a powerhouse with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries, especially under Lin Hao's guidance. Her ice fruit has already been developed to the awakened state of absolute zero. This is not because Lin Hao is too powerful, but because Lin Hao knows how to entice. The ice fruit's abilities can freeze everything, such as freezing cells, freezing skin. It can indirectly alleviate aging. Just one example of freezing and preserving has made Peony's desire for the awakening of the ice fruit reach its peak. Every woman wants to be ageless. Prince Neptune, please. Dragon Emperor, please. In the hall, a group of old ministers had gathered with the 3 great elders, 3 great leaders, and 9 ministers. At this moment, with just a single destructive attack from the king, the entire Dragon Kingdom could be captured. This is also why Lin Hao used high-strength concrete to cast and multiple layers of graphite to lay the divine palace. Only this way can it withstand the world government surprise attacks. Opposite the imperial meritorious officials were the kingdom's envoys and powerful figures who had already arrived. With Prince Neptune's arrival, they were invited together. And tonight, the great restaurant is closed for the night. We have met your Majesty, Prince Neptune. As for Wang Yu and the others, they had already left the station. The reason they followed Lin Hao to meet Neptune was to see the legendary Sea King. Who would have thought that the Sea King would be just a 10-year-old little kid, instantly losing their interest? Everyone, there is no need for excessive formalities. Tonight, thanks to Prince Neptune's arrival, I invite you all, and I hope everyone will be gracious. Prince Neptune's special status is evident from his size. He was also a powerful figure in his youth, not to mention the special status of the fishman race. Sir, the dishes. The graceful maid entered, delicately holding a jade platter. The mouth-watering aroma that filled the entire hall was a testament to the true culinary skills of the chef. The Feast of the Nine Provinces. The Emperor's Banquet has 108 dishes, the Feudal Lord's Banquet has 72 dishes, and the Minister's Feast has 36 dishes. At this moment, 100 dishes were laid out before Lin Hao, and in front of others, there were varying numbers of 72 and 36 dishes according to their status. If it weren't for the specially made imperial table, it would be impossible to fit so many dishes. Esteemed envoys, this is a grand banquet, a great harmony of the 9 provinces. This is the unique imperial banquet created by the owner of the great restaurant, embodying the essence of his culinary skills, which is 10 times better than what you have experienced in the restaurant. How about you try it? Thank you for the banquet, Dragon Emperor. Upon hearing this, everyone marveled at the depth of the great restaurant. Aside from a few signature dishes, they had not encountered these exquisitely crafted imperial banquet dishes, which seemed to be works of divine craftsmanship, even after eating their way through the great restaurant in recent days. This is the true culinary art of the chef. The imperial banquet. The chef only prepares these imperial dishes for grand banquets. You have traveled a long way. I hope you can forgive any previous shortcomings in my hospitality. Not at all. We're just curious why your majesty personally welcomes the enemy. Not everyone possesses the insight of Kaido and Whitebeard. Most people came this time just to watch the battle. Some even thought this was Lin Hao's comeback battle. Suddenly hearing someone raise this question, everyone pricked up their ears, showing curiosity. Ha ha! This is no secret in front of the Navy and the major top forces. I, the Emperor, am an animal-type user of the golden scale form, and have been honing my body over the years. 3 years ago, I reached the stage of fruit awakening, but I lacked a thrilling battle. This time, facing the giant Prince Loki is to break through my own limits through a peak battle with him. Golden scales are not mere creatures. When encountering wind and clouds, they can transform into dragons. Fruit awakening. In paradise and the 4 seas. This may be unfamiliar terminology, but it is not to those present. The awakening of the devil fruit is also synonymous with strength, especially for animal-type devil fruits. Once awakened, one's physique and power undergo a qualitative change. Of course, at Lin Hao's level, although the progress of devil fruit awakening is limited, it is enough for Lin Hao to completely ascend to the ranks of top-tier powerhouses. But your majesty, Loki is a legendary super monster of the giant race, possessing the special bloodline of ancient giants, immensely powerful and exceedingly evil. Isn't it too hasty to choose such a super monster as an enemy? I know this, and precisely because of this, it can bring me pressure in terms of strength. Moreover, whether I win or lose in this battle will not affect the development of the Dragon Kingdom. I am not a pirate who determines victory or defeat based on personal outcomes. The strength of the Dragon Kingdom has never relied on me. The Emperor stationed at Dragon Palace. If it truly comes to a point where I must take action, then the Dragon Kingdom is already nearing its end. Hearing Lin Hao's explanation, everyone looked at the 3 great general-level powerhouses, War King, Sky Sword, and Master. The 3 great general-level powerhouses are enough to suppress everything. Moreover, at this moment, Lin Hao's strength is also at the general level, and once the devil fruit awakens, he will be a top-tier ruler on the sea. Just like 8 years ago, when Lin Hao was overwhelmed by Whitebeard, but the final victory belonged to the Dragon Kingdom. The strength of the Dragon Kingdom has never been about individuals, but about the entire empire. By the way, many powerful pirates have arrived during this time, so please do not wander around. Within the Empire's surveillance, any pirates daring to challenge the Empire's rules will be eradicated by the Empire, which will ensure your safety. However, the consequences of challenging the Empire's rules will be the same for you. We dare not. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly expressed their fear. The strength of the Dragon Kingdom certainly puts pressure on them that is no less than that of the world government. Chapter 43. Ancient Giants vs. Golden Giant Bird Bwahaha. Ahead lies the Kingdom of Dragons. Soon, we'll create a huge commotion. This is the richest human nation in the New World. The demon factor awakens in the bloodline of these pirate giants, and their scarlet, frenzied eyes gleam with a desire for golden treasures, completely disregarding the strong individuals of the Kingdom of Dragons. A group of chosen strongmen from a swarm of ants are, after all, still ants. As for Big Mom, they have long forgotten her. Moreover, What stands before them is Loki, the prince with the bloodline of ancient giants. That is an unimaginable power far beyond ordinary giants, a force capable of destroying the world. As a group of giant pirates prepared to land on the island to plunder, a piercing eagle cry echoed, as if it pierced the soul. Then, to the astonishment of the giant pirates, a colossal bird descended from the sky. Its golden wings shimmered under the sun, radiating dazzling, colorful brilliance. Its enormous claws, akin to those forged from pure gold, glimmered with a cold light, containing the sharpness to tear apart space. At the moment the golden-winged roc appeared, the albatross, which had been observing the giant pirate crew, quickly pressed the shutter. The super-strong warrior of the Kingdom of Dragons. Wow! So, the strongmen of the Kingdom of Dragons? The 70-meter-tall prince with the bloodline of ancient giants, Loki, wielding a massive hammer crackling with violent thunder, leaped from the bow of the ship to directly confront the descending golden eagle's claws. Boom! Thunder erupted, a powerful clash. The peak of natural divine power collided. A formidable confrontation of three-colored hockey. In an instant, centered around the two, a devastating shockwave surged, creating monstrous waves that swept across the surroundings for hundreds of miles, nearly carrying away several nearby islands. Fortunately, there were strong individuals stationed on the islands, and the islands near the Kingdom of Dragons were far above sea level, so the losses were not significant. At the point of contact between the eagle's claws and the giant hammer, a destructive flash of lightning enveloped a 10-kilometer radius. Wahaha! Loki confidently believed one strike could break the opponent's bones and shatter the eagle's claws. But at the moment of impact, it felt as if he had struck the earth, unable to budge the opponent in the slightest. Moreover, his hammer was firmly grasped by the eagle's claws as if it were about to be crushed, causing Loki to be greatly alarmed. The power of this golden giant bird was unexpectedly on par with his own, even strong enough to suppress him. What a hard hammer! Beneath the eagle's claws, Li Yuanba also felt the difficulty of the Thunder God's hammer. His eagle claw technique was not inferior to the dragon's claw technique. Especially under the influence of his abilities, the eagle claw technique could slice through iron as if it were clay, controlling the wind and soaring. Without warning, without any buildup, a hurricane that filled Loki with despair suddenly gathered. In the incredulous gazes of all, a massive sea current with a diameter of over 1,000 meters surged upwards, disappearing into the clouds. This was the golden-winged roc's ability, controlling the wind and soaring. At this moment, all pirates within the Kingdom of Dragons gazed in awe at the golden giant bird high above in the sky. The terrifying power of the storm it unleashed was utterly invincible, especially for red-haired Shanks. During the Ed War naval battle, why did the Golden Lion lose to the Roger Pirates despite having an absolute advantage? It was precisely because of a sudden massive storm that destroyed the Golden Lion's flying pirate crew. And this golden giant bird, capable of creating such a storm, held an overwhelming advantage against any pirate crew on the sea. The giant Prince Loki? Just SOSO, within the Kingdom of Dragons. As the giant pirate crew was lifted into the sky by the surging sea current, there was no cloud to catch them. The falling giant pirate crew was basically doomed. Cough, cough, cough. Loki awoke from unconsciousness, sensing the surrounding darkness with no visibility. Not even a faint light could penetrate. But fortunately, under the observation hockey, he detected familiar auras around him. His giant pirate crew was all present, which relieved him greatly. Then, Loki sensed an extremely powerful aura approaching him. "Kid, you're awake." Kaido's deep and rough voice made Loki realize he was very likely in the underworld of the Kingdom of Dragons. Listening to the domineering aura outside, which was not inferior to his own, Loki immediately thought of another powerful individual from the Kingdom of Dragons. "You are the beast, Kaido? Wahahaha. So the kid knows of me? Back in the Rocks Pirates, I've heard your name quite a lot." The prison door opened, and Kaido walked in, directly handing Loki the key to the sea stone handcuffs, continuing, "The Dragon King's intention is for you to defeat him in the arena, and you can take these giants away. Otherwise, kid, you will be sent back to Elbaf, and they will remain in the underworld to serve 30 years for their crimes." After unlocking the handcuffs, Loki raised an eyebrow at Kaido's condition. He did not expect Lin how to propose such a simple condition. But considering the terror of the golden giant bird, this dragon emperor of the kingdom of dragons might indeed be as formidable as rumored. Not the kind of ant he imagined could be easily crushed. Really? The Dragon King is currently in the fruit awakening stage and needs an absolutely powerful opponent to provide the pressure for his awakening. If it weren't for the giant pirate crew wanting to plunder in the territory of the Kingdom of Dragons, as the heir of the giant nation Elbaf, even if expelled, they would at least be guests of the Kingdom of Dragons, not enemies. Let's go drink some alcohol. After eating and drinking well, we'll have the strength to beat that kid. Kaido was not worried at all about Loki going berserk. He was no longer the pure, hexagonal warrior of the past. In his awakened dragon form, he might not even lose to the recently awakened Nika form. Moreover, after awakening, Kaido's power and physique had advanced further. In a direct confrontation, only Li Yuanba could suppress him slightly. And that golden giant bird? The War King Li Yuanba, with a mythical beast type, golden-winged rock form, possesses terrifying power far surpassing that of the ancient giant race and giant sea kings. And he is also the #1 expert of the Kingdom of Dragons. Loki thought about how he couldn't even shake that golden claw with his iron hammer. And he immediately believed Kaido's boasting. On this voyage across the sea, aside from Big Emon, the only one who could confront him in terms of power was this golden giant bird. Wow! Suddenly, Kaido thought of something amusing and burst into laughter. Aside from Jin, who was following Kaido and had a vague guess, Loki looked at Kaido, feeling that this Kaido was even more insane than he was. However, the people on that ship seemed to make everything reasonable. By the way, that's your weapon. It's quite heavy. Loki looked up, and in the faint night light, he could barely make out the outline of Shadow, but he could confirm that it was indeed his iron hammer. Aren't you and the Dragon King in cahoots? I'm a pirate. He is a king. I'm a destroyer. He is a builder. We don't mix at all. We're merely a strategic alliance in a new world. As long as we don't rob in the Kingdom of Dragons territory and don't cause trouble on his land, both sides can remain safe and sound. Moreover, my enemy is not him. Waha, little giant. Do you want to join me in turning this sea upside down? Hearing this, Loki for the first time encountered such an alliance. But at this moment, he vaguely understood that it wasn't that Kaido was too cowardly, but rather that the opponent's power was far above that of the Beast Pirates, which is why the Beast Pirates were so obedient. Thinking back to the terrifying golden giant bird from the daytime, everything seemed to make sense. Chapter 44, The Arrival of the 9 Snakes, Kings Like Clouds. Is the world's most beautiful woman, the Empress of the 9 Snakes, here? The 9 Snake Pirates are truly all beautiful women, with all sorts of styles, from plump to slender. On the eve of the great battle, the 9 Snake Pirates also landed in the Dragon Kingdom. A pair of jade white, long and straight legs, followed by a proud and upright bust, a deep cleavage, a slender waist, and curvy hips, a stunning beauty in a fitted red chipao, swayed down from the perfumed serpent ship, immediately attracting countless gazes, and that face beautiful enough to bring disaster, pure yet sacred, with skin as smooth as ice and bones as exquisite as jade, exuded an enchanting charm that captivated the onlookers. Empress! 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 In an instant, the shouts echoed throughout the dock like a tsunami. As the world's most beautiful woman, the Empress came with a purpose. If it weren't for her wariness of the Dragon Kingdom's strength, she would have already taken action. The Dragon Emperor, the most powerful ruler in the New World. Most importantly, in the Dragon Kingdom, even fishmen can walk openly on the streets, a wise and open-minded nation. Originally, she looked down upon coming to a man's country. However, considering the technology controlled by the Dragon Kingdom, which could cross the windless zone, it posed a fatal threat to Amazon Lily, where the 9 snakes resided. To solve the problem, one must find the original cause. Hence, the Empress thought of the Dragon Kingdom. However, after arriving in the Dragon Kingdom, the 9 Snake Empress did not meet Lin Hao immediately, but was instead arranged to stay at the Tine Shiage, a very secluded villa. Lin Hao knew that even if he killed the celestial dragon, the Empress might not look favorably upon him. He did not possess the fortune of a protagonist. Therefore, he did not need to pay too much attention to the 9 Snake Empress. For a woman at his level, would she still lack men around her? Sister, this Dragon Emperor has such a big ego. He clearly doesn't take our 9 Snake Pirates seriously, compared to Lin Hao's warm welcome of the Sea Knight Neptune. His attitude towards the nine snake pirates was completely different. Even the welcoming party consisted of members of the beast pirates, not imperial officials. As one of the three major powers of the sea, the Empress and even the nine snake pirates were extremely proud. But Kaido did not take the seven warlords seriously at all. Thus, the nine snake pirates faced a setback. That arrogant man, Boa Hancock, will definitely petrify him into a statue, forever stepping on him. Just then, a knock sounded, and a lewd-looking fat man walked in holding a lunchbox. I am Chef Pao Ding from the Grand Dining Hall. I heard that the Nine Snake Empress is staying here, so I brought lunch for the Empress and the beautiful ladies, showcasing our hospitality in the Dragon Kingdom. Also, during this time, the ladies can dine for free at the Grand Dining Hall. The ladies looked at the greasy, fat chef with squinty eyes, quickly understanding the situation. In an instant, two of the Gorgon sisters looked at the chef with vigilance and seriousness, as the users of the Cobra and Anaconda fruits. Even though neither side had revealed their fruit abilities, the eight-headed serpent fruit had an absolute suppression over them. That kind of animalistic, instinctive, upper-class oppression. Hospitality? When did the Dragon Kingdom let chefs serve guests? The ladies did not know that the nine snake pirates were pirates. Even though the Empress was the queen of a daughter country in the Dragon Kingdom, she still held the identity of a pirate, belonging to a group that was not well regarded, hosted by the Beast Pirates. Ladies, please don't be angry. The Empire and the Beast Pirates are strategic allies. When the chef mentioned the strategic alliance, the nine snake pirates understood the reason. The nine snake pirates were a pirate nation, true pirates in the truest sense, naturally hosted by the Beast Pirates. Kaido had not caused trouble because it was a special time. Otherwise, he would have already dealt with them. No matter what, you are the world's most beautiful woman. Boa Sandersonia knew Lin how wouldn't team meet them alone, and she looked at the chef with anticipation, asking, "So how do we meet the Dragon Emperor? The Empress wants to see the ruler?" That's a bit difficult. His Majesty generally doesn't team meet outsiders, especially pirates. However, the chef often entered the Dragon Palace to prepare royal meals, so if the Empress had something to request, he could convey it on her behalf. If His Majesty wanted to see you, he would summon you to the Dragon Palace. Otherwise, the guards in the Dragon Palace are strict. If you force your way in, even the nine snake pirates would likely not get close to the palace gates. Orderly queues, entering in an organized manner. The ones at the back don't rush. As long as you have a ticket, you can enter, and the ticket number corresponds to your seat. If you try to cause trouble, you'll end up in the inferno for half a year. This was the entrance to the arena, with a loudspeaker continuously broadcasting. The previously chaotic line suddenly quieted down. This was the Empire's property. If they caused trouble, they would truly be captured and thrown into the inferno. Checking the tickets was simple. Just insert the ticket into the machine's entrance. Therefore, in less than an hour, hundreds of thousands of people gradually entered the venue. The meticulously crafted seats, made of island cloud, were soft and elastic. Next to each seat was a cup of the Empire's specially brewed cool mung bean soup and red bean soup, ample enough to maintain energy for lunch. Additionally, in front of each seating area, there was a huge screen set up to ensure everyone could see clearly. Delegations from various countries, 3 Marine Vice Admirals, and the 9 Snake Pirates. These top-tier forces of the sea were guided to their respective VIP areas. From the perspective overlooking the arena, the view was broad. A massive azure dragon, 1,000 meters long, appeared in the sky above the venue. The dragon's body emerged from the clouds, spitting thunder and surrounded by heavenly fire, resembling a world-ending demon, instilling fear in everyone. The protector king of the nation, Beast Kaido. Following that, another wild and unrestrained laugh echoed as a massive figure, akin to a mountain and resembling a demon god, entered the venue from another passage. Ancient giant bloodline. Even Jack, who stood 8 meters tall, barely reached the other's ankle. Moreover, the ordinary people present were like ants in the eyes of the giant Prince Loki, whose enormous stature shook everyone. Unlike Oars, Loki's power and domineering presence were unparalleled by any other devil fruit user. Looking around, Loki did not see Lin Hao and shouted, "Where is the Dragon Master? Did he not want to fight this prince? Now that this prince is here, I want to know how many hits you can take from me." Maha. Just as Loki was shouting, suddenly the dark clouds in the sky thickened again. and a figure with blood-red eyes, stepping on black clouds, approached. Especially those blood-red eyes, full of greed and possessiveness, made Loki feel a tightening at his rear. Big Mom. With Big Mom's appearance, her crew looked at Loki with awe. Loki's size was not ordinary, and for some reason, he was fixated on Charlotte Lola, who was less than 3 meters tall. Loki, since you don't want to be with Chiffon, how about becoming my 44th husband? Big Mom. Hearing Big Mom's teasing, Loki truly became furious. The iron thunder in his hand erupted with a terrifying red lightning, like an enraged deity, holding thunder to shatter the heavens, penetrating the clouds, ready to annihilate the entire venue at any moment. At that moment, everyone felt the pressure of death, especially Loki, with his fierce and glaring eyes. Looked like a demon from hell under the flashes of thunder. Ha ha ha. Holding Napoleon, Big Mom unleashed her conqueror's haki. Her overwhelming haki was no less than Loki's, tearing the clouds and the sky apart and creating an unfathomable abyss, with clear distinctions on both sides. Ha ha ha. As the two's haki clashed, Kaido, who was transforming into a dragon in the sky, was naturally unwilling to back down. His massive and imposing dragon body disappeared among the clouds, but the lightning born from the conqueror's haki spread like a web across the entire sky. Red-haired Shanks, Empress Hancock, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Green Pepper, the Crimson King. Nearly 10 instances of Conqueror's haki wreaked havoc in the air, causing a hint of worry to emerge on the face of the observing Navy Admiral candidate, Peach Rabbit. There were just too many kings of the sea. Ha ha ha. This is truly exciting. Within the Whitebeard Pirates camp, Marco and others lacked Conqueror's haki and could only watch the clash of haki in the sky, while Marshall D. Teach's eyes sparkled with envy and longing. When could he step into the game and even become the true player? It would be best if all these monsters of the sea could wipe each other out in one go. Chapter 45. The Wrath of the Dragon Lord dominates the world boom. As the various individuals clashed with their Conqueror's haki, each fighting their own battles, a terrifying wave of Conqueror's haki swept across the battlefield. The top-tier Conqueror's haki, the invincible double pupil path, revealed itself as a pair of golden, heavy pupils suddenly opened in the dark clouds, looking down upon all living beings. At this moment, Lin Hao's haki surged like a celestial dragon entering the sea, stirring up immense waves and sweeping in all directions. At the same time, a golden light burst forth from the black clouds, and a massive throne forged from gold, entwined with 9 dragons, slowly emerged before everyone, standing proudly in the void. Behind it, a gigantic red dragon, over 100 meters long, exuded a majestic aura, coiling in the sky, its dragon head looking down and gazing defiantly at the sea. On the throne, amidst the dazzling golden light, stood a figure dressed in a dark dragon robe, exuding an air of aloof nobility, leaning on a sword. That pair of golden, heavy pupils glanced disdainfully at the awestruck crowd below, finally locking onto the giant race prince, Loki, making an entrance with absolute, overwhelming force, exuding dominance. Beside Lin Hao were Li Yuanba and Abao, guarding him on either side, while Guanzhong stood on the golden platform beneath Lin Hao, holding a black dragon scroll. This domineering and grand entrance not only shocked the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, but also astonished Big Mom, the Empress, Marco, and others. Is this the Dragon Emperor? Ha ha, no wonder it's the strongest conqueror as haki. But this old man doesn't he know how to admit defeat? My, what great ambition. Reminiscent of an old friend from years past. Bahaha, the Dragon Lord? Quite interesting. The 3 waves of Conqueror's haki abandoned their entanglement and charged towards Lin Hao's golden throne, standing proudly in the void, looking down upon all living beings. Such a high-profile Dragon Emperor naturally became the target of everyone's attacks. However, the others did not make a move, as merely these 3 super monsters of the sea were already sufficient. The 3 waves of overwhelming, tyrannical haki surged forward like a mountain flood breaching a dam, akin to a cataclysmic lightning strike, transforming into 3 ancient, indestructible monstrous beings, opening their massive mouths to devour the golden throne. In the face of this scene, Lin Hao's Conqueror's haki erupted like a volcanic explosion, A vast and mighty conqueror's haki surged from him, coalescing into an unparalleled true dragon phantom that radiated an aura of ancientness, wildness, and ultimate destruction. Conqueror's haki, Dragon's Wrath. At the moment the three waves of Conqueror's haki were about to strike, the true dragon phantom above Lin Hao's head suddenly opened its dragon eyes. In an instant, a force swept across the Dragon Kingdom, purging all impending attacks directed at Lin Hao. The onlookers were left in a daze, nearly kneeling in submission under the pressure of the supreme, true dragon. Even those with strong Conqueror's haki were no exception. Dragon's Wrath, cleansing all attacks and states directed at him, even the power of the Devil Fruit's rules. Furthermore, within the 3 seconds of activating Dragon's Wrath, special-type Devil Fruits would also enter an invalidation state, an absolutely invincible, terrifying ability. How is this possible? The true dragon phantom behind Lin Hao vanished. But the shock it left on everyone was just beginning. The three sovereigns conquerors' haki crumbled before Lin Hao's, utterly defeated in a single blow. This outcome was completely unforeseen by all, especially since they were all possessors of advanced and top-tier conquerors' haki. On the Moby Dick at the Navy headquarters, among the powers, everyone watching Lin Hao single-handedly shatter the combined haki of the three sovereigns on the screen was left horrified. These were the maritime sovereigns who had dominated the seas for decades. Only those who had trembled under their command could understand the significance of Lin Hao's ability to defeat the haki of the three sovereigns in one fell swoop. The strong figures of the Navy headquarters fell silent. Even Akainu was terrifyingly quiet. The 5 elders amid the power dynamics broke into a cold sweat, silently marking the Dragon Kingdom as a forbidden zone. Their immortal bodies, in the face of such terrifying conquerors' haki, were nothing but fodder, as if they had encountered a nemesis in a forbidden land. Bahahaha, your haki seems even more terrifying than the one I admire. Just a little trick of top-tier conquerors' haki. A low, indifferent voice spread throughout the venue, and only then did the crowd gradually come to their senses. Greetings, Dragon Lord. We pay our respects, your majesty. At this moment, the officials of the Dragon Kingdom in the VIP section all bowed deeply, their eyes filled with fervent admiration. This was the Supreme Dragon Lord who protected their Dragon Kingdom. Long live the Dragon Lord! An overwhelming wave of worship and fervor surged through the venue, shaking Dragon City. Seeing this, Shanks, Peach Rabbit, and others also came to understand the source of Lin Hao's conqueror's haki. Faith, worship, respect Lin Hao as a wise ruler, crafting what seemed to be the embryonic form of a great kingdom from 800 years ago. Little brat, conqueror's haki is not absolute power. Loki, gazing at Lin Hao, who was being worshipped by the masses, held his divine hammer, Iron Thunder, with an unhappy expression, swirling with earth-shattering, thunderous power as he swung it toward the golden throne in the void, resembling a titan challenging the king of gods. Thunder Hammer. Li Yuanba, on Lin Hao's left, leaped up, wielding the drum-shaped golden hammer to meet the iron thunder hammer that came crashing down like a mountain. Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder roared, countless bolts pouring down like a torrential rain. The clash of the two hammers generated a shockwave of haki that resembled the apocalyptic impact of nuclear weapons, sweeping away everything. Even Kaido and Big Mom, who were close by, felt a powerful, tyrannical whirlwind that nearly blew them away, let alone the crowd below. As the endless thunder and the haki shockwave were about to reach them, an invisible barrier seemed to appear before their eyes, nullifying everything. Even so, it was still breathtaking. Is this the power of the top fighters of the sea? Especially the New World fighters present. All gaze at the clash between Loki and Li Yuanba, their faces filled with profound shock. Bang! The two hammers separated, with Li Yuanba landing directly beside the golden throne, but Loki was knocked back, half his body swayed, teetering. Stagger, stagger, stagger. Loki only took 3 steps back, and after the tremor subsided, he steadied himself while looking incredulously at the one who had struck him. A mere ant, not even the size of his finger, possessed power more terrifying than his own. You are the War King Li Yuanba, the golden eagle of the sea before? Indeed, that's me. The big guy has decent strength. Let's compete later. Upon hearing Li Yuanba's acknowledgement, Loki had to admit that one should not judge by appearances. Meanwhile, Big Mom and others looked incredulously at the figure clad in golden armor, their eyes filled with shock and apprehension. Previously, when Li Yuanba fought to a standstill against Carp, people could still categorize it as hammering the nursing home of the South Mountain. But now, with Li Yuanba knocking back the giant race Prince Loki with a single hammer, that was absolute power. Recalling Carp's evaluation of Li Yuanba, Peach Rabbit realized that Li Yuanba had completely transformed into a super powerhouse among the great kings. That was the strength of Roger and Whitebeard at their peak. Chapter 46. The battle for the title of the world's greatest swordsman Prince Loki is a guest from afar. Please take your seat. As Lin Hao's voice fell, a cloud of island materialized from the distance, condensing into a throne over 100 meters high behind Loki. This scene made Loki's expression much more pleasant, as his throne appeared larger and more spectacular. Kaido and Big Mom also had their own exclusive areas. And after witnessing Lin Hao's conqueror's haki, they took their seats. They understood that Lin Hao was not one of the main combatants from the Kingdom of Dragons. However, just the overwhelming haki that surpassed rocks was not something they could covet. At this point, the expected guests had mostly arrived. The 3 Emperor's pirate crews, the 6 Dark Emperors, red-haired, 9 snakes, the King of Lizards, the Crimson King. With that, let the competition begin. As Lin Hao spoke, the large screen displayed the entire event. First match, day the battle for the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Second match, day the birth of the new Emperor of the Seas. Third match, day Dragon Master versus Prince Loki. The 100,000 belly tickets were not just for a simple match. It was known that this time the Empire had amassed hundreds of billions of berries in wealth. If it were merely a competition, it would indeed be too much of a scam. Therefore, Lin Hao added 2 additional matches on the spot. The battle for the title of the world's greatest swordsman. There were quite a few swordsmen present, not to mention Wang Yu, Shanks, and even Mihawk, Peach Rabbit, Bista, and many veteran swordsmen who came to watch, such as Smooji, the Mongoose, and the Crimson King, among dozens of others. Due to time constraints, the great swordsmen could not take turns sparring. Thus, the matches were divided into 3 events: cutting, swordsmanship, and sword intent, judged by red-haired Shanks, Beast Kaido, Big Mom, and the Dragon Master, with the one supported by the most people being declared the world's greatest swordsman. If anyone was dissatisfied afterward, they could challenge the winner in actual combat, and the Empire would provide a sky arena. Moreover, 30 of the ticket revenue would go to the victor. With time pressing, the first match of the cutting competition officially began. Crystal pillars, each with a diameter of 1 foot, appeared around the arena, spaced exactly 10 meters apart. At this moment, the judges slowly explained the rules. Rules of the cutting competition. The swordsmen must use their flying slashes to cut through the diamond pillars in front of the arena as a ticket to enter the competition for the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Please note that the transparent crystal pillars around the arena are made entirely of diamond, which is considered unbreakable and has a hardness comparable to sea stone. To cut through these diamond pillars, only supreme cutting techniques will suffice. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the central crystal pillar in disbelief. This was actually diamond, which they usually measured in carats. Moreover, it appeared to be flawless, reaching perfect quality. A flying slash capable of cutting through a 1-foot diameter diamond pillar? Even Beast Kaido and Big Mom's eyes flickered. Such a cut could break through Kaido's defenses, and even Big Mom, who was confident in her steel body, had to take such an attack seriously. Fu. Relying on a cut to break a diamond pillar? Even the 7 warlords, including the Empress, looked gravely at the center of the arena. Few possessed the strength to cut through diamonds, let alone with a flying slash, which increased the difficulty by more than 3-fold. And this was just the entry ticket, highlighting the value of this competition for the world's greatest swordsman. Everyone should understand the rules of the competition now. Then the entrance test begins. Contestants, please step up. These are diamond pillars. And as slashes flew towards them, the first batch of 30 or 40 participants went up. Yet none could shake the hardness of the diamond pillars. Even some renowned swordsmen from the seas were no exception. A swordsman who can cut iron still must use a real weapon to cut through steel. Becoming a swordsman only requires the ability to unleash flying slashes. But these are diamonds. Such a lavish display of wealth. Even Marco and others couldn't help but look at Jozu in confusion. With so many diamond pillars, It was obvious they were a product of devil fruit powers. Yet Jozu was equally bewildered, looking at others with a dazed expression, as if thinking, where am I? Who am I? I went up. This diamond pillar isn't Jozu's ability. Otherwise, even the world's greatest slash wouldn't breach Jozu's defenses. Not to mention Jozu doesn't have the ability to create diamonds. The flower sword Bista, looking at the bewildered Jozu, held his dual blades and slowly stepped forward. With a casual slash accompanied by rose petals, he cut towards two diamond pillars. Boom! The diamond pillars shattered under these supreme slashes capable of cutting through the seas, instantly breaking apart. The broken crystals sparkled in the air with a dazzling array of colors, leaving the surrounding swordsmen, who had tried but failed to leave a mark on the diamond pillars, dumbfounded and eliciting gasps from the crowd. That was a diamond pillar. Bista, the flower sword, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 5th Division. The Whitebeard Pirates. They also came. It seems they weren't seen before. No wonder the 5th Division captain possesses such formidable strength. I wonder if Master Abelo can once again dominate their two captains. Rabbit slash. 3 strikes. 3 swift and sharp slashes targeted the surrounding diamond pillars. And in the blink of an eye, the 3 diamond pillars were divided in 2 under the lightning-fast silver glow. The beautiful and tall, charming Marine Vice Admiral stood there, and everyone finally understood why Peach Rabbit could become a candidate for Marine Admiral. The absolute combat power of a great swordsman. Marine Admiral candidate Peach Rabbit Guion. With Peach Rabbit advancing, the Crimson King looked at the surrounding swordsmen and also strode out of his team, dressed in a set of blood-red patterned armor, with eyes as cold as a poisonous snake and a towering figure of 10 meters. The Crimson King slowly approached the arena with a blood-red long blade resembling a scythe in hand. I'm here. The blood scythe unleashed a crimson slash, directly shattering 5 diamond pillars. This scene completely shocked the spectators at the venue. Only Red-Haired and the others furrowed their brows. A user of a devil fruit. But the ability is also part of one's strength. It wouldn't be entirely accurate to call it cheating. Then Red-Haired and the others looked at Lin Hao. For Lin Hao is the true host. With sufficient hockey, let it pass. In the end, Lin Hao accepted the Crimson King's achievement, and no one else voiced any objections. Peach Rabbit, Guion, and Flower Sword Bista merely glanced at the Crimson King and then ignored him. Mihawk, as the great swordsman stepped out of the 7 warlords' ranks, everyone looked on with anticipation. After Red-Haired lost an arm, Mihawk had quietly been given the title of the world's greatest swordsman and was currently the most likely candidate to rise to the top. Buzz. Without any warning or build-up, the Black Blade Knight unleashed a supreme slash that swept across the arena in an instant. Peach Rabbit, Flower Sword Bista, and the Crimson King all narrowed their eyes, looking in astonishment at the diamond pillars in front of Mihawk, only to see that all 10 diamond pillars had been split in 2 by that supreme slash. The distinction of who was superior had already been made. Chapter 47 Sword Pill. All swords return to the sect next. The second round of the swordsmanship competition begins. An hour later, 7 swordsmen stepped onto the stage. The red scabbard 9 heroes Azura Boy, the arrow fish-blooded merman Xinjian, and Big Mom Pirate Smudgy. Except for Mihawk, who scored a perfect 10, the others only managed a maximum of 5 points. As the referee announced the start of the second round, a thunderbolt struck from the sky. Immediately, a tall and proud figure stood in the void, with a golden sword wheel rotating behind him. It was not Conqueror's hockey, but it brought an unmatched sharpness to the entire arena. The second round is hosted by me, with the rule: complete my assessment requirements within 10 minutes. The shorter the time, the better. Exceeding this time means failure and elimination. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes narrowed. What does this mean? Before anyone could grasp its meaning, Wang Yu produced a silver ball 3 inches in diameter from his palm, and with a cold gaze, he looked at Mihawk and said, "Since you are the strongest here, please be the first to take the stage and set an example for them." All right. Upon hearing this, Mihawk's sharp eagle eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He had long wanted to have a match with the Sky Sword Wang Yu, but Wang Yu rarely appeared in the Dragon Kingdom. He was either Lin Hao's personal swordsman or the master of the Empire's Dragon Network, leaving no opportunity for him to show himself. Now that Wang Yu was personally testing their swordsmanship, even Mihawk couldn't help but sees this rare opportunity. This is the sword pill, which I spent 3 years refining. Inside the sword pill, there are 999 swords I have condensed, each containing the supreme sword intent of a great swordsman and a thunderous power of 100 million volts. Hiss! Even Mihawk couldn't help but take a breath upon hearing this. He did not expect that this seemingly simple silver ball would contain such terrifying attacking power. After entering the path of the Sword Immortal, aside from the physical elemental attacks of golden swords, Wang Yu also tried to create the legendary sword pill of the Qi Refining Master, a technique comprehended by Lin Hao after mastering the top-level Conqueror's Haki. Even Conqueror's Haki can be sealed, let alone sword intent and thunderous power. After informing Wang Yu of the technique, he also refined this terrifying sword immortal technique, the sword pill. As for the materials for refining the sword pill, they're similar to pure gold deep sea secret silver. This metal not only conducts electricity without obstruction, but is also the best material for crafting great implements, capable of sealing sword intent within. In just 3 years, with daily practice, Wang Yu transformed the originally 1-foot diameter super sword pill into a more rounded and exquisite form. And his mastery of the sword immortal techniques became even more refined. With this technique, Wang Yu could now unleash king-level combat power. After all, once the sword pill is released, it is far more terrifying than a single target attack from sword wheel. Sword pill? Under Mihawk's confusion, Wang Yu flicked his fingers, and in an instant, the sword pill transformed into countless threads, which then coalesced around Wang Yu into a terrifying storm of sword blades that could shred everything. The previous threads turned into 3-foot-long swords, exuding terrifying sword energy. So that's how it is. Mihawk gazed at the flying sword storm capable of shredding him, realizing that this was not some ability or wind blade, but real swords containing endless sharpness. At this moment, on the stage, Tao Tu and the others were also startled, feeling the terrifying swords capable of instantly tearing them apart. The fear of Sky Sword Wang Yu was no less than that of the War King. If he participated in the world's greatest swordsman competition, there would be no need for selection. The others also looked warily at the Sky Sword, controlling the sword storm. The thousands of strange swords infused with the sword intent of great swordsmen could instantly slaughter most of the people present. Perhaps only Kaido's indestructible body and Big Mom's steel balloon could withstand such a dense attack. As for observation Haki, that was under conditions of a huge disparity. Be careful, my lord. In a moment, I will summon 100 swords to spar with you. You need to knock down my swords within 10 minutes to pass. With a wave of Wang Yu's hand, over 100 lightning-like silver swords shot toward Mihawk like swimming snakes. The wind howled, and the swords moved like dragons and snakes. With such dense and lightning-fast attacks, the others would have already been pierced by these hundreds of swords. Seeing this, Mihawk wielded his black blade, Yuru, to unleash a sweeping slash that could cut through anything, meeting the silver swords shooting toward him head-on. Boom! The slash obliterated at least half of the silver swords before vanishing against the barrier at the edge of the stage. But Mihawk did not feel any excitement. Instead, he quickly retreated to dodge, while simultaneously counterattacking with Yuru, creating a dense flurry of blade light. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the remaining silver swords flew through the air like swallows, darting from all directions toward Mihawk. However, soon these erratic silver swords were all knocked down by Mihawk's black blade, effortlessly, as if hunting down thieves. Seeing this, Wang Yu showed no signs of defeat. Instead, he waved his hand again and chuckled. You've passed this round. Next is 1,000 swords. 100 swords were no challenge for Mihawk. They were merely child's play. But this time, it was 10 times larger, with a storm of flying swords coalescing into a colossal dragon of sword intent, carrying the supreme sword intent of world-destroying thunder as it charged toward Mihawk. Compared to the previous 100 scattered swords, Wang Yu clearly exerted a bit more effort this time. At the moment, the vast swords in the air coalesced into one. Even Mihawk's expression became serious, and his body tensed up. This is the true all swords return to the sect. All swords return to the sect does not mean that 10,000 swords attack simultaneously, each fighting on their own. Instead, It is the sword intent and energy of all swords coalescing into one, achieving a qualitative change through quantitative accumulation. This is by no means as simple as 1,000 swords. It is the all swords return to the sect capable of piercing Kaido's body. Boom! The sword shot forth, and the conqueror's haki surged. In an instant, the entire stage collapsed, and endless smoke obscured the view of the Den Mushi. However, the observation haki masters present could feel the impact of the sword like a dam bursting. And even someone as strong as Mihawk was struggling under the onslaught of these thousands of swords. Clang, 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 as Mihawk blocked all the swords. Those swords that lost their sword intent support fell to the ground. When the smoke cleared, standing in the arena was Mihawk, with countless bloodstains carved by the swords all over his body. Coupled with the dust that had just flown up, he looked as if he had come out of a slum, utterly disheveled. But everyone present knew that Mihawk had blocked Wang Yue's all swords returned to the sect with 1,000 swords. The power of this was hardly inferior to the sword opening Heaven Gate from years ago. However, the latter relied on sword intent, while the former depended on the power of the Thunder Fruit. But if it really came down to a sword duel, Wang Yu might not be Mihawk's match. After all, Wang Yu's sword immortal techniques relied heavily on magical sword artifacts, which was a bit too cheating. Chapter 48. The sword opens the Heavenly Gate Pass. Next, I still need to test others, so I cannot let you witness the true 10,000 swords returning to one. 10,000 swords returning to one? 1,000 swords? At this moment, everyone looked at Wang Yu in the sky with a hint of regret, all gasping in surprise. The power of 1,000 swords was already terrifying. How strong would it be if 10,000 swords erupted simultaneously? Mihawk also sighed with regret to hear the way of the sword in the morning. I would be willing to die in the evening. It was most suitable for a swordsman like him who pursued the ultimate. At the same time, he knew that he was still not ready to handle the true 10,000 swords returning to one. Haha, another Kazuki Oden. It seems there is no suspense in this world's greatest swordsman competition. The others did not object. The gap between Mihawk and the other contestants was completely crushing. Such a powerful slash. Yet he has joined the 7 warlords, becoming a lackey of the world government. Kid, join my Big Mom Pirates, and Mama will make you the vice captain. Plus you can marry any one of Smoothie or the others. Big Mom's recruitment did not move Mihawk at all. He was still immersed in the earlier fusion of swords. The kind of violent and thunderous yet domineering swordsmanship brought him great insights. After returning this time, he believed he could quickly make further progress in swordsmanship and reach a level that surpasses Shanks 6 years later. Who else is coming? Tao Tu Gion. Please grant me your guidance, Heavenly Sword. Gion stepped into the center with her long legs, her tall figure revealing an infinitely beautiful curve. However, at this moment, everyone was more concerned about whether this Marine Vice Admiral could pass the first round, rather than her appearance. Go! Wang Yu did not waste words, waving his hand casually. And over 100 swords shot towards Gion's face like swallows returning to their nest. Faced with over 100 swiftly flying swords and the sword shadows darting in all directions, Tao Tu Gion quickly drew her golden sword, meeting the attack head-on. Peach/falling blossoms. Her figure leaped like a rabbit, and the sword light spread like peach petals, instantly filling the arena. Clang, clang, clang. 2 to 3 dozen swords were knocked down, while Silverlight moved even faster, weaving around Tao Tu Gion like a swimming snake, attacking from all directions. This significantly increased Gion's sense of threat. Is this the power of 100 swords? Gion had the strength to get through, but it was far more complicated than simply lasting 10 minutes, not to mention facing thousands of swords. Even though the others saw Mihawk responding calmly and looked dismissive, they became serious at this moment. It wasn't that they weren't strong, but the enemy they faced made them feel hopeless. Rabbit/3-stage slash. The swift and fierce slashes knocked down the last few flying swords, and the time happened to be exactly 10 minutes. Pass. Wang Yu then looked at the others. And soon, Flower Sword Vista excitedly stepped forward, waiting for Wang Yu's sword test. Such a novel and powerful sword technique was similar to some special arrow techniques. But the power of the flying swords was much stronger than ordinary archery, and each sword contained the sword intent or slash of a great swordsman, making it extremely powerful. Please grant me your guidance, heavenly sword. Buzz. The swords danced, silver light breaking through the air. Vista felt a flash before his eyes, as over 100 swords came from all directions, giving him no chance to dodge. Flower sword rose dance. The slashes were as colorful as blooming roses, and countless sword lights met the incoming silver swords. Swish, swish, swish. The quantity was sufficient, but the quality was lacking. In an instant, over 100 silver serpents of light zipped past Vista's body. Vista felt the sharpness and sword intent contained in each sword, and he wielded his 2 western swords to unleash over 100 sword energies, trying to counteract the sword intent within the swords. Clang, clang, clang. Once, twice. When a number was sufficient, the sword intent within the swords was finally worn away. However, exceeding 10 minutes made Vista sigh. This round wasn't difficult. The challenge was to accomplish it within 10 minutes. Finally, only Mihawk and Tao Tu Gion remained. At this point, the strength difference was evident, and there was no need to continue testing the third round. The third round, likewise, would be presided over by me, focusing on sword intent. The sword intent of a great swordsman represents the ability to cut through anything, and most importantly, it allows one to ignore all pressure in their slashes. Therefore, the next test is, the sword opens the heavenly gate. The crowd outside gasped again upon hearing this. Only Mihawk's eyes sparkled with battle intent as he stared at Wang Yu, not expecting the third round to be Wang Yu's signature move. The true meaning of the sword opening the heavenly gate is to cut through the sky with an unmatched sword. Compared to the second round, which tested swordsmanship, this round emphasized sword momentum. The 10,000 swords returning to one is an endless flow of sword intent, vast and boundless. But the dominance of the sword opening the heavenly gate lies above the 9 heavens, crushing everything with its sharpness. Mihawk, this is my ultimate move combined with the devil fruit. It is not a pure sword move. Are you willing to give it a try? I would be honored. Mihawk had long heard of this move, which could prompt Whitebeard to go all out. Seeing this, Wang Yu summoned a golden sword light that shot up into the sky from the sword wall behind him, as he prepared to unleash the sword opening the heavenly gate. Wang Yu explained, compared to ordinary elemental attacks, I referenced the physical attack characteristics of the Marine Admiral Akainu's magma fruit, always using golden swords as weapons. After vaporizing, the Thunder Fruit's attack gains the physical quality of gold, coupled with the unmatched sharpness of my slashes. The dominance of the sword opening the heavenly gate can be considered a crime of natural type attacks. Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps tingle. No wonder this move required Whitebeard to go all out when it first emerged. Boom! At this moment, the sky suddenly changed color, and a golden light in the black clouds resembled a crack in the sky. Soon, a giant golden sword with a diameter of 100 meters slowly emerged from the clouds. At that moment, a sense of doom that could annihilate all things and destroy the heavens and the earth enveloped the entire arena. Is this the sword opening the heavenly gate? Especially the Whitebeard pirates, who once again felt the dominance and terror of the sword opening the heavenly gate, still gasping for breath. As for the diameter of the 100-meter golden sword, its power diminished. In fact, this was the peak state of the sword opening the heavenly gate. Thunder elemental, vaporized gold, unmatched slashes. These three were perfectly combined, not relying on a thunder-based attack like last time. In this state, the sword opening the heavenly gate not only conserves 90% of the thunder, but also delivers the most powerful single-target attack, unmatched in its ferocity. Is this the sword opening the heavenly gate? Big Mom, the giant Prince Loki, and Shanks also looked warily at the giant golden sword in the center. With this strike, even they could not completely block it without injury. The original sword intent test was also meant to assess everyone's ability to withstand the intensity of the sword opening the heavenly gate. Breaking through the sword opening the heavenly gate is akin to overcoming the suppression of Conqueror's Haki, that is a great swordsman. If one can contend with it, achieving a tie, then they're the true world's greatest swordsman, with swordsmanship surpassing Wang Yu. Chapter 49. The Mysterious Inheritance of the Flower Kingdom's Sword Cultivation Boom. Another supreme slash of a basic attack, like a silver flash of lightning slicing through the night sky. collided with the descending golden giant sword. In an instant, a furious and domineering sword aura swept across the sky, followed by an engulfing darkness that covered the entire venue, as if it wanted to swallow everything whole. Fortunately, a mysterious white light shield existed before them. Moreover, the darkness flickered and vanished. At the same time, the golden giant sword also disappeared from everyone's sight. A tie? No. Only Mihawk looked at Wang Yu, his brows slightly furrowed. Your Excellency, I am not here to decide life and death with you. If we truly let loose, I'm afraid even the spatial barrier won't be able to withstand the edge of your sword and mine. And then here, who knows how many casualties there will be. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a sense of illusion. This was no longer a clash of top experts on the sea, but a duel between emperors. When are we going to fight? Not interested, Wang Yu said, then respectfully bowed to Lin Hao before vanishing like a flash of lightning. Along with him, the swords scattered on the ring also disappeared. At this moment, Wang Yu was no longer just a pure swordsman. He had become the legendary sword immortal thanks to the Thunder Fruit. Compared to the clashes of real swords, killing with a flying sword was the true way. Sword pills were just one of the means. Looking at Wang Yu's lack of strong presence, everyone sympathized with Mihawk, not expecting him to encounter such a peculiar opponent. However, there was no doubt about Wang Yu's strength. Whether it was the supreme sword that gathered all swords or the domineering attack that opened the gates of heaven, he could be considered a top expert on the sea. If it weren't for his sword path being based on the devil fruit, the mysterious sword pill and golden sword wheel, Wang Yu might truly have the qualifications to compete for the title of the world's greatest swordsman. But Wang Yu's strength was undoubtedly at the level of a sea emperor. Today, the world's greatest swordsman would be decided, and tomorrow would witness the birth of the second sea emperor. Please, everyone, do not be late. The continuous matches had brought the time to 6 in the afternoon. If it weren't for the Dragon Kingdom's high ground, with the venue even above the clouds, the sun would have already set. With the end of the first day's competition, everyone present was invigorated. The slashes that severed diamond pillars, the supreme sword that gathered all swords, the world-ending might of the sword that opened the gates of heaven. Mihawk's title as the world's greatest swordsman was thoroughly established, leaving no room for debate. Even the naval general candidate Mamano Suk and the flower swordsman Vista from the Whitebeard Pirates were far from Mihawk's level. Only if Wang Yu made a move could they compete with him. Moreover, Wang Yu relied on that mysterious sword pill and fruit ability to suppress Mihawk. Fu. What terrifying means. Doflamingo watched the dispersing venue, and the 7 warlords beside him also showed expressions of apprehension. Too many strong warriors had come today. Even they, the 7 warlords, were merely supporting characters. The only true protagonist was Mihawk. Ma. Truly exciting, the world's greatest swordsman, living up to the name. I am more interested in tomorrow's Battle of Emperors. Loki, the day after tomorrow is your battle with the Dragon Lord. Conserve your strength and bring him down. And I'll celebrate your victory, Hearing Kaido's unabashed ambition, everyone was speechless. However, they also understood that Kaido was a pirate, and he and Lin Hao were not in the same camp. It was precisely because they were not in the same camp and there were not many interests entangled that this alliance was flawless. Because outside, there was an absolute pressure, the world government. Eden, ISNT, that heavenly sword Wang Yu, a great swordsman? Why is he avoiding battle? Within the kingdom's camp, Jinbei, beside the great knight Neptune, looked at Eden, who was also a fishman, with curiosity. A world-class swordsman like Mihawk should be highly sought after by Wang Yu. Yet Wang Yu showed little interest in Mihawk. Means, Eden also knew that Jinbei was friendly with the Whitebeard Pirates, so he revealed some secrets. The heavenly sword is no longer fixated on the sword path. Instead, he has used the power of the Thunder Fruit to cultivate into the legendary sword immortal of the Flower Kingdom, striking 1,000 miles in an instant, killing with flying swords. Compared to ordinary swordsmanship, the sword immortal who uses flying swords to kill is even more terrifying. The sword pill is just one of his attack methods. The heavenly sword's true sword is a black sword called Slayer of Deer. It is said that the heavenly sword is nurturing this sword with his sword intent, usually using sword pills and golden sword wheels as means. Only unleashing this fated flying sword in true crisis. Once this sword is drawn, it can slay sea emperors. What? Jinbei and Neptune were both shocked. A sword that could slay sea emperors? It sounded absurd, but Eden's expression was extremely serious. This is the ancient and mysterious inheritance of the Flower Kingdom, known as sword nurturing technique. Using the sword intent of a great swordsman, nurturing a fated flying sword that can kill emperors for 10 years. And the longer the nurturing time, the stronger the sword's power. Just like a swordsman nurturing a black blade with domineering aura. This ancient and mysterious sword nurturing technique nurtures the fatal strike of the fated flying sword. After one strike, the sword is destroyed and the person dies. Of course, it's not the swordsman who dies, but the opponent, and the flying sword is destroyed. I see. So Wang Yu has been avoiding the challenge with Mihawk, because his true sword can only be unleashed once. 10 years to nurture a sword that can slay emperors? Moreover, the prerequisite is still a great swordsman. This shows how terrifying the Flower Kingdom was. This is an ultimate secret technique at the level of great swordsmen. Indeed, but even without using that sword, with means like opening the gates of heaven and gathering all swords, the heavenly sword can still contend for the sea. I just wonder who that unfortunate fellow will be that becomes his sacrificial sword. Eden's teasing left Neptune and Jinbei shivering, because the only ones worthy of Wang Yu unleashing his final sword were those emperors of the sea. And every death of a sea emperor would inevitably stir up turmoil across the sea. Chapter 50, Divine Evasion, the second day, inside the venue. With the arrival of the Golden Throne, the birth of the Sea Emperor officially begins. Amid the anticipation of the crowd, Lin Hao slowly rises from the Golden Throne and unexpectedly steps down from the stage. At that moment, everyone sees Lin Hao's dominance clearly. His dual pupils shine. His prominent features exude a resolute and decisive demeanor, yet he retains the gentle elegance of a king. The red dragon behind him, now shrunk to a length of 10 zhong, resembles a coiled dragon jade disc, as if a heavenly, auspicious sign, accentuating each of Lin Hao's steps as if the heavenly emperor has descended, overlooking the sea with an air of invincibility. The emperor invites Prince Loki to battle, intending to leverage Prince Loki's powerful physical skills to aid the emperor in achieving Fruit Awakening. As for the second match, the emperor, under the title of Emperor of the Sea, knows that there is someone in a similar situation as him, who only needs to take a decisive step to break through that bottleneck, to become the Emperor of the Sea. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes sharpened. Among them, could there be someone with the potential to become the Emperor of the Sea, and a pirate at that? All the gazes of the prominent pirates focused on red-haired Shanks. At this moment, the few closest to the position of Sea Emperor were limited, with Mihawk being the most suspect, but his time has passed. Among the remaining few, only red-haired Shanks remained. As a crew member of the Pirate King, a great swordsman who inherited divine evasion, and possessing the Conqueror's haki that can influence non-living objects like the Emperor, Lin Hao has named him directly. Even if Shanks does not wish to show off in front of everyone, he must take the stage now. It has been a long time since he last fought, and this could serve as a warm-up before the competition. Besides, he needs to clash with an absolutely powerful wielder of Conqueror's haki to advance to the top level of Conqueror's haki, right? Shanks thanks the Dragon Lord for the opportunity. Shanks understands that Lin Hao is clearly offering him chance. Although he usually appears somewhat confused, he knows full well that this Dragon Lord is not a good Samaritan. As for the purpose, let's first take the benefits. Top-level Conqueror's haki. Lin Hao's Conqueror's haki exceeds everyone he knows. And even the top-level Roger from years ago could not suppress the combined forces of Kaido, Big Mom, and Loki alone. At this moment in the venue, Big Mom and Kaido exchange glances, surprised to see that red-haired Shanks has reached such a level. What is even more unbelievable is that Lin Hao is willing to assist him. Is the Emperor going to take action? As the words fall, the red dragon in Lin Hao's hand transforms into a magnificent, exquisite ring-handle blade. The supreme great work, Dragon Blade. At the moment the Dragon Blade is born, a terrifying Conqueror's haki condenses on the blade. At this moment, Lin Hao's aura suddenly changes, as if he is a god or demon reigning over the world, capable of destroying heaven and earth with a single strike. As Shanks faces Lin Hao, he is the first to feel the terrifying Conqueror's haki that surpasses even his Captain Roger. The kind of conqueror's hockey that seems capable of tearing the opponent apart in an instant is far more domineering than divine evasion. However, at this moment, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, both inside and outside the venue, have their pupils constrict. The red dragon has transformed into a red blade, especially since this red dragon, near Lin Hao, appears to be a sign chosen by the gods. Is the second living divine dragon, aside from Kaido. Moreover, the kingdom of Wano has a legend of slaying dragons, mostly believing that the Dragon Lord was chosen by the divine dragon to take revenge and enslave the chosen one of Wano. But no one expected that this red dragon would turn out to be a blade. Is this a blade that has consumed a devil fruit? The crowd then looked toward Kaido, wondering if there are indeed two identical devil fruits. Haha, don't look at me. This is a masterpiece of Vegapunk. After I left the Rocks Pirates, I fell into the hands of the world government several times, and Vegapunk extracted my genes to create this artificial devil fruit. When the Dragon Kingdom returned to the world government, the condition was to collaborate with Vegapunk to build the Dragon Kingdom. Unfortunately, that old man is a bit stubborn, and he has refused my request for the technology to create artificial devil fruits multiple times. Under Kaido's explanation, the crowd suddenly realized. They never expected that the legendary Vegapunk was so capable, able to replicate even Kaido's devil fruit. That is a mythical Zoan type, except for the different colors. The abilities are identical. However, it is unfortunate that such a powerful devil fruit has been given to Lin Hao as a blade. This red blade was the supreme great knife that the Dragon Lord used when competing with my father in hockey, enhancing Conqueror's hockey. Vista suddenly spoke up, causing the crowd in the venue to tremble again. A blade that can amplify Conqueror's hockey? And it is a supreme great knife? At that moment, the fleeting moment passed, and the crowd did not notice the dragon blade. Now, hearing Bista's introduction, they realized that this is indeed a supreme great work. A great work not recorded in the 12 supreme great works. Wait, there is still another great work not recorded in the 12 works within the Dragon Kingdom. The treasured weapon of the Flower Country, the Conqueror's Spear. However, the Conqueror's Spear has not had a new owner for 800 years, and very few people know of the existence of this divine weapon, apart from the ancient aristocracy of the Flower Country. It was only after Lin Hao drove away several princes that this national treasure became known to the world. However, the current Dragon Kingdom is not the same as the former Flower Country. Moreover, there are very few masters using spears in the sea. Even though Lin Hao has summoned several times, he has not summoned a master suitable for the Conqueror's Spear. Conqueror's Binding, Divine Evasion. Under Lin Hao's oppressive hockey, Shanks does not show any carelessness, striking with the limit he can currently achieve. As the Conqueror's hockey condenses on the blade, transforming into a Conqueror's slash, it tears through space and arrives in an instant. At the same time, with the warning of observation hockey, this strike could break Lin Hao's indestructible body. Boom! Lin Hao merely used the dragon blade to block in front, and the blade surrounded by Conqueror's hockey stopped Shanks' sword strike that could tear apart the sea. As for the swordsmanship contained within, Lin Hao is also a seasoned swordsman, and with the hockey of the dual pupils, his power has already reached the SSS limit, making it extremely simple to block that supreme strike. Moreover, Shanks at this moment is not the 4 Emperor Shanks. At most, he is just Admiral Shanks. Divine Evasion? Seeing that Lin Hao merely blocked with the Dragon Blade, effortlessly stopping the Divine Evasion struck with Conqueror's hockey, even Shanks couldn't help but be shocked. He can wield Divine Evasion, and his Conqueror's hockey is already at the peak of the sea. Even if it is not top level, it is still a decisive step. Otherwise, it would be impossible to unleash Divine Evasion, which can only be executed by top-level Conqueror's hockey. But at this moment, Lin Hao so easily blocked Divine Evasion, proving that Lin Hao's Conqueror's hockey is far above his own, and it is no longer a simple match of equals. So it is. The battle between Lin Hao and Shanks is not a simple sparring to grant each other benefits. Lin Hao's true goal is to secretly learn the Pirate King's ultimate move, Divine Evasion, in a straightforward manner that leaves no excuses for others to claim borrowing. He assists Shanks in stepping into the ranks of top-level Conqueror's hockey, and Shanks teaches him Divine Evasion, which is perfectly fair, especially since Lin Hao's strongest power is Conqueror's hockey. He has always used Conqueror's hockey to intimidate enemies, And even the dragon's wrath derived from top-level conqueror's haki is merely a top-level support. If he can learn divine evasion, Lin Hao can directly ascend to the level of a top swordsman, with his combat power entering the ranks of kings. Chapter 51 Beyond the Sea King's Attack. Dragon Fury Divine Avoidance. Dragon Blade Divine Avoidance. At this moment, the conqueror's haki gathered on the dragon blade pierced through space like a torrent that devoured the heavens and the earth, instantly swallowing everything. Even Shanks, the great swordsman with advanced conqueror's haki's divine avoidance, was like a leaf in the ocean when Lin Hao unleashed divine avoidance, as if at any moment this overwhelming torrent could obliterate him. Moreover, the cataclysmic residual force of haki crashed against the spatial barrier behind them. Even though it was merely the aftereffect of divine avoidance, it shattered the spatial barrier in an instant, the power seemingly surpassing Mihawk's slash. Just as it was about to affect the spectators behind, a figure suddenly stepped forward. Sword of the Righteous Path Ruler's Extermination. Pointing the Teia sword, a vast and mighty white lightning stood in front of divine avoidance. This conqueror's haki was like the righteous aura, impervious to all evil. As the sword intent beneath the white, lightning transformed into a massive shield, blocking the torrential flow unleashed by divine avoidance. The great swordsman? No, it should be the top great swordsman, with unmatched and magnificent haki, a special type of advanced conqueror's haki. If he hadn't acted suddenly, who could have imagined that this seemingly scholarly elder of the empire was such a powerful figure? Mihawk's eyes narrowed, looking in shock at the elegantly dressed scholar in white. Is this the ancient and mysterious Flower Country? The hidden strength is terrifying. Even Kaido and the others couldn't believe it. Boom! As the torrent dissipated, the sky cleared, and the thousands of spectators slowly regained their senses from their fear, looking in shock and gratitude at the imposing figure. Thunder and lightning roared in the sky, and the approaching Wang Yu also looked at the exposed strength of Guanzhong. If Guanzhong hadn't acted, he would have been helpless. He didn't expect divine avoidance to be so terrifying. Perhaps it was the suppression of Conqueror's haki against ability users, which directly shattered the barrier of the space fruit. And this was merely the aftershock of divine avoidance. Buzz! Guanzhong swung his long sword again, condensing the righteous aura into a white barrier that stood before everyone. At this moment, everyone realized that this white barrier came from the hand of the Elder of the Empire. Especially the scene where Guanzhong blocked the residual wave of divine avoidance was comparable to the invincible barrier of the barrier fruit. Ha ha! Kaido laughed, more out of dread and shock. The other high-ranking members of the Empire also looked at Guanzhong in shock and horror, unable to believe that the usually scholarly Guanzhong was actually a great swordsman and an ability user. The Elder of the Empire? The Navy headquarters had no news of him being a great swordsman. The Dragon Country is hiding deep enough. Moreover, everyone in the Navy saw the shadow of the Buddha's warlord. They didn't expect that the Elder, busy with internal affairs in the Dragon Country, had always appeared in the world as a scholar without any flaws, yet his strength was so terrifying. Soon, Guanzhong's figure disappeared and returned to the golden platform of the Nine Dragons throne. Griffin Divine Avoidance. Chu, Shanks, having blocked Lin Hao's divine avoidance, dashed toward Lin Hao like a cheetah. At the moment Griffin swung, the Griffin's phantom appeared, and another divine avoidance capable of severing the spatial barrier slashed toward Lin Hao, filled with overwhelming destructive swordlight, forcing Lin Hao to swing his blade to block again. Boom! The dual blades did not make contact, but the haki shockwave swept across the entire arena, and the red lightning of the clash of Conqueror's haki filled the entire venue. Thunderclouds rolled in the sky, and a terrifying rift resembling an abyss appeared again. Shanks tightly gripped the long sword in his hand, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. In terms of power and haki, he was clearly at a disadvantage. Boom! 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 The clash between the two in the arena did not produce the usual clink of weapons, but was instead a thunderous roar of haki colliding. In less than a quarter of an hour, the two had exchanged blows over 100 times. Each clash of haki generated thunder and lightning, sending shockwaves of haki. For a moment, everyone present looked at the intertwining figures in the arena, revealing deep shock. They had never thought that the clash of swordsmen could have such a domineering aspect. Haki entanglement? The true powerful force of the New World. Those who cannot master Haki entanglement will ultimately fall beneath it. This is the difference between the top powers of the sea and the Sea Kings. Ha ha ha! Kaido acted as a commentator, pointing to the essence of power in this pirate world. Doflamingo, Empress Hancock, and the Crimson King frowned. The means of the Sea Kings? They recalled how Lin Hao's sword could shatter the spatial barrier just moments ago, while even Mihawk's Supreme Slash could only create ripples in front of the spatial barrier. Could what Kaido said be true? Boom! In their next clash of Haki entanglement, Lin Hao directly repelled Shanks, under the gaze of his dual pupils. It seemed that the entire space trembled. The Conqueror's Haki condensed on the dragon blade gradually formed into a tangible crimson dragon, resembling a true swimming dragon. Suddenly, everyone felt the oppressive aura around them had increased more than double. Fu. The Dragon Master is getting serious? Even if everyone didn't want to believe it, they had no choice but to accept it. This was the top Conqueror's Haki that Lin Hao used to suppress the 3 Sea Kings yesterday. Shanks involuntarily narrowed his pupils, and the veins on his arm holding Griffin bulged. He didn't expect that what he had seen earlier was not Lin Hao's strongest Haki state. The double power of Haki under his dual pupils, combined with the enhancement of the Dragon Blade's Haki, had reached its peak. Next, whether you can comprehend the top Conqueror's Haki depends on whether you can survive. Dragon Fury Divine Avoidance. In an instant, an even more terrifying red dragon slashed out from Lin Hao's red blade than the previous torrent of Haki. Roar! The divine dragon roared, shaking the soul. At the same time, the overwhelming torrent of Haki shattered time and space, charging straight at Shanks on the arena. At this moment, the red-haired pirates were all shivering, anxiously looking at Shanks. They had no doubt about the power of this sword. It could defeat Shanks. As for killing Shanks with a single sword, Lin Hao knew that was impossible. After all, he was a person of immense fortune, a guide for the protagonist. This was also the fastest way for Shanks to advance to the top Conqueror's Haki. Blood and guts stories are just about breaking through at the limits of life and death, right? Divine Avoidance. A simple, unadorned strike. Yet under the extreme pressure of Lin Hao's super Conqueror's Haki, Shanks, relying on his incredibly strong will, finally erupted at this moment. The power to sever everything and destroy all things condensed into this simple strike. Boom! The ultimate attacks of the 2 top Conqueror's Haki were also the most domineering attacks in the sea. The Haki shockwave, akin to the collapse of heaven and earth, and the annihilating black hole. In an instant, a wave of world-overthrowing Conqueror's Haki enveloped the entire Dragon Country, sweeping across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Even that person between the flowers flashed a trace of deep apprehension. Dragon Fury, Lin Hao with the enhancement of the Dragon Blade, had surpassed the king-level Conqueror's Haki attack. The arena, capable of withstanding ancient weapons and high-strength concrete, was reduced to powder under the torrent of Haki, and the surrounding spatial barriers shattered in the aftershock. If it weren't for the top powers of the Dragon Country intervening, ordinary people below the level of the arena would have been crushed into flesh by the residual waves of Haki entanglement. Not to mention the completely unconscious Shanks at this moment. Chapter 52. The storm and clouds are not just pool creatures, haha. I didn't expect that the little ghost from back then has now surpassed the former Roger in dominance. Inside Ghost Island, although the lights are bright, the atmosphere is unusually heavy. At the head of the table are Kaido of the 100 Beasts, Big Mom, and the giant Prince Loki, the 3 leaders. At the lower end are the 3 major figures, the real deal who has consumed a Zoan-type devil fruit, and the main members of the Big Mom Pirates. Previously, they thought the gap with the Land of Dragons was only due to a few top-tier strongmen. But now they realize that the hidden strength of the Land of Dragons is far beyond what they can see. Even the Imperial Civil Minister Guanzhong is a top swordsman. This hidden depth is not ordinary. They do not believe that only Guanzhong has concealed his strength over the years, especially after Loki witnessed Lin Hao's dominance today. His confidence in tomorrow's battle against Lin Hao has diminished considerably. Don't worry, little ghost Loki. The Dragon Lord won't use the Dragon Blade to battle you tomorrow. Since the goal is to awaken the devil fruit, he will naturally clash with you using his strength, and the weapon will primarily be his usual sword, Shunfeng. Otherwise, he won't achieve the effect of awakening the devil fruit. Awakening the devil fruit? Why? Since he has such a powerful hockey attack. Why is Lin Hao still obsessed with awakening the devil fruit? Even Big Mom looked at Kaido, realizing that after mastering Shun Bai, Lin Hao's combat power had completely reached the level of a Sea King. The invincible form of the heavy pupil was imprinted in their hearts. Golden scales are not pool creatures. Once they encounter storm clouds, they transform into dragons. I don't know what this kid is playing at, but I can be sure that this little ghost devil fruit is definitely not as simple as an ancient type. Just like the devil fruit that Fuzz escorted back in the day. The hidden form of the sun god Nika can only reveal its true abilities after the devil fruit awakens. Once it encounters storm clouds, it transforms into a dragon. Its devil fruit awakening might be related to the true dragon fruit. Sun god Nika? Upon hearing this, Loki suddenly stood up, his expression excited as he looked at Kaido. Elbaf has had legends of the sun god Nika since ancient times, and especially since Loki claims to be the sun god. He is naturally full of longing and desire for this devil fruit. Ha ha, don't get too excited. This is what that little ghost, the Dragon Lord, told me. And it was also the bargaining chip I traded with him back in the day. He once told me that before awakening, the Nika fruit is just an ordinary Paramecia-type devil fruit. Only the one who inherits the will of Joy Boy can eat this devil fruit to awaken it and manifest the form of the sun god Nika. The fact that Fuzz was wanted by the world government for transporting this devil fruit by mistake indicates that this news is about 70 reliable. Paramecia-type fruit? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Fuzz with sympathy. At this moment, Fuzz finally understood why the world government would erase him for an ordinary devil fruit. It turns out that this devil fruit is an extremely powerful sun god fruit. Fuzz, you should be grateful that red-haired didn't kill you back then. Even without red-haired, other pirate crews would have stolen this devil fruit. The world government has been trying to recover this devil fruit for 800 years, but has never succeeded. Do you think this is a coincidence? Ha ha, a coincidence? It is definitely not a coincidence. With the world government's capabilities, it would be too easy to find an ordinary devil fruit. Why have they not found it after 800 years? It must be that the devil fruit is evading the world government's pursuit. What fruit is it? I can't say. The Dragon Lord instructed me not to leak it in advance. Moreover, that person's background is not something your Big Mom pirates can provoke. Otherwise, I would have acted long ago. Ha ha ha. The little ghost of the Dragon Lord also said, Joy Boy will defeat me and drive the 100 Beast pirates out of Wano Country. Ha 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 ha. Wano Country? This means that the future Joy Boy will stand on the side of Wano Country. Well, interesting. In the great restaurant. Whether it's the Navy, the 7 warlords of the sea, or the red-haired pirates, they are all gathering here. The contents of each private room basically revolve around the strength Lin Hao displayed today. Previously, Lin Hao was only at the level of an admiral with 3 SSS attributes. At most a senior admiral, comparable to the Sea Kings. But after mastering Shun Bai, Lin Hao can exert the full power of his conqueror's haki. At this moment, they all understand Lin Hao's true purpose is to secretly learn the Pirate King's famous ultimate skill, Shun Bai. Although they do not understand why Lin Hao could instantly learn Shun Bai, it is clear that he has become the biggest winner. Even Shanks has now broken through to the top-level conqueror's haki. But in front of Lin Hao, who has learned Shun Bai, he has lost his greatest advantage. Under the same level of conqueror's haki, Lin Hao has the enhancements of the heavy pupil and dragon blade. His final attack has almost surpassed the combat power of the kings. Killing an admiral is easy. At the same time, the news of Shanks ascending to the Sea King level has spread throughout the seas. After all, the top-level conqueror Shanks, combined with the Pirate King Roger's famous ultimate skill, Shun Bai, already possesses the strength of a Sea King, which is more than enough. As for Lin Hao, he is one of the emperors among the 5 emperors. A superpower that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the world government. The 5th emperor is the giant Prince Loki, recognized by the other 4 emperors as a king-level powerhouse. The colossal size of the ancient giants can match the conqueror's haki of Kaido and Big Mom, and their strength is beyond doubt. What does Fleet Admiral Sengoku say? To wait for the right moment and try not to engage in battle within the land of dragons. The world government's covetousness for Loki is no less than Big Mom's desire. The bloodline of the ancient giants can wield the divine power of continents, and Loki is definitely a monster among monsters. Because of Loki's giant lineage, combined with a massive body of ancient bloodlines, he has nowhere to hide and lacks his own power. After all, Loki has been expelled from the giant clan, a great swordsman, and also a strong wielder of Conqueror's Haki. The strength of this first elder of the land of dragons is no less than that of the top powerhouses on the seas today. Boss, the hidden truth of the land of dragons runs deep. The forces that can make the world government wary are certainly not just the few strong figures visible on the surface. Especially since the Land of Flowers is an even older and more ancient force than Wano, its hidden heritage is extremely mysterious. It is said that above the eight-punch fist, the royal dragon's haki is even more secretive than Wano's flowing cherry blossom haki. Just as the Heart Network is the term for the observation haki of Sky Island, flowing cherry blossom is the name for advanced armament haki in Wano Country. The dragon's flow is the armament haki of the Land of Flowers. Moreover, unlike ordinary armament haki, the dragon's flow level of armament haki combines the principles of the eight-punch fist Qigong, allowing for remote attacks. Possessing an unstoppable dominating attack power like the 18 dragon subduing palms. However, just like the 18 dragon subduing palms, it appears simple but has been rarely practiced successfully over the past 800 years. One reason is that the Land of Flowers is not in the New World. It is not the chosen land. The second reason is that for the past 800 years, the world government has been continuously exploiting, making the resources of the Land of Flowers scarce and martial arts talents difficult to discover. After the establishment of the Land of Dragons, Lin Hao set up beginner classes in every village, established middle schools in towns, and constructed universities in cities. And for those with martial arts talents, he sent them to the Emerald Palace from a young age, especially since all of these are free education. In just 8 years, the talent reserve of the Empire has already shown considerable results. Chapter 53. The Dominant Dragon versus Thor's Hammer. On the third day, the venue was still packed with people, especially the reconfigured arena, which was not only circular, but had a diameter of a staggering 1 kilometer. Such a massive arena naturally attracted extraordinary combatants. With a physique like a small mountain, wearing the giant clan's distinctive Viking battle robe, exposing a broad and powerful chest, with bulging muscles in both arms radiating explosive strength. In his right hand, he wielded a Thor's hammer as large as 3 houses, crackling with lightning and emanating an overwhelming destructive force. As Loki made his entrance, he intimidated everyone present. This was the imposing presence of Loki, the prince of the giant clan, ruling over the world. Lin Hao stepped down from the arena, this time without bringing his red dragon, but instead tightly gripping a black sword, staring at Loki without flinching. Today, we will fight using only our physical skills and strength. Nothing else. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Loki laughed, looking at Lin Hao as if he were a madman. However, Lin Hao, completely unfazed, took off his dragon robe, revealing his nearly explosive muscles, a result of years of training. Even without awakening, Lin Hao's physique had reached an SSS level due to the ancient demon fruit's ability enhancement. Moreover, after awakening the heavy eye, that SSS level strength was almost the pinnacle of this world. Only Li Yuanba could slightly suppress Lin Hao in terms of power. The posture of a conqueror, not inferior to anyone. After becoming an emperor, I awakened the heavy eye. 1,000 years ago in the Flower Kingdom, the heavy eye represented invincibility, a synonym for absolute strength, akin to the conqueror's haki, a symbol of saints in the ancient era of the Flower Kingdom. That invincible general who left behind the national treasure of the Flower Kingdom was a wielder of the heavy eye. Heavy eye? At this moment, Loki realized that Lin Hao's eyes were actually a pair of double pupils, incredibly unusual. Even the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, upon hearing the legend of the heavy eye, exchanged glances, as this was something they had never heard of before. But what Lin Hao said was serious, especially since the heavy eye was indeed imposing. Ha ha ha! Is that so? We'll find out by trying. As if dissatisfied with his size, Lin Hao transformed into a beastly form, becoming a dragon man towering 30 to 40 meters tall. This way, he no longer needed to look up at Loki's massive frame. Let's begin. This emperor prefers to let facts speak. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the weapons of the two top-tier masters collided. The clash produced a thunderous sound, and the shockwave swept across the entire venue. Lin Hao's heavy strike with his divine blade met Loki's mighty Thor's hammer, and neither showed any signs of retreating. 8 years ago, Lin Hao's strength and physique in beast form had barely reached SSS, allowing him to temporarily hold back Whitebeard. Not to mention that now, with strength at SSS and at least SSS level physique in beast form, he was not weaker than Loki in the slightest. Ha ha, little brat, you have some strength. Take another hammer from me. Don't say just one hammer. Even if it were 1,000 or 10,000 hammers, it would be no different. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of hammer and sword was like a torrential storm, shaking the heavens and earth, deafening thunder echoing repeatedly throughout the venue. The pure power clash between them seemed capable of shattering the red Earth continent, lacking any embellishments or tricks. Only the raw force of wind and thunder roaring through the air. While Li Yuanba could also achieve this level, he felt no sense of crisis from Lin Hao. He simply could not harm Lin Hao. At this moment, both were intent on defeating each other, aiming to completely overpower one another, with no mercy in their strength and no chance of holding back. This scene also left Big Mom and others in awe of Lin Hao's divine power. Is this the strength of the demon clan bloodline? No, it's the heavy eye. After all, even the powerful Kaido in his mythical beast form might not be able to compete with Loki in terms of strength. The terrifying might of the giant clan's Loki, capable of destroying the world with a single hammer, was unexpectedly matched by Lin Hao's power. Thunderous might, divine blade, city breaker, boom. A hammer wrapped in thunderous might descended like torrential rain. A sword shattered space, delivering an invincible domineering slash that tore the sky apart. In an instant, the entire arena crumbled again. The clash between Lin Hao and Loki was akin to a battle between gods and demons, enveloping the entire venue with a destructive force. Haha! A battle evenly matched did not demoralize Loki. Instead, his vertical pupils were filled with frenzied battle intent, and the war hammer in his hand rained down with even more intensity, driven by Loki's desires. Lin Hao wielded his heavy sword, surrounded by blue flame clouds dragging his massive body, unleashing relentless, indomitable slashes at Loki from the air. Too slow, too time-consuming. If this continues, we won't settle the score in 3 days and nights. An hour later, still feeling no limits or fatigue, Lin Hao, after deflecting Loki's war hammer with his sword, had an expression of impatience in his dragon-like eyes. The crowd could hear Lin Hao's bold declaration and felt the vast gap between them. Is this what human would say? Just moments ago, during that storm-like clash, any one of them would struggle to keep up, even when Lin Hao faced Whitebeard. He couldn't sustain himself for this long after transforming into a dragon. But for Lin Hao now, this was indeed too time-consuming. Then, Lin Hao's figure surged again, reaching the same height as Loki. At the same time, he tossed his heavy sword into the air, roaring wildly. Continue. Upon seeing Lin Hao throw down his weapon and fight him with physical techniques, even Loki was startled by Lin Hao's madness. But then, a lethal punch wind surged toward him, and Loki raised his hand for a heavy hammer strike, meeting Lin Hao's punch wrapped in domineering power, causing Lin Hao's massive body to tremble. However, Loki's hammer was ultimately caught firmly by Lin Hao's fist and leg, and at the moment Lin Hao felt his body shake. A surge of inexplicable excitement coursed through him, as if some beastly gene was awakening. Come again. Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and a battle intent that made everyone tremble soared into the sky. Dominant fist, dragon battle in the wild. Thor's hammer, thunder roar. The moment a punch met a hammer, it instantly exploded throughout the venue, a thunderstorm sweeping across 1,000 meters around. The dominance was like a dragon, fierce and unparalleled. The members of the red-haired pirates immediately recalled the dominant dragon introduced by Shanks. Lin Hao, surrounded by domineering aura, every punch seemed to roar like a dragon, accompanied by a phantom of a swimming dragon, matching Loki's iron hammer and thunder without losing an inch. That kind of iron-like dominance, indestructible power, shocked everyone. Especially the dragon phantom formed by the domineering aura, becoming more apparent with each clash between the two. Every punch and kick seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth, embodying the strength of 10 dragons and 10 elephants. This was the true heritage of the Dragon Kingdom, compared to the universally known 8-Chung fist. The dominant dragon peak was the true legacy of the Flower Kingdom. Ha ha! This little brat's strength is even more domineering than I imagined. Lin Hao's strongest trait was Conqueror's Haki, but now his physical strength and armament Haki equally astonished everyone, meeting at least the standards of the top powerhouses of the sea. This was a sign of being well-rounded without any weaknesses. As for the Sea Prism Stone's ability to restrain powers, with such strong physical power and defense, combined with later training and adaptation, even the restraint of the Sea Prism Stone would be inconsequential. Chapter 54. Transforming into a dragon amidst storms from morning until the sun began to set in the afternoon. The arena was in disarray from the fierce clashes between the two. Continuous island clouds surrounded the area, maintaining the momentum of this grand battle. Even though Lin Hao had given up the heavy sword divine edge and was consuming his physical strength with armed color Haki, he was merely temporarily fatigued at this moment. Especially under Loki's Iron Thunder God Hammer, the dragon's Haki underwent rigorous tempering through the thunder, gradually showing signs of breaking through to the top tier. Even the power of his bloodline had been significantly enhanced through this thunderous refinement. Ha ha! Little brat, where is your breakthrough? Prince Loki, that line should be mine. I helped red-haired break through yesterday, and the reason lies in my overwhelming force, which provided him with enormous motivation and pressure, allowing him to break free from his constraints in a desperate situation. Their mutual taunts caused everyone present to turn their attention to the red-haired. However, he showed no signs of shame. The strength of Lin Hao's Conqueror's Haki was not due to his own weakness, but rather because Lin Hao was too strong. With both sides possessing nearly top-tier Conqueror's Haki, Lin Hao's heavy pupil felt almost like a cheat. Under the heavy pupil, the power of his Conqueror's Haki was doubled. Moreover, with Lin Hao using the Dragon Blade to unleash divine avoidance, its power was further amplified, allowing Lin Hao's divine avoidance to be at least at the level of a king's strength. At this moment, Shanks, who had upgraded to top-tier Conqueror's Haki, had the strength to stand before the other 3 emperors. Great swordsman, top-tier Conqueror's Haki, ultimate skill, divine avoidance. This was Shank's confidence. If it weren't for Lin Hao being a devil fruit user and pursuing the awakening of his devil fruit, the combination of heavy pupil and dragon blade with top-tier Conqueror's Haki would be enough for a single divine avoidance to eliminate Loki. Ha ha ha, is that so? Little brat, you want absolute power pressure? I'll give it to you right now. Boom. Under Lin Hao's taunts, Loki's body suddenly enlarged, growing from 70 meters to 100 meters. His vertical pupils shrank to extremes, transforming into a pair of snake-like eyes that seemed to harbor endless darkness and evil. Scales appeared all over his body, exuding a blazing red flame and the ultimate destructive black thunder. Thunder God, heaven fire, annihilation. Immediately, 2 forces containing the power to annihilate the world swirled around the Thunder God hammer and swung out. Boom! At the moment of impact between fist and hammer, the overwhelming power from the Thunder God hammer shook Lin Hao's body. Following that, a thunderous fire column exceeding 1 billion volts, with a diameter of 100 meters, broke through Lin Hao's surrounding dragon's Haki defense and struck directly at his body. Phantom Beast Species Ability. The terrifying aura that flashed by shocked the crowd, not only at Loki's sudden explosive power, but also raised concerns for Lin Hao's life. Only a group of top experts showed no worry, merely gazing curiously at the sky. Not to mention the indestructible defense of the Oni clan. Loki's attack was not enough to kill. Lin Hao himself was also a top-tier powerhouse at sea, capable of unleashing terrifying king-level combat power. If Lin Hao wanted to dodge, this strike wouldn't hurt him at all. However, their observation Haki sensed that Lin Hao had not only failed to defend, but had instead charged towards the world-destroying thunder. Such a seemingly suicidal action. Lin Hao was not Kaido, so there must be a reason behind it. Roar. Suddenly, after the thunder had dissipated for a while, a dragon's roar that shook the sea and made everyone tremble rang out. Following that, a white giant dragon, 1,000 meters long with wings that overshadowed the sky, appeared above the venue. The terrifyingly ferocious giant dragon head and the massive, long, and sturdy dragon body not only had wings, but were also thicker than Kaido's azure dragon, yet much slimmer than the lizard dragon species. The dragon scales were shiny, resembling white jade, and glittering like platinum. The dragon's might was overwhelming, with a presence that could swallow the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, exuding an unmatched aura upon its emergence. Ancient true dragon, ice form. Breaking through the shackles of his bloodline, Lin Hao's physique directly doubled in strength, and his power increased significantly, yet it still hadn't broken through the SSS limit. Most importantly, Lin Hao transforming into a dragon meant he was in an awakened state, surrounded by intertwining black and white flames. The black destructive power and the white ultimate chill made Lin Hao's aura terrifying to the extreme. Host, Lin Hao, 26 years old, bloodline. Oni Clan Jiuli, 75, strength, SSS physique, SSS spirit, SSS talent, natural sovereign, insight into loyalty and treachery, indestructible, extraordinary gift. Heavy pupil, skills, Conqueror's Haki Dragon Fury, top tier, Armed Haki Wandering Dragon, top tier, Observation Haki Foreseeing the Future, advanced, Swordsmanship Breaking the Boundary, great swordsman. 10,000 years of profound ice, Devil Fruit. Fruit ability, Phantom Bee species, Snake Fruit ice form, awakened, Maul points, 114, 585, 542. Reborn through thunder, fruit awakened. Lin Hao transformed into a dragon, albeit only in ice form, but it allowed his originally SSS physique to upgrade to SSS, achieving the effect of immortality. The thick 5-toed dragon claws had the power to crush sea stone. Moreover, his armed haki also reached the top tier, achieving both long-range substantial effects and explosive close-range damage. Additionally, the fruit's property changed from water to ice. The absolute zero of cold breath and destruction was even more terrifying than Akiji's ice-type damage, especially with the added physical and power enhancements from the awakened Zoan type. It could be considered an alternative form of immortality. A dragon with wings? And it emerged with a massive body of 1,000 meters, gleaming scales, and a roaring, terrifying dragon head. Everyone immediately understood that this was Lin Hao's awakened form of the devil fruit. The golden scales are not mere creatures in the pond. They transform into dragons when encountering storms. Golden scale form? True dragon form? So this was the true face of Lin Hao's devil fruit. Who? High above in the skies, a giant dragon's breath descended, emitting the power of blazing flames and thunder. The giant, unable to dodge in time, was directly sealed by absolute zero and chilling snow. In an instant, the surrounding temperature plummeted below zero. A counterattack from a desperate situation. In ice form, Lin Hao directly used 10,000 years of profound ice to completely seal the giant Prince Loki. For at least a month, Loki would not be able to emerge. This was the 10,000 years of profound ice right after Lin Hao's awakening, equivalent to an explosion of extreme damage. Otherwise, with Loki's strength as a Sea King, Lin Hao's later 10,000 years of profound ice would only be able to seal him for 3 days at most. True dragon form? Phantom Bee species? At this moment, everyone gazed at the white, giant dragon in the sky, unable to believe their eyes. Previously, Lin Hao's fruit was clearly of the ancient type. Furthermore, Lin Hao's form resembled a combination of Eastern and Western dragons, with a body thicker than that of an Eastern dragon, yet still showing the shadow of an Eastern dragon. However, combined with the wings behind, the even bulkier dragon body resembled a frost dragon among Western dragons. The golden scales are not mere creatures in the pond. They transform into dragons when encountering storms. The golden scale fruit, a lower ancient type fruit of the true dragon fruit, but it could also evolve into a true dragon, a special type of devil fruit. Similar types include Hancock's sweet fruit, which could also be a Zoan-type Phantom Bee species Medusa form. The true dragon spoke, and with its first words, it revealed a major secret. In an instant, everyone looked at Hancock, realizing that the sweet fruit was actually hidden as a Paramecia type of Zoan-type Phantom Bee species. Even Hancock was incredulous, not believing that her devil fruit harbored such a secret. Meanwhile, Shank's pupils constricted. He had a vague feeling that Lin Hao seemed to know something, and it was definitely more than just the sweet fruit. He might even know the secret of the rubber fruit. Chapter 55. The 9 Alliances of Feudal Lords. The one who holds the reins today. The decisive battle ends here, marking a successful conclusion. Next, all ticket holders may use their tickets for a one-day tour of the Sky Garden, valid for 1 month. To reclaim the tickets in your hands. Long live His Majesty. Long live the Dragon Master. One ticket allowed entry to 3 globally renowned peak matches. And to think it also includes a day tour of the Sky Garden, it's simply a blood profit. But for Lin Hao, that represents an income of hundreds of billions of berry over 3 days, with nearly zero cost for the venue. After all, the Island Cloud doesn't cost much. The diamond pillar and the high-strength concrete arena are all made from imperial materials, with zero labor costs as well. For the imperial treasury, that's an income of hundreds of billions of berry. Even if Lin Hao distributes rewards and deposits the total, it will still be an income of 30 billion berry. Ladies and gentlemen, I have already arranged a grand feast in the Dragon Palace to celebrate the perfect conclusion of this arena competition. Additionally, with my powerful breakthrough and the awakening of the devil fruit, the development of the empire will enter a new phase, reigning over the seas in a new posture. If you do not mind, you may come to the Dragon Palace for a gathering. Great! How can anyone refuse? It was just a step away from directly claiming territory. At this moment, Lin Hao indeed possessed the strength and influence of 9 alliances of feudal lords, making him the one in charge of this grand feast. Stepping onto the 1,000-layered steps of the Divine Palace, the majestic palace shocked everyone. The world government's building is divided into 5 floors with hundreds of rooms, but it can't compare to even 1/3 of this magnificent Divine Palace. Moreover, this palace, grander and more imposing than the world government's, has only one vast and deep hall, serving no other purpose. Inside the temple, apart from Lin Hao's golden throne high above, there are only numerous 9-clawed dragon pillars surrounding it, spectacularly adorned. Each of these dragon pillars has a diameter of 10 meters, with the dragons intricately gilded, lifelike. At this moment, all pirate crews looked up at Lin Hao with awe. Is this the throne of the Kingdom of Dragons? It is 100 times more imposing than the throne, surrounded by 20 kings of the world government. Morgans hurriedly captured this rare moment, the Divine Palace where he reigns supreme. This time, Lin Hao prepared round table for the discussions. With each of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews at one round table, the Navy at another, and the 7 warlords at yet another. The feast is a banquet of the 9 provinces, featuring 108 imperial dishes, exquisite and unparalleled. The round tables are large enough, so there's no worry about space. Kid, your Dragon Palace is indeed imposing, but it's lacking a few mistresses. What do you think of Yamato? As his rebellious child, Kaido is very troubled by her. It was fine before. Locked up in Onigashima, Yamato only heard bad news, so she focused on training just to defeat him. But now, with the prosperity and openness of the Kingdom of Dragons, pirates entering and leaving the kingdom tell tales of the splendid world above. Even Yamato has developed a yearning. It is a world more prosperous than what Kazuki Oden described. In comparison, handing this rebellious child over to Lin Hao might yield unexpected benefits. Miss Yamato? Naturally, that's possible. Compared to Big Mom's soul curse and her tendency to attack teammates, Lin Hao has a great appreciation for Yamato, a mythical beast type with Oni lineage and conqueror's haki. These conditions have already determined that Yamato's baseline is at least that of a vice admiral level powerhouse. With a bit of nurturing, she will become a royal powerhouse on the seas in the future. Coupled with the relationship between the Kingdom of Dragons and the Beast Pirates, this can also be seen as a marriage alliance between powers. Upon hearing this, Big Mom fixed her bloodshot eyes on Lin Hao, puzzled as to why he agreed to the alliance with Yamato, unlike the alliance with Smoothie. In response, Lin Hao explained without reservation, Big Mom, the reason I previously disagreed with your alliance is that I do not wish to ally with pirates. Given my current status, what beautiful women do I not have? Why would I ally with your Big Mom pirates, inviting trouble for myself and tarnishing the reputation of the Kingdom of Dragons? Although Yamato is Kaido's daughter, their relationship is akin to water and fire, and she has no bounty on her head. Marrying her would maintain the relationship between the Kingdom of Dragons and the Beast Pirates while using Yamato to keep the Beast Pirates in check without worrying about betrayal. After finishing, Lin Hao paid no mind to Big Mom's fury and instead turned to Marco, saying, "This time, I invited you all to the Divine Palace to discuss the trade agreements in the New World. The Kingdom of Dragons is not a pirate group, but a kingdom focused on economic development. Therefore, the Kingdom of Dragons has many commercial exchanges with your regional kingdoms. For these maritime trades, the Kingdom of Dragons can pay you a certain protection fee to maintain the safety and commercial development of its trade fleets in your regions. If you want more protection fees, you will need to ensure that the economies of your regional kingdoms prosper so that continuous fees can be charged. There is a difference between overfishing and feasting on meat every meal. You should understand this." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly understood Lin Hao's intentions. The Kingdom of Dragons is not a pirate group, so it is not in direct competition with them. On the contrary, cooperation between the Kingdom of Dragons and the kingdoms of the New World will even provide them with some protection fees. In this way, both sides benefit. Most importantly, they cannot afford to offend the Kingdom of Dragons. This is Lin Hao's display of both grace and power. This sounds pretty good. I can agree on behalf of my father. Big Mom is the queen of Tato land, and her country also needs economic development. The Whitebeard Pirates' territory is also very peaceful, and economic development in their territory is crucial for them to collect protection fees. Shanks has no objections either. This is a mutually beneficial cooperation for both sides. The Kingdom of Dragons is not a pirate group. If the Kingdom of Dragons is trapped here, they will not have a good time, nor will they. The second matter is that I intend to expand the sea territory of the Kingdom of Dragons, roughly extending outward by about 100 nautical miles. With this major event's impact, many more people will inevitably come to work in the Kingdom of Dragons, so I plan to arrange 30 large islands on the periphery to accommodate the incoming population. If it involves your territories, the Kingdom of Dragons will provide certain compensations. Great materials, devil fruits, or berry treasures. Whatever you desire, the Empire will certainly meet your requests. Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads. Not to mention that the boundaries of these territories have not been clearly delineated. Even if it involves their territories, they can only suffer in silence. At this moment, the Kingdom of Dragons is a superpower that even the four emperors do not dare to confront directly. "Ladies and gentlemen, please. The Dragon Master invites you." A fine wine entered their mouths, and everyone was instantly filled with passion. Meanwhile, the exquisitely delicious imperial feast turned everyone into gluttons, feasting without restraint. The dishes here are imperial meals that even large eateries cannot offer. The chef has certainly hidden more than one trick up his sleeve. Chapter 56. The Empress's Request. Alliance with Yamato Red-Haired Shanks. This is the favor I need you to help with. Escort Loki to Elbaf, and then escort a batch of Adam's treasurewood back to the Dragon Kingdom as a reward for helping you awaken your top-level Conqueror's Haki. How about that? Sure. Shanks agreed without much hesitation, as it was clear that Lin Hao had reached some sort of agreement with Elbaf, trading Loki for the unique wealth of the giant race. Adam's treasure tree. Shanks also wanted a batch of it to upgrade his pirate crew and to meet Jabba. The rise of the Dragon Kingdom had exceeded Roger's expectations back in the day. Well then, thank you all for your hard work. It's actually Shanks who should be thanking the Dragon Lord, although Lin Hao clearly utilized him to secretly learn God avoidance. He indeed helped Shanks elevate his Conqueror's Haki to the top level, which is an undeniable fact. Lin Hao ended the causal relationship with this escort mission and also established a good rapport with the red-haired pirates. After the red-haired pirates left, Lin Hao immediately turned his attention to the waiting Snake Princess pirates. At this moment, the Empress of the Nine Serpents looked up at Lin Hao, who was high above, gazing down upon the masses. If the celestial dragons represented a disdain for humanity, then Lin Hao was the true dragon, genuinely looking down upon the world. A Pentagon warrior with peak Haki, physical prowess, and devil fruit abilities. Facing such a powerful being, even the Empress of the Nine Serpents did not dare to be overly arrogant. Empress of the Nine Serpents? Speak, what brings you to me? Lin Hao said, do not presume to act recklessly just because of the allure of the sweet fruit. As a top-tier Haki expert, your petrification ability cannot even allow you to get close. You can only play around in paradise. Lin Hao looked at the Empress with disdain, and his warning was not unfounded. The Empress's character was too vile in the eyes of true rulers. Not being killed was merely due to the poor reputation of bullying a woman. They did not want to take it seriously. The Dragon Emperor. The Snake Princess has come to the Dragon Kingdom because the technology for crossing the Calm Belt has threatened Nine Snake Island. We need an explanation from the Dragon Kingdom. Technology for crossing the Calm Belt? Lin Hao scoffed upon hearing this and instructed Wang Yu, who was beside him, bring the data on the technology for crossing the Calm Belt and also get a sonar positioning system. Yes, Your Majesty. Wang Yu left and returned within 10 breaths, bringing back a set of documents and a silver orb resembling a dinosaur egg to the Divine Palace. The Empress of the Nine Serpents looked at the documents casually handed to her by Wang Yu, which clearly recorded the entire set of technologies for crossing the Calm Belt, from embedding sea stone in the ship's hull to sonar repelling sea kings. It could be said that this was no longer just technology for crossing the Calm Belt, but also technology that could ignore sea kings. This data was the result of research conducted by the Dragon Kingdom and Vegapunk. The Empire's research on this technology was merely for commercial transportation, with dedicated shipping routes and cargo ships. The real threat to you Nine Serpents is the Navy. Once they tear up the Shichibukai Treaty, they will launch a large-scale fleet to eliminate Nine Snake Island. Hancock was taken aback upon hearing this. She hadn't realized the crisis facing the Nine Serpents was already so evident. After witnessing the strength and development of the Dragon Kingdom, she understood that the Dragon Kingdom was not a pirate nation. Even the Beast Pirates merely occupied hell and belonged to a world that could not see the light. Compared to the Nine Serpents, the development of the Dragon Kingdom was fundamental. At least everything was like this now. And this was also the reason why the world government could tolerate the existence of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom would not seek out the blank 100 years, nor would it go against them, until the strongest conquerors Haki and the 3 imperial-level powers were revealed. Everything was easy to discuss. Of course, it was even easier to talk now. Previously, the world government still had the strength to deal with the Dragon Kingdom, but now they had to calculate the cost of dealing with the Dragon Kingdom. This cost was something they absolutely could not afford. This is the sonar positioning system, which can determine the location of ships within 100 miles using sonar. This should be enough for your Nine Serpents pirates. Once an enemy is detected ambushing Nine Snake Island through the Calm Belt, just drop some blood food in the surrounding Calm Belt area, and any ship will become a meal for the Sea Kings. This is also my explanation to you. Nine Serpents, a sonar positioning system? Hancock looked at the item Wang Yu handed over, which seemed like future technology. After Wang Yu sent a current through it, the activated silver orb displayed a massive map covering the entire Dragon Kingdom on the screen. After some operations, Hancock understood the function of the silver orb. It could lock onto ships on the sea through sound waves. She hadn't expected the Dragon Kingdom to possess such high technology. Moreover, through Wang Yu's introduction, Hancock learned that this was not prepared for Nine Snake Island, but was a safety device for the Empire's merchant ships. Yamato, your rebellious child can now go out. On Onigashima, Kaido tossed a key to a cute girl with a youthful face, giant breasts, and red horns. Continuing to explain, you're grown up now. Don't you want to go out and see the current Dragon Kingdom? I've found you a good husband. The current king of the Dragon Kingdom, who is also a member of our Oni clan. Not only is his strength 10 times greater than that of the Odin you admire, but his ability to govern the country is also unmatched. In just 8 years, the Dragon Kingdom has become the strongest nation in the New World, and its wealth far exceeds the rumors you've heard. You bastard Kaido. Upon hearing that Kaido had found her a husband, Yamato, who had just broken free from her restraints, immediately became furious. Kaido was selling her out. Boom! As 2 Kanabo clashed, the flashing conqueror's haki enveloped the entire Onigashima in an instant. Kaido was extremely satisfied with Yamato. Otherwise, Lin Hao wouldn't have agreed to the alliance with Kaido. She was undoubtedly a future powerhouse. It's just a pity that since the age of 8, this little girl had strayed further down the path of rebellion. Bang! Under Kaido's thunderous might, Yamato was sent flying out of Onigashima like a cannonball. At this moment, Yamato had the strength of an ordinary Marine Rear Admiral and was no match for Kaido's swing. Watching Yamato disappear, Kaido picked up his wine jar and drank wildly. As for Yamato's safety, It was completely outside of Kaido's concern. After being expelled from Onigashima, Yamato, free from the constraints of the slave collar, walked aimlessly through hell, feeling somewhat lost. Is this what the land of Wano is like now? Aside from some citizens who nostalgically lived here, relying on the faint refracted light to survive, most of the people in Wano had integrated into the Dragon Kingdom. In this endless darkness, the remnants of the Kazuki clan had also lost their fighting spirit. At this moment, they couldn't even contend with the beast pirates, let alone the even more terrifying Dragon Kingdom. They had watched the live broadcast of the Dragon Kingdom just days ago. Faced with such a terrifying Dragon Lord, they could only continue to hide in the darkness of hell, struggling to survive. Chapter 57: The Collapse of Yamato's Cognition. Yamato arrived at the Dragon Kingdom without any hindrance. As soon as she got there, she was blinded by the bustling and lively scene before her. On the busy streets, vehicles moved through the center while crowds flowed like tides on both sides, and every person's face was filled with smiles. In particular, the sight of happy families enjoying meals in some high-end restaurants made Yamato feel that genuine human emotions existed in this world. As for the beast pirates, they were also behaving themselves here. Aside from the ordinary citizens showing some fear, they did not act out of line at all. After all, the Dragon Kingdom was not a place for them to run wild. Go. Hey there, little girl. You must be from the beast pirates, right? I can tell your horns are more authentic than others. Just as Yamato's stomach grumbled, a plump, greasy middle-aged owner noticed the young and beautiful Yamato and eagerly approached her. His eyes sparkling. We just received a fresh batch of Sea King fish meat in our restaurant. Would you like to try my grilled meat or Odin? Absolutely authentic. Famous for miles. I have no money. Yamato knew that food required payment, and although her stomach was growling, she didn't want to deceive the owner. No worries. As long as you're from the beast pirates, it's fine. We just need to register your information and submit it to the Lord's office for reimbursement. You won't have to pay. Just keep a tab. Really? Yamato looked at the owner in disbelief. The beast pirates had such treatment in the Dragon Kingdom? Little girl, did you just join the beast pirates? How could you not know this? No, I've been living on Onigashima until today. It's my first time out. Uncle, aren't the beast pirates very terrible? Why do you still dare to serve them in your restaurant? Hearing this, the middle-aged man looked at Yamato, who appeared innocent and naive, and then at the large kanabo in her hand, suddenly realizing that this girl he was serving might be an extremely important figure from the beast pirates. The beast pirates had protected her too well. He hurriedly invited Yamato into the restaurant while explaining. The people of the beast pirates are indeed fierce and brutal, but the king decreed that all expenses and damages caused by the beast pirates must be recorded. Every month, they can reimburse the Lord's office. Plus, the crew of the beast pirates wouldn't dare to act recklessly in the Dragon Kingdom. They usually consume a lot, making them preferred customers for most restaurants, especially expired ingredients, which can easily be sold as fresh. Yamato was taken aback and didn't respond for a long time. Finally, she suddenly asked, "Then, uncle, is this meat? Guaranteed fresh, absolutely fresh. How could I deceive such a cute and pretty girl like you? This is definitely just bought Sea King meat." The owner was not lying. Beautiful women always received preferential treatment. This greasy uncle had almost no resistance to a cute girl like Yamato with a youthful face and ample figure, which is why he revealed all these secrets. Even if she was a vicious woman from the beast pirates, at this moment, Yamato felt her cognition collapse. She never expected that the beast pirates were so popular in the Dragon Kingdom. They were completely a billing machine, selling expired ingredients as fresh to the beast pirates. Who are the real villains here? Little girl, what's your name? We need it for the billing record. Yamato. No, I am Kazuki Odin. Yamato. Kazuki Odin. Upon hearing this, the owner first showed a puzzled expression, then his face became serious. The empire did not have a literary inquisition, and the name Kazuki was not a taboo. But Kazuki Odin? That was the head of the Kazuki family 14 years ago, a taboo existence for the beast pirates. Most importantly, the Kazuki family was definitely a reactionary force in the empire at this time. Many samurai from Wano related to the Kazuki family could not live on the surface. Little girl, you say you're Yamato? Why do you claim to be Kazuki Odin? You should know that in the Dragon Kingdom, any samurai of the Kazuki clan would be sent to hell and could not appear in the Dragon Kingdom. Why? Looking at Yamato, who appeared ignorant and unrestrained, The owner secretly instructed his attendants to notify the Lord's office while continuing. Why else? We're on the island where Wano is located. They naturally want to take it back, since the samurai are supporters of the Kazuki family. In 6 years, it will be the prophesied 20-year period, when the red scabbards of the Kazuki family will lead the samurai to retaliate against the beast pirates and even engage in a life-and-death battle with the empire. But we don't want the flames of war to spread up here, so we report any samurai of the Kazuki family whenever we can. After all, once these Kazuki family spies guide the flames of war up here, the ones who will suffer the most will be us ordinary people. Yamato was surprised to learn there was such a reason. Was that subordinate of yours going to report me? Hey, hey, hey. The middle-aged owner laughed awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed after being exposed. But Yamato had no intention of getting up and fleeing. Instead, she started to enjoy the fragrant grilled meat in front of her, saying as she ate, "Uncle, it seems you don't like Kazuki Oden? Like my ass. I was from Wano and experienced that great calamity back then. Whether it's Kazuki Oden or Kaido, there's not much difference between who becomes the general of Wano. They all indulge their subordinates in their reckless actions. And the privileged class still primarily oppresses us ordinary folks. But the Dragon Kingdom is different. As long as you abide by the law, even the king cannot act recklessly. Like the beast pirates, the official meals of the empire can be billed, as long as you have receipts. We can go to the Lord's office to settle the bill once a month without having to pay taxes on that part. In the past, we rarely had grilled meat, even a few times a year. But now, as long as we work hard, we have white rice, some wine, and grilled meat every day. It's a world apart from our previous lives." As he spoke, the middle-aged owner pointed outside and continued, "Little girl, look at those pedestrians on the street. Most of them are ordinary people. Have you ever seen ordinary people in any country living so happily? Most of us are ordinary people from Wano or other immigrants, and the empire treats us no differently. The only difference is that we live in the outer city, while the citizens of the Flower Country lived in the inner city. However, the taxes and treatment are exactly the same." Outer city? Yamato looked at the bustling city around her. Wasn't this a prosperous city in the empire's core? But when she heard about the empire's layout, she couldn't help but gasp, and she understood why the middle-aged owner, as a person from Wano, looked down on Wano. The Lord, is she pretending to be Kazuki Oden? At that moment, the waiter who had just left returned with a group of heavily armored, powerful experts from the Lord's office. Amidst the middle-aged owner's apprehension, a middle-aged lord dressed in splendid garments approached Yamato with a look of suspicion. After confirming several times, he respectfully said, "Li Ji of Thunder City, I've met Miss Yamato." Hiss, hiss, hiss. This was the Lord of Thunder City, one of the 12 major cities, ranked among the upper echelons. At this moment, he treated the girl from the Beast Pirates with such respect, causing everyone inside and outside the restaurant to drop their jaws in shock, even when facing the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates. This lord had never shown such an attitude before. "Don't call me Yamato. I am Kazuki Oden." Li Ji couldn't help but smile wryly upon hearing this. He didn't expect that the legendary Miss Yamato would be so peculiar in person. Indeed, seeing is believing. Chapter 58. The Disaster of Misfortune. The Opportunity for War, Your Majesty. Miss Yamato is on her way to the royal city. How would you like to arrange this? Inside the temple, Lin Hao was meditating on the 9-dragon throne. At this moment, Xiao Yao's voice, filled with jealousy, reached his ears. Lin Hao opened his eyes to look at the 2 stunning beauties beside him, as well as the little human princess, Mang Shuili, resting on Yifuya's shoulder. Mang Shuili was brought by Doflamingo, originally meant for protection, in case of serious injury or life-threatening situations. She was Lin Hao's trump card. However, both Lin Hao and Loki's bodies were nearly indestructible. Even when Lin Hao faced Thor's hammer with his fists, he remained unscathed. After Doflamingo left, this little girl stayed behind. As a healer, even if kept like a canary, she could play a significant role in the future. Therefore, during this time, Lin Hao treated this little princess well, providing her with delicious food and drinks, and with 2 elegant older sisters to keep her company. The little princess was already enchanted. After all, the prosperity of the Dragon Kingdom was far beyond what Dressrosa could compare to. Moreover, the hidden darkness of Dressrosa was something Mang Shuili dared not reveal in front of the world. But now, with the company of two girls, the little girl had not stopped having fun these days. With the existence of the Golden City, Shandora, the little people felt a sense of belonging to Sky Island. They shared a mutual friend, Rolando. Let her live with you, and take Yamato out to explore the outside world together. Yamato's relationship with Kaido was extremely poor, even described as a life and death enemy. She had been imprisoned on Onigashima since she was 8, fighting almost every other day. This was also the reason I agreed to the marriage alliance with the Beast Pirates. There's no need to worry about this little girl betraying her master, and she has great potential, being a royal-level talent on the sea, similar to Yafuya, a mythical Zoan fruit user, with the potential for Conqueror's Haki. Hearing this, the two women both brightened their eyes. They hadn't expected Miss Yamato to be a Conqueror's Haki user and a mythical Zoan fruit user. No wonder Lin Hao agreed to the marriage. This was like directly bringing back a future powerful commander. Your Majesty, rest assured, we will definitely shape her heart to be like yours. Knowing that Yamato and Kaido had a strained relationship, they understood that Yamato would not easily agree to the marriage. As Lin Hao's maids, they were well aware of the value of this potential asset. Well, you all get along well. From now on, you will be sisters. Previously, I had not reached the limit of my physical potential. Indulging in pleasure was not the right time. Now that my physical potential has been fully developed, wanting to advance further in strength cannot be achieved through hard work alone. You will be my imperial concubines from now on. Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao and Yafuya's faces flushed slightly, their eyes filled with affection. They hadn't expected their waiting would finally be met with Lin Hao's response, and they also understood Lin Hao's persistence. After all, Lin Hao bore the future of the Dragon Kingdom on his shoulders. Although he had top-tier powerhouses like Li Yuanba, Wang Yu, and Guan Zhong by his side, Lin Hao's own strength could not be neglected. Ahead, a powerful presence, vehicles prohibited. The world nobles are visiting the Dragon Kingdom. A group of patrolling mechas was maintaining traffic order on the street. This visit from the Celestial Dragons was an opportunity for the Empire and the world government to further develop their relationship. After all, the Celestial Dragons had plenty of money. As long as it did not violate imperial laws, the Empire could grant the Celestial Dragons certain privileges. The customer is God. On one side of the bustling street, four beautiful women walked briskly at the edge of the crowd, like a beautiful and vibrant landscape. Yamato's youthful appearance and ample bosom, Xiao Yao's mature aura, Yafuya's cold and pure demeanor, and Meng Shuili's cute and petite figure. Wherever they went, they were the center of attention. However, after arriving in Dragon City, Yamato gradually released her feminine nature under the guidance of Xiao Yao and Yafuya. Shopping, especially under the Empire's reimbursement policy, Yamato didn't even look at prices, only her preferences. With such a beautiful sight, those who recognized the identities of the four women, including the Beast Pirates, kept their distance, while the Empire's nobility fawned over them. Gradually, the four women also let down their guard. But ultimately, there were those who did not know their place. In the middle of the road, a group of celestial dragons from the world government pointed down from their elevated position at Yafuya, who was dressed in a white flowing skirt, and said, I want her to be my 23rd wife. That one in the black dress can be my maid, and the one with the horns can be my slave. Boom! In an instant, the street fell silent. Even many citizens of the Dragon Kingdom had heard of the celestial dragon's tyranny, but it was their first time witnessing such brazen disregard for human dignity. The imperial officials welcoming the world government's high-ranking members suddenly turned cold. Those who could serve as receptionists for the world government were well aware of the identities of the four women. After all, they were two of Lin Hao's maids, one fiancée, and a princess of the little people, let alone their noble status. Even ordinary citizens could not become slaves to the celestial dragons, wantonly trampling on imperial laws. These were rules personally established by Lin Hao. They had not expected that the Empire had just started to show its strength and lift some restrictions on the celestial dragons, and these fools wanted to overturn the table. Mr. Spandam, was there no prior explanation of the agreement regarding the Dragon Kingdom within the world government? The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom will never be slaves. Even if the celestial dragons step onto the land of the Dragon Kingdom, They must abide by the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. As a senior official of the Empire, he would naturally not easily offend the world government to provoke a conflict between the two superpowers. However, he would not show weakness either. Yet this questioning attitude completely infuriated the celestial dragons, or rather, went against the will of the Creator. A golden flintlock was pointed directly at the imperial official. Augustus, no. 5 elders. Bang! The gunshot interrupted Spandam's anxious shout. In everyone's astonishment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the imperial official, pinching the bullet that could have pierced through him between 2 fingers. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes, looking at the world government CP guards formation as if facing a great enemy. Without showing any expression, he simply turned to Spandam and said, "You go back. His Majesty's Oracle. The celestial dragons who violate imperial laws will be dealt with according to the law. Moreover, having just attacked imperial officials, they will at least be imprisoned in the abyss for 10 years. Of course, the premise is that he can survive 10 years in the abyss." Wang Yu's emotionless voice pronounced the celestial dragon's crimes, echoing throughout the royal city. In an instant, the space fell into a terrifying silence. The Empire was going to confront the world government head-on. At this moment, Spandam trembled all over, not daring to utter a word. Refusal? Wang Yu was a super powerhouse even Whitebeard feared. He had no way to refuse Wang Yu's strength. Going back, he would not only be certain to die, but his family would also face annihilation. Killing him would offend the Creator, and he would kill his entire family, even destroy this country. The CP guards, upon hearing this, broke out in cold sweat. Did this fool not know who was standing in front of him? And to destroy the Dragon Kingdom? Not to mention the Augustus family. Even the 5 elders would not speak so arrogantly. It seemed the world government had not taken His Majesty's warning seriously. Wang Yu had completely lost his patience at this point and ordered the patrolling mechas to take action. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of nets descended like a spider's web, let alone the celestial dragons. Even the 6 styles of the CP guards were rendered ineffective in the face of these carbon fiber ropes and sea stone nets, quickly binding them into a group of immobile Zongzi. As for the yellow ape in the sky, after Wang Yu glanced at him, he simply left. Chapter 59, Pre-War Layout. Super Demon Slayer order you run fast. Wang Yu only glanced in the direction where Huang Yuan had left before disappearing from the central street. As for Huang Yuan's departure, it wasn't that he didn't want to take action, but the moment Wang Yu appeared, he was locked onto by Wang Yu's sword intent. Even though they were both great sword masters, Huang Yuan knew that Wang Yu's attack power was above his own. Given their comparable fruit abilities, the golden sword weapon, which combined physical attack with an electromagnetic cannon and a mysteriously powerful silver sword pill. Moreover, this was Dragon City. Engaging Wang Yu here meant that once entangled, it would be a dead end. Naturally, retreat was the best option. Taking away the celestial dragons and imprisoning them in the abyss of hell, that would definitely be front-page news, especially since the reporters from the World News Agency didn't miss a single frame when the celestial dragons entered here, clearly recording the entire process. However, Morgans didn't want to offend the world government or the Kingdom of Dragons. Thus, he divided the newspaper into 2 editions, one that reported only the capture of the celestial dragons in the Kingdom of Dragons, which spread throughout the Grand Line and the 4 seas, and another that reported the whole story, which was only distributed in the New World. In an instant, the sea was boiling. Was the Kingdom of Dragons preparing to confront the world government? Meanwhile, the people within the Kingdom of Dragons were filled with righteous indignation. Not to mention the 4 women of noble status. Even ordinary citizens were not allowed to let the celestial dragons run rampant within the Empire, trampling on lives at will. This was also the condition agreed upon for the celestial dragons to land, as, over the years, the Empire had not allowed them to step foot in the Kingdom of Dragons, fearing their arrogance in treating lives as worthless. Even this time of opening up was under the condition of communication with the world government. Who would have thought that these celestial dragons, who couldn't change their nature, would still remain arrogant? This was a major event broadcasted nationwide, and thus the citizens of the Kingdom of Dragons witnessed the truth of the celestial dragon's capture. Little brat, are you ready to start a full-scale war? Kaido had anticipated this day for a long time, and he never expected the world government to actually send a proud and ignorant fool completely disregarding the previously agreed-upon rules. At this moment, the Empire was imprisoning the celestial dragons in the abyss of hell, which also violated the taboos of the world government. There had to be a compromise between the Empire and the world government. However, neither side would easily compromise, and a battle was inevitable. The clash between these two superpowers was exactly the full-scale war Kaido hoped for. It was close, but not yet on the verge of full-scale war. What the world government truly feared was Joy Boy. This could at most be considered a major conflict, not yet a full-scale war. Speaking of which, Lin Hao looked down at Li Yuanba, who was on standby, and handed him a life card, saying, "Yuanba, go bring back Wu Anjuan." For such a large-scale war, it needs to be personally supervised by Wu Anjuan to create the effect of deterring the world government. Yes, big brother. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanba stepped out of the hall and transformed into a golden divine eagle, instantly disappearing from everyone's sight. And who was Wu Anjuan? Apart from Lin Hao's immediate circle, most people did not know this extremely mysterious figure. By entrusting such a significant battle, which concerned the fate of the Empire, to Wu Anjuan, it showed Lin Hao's trust and expectations for him. He was certainly not an ordinary existence. "Huh, little brat, do you really not need my help?" "No need. This is an internal matter between the Kingdom of Dragons and the world government. Once the beast pirates intervene, the world government will have an excuse to classify the Kingdom of Dragons as pirates." Then, Lin Hao looked at the generals below and continued to command this time. "Wu Anjuan will be the commander, General Qi will be the vice commander, and War King, Abao, Wei Qi, Buwu, Ai Ding, Zheng, and others will serve as the vanguard generals, leading the Empire's 30,000 elite troops and 100,000 navy to prepare for battle." "Yes, Your Majesty." Although the world government had not yet stated its position, Lin Hao knew this battle was inevitable. The Navy would undoubtedly be the main force in this campaign against the Kingdom of Dragons, and preparing military defenses in advance was better than hastily responding to an unprepared war. As for Zheng Yi, he was one of the summoned admirals of the Navy. Not particularly renowned, but his wife was a historically significant figure known as Zheng Yi's sister, the largest pirate alliance in world history, with over 50,000 members. If Zheng Yi's sister were summoned, even the four emperors would be like little brothers in her presence. Unfortunately, the top-tier summoning could only summon someone like Zheng Yi. Perhaps he only made it into the top-tier summoning because of his sister's influence. Guanzhong arranged the defenses of the surrounding islands, especially those with low sea levels. Evacuate the islanders to islands with higher sea levels and better defensive fortifications. "Yes, Your Majesty." Wang Yu, monitor the world government snail phone channels and intercept their intelligence. "Your Majesty, rest assured, I will intercept their snail phone information at the first opportunity." Henry Zhang, once the world government announces the decisive battle, you and Morgans will split into two parts and jointly host the live broadcast of this world war. We must maintain control over the world's public opinion and must not let the world government gain the upper hand. Understood. Under Lin Hao's series of arrangements, the Empire entered a period of extreme tension. The Empire's 100,000 navy and the Kingdom of Dragons' 200,000 army entered a state of first-level alert. The connections between the outer city and inner city began to be cut off, and the outer city activated its full-scale war defense mode. In an instant, major forces across the sea focused on the movements of these two superpowers, understanding that the clash between them was unavoidable. Neither the Kingdom of Dragons nor the world government could compromise first. At least one battle had to be fought. In contrast, the atmosphere in the Navy headquarters was also extremely tense, even heavy to the extreme. Originally, the relationship between the Kingdom of Dragons and the world government had progressed, personally overseen by Peach Rabbit, and they naturally understood the conditions of the Kingdom of Dragons, one of which was the arrogant attitude of the Celestial Dragons. Therefore, both sides agreed that the Celestial Dragons could receive some privileges in the Kingdom of Dragons, but could not violate the laws of the Kingdom of Dragons. Who would have thought that the Celestial Dragons of the world government would completely disregard this? They had just arrived and were immediately captured and sent to the abyss of hell for 10 years. Wang Yu's murderous intent meant that it was uncertain whether they would survive 10 years later. The five elders had already issued orders, with Commander Kong as the main commander, the CP-0 headquarters as support, and Akainu and Akiji leading 10 vice admirals from the Navy headquarters to launch the Super Demon Slayer Order against the Kingdom of Dragons. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Super Demon Slayer Order? A 3-army commander, 2 admirals, and even the CP-0 task force were involved. This was undoubtedly an unprecedented scale of the Demon Slayer Order. If it were against the 4 emperors, it would be an absolute crushing situation. But now they were facing the Kingdom of Dragons. Not to mention the super powerhouse Dragon Lord. Even beneath him were Li Yuanba, Wang Yu, and even that great sword master Guanzhong, all of whom were powerful figures at the admiral level, coupled with the hidden forces within the Kingdom of Dragons. Even Sengoku had little confidence in this battle. Fortunately, their navy was not weak either. Vice admirals like Carp, Peach Rabbit, and T-Pig exceeded the strength of the headquarters vice admirals and should not be inferior to the Kingdom of Dragons. Chapter 60. The Xuanjia Modeo Army, the Baolong Clan. 12 Zodiac Signs Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest, the Path of the Dynasty. Large Islands 10, completed. Dynasty Citizens 10 million, completed. Dynasty Regular Army 300. 000, completed. Dynasty Navy 100, 000, completed. Dynasty GDP 100 billion berries, completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the main quest Reward Dynasty Promotion Gift Pack. National Protection Artifact 1. Dynasty Ace, level. Legion Summoning Card 1, Devil Fruit 2. Special Building Summoning Card 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the National Protection Artifact, the Jiuzhou Ding. It can suppress the Imperial Luck, enhance the qualifications of citizens within the territory, and gather public sentiment. Note: when facing local forces and protagonist forces, the National Protection Artifact can maintain the decline of the Imperial Luck, preventing unexpected deaths caused by being forcefully killed by the protagonist forces. The host uses the Dynasty Ace Legion summoning card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for summoning the King-level Legion. Xuanjia Modeo Army 3000. King-level Commander General Shui Ringue. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Superhuman Devil Fruit. Twisted Fruit, Animal Type, Bird Fruit, Golden Crow Form. The host uses the Special Building Summoning card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for summoning the Special Building. Altar of Heaven. Winter Solstice Sacrificial Offerings, Peace and Safety of the Nation, Spring Festival Blessings, Abundant Harvests. Has the Path of the Dynasty been completed? Inside the temple, Lin Hao suddenly heard the system's continuous lottery and reward sounds in his mind, causing a flash of surprise in his eyes. The dozens of large islands surrounding the Dragon Kingdom had long satisfied the requirement of 10 large islands. The 300, 000 regular troops, including 100, 000 Navy, were also not a problem. The GDP was even simpler with arms trade, sea stone metal trade, and the industrial chain on the surrounding islands. The imperial GDP far exceeded 100 billion berries. The only requirement Lin Hao had not met before was the population. Recently, the prosperity of the 12 major cities and 36 small cities of the Dragon Kingdom had been continuously attracting outsiders to come and work. Thus, the population had also reached the requirement due to the influx of people during this period. The rewards for promoting the dynasty also made Lin Hao very happy. The Jiuzhou Ding suppresses luck, which seems to have no substantial effect, but can ensure that Lin Hao would not be forcefully taken offline when encountering the protagonist group. Kaido and Big Mom are examples. In addition, it can also provide Lin Hao with a stable input of over 50 million luck points each year, which is equivalent to system mall points. The Xuanjia Modeo Army is a combination of the Tang Dynasty's Xuanjia Army and Modeo Army, with invincible defense and unmatched offense. It can be considered a super army with perfect attack and defense. King-level General Shui Ringue is a master of the Fong Tianhua halberd, capable of taking the head of a general among thousands of troops, and his combat power is extremely high, making him very suitable for the national treasure of Wano, the Overlord Spear, coupled with the world-invincible Xuanjia Modeo Army. It is undoubtedly the ace among the Empire's aces. Name: Shui Ringue, 25 years old, race: human, implanted identity, Supreme Commander of the Imperial Guard Xuanjia Modeo Army. responsible for the safety of the Divine Palace along with the Black Dragon Warriors and the Kingdom Guards. Strength, SSS Physique, SSS Spirit, SSS Talent. 3 arrows determine the 10 miles of Tian Shan. Shoot rocks and drink feathers. Can break 5 armors, possessing the world's top sniper talent. Unmatched courage, divine strength, unparalleled heroism. Able to take the head of a general among thousands of troops. Skills, armed color hockey, swimming dragon, advanced, observation color hockey, foreseeing the future, advanced. Setting sun arrow technique, great accomplishment. Overlord spear technique, great accomplishment. Devil fruit, none. Hiss, compared to other king-level summons. Shui Rengui is already a general-level combat power upon his emergence. The most terrifying thing is that Shui Rengui's 2 major strengths, the ability to shoot through 5 armors with 1 arrow and the Overlord Spear technique at the great accomplishment level, can be said to be like adding wings to a tiger. Unfortunately, lacking the Conqueror's Haki, otherwise Shui Rengui's potential could reach the level of a Sea King. The 2 devil fruits go without saying, both possess extremely powerful abilities. After thinking for a moment, Lin Hao gave the twisted fruit to Shui Rengui. Most of Shui Rengui's attacks are weapon-based, and without the Conqueror's Haki. The animal type, Phantom Beast Devil Fruit, would not be able to exert its strongest potential, especially with the awakening of the animal type Devil Fruit. In comparison, the twisted fruit can enhance weapon attacks, making it more suitable for Shui Rengui. Ding! The host has activated the main quest, 3, The Path of the Empire. Unifying the New World, not completed. Imperial Regular Army 1 million, not completed. Imperial Citizens 10 million, not completed. Unifying the New World? Lin Hao saw the tasks provided by the system, which were clearly not something that could be completed in a short time. After all, the 4 emperors dominate the seas. Lin Hao could deal with 1, but not all of them, especially with the world government stationed at Mariehua. It would be better to wait until after the Marine-Ford War to discuss it. At the same time, he noticed that the system panel's mall points had exceeded 100 million, given the recent battle with the world government. Lin Hao is not lacking in high-end combat power. As for Devil Fruits, he still has a Phantom Beast type, Golden Crow Fruit, and he is not short on supreme businesses, with the Overlord Spear being very suitable for Shui Rengui. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 100 million points and obtaining a King-level Legion summoning card. The host uses the Legion summoning card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for summoning the King-level Legion. Baolong Clan, 12 Zodiac Signs 12. Baolong Clan, 12 Zodiac Signs, or 12 Zodiac ability users, most of whom are ancient types, which can be compared to the world government's Knights of God. First, Rat, Phantom Beast type, Mouse Fruit, Shishir Mouse form. Enormous size, incredible speed, and mastery of wind and snow divine powers. Second, Ox, Ancient type, Nyo Fruit, Violent Bull form, immense strength, and extremely high defense. Third, Tiger, Ancient type, Cat Fruit, Far East Giant Tiger form, great power and momentum, King of the Forest. Fourth, Rabbit, Ancient type, Rabbit Fruit, Minnow Kaka form, relatively slow speed, but strong limbs. Fifth, Dragon, Ancient type, Dragon Fruit, Giant Beast Dragon form. Sixth, Snake, Ancient type, Snake Fruit, Titan Python form. Seventh, Horse, Ancient type, Horse Fruit, Huge Horse form. Eighth, Goat, Ancient type, Goat Fruit, Ungshi Beast form. Ninth, Monkey, Ancient type, Monkey Fruit, Indigenous form. 10th, Rooster, Ancient type, Dragon Fruit, Ancestor Bird form. 11th, Dog, Ancient type, Dog Fruit, Heidini form. 12th, Pig, Ancient type, Pig Fruit, Complete Tooth Pig form. 1 Phantom Beast type and 11 Ancient types make the 100 Beast Pirate group pale in comparison to the 12 Zodiac Signs. Moreover, since they are a King-level Legion Guard, the moment these 12 Zodiac Signs were summoned, they already represented 1 candidate general and 11 mid-level generals with dual color hockey mastery. Not to mention the top-level Legion's battle formation coordination, just the strength of these 12 individuals could rival that of an Imperial Legion. As for the implanted identity, it is the mysteriously powerful Baolong clan of the Flower Kingdom, specifically responsible for protecting the safety of the King of the Flower Kingdom. Chapter 61. The Slaughter Pirates. The blood-red great swordsman, the Slaughter Pirates. At the flying waterfall of Carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, a massive flagship, over 300 meters long and shimmering with silver light, cut through the waves, propelled by 9 koi fish. The flag of the silver warship was a pirate flag featuring a sword-piercing skull. This was none other than the infamous Slaughter Pirates on the high seas. Captained by 2, alias, the blood-red great swordsman and wielder of blood-red ghostly energy, had a bounty of 9 billion berries. First mate Douglas Mack, the nation destroyer, had a bounty of 27 billion berries. Rumored to be an orphan from a war-torn country, he joined the army at a young age and was the youngest adopted son of Douglas Gray, having avoided the massacre by Barrett due to his tender age. A natural-type candy fruit user, he possessed dual-color hockey and was a strong martial artist, serving as the logistical support for the Slaughter Pirates. The 4 captains included Silver/Lack, a seasoned swordsman and user of the fruit, capable of unleashing countless slashes to create a storm of sword blades. Blood Butcher Ming Hai, a superhuman-type blood fruit user, whose ultimate move was Blood Butcher 3,000 miles, Giant Cannon Thunder. A martial artist with dual-color hockey and a sound fruit user, able to unleash sound wave cannons to destroy enemies and trigger tsunamis and earthquakes with infrasound. And Killer Monk M.O. Ku, an animal-type mythical beast human fruit user in the Rakshasa form, a monk from a temple in the New World, expelled for stealing the demon fruit that had been suppressed for generations within the temple. At the front of the pirate ship stood a young man in a white robe with white hair, a sword hanging at his waist, standing tall and gazing forward. With just a glance, the people on a massive gangway felt a chilling aura of death and blood wash over them. In an instant, they seemed to see a battlefield strewn with corpses and severed limbs, nearly driven to madness by fear. This was merely a fleeting glance of his killing intent. After 8 years, Bai Chi was indeed making a triumphant return. His 1,000 pirates were all elite fighters he had recruited from various battlefields and were his most trusted companions. "We're home." The phrase sent a shockwave through everyone on the ship. Bai Chi was from the Dragon Kingdom. "Welcome back, General Wuan." At the moment the Slaughter Pirates reached their peak, over 1,000 Black Dragon, Iron Eagle, elite soldiers shouted in unison, declaring Bai Chi's return. The Slaughter Pirates were on high alert towards these 1,000 Black Dragon elite soldiers. As the commander of the Black Dragon elite, only under Bai Chi's leadership could they unleash the full power of a top-tier legion, a so-called attribute boost. Bai Chi's return also signified the resurgence of the Black Dragon elite, not merely as the Imperial Guard. General Wuan, compared to the vigilance of the pirates. The first mate and 4 senior officers turned their gaze to Bai Chi at the ship's bow. Here, only Bai Chi was from the Dragon Kingdom. They had thought Bai Chi was merely from the Dragon Kingdom, but did not expect his status to be so prominent. General Wuan? Ha ha! The god of slaughter of the Slaughter Pirates, a general who commanded the Black Dragon elite to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates 8 years ago. No wonder I haven't seen you in these 8 years. You've been at sea all along. Suddenly, Kaido appeared above the Slaughter Pirates, his dragon-like eyes looking at Bai Chi with a hint of bewilderment and surprise. Previously, Lin Hao had sent Li Yuanba to welcome General Wuan, and he had wondered who this General Wuan was. He never expected this General Wu and to be one of the 4 senior officers under Lin Hao, the Black Armor General. No wonder he hadn't heard news of Bai Chi in all these years. Had it not been for seeing him today, he would have forgotten such a figure. Nearby, the pirates and others also looked towards Bai Chi. They did not know General Wuan, but they certainly knew of the Imperial Empire's battle against Whitebeard 8 years ago. In the high-stakes arena, the general commanding 800 armored soldiers against the Whitebeard pirates turned out to be the now-renowned blood-red great swordsman by Tuesday. The CP spies of the world government were eager to relay this crucial information. The blood-red great swordsman was a top-tier powerhouse on the seas. Should he intervene in this world war, it could even alter the battlefield's dynamics. "I am Bai Chi, General Wu and of the Empire. Kaido, Governor, long time no see. How have you been?" General Wu and Bai Chi? In an instant, the gazes around him shifted towards Bai Chi. What position was General Wuan? At the very least, he was a high-ranking official of the Empire, part of the upper echelons of power. Those with even a smattering of common sense guessed that Jun might be a rank among the lords of the empire. The little brat, the Dragon Lord, was indeed no simple character. With that, Kaido flew back to Onigashima. He merely wanted to test the mettle of the blood-red great swordsman and did not expect him to be half an ally. General Wuan, His Majesty has prepared a banquet for you at the Great Food Hall to celebrate your return. Good. Bai Chi immediately ordered his crew to disembark from the pirate ship, stowing away his pirate gear and donning formal armor. Compared to the graphite battle armor of the Black Dragon Elite, Bai Chi wore a shining, fitted white armor, with a 7-star long sword at his waist, a black crown on his head, and black boots on his feet, showing none of the previous aloofness or coldness of the blood-red great swordsman. With eyes like burning torches and a physique like a mountain, the imposing aura he exuded made everyone's eyes light up. This was the true Bai Chi. Captain. No, General. Are we going to be soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom from now on? You are already my elite from the battlefield. Being a pirate is not our destiny. The battlefield is our true home. Previously, you were a bunch of wandering souls. Now you are soldiers of the Empire of the Dragon Kingdom, fighting for our future beliefs. Bai Chi drew the 7-star sword, and the blood-red blade flashed with a terrifying killing intent. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. The originally clear and refreshing sky suddenly transformed into a blood moon filled with endless crimson, casting a shadow over the heavens. Your future belief is to protect your home and country. Accompanied by Bai Chi's sword strike towards the sky, darkness receded and the blood moon shattered. This killing sword energy, which could affect the very fabric of the heavens and earth, was a manifestation of Bai Chi's two great talents, human butcher and ghostly energy. What a terrifying killing intent. What powerful sword energy. Only the slaughter pirates have such a bloody great swordsman with such a terrifying killing intent and sword energy. Inside the great food hall, Mihawk, who was dining, sensed the fleeting terrifying sword energy in the sky, filled with a sense of brutal slaughter. It was not from an ordinary strongman. At this moment, there was only one person on the sea, the captain of the slaughter pirates, the blood-red great swordsman. The slaughter pirates have also arrived? The crowd, drinking and feasting, turned serious upon hearing this. The slaughter pirates were recently the most renowned pirate crew, with formidable strength, rivaling the sea's emperors. They never expected such monsters to show up. Most importantly, the slaughter pirates were infamous for their bloodshed. Wherever they went, not a blade of grass would grow. Fortunately, the people they killed were primarily from pirate bases or enemies hired by various factions on the battlefield, and they did not indiscriminately slaughter civilians. They're here. Suddenly, a group of imperial soldiers clad in black armor entered the hall. The innkeeper seemed to have anticipated their arrival and quickly said, "I have seen General Wuan. The owner has prepared a welcome feast for you. Please follow me upstairs." General Wuan, the blood-red great swordsman. As Bai Chi passed through the hall, his gaze fell on Mihawk, his blood-red eyes sweeping past. Mihawk confirmed his suspicions. This General Wu and was indeed the famed blood-red great swordsman of the seas. First, there was a Guanzhong, and now there was a blood-red great swordsman. How many hidden experts did the Dragon Kingdom have? General Wu, and please. Over 1,000 people occupied dozens of private rooms across 3 floors, with fine wines and delicacies continuously being served. Compared to their military rations on the ship, this place was nothing short of paradise. Moreover, they would become the elite soldiers of the Empire in the future, not having to worry about not getting good things to eat. After all, the Kingdom of Dragons is well known for its good treatment. Chapter 62. The Super Demon-Slaying Order of the Navy, Your Majesty. The rats of the world government have secretly begun to contact the hidden samurai of Wano Country, preparing to stab us in the back. The red scabbards? In the empty and dim temple, Lin Hao was playing with the reward he had obtained, the Kyushu Ding. Although this Kyushu Ding was not small, weighing 1,000 jin, in Lin Hao's hands, it was just a slightly larger copper pot. This was a national treasure. Not only could it consistently provide Lin Hao with over 50 million mall points each year, but it could also suppress his own fortune, preventing him from being forcibly logged off. Kaido and Big Mom arranged it this way. The red scabbards 6 years later are either remnants or have crossed over from 20 years ago, and their strength is simply not on the same level. The only ones with significant strength are Kinemon and Reizo. The moon line of cat and dog has some potential. It's not yet time to deal with these samurai. We need to eliminate these dark rats first. Only with a thunderous strike, cutting off the root, can we completely eradicate these samurai of Wano, or else they will only hide deeper. Moreover, the world government lacks the charisma of the Kazuki family, even if they come out to cause trouble. They are just a bunch of useless trash. Yes, your majesty, Wang Yu responded and transformed into a flash of lightning. At the same time, in the abyss of hell, bolts of judgment descended suddenly, directly erasing the CP spies lurking within. The CP intelligence personnel of the world government had no idea what was happening. In an instant, they were vaporized by thunder exceeding 10 million volts. The beast pirates, witnessing this scene, were no longer surprised. Such mysterious methods could only belong to a certain individual. As for those samurai, they were waiting for the return of the Kazuki family and would never cooperate with the world government. Hello, friends watching the live stream. I am Morgans, the president of the World News Agency. I am Henry Zhang, the head of the Dragon Country branch of the World News Agency. At this moment, in front of image telephone worms around the world, a bird and a man appeared on the large screen in the square. After introducing themselves, Morgans continued. In this world war between the Navy and the Dragon Country, we will be live streaming the preparations of the two major forces in real time from two locations. First, let me introduce the scale of this Navy expedition. The Supreme Commander of the world government's three armies, Steelbone Sora, is the commander of this super demon-slaying order. The two contemporary Navy admirals, Akainu and Akiji, serve as deputy commanders, along with 10 vice admirals from the Navy headquarters, including the Navy hero Carp. Admiral candidates Toki and Shaft, and the chief advisors, Crane, Spider Demon, Squirrel, Fire Mountain, Doberman, Dalmesia, and Bastille. This is a scale of at least 5 top-tier powerhouses in the Great Sea, truly unprecedented. Boom! As Morgans introduced, the live broadcast switched to the Navy's Grand Fleet at sea. Leading them was the strong old man with white hair, the once-renowned top powerhouse Steelbone Sora, 2 admirals. Akainu and Akiji stood resolutely against the wind, Carp proudly flaunting a donut, and the charming swordsman Toki, along with the fierce Spider Demon. Such a terrifying lineup completely shocked the Great Sea. The Dragon Country is done for. Sora as the commander, Akainu and Akiji as vanguards, Carp, Toki, Shaft. The 10 vice admirals of the Navy headquarters launched the super demon-slaying order, Moi. Inside Onigashima, Kaido watched Morgan's live stream, letting out a wild and arrogant laugh, as if to retaliate against Lin Hao's non-cooperation. With such scale, the Navy was nearly emptying its nest. Furthermore, this was a conflict between the Dragon Country and the world government. He did not believe the world government would remain indifferent. Big Brother, with such a large-scale demon-slaying order from the Navy, the Empire, Jean looked at Kaido, his eyes harboring an astonishing killing intent. They were strategic allies with the Dragon Country. Once the Dragon Country fell, how could there be any safe haven beneath an overturned nest? Moreover, he personally harbored hatred against the world government. Rest assured, this battle is just for show. Not to mention that the Dragon Master has recalled the so-called Wu Anjuan, the blood-colored swordsman, but the Empire's strength deployed this time is not inferior to this demon-slaying order. Moreover, the New World is the territory of the 4 emperors. The world government would not dare to truly expend all its navy here. Kaido sneered, more eagerly anticipating the grand and brutal battlefield. That would be the true world war. The Empire's war king, Panda Pa, Wu Anjuan, 3 top powerhouses, Qi Jiguang, Black Yi-Chi, and Aiden can also be considered as admiral candidates, plus the Empire's 100,000 naval forces and the senior officers of the slaughter pirates. Mohan. Kaido unintentionally laughed again. This was the world war he had longed for, and it was happening right at his doorstep. Fufufu. What a terrifying war. The Navy has not summoned the 7 warlords, or rather, the 7 warlords are pirates. Once the world government summons the 7 warlords, the confrontation will not just be with the Dragon Country, but also with the Beast Pirates. A war without a pirate nature is the confrontation between the Dragon Country and the world government. Young Master, does the world government really intend to destroy the Dragon Country? It's not that simple. News just came from the spies that the blood-colored swordsman is actually the alias of Wu Anjuan Bai Chi from the Dragon Country. Back then, he annihilated over 1,000 crew members of the Whitebeard pirates with just 800 armored soldiers. Fu. This battle is a decisive one for that foolish pig's fate and will not lead to the destruction of the Dragon Country. Doflamingo's lips curled into a cruel and malicious smile. In this battle, he hoped for the Dragon Country's victory. Not only would it make the celestial dragons imprisoned in the Dragon Country the sacrificial victims of this political battle, but he also wanted to see the world government suffer. The Dragon Country versus the world government? Snake Princess, Snake Princess, Snake Princess. Something big is about to happen. A war that will impact the world order. Amazon Lily, a short, flower-adorned old lady holding a snake staff, walked into the Empress's hall with a serious expression. At this moment, the three sisters of the Gorgon also looked towards the unusually serious old lady, each revealing different expressions, some disdainful, some respectful, and some indifferent. The second sister of the sisters curiously asked, "Old Granny Nyo, what has happened at sea? A big event. The Dragon Country has imprisoned the celestial dragons and exiled them to the abyss of hell. The world government is furious over the Dragon Country's provocation and has launched a super demon-slaying order with dual admirals and at least 5 top powerhouses, which has already set sail towards the Dragon Country and may have already reached the outer seas of the Dragon Country." What? The three sisters of the Gorgon looked at Granny Nyo in disbelief, while Granny Nyo handed them the newspaper in her hand and continued to explain. Originally, this was a political unblocking of the relationship between the Dragon Country and the world government. But the celestial dragons in the Dragon Country still could not change their arrogance as creators, thus angering the Dragon Master, who ordered the celestial dragons to be exiled to the abyss of hell. This was the origin and the fuse of everything. And this war is an inevitable battle of interests between the two sides. Will the Dragon Country compromise and release the celestial dragons? Or will the world government suffer a crushing defeat, losing its lofty dignity and status? It all depends on the outcome of this battle. Chapter 63. The Furious Dragon Sets Out. The Iron Fleet Boom. 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 The drums of war resound as the army marches out. Lin Hao sits on the majestic golden throne, flanked by civil and military officials, all gazing at the Iron Fleet slowly emerging from the water below. Indeed, it is emerging from the depths. These fleets are the Empire's secret weapons hidden beneath the waves, forged by the master craftsman Tom from Fishman Town. Usually, the Navy patrols and trains with sailing ships resembling top-tier naval warships, patrolling the waters around the Empire. This was initially the main type of warship for the Empire's Navy. However, as the Empire rapidly evolved, wooden warships were quietly phased out. The fleet embarking on this expedition is the iron battleships secretly constructed by Lin Hao. The hulls are made of the strongest Weibo alloy, with aluminum alloy forming a multi-layered internal structure, while graphene and carbon fiber are used for the critical components of the Empire's warships. Such a large quantity of Weibo alloy has made things tough for the tireless Valpo. After learning that Valpo ascended to the throne of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, Lin Hao had Bai Chi find his brother Muxalu. Through the internal brotherly struggles within the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, Valpo was ousted. As a result, even the world government does not care about the internal throne changes of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. That's their internal affair. Muxalu ascended the throne, and Valpo went missing. Consequently, the Dragon Kingdom gained a new supermaterial, Weibo alloy. Splash, splash, as these iron warships rise to the surface. The citizens of the Empire watching the live broadcast are left dumbfounded. Over 100 iron warships are divided into the Jiao Long-class battleships, 90 of them, each about 150 meters long, with a sleek and straight steel hull, featuring a super 1,000mm anti-aircraft gun at both the front and rear, while more than 10 units of Katyusha rocket launchers are mounted on the undulating platforms. 10 Heilong-class destroyers, each about 250 meters long, with 2 anti-aircraft guns at both the front and rear, more than 20 units of Katyusha rocket launchers, and an additional electromagnetic cannon on the main ship. The iron warships, resembling dragons emerging from the sea, shook everyone as they came into existence. Compared to the Navy fleet, which still relies on sailing power, the iron warships from the Dragon Kingdom seem like high-tech marvels of a new era. As for their power source, these iron warships are not powered by diesel, gasoline, or wind energy, but by the lightning power of the thunder fruit. At the bottom of the warships, mysterious golden liquid similar to energy storage batteries is installed, and the entire power chamber of the warship is constructed with top-tier carbon fiber, capable of sustaining full-speed operations for a month. Next, let me introduce the lineup of the Dragon Kingdom. This time, in response to the Navy's Super Demon Slaughter Order. The Dragon Lord specifically recalled the legendary general Bai Qi from his travels at sea to serve as the commander, with Shui Ring, the leader of the Empire's Xuanjiao Mabao army, and Qi Wanming, the admiral of the Navy, as vice-commanders. Former Elder Zui Zhi Qingjiao, War King Li Yuanba, Master of Bao, Right Guard Commander Yu Qi, Left Guard General Buwu, Right Guard General Ai Ding, Left Admiral Zhang Yi, Right Admiral Li Feng, Rear Admiral Hu Yuan, and Rear Admiral Wang Chong correspond to the 10 Vice Admirals of Navy. Although the Navy is vast in scale, the Empire's Tianjin has not yet been deployed, and the 100 Beasts have not moved, seemingly not taking the Navy's Super Demon Slaughter Order seriously. As the camera shifts, hundreds of iron warships cut through the waves. On the deck of each warship stands a tall and robust figure, gazing ahead. To everyone's shock, it appears that the Dragon Kingdom has not fully mobilized. The Tianjin Qingyu, the Grand Elder Guanzhong, and the Dragon Emperor have not moved. Even the 100 Beast pirate crew is eerily quiet. This indicates that at least 4 Great Sea Monarchs are still in reserve within the Dragon Kingdom. Those who thought the Dragon Kingdom was finished suddenly felt a glimmer of hope, while also being horrified by its strength. The lineup that could rival the Navy's Super Demon Slaughter Order if combined with these 4 top-tier powerhouses. It seems that in this battle, the Dragon Kingdom is the stronger side. Unbeknownst to them, the strength of the Dragon Kingdom has become terrifying, even startling the 5 elders. This is not the crushing deterrence they had imagined. Moreover, everyone should have noticed that the Dragon Kingdom's warships are all iron warships. The speed they're cutting through the waves, based on the measurements from a live broadcast, shows that these iron giants can travel at a speed of 20 knots per hour, far exceeding the Navy's main fleet, which operates at 10 knots. These are truly steel giants. Boom! The world trembles again, as these iron warships not only sail but do so at a speed twice that of the Navy's main fleet. The naval headquarters Sengoku almost dropped his jaw in shock. He suddenly realized that their intelligence on the Dragon Kingdom was still stuck in a one-sided phase. Iron warships at the naval headquarters amid the power struggle. Seeing the moment when the Dragon Kingdom's iron warships emerged, Sengoku and the 5 elders furrowed their brows. In such a grand live broadcast, they could not believe these iron warships were toys, and deploying them in such a significant war clearly indicated an intention to establish supremacy over the Navy. The Dragon Kingdom is very confident about these iron warships. What is the CP organization's intelligence for? The sheer number of these iron warships hidden within the Dragon Kingdom. Had the CP intelligence system not a single hint? If it weren't for the Dragon Kingdom revealing it today, who knows how long they would have remained hidden. They are becoming increasingly useless. The 5 elders looked dissatisfied at the intelligence personnel below. This intelligence failure could cost the world government a significant loss, representing a major mistake. Thus, the chill surrounding the 5 elders was almost unmasked, causing the CP personnel below to tremble uncontrollably. 5 elders, it's not that we aren't trying hard, but the Dragon Kingdom's defense system is simply too rigorous. The entrance requirements for personnel into the Tianjin system headquarters on Sky Island demand a clean background of at least 5 generations. Even the civil servants of the Dragon Kingdom need a clean background of 3 generations. If they do not meet the requirements, they are assigned to other positions and cannot access the core secrets of the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing this, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the 5 elders. The senior member of the CP organization instantly turned into a puddle of blood, disappearing in the midst of power. They only look at the results, not at explanations. If they cannot even complete this simple task, they have no right to stand before them. Chapter 64. 1,000 miles away, taking heads, truly an unprecedentedly powerful empire. Alabasta, in the rain. Nicole Robin, who has just joined the Baroque Works, is also shocked by the might of the Dragon Kingdom. This is a Navy Super Demon Slaying Order. Just 16 years ago, it had already become her nightmare, let alone now with the Supreme Commander, 2 admirals, and 10 vice admirals of the Navy headquarters in its super scale. Everyone originally thought the Dragon Kingdom was finished. But with the introduction and live broadcast by Henry Zhang, people realized that this prosperous and thriving empire has already reached a level that commands awe from the world. It is indeed an empire beyond everyone's imagination. 8 years ago, the Dragon Kingdom had the strength to defeat the Whitebeard pirates. Although Whitebeard himself was not defeated, at that time the Dragon Kingdom already had 2 top-tier powerhouses. More than enough to suppress Whitebeard, if not for Carp's interference. Moreover, there's also Kaido, this monster, backing them up. However, at that time, the world government still had absolute confidence in their strength. Guahaha. Navy, I hope you won't disappoint me. The screens of the dual live broadcasts filled Crocodile's eyes with excitement and anticipation. This is a clash of 2 transcendent forces. It would be best if they both suffer heavy losses and perish together. But then, under Crocodile's gaze, a dark cloud suddenly enveloped the sky above the Navy's Grand Fleet. Immediately, a golden light shone down from the cloud. Not sunlight, but a golden giant sword filled with endless destructive aura. A sword to open the gate of heaven. The apocalyptic might of the golden giant sword reappeared before the world. Even Nicole Robin couldn't believe that the Sword King Wang Yu dared to attack the Navy's Grand Fleet alone. Ha ha ha. Here comes this move again, but it seems Wang Yu is not even here. Within the Grand Fleet, Carp activated his Kinbunchika Haki and discovered that there was no trace of Wang Yu's presence around. This sword seemed to fall from the sky, leaving no trace. Great fire! As the golden giant sword was about to descend, Akainu transformed his fist into magma and hurled it towards the sky. The volcanic eruption, with its blazing magma that incinerates everything, directly clashed with the golden giant sword carrying an extreme aura of destruction. In an instant, darkness enveloped, and a terrifying shockwave swept across the sea, nearly capsizing the Navy's Grand Fleet in the towering waves stirred by the aftermath. Such an earth-shattering confrontation, and the war hasn't even started yet. It is already so intense, especially with Wang Yu's shameless sneak attack. Wang Yu is not here, and even the intent of the sword is frighteningly weak. Based on his attack method, this should be an elemental attack, primarily using the Thunder Fruit, and he should be quite far from us, possibly even launching an attack from within the Dragon Kingdom. A thunderous attack erupting from the Dragon Kingdom? Even Steelbone Kong couldn't help but look towards Chief of Staff Crane. If anyone else had made such a statement, people might not believe it. But Chief of Staff Crane would never speak without reason. It is well known that the Thunder Fruit possesses long-range attack capabilities. All along, we have overlooked the range of Wang Yu's attacks. To be precise, we believe his attack range was based on his Kinbunchika Haki. But let us not forget, the most terrifying auxiliary ability of the Thunder Fruit is the electromagnetic waves. Even Vegapunk had no way to deal with the Dragon Kingdom sword defense system, as Wang Yu, being the user of the Thunder Fruit, could control all electromagnetic waves within the Dragon Kingdom with his Kinbunchika Haki, preventing the transmission of messages from telephone bugs based on electromagnetic waves, and even making those incredibly secretive high-grade telephone bugs unable to hide from him. Perhaps his attacks don't have a range at all. Only places where electromagnetic waves cannot exist can shield against his attacks. Hissus. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped again. According to Chief of Staff Crane's speculation, is it possible that Wang Yu attacked following the electromagnetic waves of the telephone bugs? If so, that would be terrifying. Ha ha ha. As expected of Chief of Staff Crane, truly an astonishing level of observation. At this moment, a strange yet familiar voice came from the telephone bug, causing everyone's pupils to constrict and their bodies to tremble. Sword King Wang Yu? Soon, everyone activated their Kinbunchika Haki, and they had to suspect that Wang Yu was nearby. So our Navy's communications have been monitored by you all along? Ha ha ha. Didn't Chief of Staff Crane guess it? Otherwise, I wouldn't have exposed myself. Trying to cover it up would only make it easier for you to fish in troubled waters. It's better to lay all cards on the table. The senior officers of the Navy furrowed their brows upon hearing this. They didn't expect Wang Yu to be so cunning, leaving them with not a single chance, while they were also curious about Wang Yu's exact location. Is he in the Dragon Kingdom or nearby? The Dragon Kingdom. Boom. In an instant, All members of the Navy's Grand Fleet had their pupils constrict. They couldn't believe that Wang Yu was actually in the Dragon Kingdom. Don't be surprised. Just as Chief of Staff Crane speculated, I indeed attacked you through the electromagnetic control of the super electromagnetic golden sword. And my Kinbunchika haki does not have such a large range. It is the electromagnetic waves from the World News Agency's live broadcast that allow me to achieve precise strikes and directly communicate with you. Wang Yu had nothing to hide. Since Crane had already guessed, as a powerful individual, he naturally wouldn't conceal such petty tactics. So that's how it is. Their conversation was unguarded, and instantly the entire world was in an uproar. An attack over several hundred kilometers through live broadcast. What a shocking means of attack. Even the Gorosei were shaken. Does this mean Wang Yu could directly attack Mary Geos? The Thunder Fruit has been developed to such an extent in Wang Yu's hands that even Vegapunk couldn't help but marvel at Wang Yu's methods and ingenious ideas. Since you've discovered me, let me gift you another surprise. As Wang Yu's voice faded, everyone looked on in confusion, and then the sky suddenly darkened again, as if the sword to open the gate of heaven was reappearing. Boom, 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 thunder rumbled, and then countless golden swords rained down from the sky, accompanied by pillars of lightning. This torrential rain of golden swords, each carrying the power of thunder, shot towards the Grand Fleet like lightning, enough to pierce the Navy's Grand Fleet into a beehive. This little bastard's methods are too despicable. Karp's fist of the flowing meteor's haki caused the golden swords near the warship to be swept away like a waterfall, avoiding his ship. But other ships were not so lucky. At least half of the ships were pierced by the golden swords, sinking into the sea. The attack may not be strong, but it is infuriating. Chapter 65. The steel torrent in the Ice Age. The enemy has entered the radar detection range, 100 nautical miles away from our forces. 90 nautical miles. 80 nautical miles. In the main command room of the Imperial Navy's flagship, the radar distance data kept coming in, making everyone eager and ready for action. Without the command from the general, the use of rockets and special types of ammunition is prohibited. At this moment, their fleet has at least 20,000 solid hydrogen fuel rockets, but Bai Qi knows that as long as the enemy's top experts are still on board or nearby, the effectiveness of these rockets will be minimal and will not achieve the expected results. It must be understood that the purpose of these tens of thousands of rockets is to annihilate the enemy, to be used at a critical moment. Therefore, upon receiving the orders, each fleet captain responded affirmatively. Your Majesty, we can prepare the battlefield. Although this is a naval battle with so many experts gathered, it is impossible for it to be merely a sea-to-sea bombardment. The freezing fruit ability of Akiji holds an advantage on the ocean, which is why Bai Qi had Lin Hao set up a battlefield favorable to them, to serve as the site for the decisive battle. Furthermore, this island has other ingenious uses. Good. In the Dragon Kingdom, upon hearing Bai Qi's message, Lin Hao transformed into a towering, majestic white dragon and flew out of the Dragon Kingdom's temple. Roar. The dragon's roar echoed through the skies, dominating the universe. In his ice embodiment state, Lin Hao mastered the coldest breath in the world, surpassing even Kaido's flames, which exceed the temperature of magma. Lin Hao's breath can condense ancient ice from 10,000 years, creating glacial continents. Especially, the toughness of the ancient ice far exceeds Akiji's Ice Age. In just a minute, Lin Hao had arrived at the outer seas of the Dragon Kingdom and also appeared in the live broadcast. Everyone was startled by the sudden appearance of the white dragon. The dragon's disdainful eyes, which dominate all, made all living beings that saw the ice embodiment tremble in their souls. Is this the demonic form of the Dragon Lord? Your Majesty, long live. On a massive fleet, the Imperial Navy and the elite were filled with longing and fervor. Lin Hao led them to rise, creating a peak era, but he is a more legendary existence than Lox, a supreme emperor. Armor up. No need for excessive courtesy. The ice embodiment dragon then looked down at the vast and turbulent sea, diving down and breathing out in front of the Imperial fleet. In an instant, a massive glacier, thousands of meters long and a kilometer wide, appeared before the warships. Faced with such a cold and enormous glacier, while everyone awaited the landing order, Lin Hao, transformed into the white dragon, seemed to have brought in a gigantic, solid island from somewhere, which landed directly behind the glacier. At this moment, everyone realized Lin Hao's intention. The island fell like a meteor from thousands of meters high, creating towering waves that surged in all directions with the force to destroy the heavens and wipe out the earth. The Imperial warships were shielded by the glacier and thus did not suffer any impact. But the naval fleet rushing here faced a tsunami towering over 100 meters coming straight at them, which left the naval elite in shock. Before the terrifying and majestic giant waves, it felt like they could be crushed into dust at any moment by a single wave. Ice Age. As the 100-meter-high tsunami was about to crash down, Akiji transformed his hands into two ice pillars that continuously extended and plunged straight into the tsunami. In the blink of an eye, the apocalyptic tsunami instantly transformed into an unshakable glacier land. The glacier spread rapidly at a visible speed until it reached the glacier created by Lin Hao. What is going on? Did the Dragon Lord drop a large island on the opposite side, and the massive waves it created are too close to us, causing such a terrifying tsunami? At this moment, the command center, which had been paying attention to the enemy's movements, provided the answer everyone wanted. About 50 nautical miles away, it was their blind spot. The chief strategist, Crane, understood that the Dragon Kingdom's fleet intended to stop them from advancing here and to conduct a decisive battle on the island. The situation before them was unfavorable. For some reason, Crane felt a vague sense of unease. Ha, just right, Haven T had enough fun with that kid last time. In these past few years, I've trained and wasted several mountains. I must get my revenge. Everyone looked at Carp with strange expressions, but they thought that having this old guy hold back the enemy's top combat power was fine. The Dragon Kingdom's War King is truly a super monster. In terms of strength, even that monster Loki is not his match. Even those who dominate the seas or storm through the 6th layer of Impel Down, like Barrett, pale in comparison to this super monster. 30,000 elite soldiers of the Empire, 3,000 Xuanjia Modeo troops, 2,400 Black Dragon elite soldiers. The Black Steel Torrent marched majestically onto the glacier land, forming ranks in readiness. The array of 30,000 elite soldiers of the Empire, with 3,000 armored soldiers holding sturdy, massive graphite war shields, stood at the very front of the battle line. 15,000 soldiers wielded 5-meter-long sharp spears, lined up in 5 ranks, ready to thrust at any moment. The final group of 12,000 men, in teams of 3, set up carbon fiber composite crossbows for long-range attacks. On the left and right sides of the crossbow squad were the 3,000 Xuanjia Modeo troops, holding terrifyingly sharp Modeo. Waiting for orders, 2,400 Black Dragon elite soldiers, with their long spears cold and poised for action. This imposing steel torrent also appeared in the live broadcast of the Imperial News Agency. Compared to the Empire's mechs, this black armored steel torrent was truly lethal and majestic. In contrast, the Empire's hundreds of warships were gradually spreading out, surrounding the entire island and glacial continent. Quinn, where are the high-tech weapons you mentioned? Inside Ghost Island, Kaido glanced at the Imperial marching formation and looked at the disappointed Quinn. As a core researcher of the Empire, Quinn knew that most of the Empire's black technology, even the steel warships, were not a secret to him. Thus, Quinn understood that what truly made the Empire terrifying were those secret weapons that had never been unveiled. In the eyes of the world government, the Empire's mighty patrol mechs might just be a combination of shellfish and cannons, with no technical content. Boss, those high-tech weapons are all on the ships. Really? Ha ha. Quinn, are those things really as terrifying as you say? Stronger than what I said, boss. Kaido naturally believed Quinn. Otherwise, Quinn wouldn't have insisted on showing them his masterpieces. Those were all Quinn's proud creations, more terrifying than plague viruses and mummies. It's just a pity that the Dragon Kingdom doesn't seem to have any intention of directly unveiling them, and is preparing to fight the Navy in the most primitive way. Clearly, this is meant to give the Navy a big surprise. Warfare General Bai Chi, the Blood Red Sword Master. This guy is probably aiming to annihilate the Navy's elite. And it seems the Navy and the world government have yet to realize the terror of this guy. Kaido recalled his first encounter with Bai Chi, and a sense of inexplicable excitement spread across his face. This is definitely a ruthless character. From the moment he saw Bai Chi, he understood why Lin Hao had summoned Bai Chi back. Moreover, The core generals of the Empire also had an inexplicable confidence in this warfare general. Chapter 66. The great rock spreads its wings, one against two. Bang, 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 dong, dong, dong. The two armies faced off, and as the Navy reached shooting range, they began firing head-on. However, the Imperial soldiers relied on their heavy shield wall, firmly resisting the Navy's gunfire and advancing slowly. Each step made the glaciers tremble, a deterrence that trod upon their souls. At this moment, Bai Qi smiled slightly, looking disdainfully at the enemy. Without the support of shipborne cannons, the Navy's mere muskets could not penetrate the Imperial graphite armor. Moreover, the effective range of the muskets was only about 100 meters, while the composite crossbow had a killing range of up to 1,500 meters, with penetrating power far superior to that of the Navy's muskets. Within a kilometer, it could kill strong figures at the school level, and within 300 meters, it could effectively kill generals. The offensive equipment was simply not on the same level. Not to mention the strategic aspect, waiting for the enemy to exhaust themselves. A feigned retreat to lure the enemy. Bai Qi's two great strategies were right before him, and even the great strategist he could do nothing about it. After a forced march of 50 nautical miles, how much stamina would the Navy's elite have left? This was a global live broadcast, so even if the Navy had to bear it, they had to reach the battlefield set by Lin how to maintain their morale. After all, this was the Navy's super demon-slaying order. They were the attacking side. Meteor volcano. Right ahead, Akainu unleashed a molten eruption towards the sky. Immediately, like a meteor from the heavens, a giant lava fist, carrying the might of annihilation, descended from the sky, smashing towards the array of the Xuanjiao-Modeo army behind. Just from its aura, Akainu knew that the Xuanjiao-Modeo army was the elite among the Empire's elite. Swish! At the moment the lava giant fist was about to smash down, a pair of gigantic wings spread out, soaring into the sky. The golden giant bird had no defense whatsoever, bathing in flames as it used its wings, which spanned thousands of meters, to block Akainu's molten attack. Its SSS-level physique allowed Li Yuanba to completely ignore Akainu's high-temperature magma. This domineering scene made the world's major powers tremble. This was an attack from a Navy's highest combat strength general. Yet Li Yuanba could withstand it directly without a scratch, not even a trace of scorching on its feathers. Then, the golden giant bird rode the wind, creating a devastating tornado that threatened to annihilate everything. Commanding thunder, a vast and mighty column of lightning enveloped the entire battlefield. In this moment, the world-destroying power of the golden-winged rock was revealed. Rumors of the burn fruit that even dogs won't eat were rampant. In the later stages, it seemed that the sound fruit also encountered a similar fate. The azure dragon fruit, the Nika fruit, Big Mom Zeus, Loki. The power of thunder seemed to have become a hallmark and basic ability of top-tier powerhouses. This monster, Steelbone Kong, looked at the golden giant bird in the sky, shocked by the terrifying abilities of this mythical beast, which seemed even more domineering than Kaido's azure dragon fruit, riding the wind and thunder with formidable defense and soaring speed. Haha, what a terrifying little brother. Ice Age. Cold air suddenly erupted from Akiji, and the rampaging tornado on the ground abruptly transformed into a towering ice pillar, halting its destructive trend. Get down, old man. Meteor Fist. The massive shell in Carp's hand was launched at supersonic speed directly towards the golden giant bird in the sky. Seeing Li Yuanba's fruit ability, whether controlling wind or thunder, both were powerful area attacks that could not be allowed to wreak havoc in the sky any longer. They had no aerial combat experts in the Navy. Crack! Boom! The massive shell thrown by Carp exploded under the eagle's claws, without injuring the golden eagle's claws in the slightest, even with the overwhelming haki within. Rabbit Slash. Peach Rabbit leaped up, slashing through the air with an ultimate strike. This was the closest and sharpest attack against the golden giant bird, but it was still ignored, leaving only a large golden feather slowly falling. See loose stone weapons. But the heavy feather could block even the ultimate strike, let alone a mere loose stone weapon. War King. Hold Carp back, and take him away from the edge of the battlefield. At this moment, Bai Qi's voice rang in Li Yuanba's ear. Li Yuanba held absolute aerial superiority, But as long as these top Navy experts did not leave the core battlefield, Bai Qi could not implement a complete annihilation strategy. I'll hold back too. Li Yuanba was not the same Li Yuanba as 8 years ago. In the moment he dove down, the golden eagle's claws reached for Carp and a kind of below. 1 against 2 might lack winning odds, but holding them off for a day and a night was more than enough. The golden-winged rock was not inferior to Kazoo in Wang Yu's speed, and its diving attack was 10 times faster than that of a peregrine falcon. The 2 top experts sensed the gust of wind approaching and activated their observation haki to glimpse the future, but the golden eagle's claws had already descended, offering them no chance to react. What good was foreseeing the future? Boom! In a flash of golden light. The 2 top experts of the Navy were struck hard by the golden eagle's claws, hurtling like cannonballs towards an iceberg several kilometers away. Such a massive and intimidating sound caused hundreds of Navy soldiers to suffer collateral damage, being sent flying by the 2 experts and left gasping for breath. That was an iceberg several kilometers away. The path they took directly carved a long and deep chasm. One could imagine the immense power of Li Yuanba's dive. Even a mid-admiral would be obliterated, leaving no trace, completely disintegrated in the friction. Bastard! Steelbone Kong wanted to intervene, but Li Yuanba had already soared up again. At this distance, let alone stepping into the forbidden air, even if they went up, they would be living targets. And Li Yuanba did not stop, his wings flapping as he spun upward. In the eyes of the astonished crowd, he dove down again, but this time it was not a sweeping strike, but a concentrated firepower assault. Buzz! Countless wind blades converged, a storm of lightning and blades, each one comparable to the ultimate strike of a great swordsman. Now surging like a rolling river breaking its banks, crashing towards Carp and Akainu against the iceberg. This was aimed directly at killing the opponent. Even Agora Cei and Sengoku could not help but have serious expressions. Was this the terrifying strength of the Dragon Kingdom's #1 warrior? With this strike, they had no doubt that the 2 could not emerge unscathed. Boom! Countless wind and lightning blades plunged into the iceberg. The mountains crumbled and the earth shook. The sea roiled under the extreme destructive violent attack. A massive iceberg was not only completely flattened, but also left a gigantic ice cave. The seawater below was nowhere to be seen, resembling a bottomless abyss. That was the underwater vacuum created by the violent wind blades. In this moment, everyone seemed to have concluded the fall of Carp and Akainu, further shocked by the terror of this imperial war king. Only the top experts present showed no concern. Only Steelbone Kong was furious. Because of Li Yuanba's attack, their morale was severely impacted. Ha ha! Little brat, this level of attack is nothing. I only enjoy punches that hit hard. Boom! As Carp's voice fell, the massive ice layer suddenly exploded, and then Carp leaped out of the sea with the fallen Akainu, landing on a huge piece of ice. Meanwhile, the airborne Li Yuanba showed no surprise as the gusts once again whipped up an 18-level tsunami. It was fine on a glacial land, but the massive ice sheet where Carp stood was slowly drifting away from the glacial continent. Before Carp could think, Li Yuanba had already dove down again. Even if prepared, in that fleeting moment, the golden eagle's claws, capable of tearing the sky apart, descended and directly grabbed Carp, who was preparing to counterattack, along with the recently risen Akainu. The terrifying power and razor sharpness emanating from the eagle's claws nearly caused Carp and Akainu to explode. At this moment, the 3 of them were actually at a standstill. Chapter 67. Martial Arts Master versus Navy Admiral. The clash between Li Yuanba, Carp, and Akainu lasted only 10 breaths. At this moment, the Imperial soldiers advanced slowly, and under the naval gunfire, their sturdy shields emitted crisp sounds of bullets striking. Yet it did not affect the army's pace. As for the Gatling guns, the same. Every soldier in the hidden armor was a strong man, and with their shield armor combined, they formed an imposing formation. The concentrated firepower of the Gatling guns would also be dispersed by the invisible force. Seeing the elite naval forces attacks beginning to pose a threat, Bai Qi quickly ordered, "Naval cannon cover." Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Bai Qi's order was given, the naval cannons that had long been prepared roared in unison. In an instant, hundreds of firing pins were ignited, and the super cannons with calibers exceeding 1,000 millimeters unleashed terrifying, domineering red tongues of flame, accompanied by powerful and fearsome shells. Compared to the thousands of meters of battle line, a mere 100 shells were insignificant. Even the strong among the Navy did not pay much attention. However, the future chief strategist, Crane, suddenly showed a look of horror in her originally wise and aged eyes. She saw the power of these shells and quickly shouted, "Not good. Stop them." Boom, boom, boom. The shells were too fast. Before Chief Strategist Crane could finish her warning, the shells had already landed. In an instant, the thunderous roar shook the entire glacier continent. Each shell caused damage with a diameter of 30 to 40 meters, nearly covering the entire battle line. And the power of the artillery created massive craters over 5 meters deep and 10 meters wide. With just one round of cannon fire, the Navy lost thousands of elite soldiers. Only one shell was intercepted. A naval admiral-level expert leapt up the moment he spotted the incoming shell. And with a flash of light in his hand, a famous sword blocked the shell. Block. There was no situation of the shell being split in two, as this was a bullet-type cannon, not the Navy's iron-covered gunpowder. Boom! At the moment the famous sword met the shell, a sound like thunderous roaring flames erupted, shaking the entire area. First, the scorching flames engulfed the blocking figure, followed by the explosion shockwave, which violently sent him flying hundreds of meters away. When he landed, a naval admiral-level warrior was left in an unknown state. Hiss! As the naval rear admiral leapt up, the live-streaming snail captured the moment, allowing viewers around the world to witness the outcome. A naval admiral-level expert, equivalent to a supernova at sea, was actually taken down by a single shell from the Dragon Kingdom. Shouldn't he have split the shell in two with a single strike? Meanwhile, a series of thunderous explosions erupted along the battle line, and the terrifying firepower of the naval cannons completely shocked everyone. The elite Navy soldiers at the forefront were almost annihilated, and the ones behind were also taken aback. The craters left by the shells hindered the steel tide's advance. So Bai Chi ordered again, "Begin to launch crossbows." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The front shield wall was invincible, and even slashing strikes could not break through the diamond-like graphite shields. Behind them, the strong crossbows began to draw and shoot arrows, creating a rain of arrows that even officers found difficult to withstand. As the arrows rained down, many naval soldiers fell to the ground, pierced by the strong crossbow bolts capable of penetrating iron. The ancient and powerful armored soldiers proved the terror of the steel tide from the Flower Kingdom. Boom, boom, boom. Another round of naval cannon cover fired, and this time the Navy's high command did not dare to be careless. Especially with Crane's warning, they were already prepared. Ice pheasant. The cold air in Akiji's hands turned into a frozen bird, swiftly charging toward the incoming shells. Just as this frozen bird was about to freeze the naval cannon shells, a thunderous white dragon blocked its path, and the moment the two attacks collided, only a cold wave and electric light remained in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The shells landed, and the terrifying flames roared again, filling the area with smoke. Although the losses were reduced compared to before, still over 1,000 men were lost in this round of cannon fire. Akiji and the others looked at their opponents. The fur tribe Panda Bayo. The thunderous white dragon was the unique static electricity of the fur tribe, but Abayo had brought it to a new height. Hee. Navy Admiral Akiji, I'm here to be your opponent. Abayo, holding a black bamboo stick, grinned without showing any regard for Akiji. Ah, the martial arts master of the Emerald Palace? What a big trouble. As an ice blade appeared in his hand, Akiji was well aware of the fur tribe's terror. As one of the earliest monsters to follow Lin Hao, Abayo's martial arts talent was no secret within the Navy headquarters. A highly potential monster, at this moment, was at least at the admiral level. I prefer you all to call me the Dragon Hero, Abayo. The clash of strong opponents immediately attracted the attention of the World News Agency. Yet another top-level showdown. Martial arts master versus Navy admiral. At the same time, Henry Zhang hyped Abayo, stating, "After the war, King, the Empire's second top-tier powerhouse has emerged, Emerald Palace Master Abayo, facing the Navy's highest combat power, Admiral Akiji." Then the camera shifted to Li Yuanba in a 1-against-2 scenario. A youth resembling a consumptive ghost wielded a mighty hammer, delivering domineering strikes, seemingly reaching the combat power of rocks from years ago. Fortunately, Carp and Akainu did not get along, making it impossible for them to cooperate perfectly, allowing Li Yuanba to not only cope well under their combined attacks, but even gain the upper hand, shaking the entire world. With the strength to pull mountains and overwhelming aura. This was not merely a suppression of power, but also the enhancement of top-tier armed color hockey, which was as strong as Carp's, firmly suppressing Akainu's natural attacks. This left Akainu, known for his offensive capabilities, feeling very frustrated. Carp was also shocked by Li Yuanba's progress. Compared to 8 years ago, Li Yuanba's combat power had directly risen to the level of rocks, even more monstrous than the rocks of that time. At this moment, the camera shifted again to Abayo and Akiji, who had already engaged in combat. Ice blade against bamboo stick. After just 3 exchanges, Abayo created an opening with a move called dragging mud and water, followed by a strike called bamboo stick hitting the dog's head that exploded Akiji's head. This scene left everyone stunned, jaws dropped. An admiral had fallen, but Abayo then leaped to dodge, only to find that the ground beneath his feet had been instantly frozen. In his original position was a frozen figure, the fallen Admiral Akiji. Natural types could be restrained by armed color hockey. However, at the Admiral's level, under high-level observation hockey, natural type experts had no chance of being killed. Elementalization meant that hitting the physical body was impossible unless the hockey was strong enough, like the Dragon Qigong. Abayo's hands pressed together, unleashing a shockwave. Akiji's eyes narrowed, and his body elementalized again, but he was still blown away by the impact of the Dragon Qigong. Compared to the previous explosion, Akiji spat out a mouthful of blood onto the ice. This was something no one expected. Hockey Dragon? Akiji, trained by Carp, also possessed strong armed color hockey. Knowing that this could produce hockey entanglement effects from a distance, only the Hockey Dragon of the Flower Kingdom could achieve this. Even more mysterious than Flowing Cherry. And to be able to injure someone of his admiral status, this was at least the effect of top-tier armed color hockey. No wonder he was a top disciple of Carp. This blow was considered ineffective. If it were Kizaru, that unexpected hockey strike would surely have severely injured him. But against Akiji, the effect couldn't even be considered a light injury. Chapter 68. Shooting stones and drinking feathers, arrows breaking 5 blades, what an exciting duel. Master Abayo truly deserves the title of Martial Arts Master of the Emerald Palace. If it weren't for Admiral Kuzan's natural abilities, he would have already been knocked out by Master Abayo's stick. The powerful impact that injured Admiral Kuzan behind him should be the long-cherished hockey of the Flower Kingdom. The Wandering Dragon. As one of the earliest elders to follow the Emperor, he is also a martial arts genius rarely seen in the Flower Kingdom for 1,000 years. It is rumored that Master Abayo can master any ancient martial arts of the Flower Kingdom in just a few months. He can perform the Navy's 6 styles after just 1 demonstration and return to life within 3 days, which is why he is bestowed the title of Martial Arts Master. Thanks to Henry Zhang's commentary, the world understands why a panda man is crowned with the title of Martial Arts Master. The Navy's 6 styles learned in 1 go, and life returned within 3 days. Navies from around the world looked at the panda man suppressing Kazan, all marveling at this born monster. They know that it takes them years of hard training to master just 1 style, let alone reach the realm of fully mastering all 6 styles. Even within the Navy, such existence is extremely rare. At this moment on the battlefield, Master Abayo's bamboo stick moved like a spirit snake, completely suppressing Kazan. However, Kazan was not at a disadvantage either. His natural abilities allowed him to evade Abayo's attacks in critical moments, and the power of his ice fruit completely countered Abayo's static electricity attacks, effectively neutralizing both of their advantages. The only thing that made Kazan wary was Abayo's top-tier Wandering Dragon hockey, which could unleash a binding effect. His indestructible body was not inferior to Kaido's defense in the slightest. Meanwhile, from a high vantage point, the 3 armies commander, Sora, saw Carp, Akainu, and Kuzan being dragged by Li Yuanba and Abayo, his expression exceptionally grave. He then looked towards the chief advisor, Crane. He noticed that Crane's gaze was fixated on one person. Following her gaze, he found that it was a commander in white robes and armor. who was drawing a bow and aiming at them from several kilometers away. This made Sora feel an ominous premonition. "Little Crane, is there something wrong? I don't know, but I feel a sense of unease building in my heart, as if something major is about to happen. Go Spider, be careful." At first, Chief Advisor Crane was merely uneasy, but suddenly sensing the future with her observation hockey, she was taken aback. Hearing Crane's alarm, Ghost Spider instinctively drew his sword for defense. Suddenly, a deadly crisis struck, and an arrow that pierced through time and space appeared right in front of Ghost Spider, precisely at the intersection of his long sword. Crack, 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 crack. In an instant, the 5 famous swords in Ghost Spider's hand shattered, and his body was directly blown hundreds of meters away by the tremendous recoil of the arrow. Shooting stones and drinking feathers, arrows breaking 5 blades. A senior vice admiral of the Navy, nearly a top-tier candidate for admiral, could not withstand an arrow from several kilometers away. This strike also thoroughly exposed Shui Ringue's strength. Having narrowly escaped, Ghost Spider looked at Chief Advisor Crane with gratitude and relief, then terrified at the archer. If it weren't for Crane's warning, Ghost Spider had no doubt that this arrow could have taken his life. Even the top snipers in the New World are no match for this. This arrow was fleeting on the battlefield, too sudden for many to notice. By the time Ghost Spider regained his composure, the Navy's vice admirals were all looking at the archer, the young commander in white robes and armor. Deputy Commander of the Empire, Shui Ringue, Commander of the Xuanjia Modeo Army, Admiral-level combat power. Chief Advisor Crane's voice spread across the battlefield, and the last sentence shocked everyone to their core. Even the major forces watching the live broadcast turned their attention to the General Shui Ringue, who had just replaced his strong bow with a bawang gun, revealing expressions of shock and wariness. Another top combat power from the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, he is an extremely powerful top archer. If he aimed an arrow at them, how many could evade it? Shooting stones and drinking feathers, arrows breaking 5 blades. Truly the divine skill of General Shui, with his 3 arrows determining Mount Tian. Bai Chi looked at Shui Ringue. Although this arrow did not achieve a kill, its power was evident. If it weren't for Crane's warning, Ghost Spider would have undoubtedly died. "General Wuan, you flatter me." The two exchanged pleasantries, utterly disregarding the Navy in front of them. After all, the Empire's stealth army remained as solid as a city. Boom, boom, boom. Another round of shelling covered by battleships commenced, and this time experienced Navy experts swiftly unleashed flying slashes to intercept the cannonballs mid-air. However, the two armies officially clashed. Specifically, the Navy elites, in order to save their lives and avoid being struck by the flying arrows, rushed directly into the steel torrent of the shield wall defense. Cannon fire and strong crossbows could not possibly harm the Empire's armored soldiers. Kill, abandoning firearms. The frontline Navy elites began to draw their swords and charge towards the opposing shield wall. Not to mention that these heavy and solid shield armors could not be broken by the Navy's standard swords. As the Navy elites attempted to leap over the shield wall defense, the 5 rows of long spears behind them, resembling a porcupine, punctured through, taking down another wave of Navy elites. The long spear technique of the Macedonian phalanx. Moreover, these Navy elites had just marched 50 nautical miles, their strength reduced by at least half. At this moment, the Navy, dressed in thin shirts, was like a flock of sheep charging into a tiger's den, sending themselves into a wolf's mouth. Kill. Space distorted. The tip of Shui Ringue's bawang gun flashed with a hint of spatial anomaly, and then his figure vanished, reappearing above the Navy. A white-robed divine general, wielding the bawang gun, unleashed an unparalleled slash downwards of the Navy below. The slash, distorted by space, traversed time and space, sweeping through the Navy elites. Damn it, he's attacking ordinary soldiers. Rabbit slash, triple slash. Upon seeing the opposing admiral-level expert make a move, Tao 2 leaped into the air, unleashing 3 slashes aimed directly at Shui Ringue. However, Shui Ringue merely swept his bawang gun horizontally to block, effortlessly shattering Tao 2's slashes. After landing, Shui Ringue had his 3,000 Xuanjia Modeo army charging into the Navy's ranks, wreaking havoc. At this moment, everyone understood why Shui Rengue suddenly made such a strong move. The Xuanjia Modeo army had entered the battlefield from the left flank. With invincible defense and unparalleled offense, these powerful armored soldiers moved through the battlefield like a meat grinder. Not to mention those ordinary Navy elites. Even the Navy's admiral-level experts would be instantly overwhelmed in the face of this steel torrent. It's not that the Navy elites are weak, but the equipment gap is too great. Especially when the Modeo is raised, both horse and man are shattered. Along with the Navy's standard military swords, splitting both man and sword in two. At this moment, the battlefield's bloodshed was vividly displayed. Watching the massive losses of the Navy elites, Sora's eyes were bloodshot with rage, prompting Bai Qi to smirk dismissively. This is just the beginning. The annihilation war I desire has only just begun. Navy Admiral Candidate Tao Tu, your opponent is this commander. Just as Tao Tu was about to make another move, a figure wielding a Miao Dao appeared in front of him, dressed in white armor, with a tall and sturdy frame. A strange pressure rose from the depths of Tao Tu's heart, as if encountering a superior or a nemesis. Miao Dao, slash the Woku. Sword technique, Qi Jia Dao. Just as Qi Jiguang needed to advance in the Great Sword Hero trial, he found the Navy's Great Sword Hero, Tao Tu, to gain qualifications for his advancement. Chapter 69, General Candidate Entry. Navy combat plan at the moment when the dual swords clashed. Momotaro felt an immense force surge towards her. The Miao knife, although seemingly similar to the samurai sword, had a thick spine, delivering powerful and forceful blows. Combining the Miao knife techniques, it exhibited the quick and ruthless strikes of a samurai sword while possessing the fierce and domineering nature of a cleaver, overwhelming Gon Momotaro like a raging storm, leaving her little room to breathe. However, Momotaro quickly seized the opportunity, escaping the control zone of the Miao knife. At the same time, her swift and fierce slashes began to suppress Qiu Jiguang's heavy Miao knife. A master swordsman facing off against a top-tier fighter skilled in both body techniques and swordsmanship. It was a match of equals, with no clear winner in the short term. Shibutan Kaki, your opponent is me. The Shibutan grew to 4 or 5 meters tall, wanting to heroically rescue Gon Momotaro, but he was blocked by a similarly sized black-armored man. Boom! A hammer strike came down like a comet hitting the earth, causing the glacier beneath Kaki to crack into a 100-meter-wide diameter, turning it into ice debris. If Kaki hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been turned into mush by that blow. Kaki looked at the newcomer, one hand holding a mace and the other a hammer, with a fierce and intimidating face that was clearly not easy to deal with. Another top-tier combatant of high-ranking officer level. This made Shibutan Kaki feel a chill in his heart. Hayuchi, as a user of the star-tailed beast ability, had given up on the power of the 8-headed fruit, which was not a simple ancient type. In addition to the powerful physical enhancement of ancient types, the shell defense of the star-tailed beast was incredibly formidable. Even the later evolved armadillos could defend against bullets, and their shells could even rebound bullets to kill. Not to mention the evolved star-tailed beast, which not only had a solid shell for strong defense, but also had the meteor hammer as an attack skill. Even a mountain could be smashed into concrete-sized debris with a single blow. Most importantly, the physical techniques developed by the star-tailed beast were far more than just shell defense and meteor hammer attacks, possessing tricks not inferior to those of top generals. Hayuchi? Kaki's inquiry was met not with an answer, but with an attack from a mace and the hammer. The sound of the mace cutting through the air and the heavy blow of the meteor hammer forced Kaki, even as a phantom beast user, to respond calmly. Boom! Under the protection of his aura, Kaki was knocked back by Hayuchi's mace. The domineering addition of the meteor hammer made Kaki sense an instinctive threat, forcing him to take the blow of the mace while avoiding the meteor hammer. Although the phantom beast ability was powerful, its physical enhancement was not as good as that of ancient types. Hayuchi could be promoted to a candidate general in a short time due to the physical enhancement of ancient types, allowing him to reach the limits of his potential in the shortest time. The power of the meteor hammer, evolved from this ability to become a heavy weapon, was astonishing. Fortunately, Hayuchi's upper limit was here. To break the shackles, he needed to cultivate his dual-colored aura to the highest level to ascend to a truly top-tier powerhouse. Meanwhile, Qingjiao faced Dao Bowman, Buwu confronted Huashishan, and Wushu took on Zheng. The battle lines were fully drawn, and flames of war raged across the cities. Shui Rengui commanded the Xuanjia Moto army, sweeping the entire battlefield like a meat grinder. At this moment, the only ones who could stop Shui Rengui were Kong and the hidden CP-0 headquarters chief. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The divine archery of the 3 arrows fixed on Mount Tian directly pierced through the Navy headquarters' top-tier combatants, Wushu, Ghost Spider, and Dalmesia. The combat power of the 4 Navy admirals was somewhat lacking, but they could still hold their ground for a while. Therefore, Shui Rengui's surprise attack with 3 arrows took away 3 vice admirals from the Navy headquarters. Such a sneak attack, without the demeanor of a general, made Kong furious. Initiate the combat plan. Looking at the heavily armored soldiers rampaging on the battlefield, especially the 3 old friends shot down by Shui Rengui, Chief Strategist Crane knew he could not delay any longer. Otherwise, the massacre by the armored soldiers would continue indefinitely. This was not a one-on-one battle, but the Navy's elite facing the opponent's heavily armored legion. Unless there was top-tier personal strength, even school-level experts would have no means to counter this steel torrent. Moreover, there was also a top-tier sniper, Shui Rengui, present. However, Senior Crane, Admiral Akainu had already been dragged far away by the War King and could not come to support in time. No need to worry about that. Just execute the plan. Crane's combat plan was initiated, and the Navy began to slowly retreat to the island previously set up by Lin Hao. Noticing all this, Bai Qi sneered and quickly ordered, "Right Guard General, have the Kong Shark unit prepare to assist the Xuanjia Moto army. The Navy may have to melt the glacier to deal with the heavily armored soldiers." Right Guard General Aiden received. After a while of extremely fierce fighting, the Navy fully retreated to the island. Suddenly, a meteorite fell from the sky, like a fireball crashing to Earth, bringing a terrifying apocalyptic aura, causing shock. Boom! A meteorite hit the ice surface, instantly creating a hole with a diameter of 100 meters in the glacier. 1 meteorite, 2 meteorites, 3 meteorites. In the Dragon Kingdom, even Lin Hao frowned at this scene. Fuji Tora's first smile? Wasn't he supposed to join the Navy 6 years later? But then Lin Hao realized something was off. This was not Fuji Tora's ability. Fuji Tora's first smile was a user of the gravity fruit ability, pulling meteorites with gravity and having a straight descent line. However, these meteorites were similar to Akainu's volcanic meteorites, falling from the sky like a meteor shower, crashing down at an angle, resulting in an irregular descent. Interesting, the world government? Boom, boom, boom. Countless meteorites rained down from the sky, crashing onto the glacial ground. The high temperatures generated by the friction of the meteorites as they descended quickly melted the glacier beneath everyone's feet, turning the previously locked sea into standing areas. As the heavily armored soldiers were about to be weighed down by their armor and fall into the depths of the sea, to everyone's shock, 3,000 shield soldiers actually used their thick and sturdy shields as platforms, carrying the 5 spear-wielding soldiers behind them as a small team, floating above the sea surface. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the 4 corners of the large shields were embedded with 4 windspray shells. Based on the Navy's strategies from the Marineford War, Lin Hao could not have overlooked Akainu and Akiji's methods, especially in response to the heavily armored military type. As long as they fell into the sea, it was basically a death sentence. Success or failure depended on the heavy armor. Meanwhile, the 3,000 Xuanjiamoto soldiers were all caught by the Kong Shark unit controlled by the Fishman race, galloping across the sea. This scene completely disrupted the Navy's combat plan. At the same time, a trace of disdain and contempt flashed in Bai Qi's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up. When Lin Hao was discussing the Navy's possible strategies, he had already sensed that this could be an opportunity to annihilate the Navy's elite. This was the entire combat power of the Navy in the New World, as well as the elites of the Navy headquarters. Once these Navy forces were completely annihilated, the Navy would find it hard to recover for the next decade. Chapter 70. The Empire's Demon-Slaying Order. By Qi's massacre plan preparation for the Demon-Slaying Order. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This is Bai Qi's ultimate plan. The Navy has a demon-slaying order, and their empire can have one too. And it will be 100 times more terrifying than that of the Navy. The words demon, slaying order sent shockwaves throughout the world. Sengoku, the head of the Navy, and the five elders who hold power, realized something, their foreheads bulging with veins. At this moment, the Navy was hiding on the island previously arranged by Lin Hao, with a large fleet at least 30 nautical miles away, covered in glaciers, and all the elite troops had already been deployed. They could imagine the brutal scene that was about to unfold. The island arranged by Lin Hao was a graveyard for the 100,000 elite troops, intending to massacre the remaining tens of thousands of the Navy's elite here. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Thinking of this possibility, the five elders turned pale. The 100,000 elite troops sent by the Navy were the backbone of their maritime dominance. Once these elite troops were entirely wiped out, it would undoubtedly lead to a violent uprising in the seas. Contact the Dragon Kingdom quickly. Yes, Lord Five Elders. The CP organization of the Secretary's office sensed the urgency of the five elders and quickly took out the communication snail from the Dragon Kingdom and dialed in. But when the five elders contacted Lin Hao, it was already too late. With a command from Bai Qi to fire, hundreds of steel warships roared with flames, like fire dragons carrying candles, all pouring towards the island where the Navy had retreated. Even the cloudless sky seemed to turn into night under the fireworks of the rockets, filling the live broadcast room. It was not the sky changing, but the flames consuming the light of the sky. A single unit of rocket artillery could launch 16 rockets. One ship with 10 units could fire 160 rockets. 90 Jialong-class warships and 10 Halong-class warships meant a total of 17,600 rockets covering the entire island. The gunpowder inside the rockets was primarily made of solid hydrogen and oxygen, capable of covering a strike area with a diameter of 100 meters, with flames reaching up to 2,000 degrees instantly. Thus, when the rockets fully covered the island, the Dragon Kingdom's demon-slaying order turned the entire island into a reef struck by cannon fire. In an instant, a towering flame erupted at the center of the island, engulfing everything in the screen, even burning the sea they could see. In just a moment, the entire island was submerged in the sea, disappearing from the world as if it had never existed. Sengoku of the Navy headquarters was instantly furious, his eyes bloodshot, and then, overwhelmed with grief, he fainted. Before losing consciousness, he had only one thought. The Navy is finished. Hello, I am the Dragon Lord. Is this the Five Elders? Lin Hao's voice echoed among the powerful, but no one responded. The Five Elders were all staring blankly at the island where the Navy had retreated, now transformed into an empty abyss amidst the flames. This terrifying and domineering rocket artillery was the trump card that the Dragon Kingdom had always kept hidden. From a moment Bai Qi launched the demon-slaying order to when they contacted Lin Hao, no more than 10 breaths had passed. Yet tens of thousands of elite Navy personnel had already turned to ashes. Even the CP-0 hiding on the island could not possibly survive. These rats in the sewers never thought of confronting the Empire soldiers head-on, but they also never imagined being completely annihilated under a barrage of rockets from the Empire. Ha ha ha. Quinn, is this the secret weapon you mentioned? In just a few blinks, over 50,000 elite Navy personnel were reduced to ashes. Chief of Staff Crane, Commander-in-Chief Kong, and more than a dozen naval officers were all engulfed in that fiery inferno. This was undoubtedly the most beautiful fireworks Kaido had ever seen. If there were a world war in the future, and he had so many steel warships equipped with such rockets, he could easily push through Mariewa. No, brother, what I'm studying are biochemical and chemical weapons. This is the Empire's rocket artillery, and it doesn't have much technological content. It just contains some basic solid fuel and oxidizers. The members of the Beast Pirates looked at the dejected Quinn, their mouths twitching. They naturally understood what biochemical weapons were. This meant that the Empire still had many hidden technologies, especially the insidious chemical weapons that Quinn was researching. Just a single rocket artillery solved everything. The simplest is often the most terrifying. This should be a combination of high-temperature fuel that burns Ben-Air, with the energy of a single rocket's fuel equaling the total energy of burning Ben-Air. Quinn, aren't you afraid of yawning too widely and rolling your tongue? Jean looked disdainfully at Quinn. Perhaps Quinn's biochemical bombs were indeed terrifying, but in the face of large-scale rocket artillery, any biochemical weapon was like a younger brother, wiped out in one wave. Jin's mockery made Quinn's face flush with anger, and he retorted, "You pervert who only knows how to torture. Can't you speak properly?" Ancient weapons? Alabasta. Crocodile stared in disbelief at the island consumed by flames, with just one round of attacks. A large island had instantaneously turned to nothing in the flames, although this was the result of hundreds of steel warships attacking simultaneously. As long as there were enough of these steel warships, they could achieve the effects of ancient weapons. Unfortunately, these were in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom, not to mention him as a warlord. Even the Navy headquarters no longer had the confidence to compete with the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, Nico Robin had tears in her eyes. The Demon Slaying Order, the Super Demon Slaying Order, the Dragon Kingdom's Demon Slaying Order. A massacre greater than the last had completely shaken her heart. She never expected that such terrifying weapons existed in this world, and they were used for the Demon Slaying Order. Even the ones being slaughtered were the Navy and the world government, whom she had once hated the most. Gulalala. The Dragon Kingdom has truly given the Navy a big surprise. Whitebeard looked at the island that had turned into an abyss in the flames. It was home to 100,000 elite Navy personnel, the backbone of the Navy's dominance over the seas, all of whom had perished in the waters surrounding the Dragon Kingdom. Especially those top experts still fighting were all from the Dragon Kingdom. King Liuanba fought against two enemies without falling behind, having reached the combat power of the legendary rocks. Panda Bao and Akiji's battle was equally fierce, with Bao not having consumed a fruit yet, displaying top-tier dual-colored haki and combat power. Not to mention Shui Rengue, who had just shot down a weapon blade with a single arrow, wielding the national treasure of Wano, the Overlord Spear, undoubtedly a general-level combat power. And there was also the blood-red swordsman White II, the commander of the three armies. The Empire's martial arts general, with a bounty of 2,900,000,000 berries on the sea, had already said it all. Inside the Dragon Kingdom, Lin Hao sat in the Divine Palace. Wang Yu governed the Island of Gods, and Kaido suppressed the Hell of No Return. Even Whitebeard felt an immense dread toward the Dragon Kingdom's power at this moment. Such a large-scale, super demon slaying order. A powerful combination capable of annihilating any force in the New World had been utterly decimated on a single island by the Dragon Kingdom. Whitebeard had never imagined such a result. He thought both sides would suffer, and he could pick up the pieces. He never expected Bai Chi's methods to be so formidable that even Chief of Staff Crane was completely outmaneuvered. It was as if every step of the Navy was calculated by him, ultimately leading them to be trapped and massacred on the only island nearby. Chapter 71. The Great Demon Technique. Moon Lion Single Kill. Akiji. Brother Kong. Sister He. Marshal Kong. Senior He. On the massive floating ice blocks surrounding the island, accompanied by the roar of rockets, the island erupted. The naval elites, who were separated by the battlefield, looked in disbelief at the island that the Navy elite had retreated from, which had instantly turned to nothingness. Those former classmates, subordinates, and peers. In an instant, Carp, Akiji, and others' eyes widened with rage, their killing intent suddenly surging. What a tragic scene. Is Admiral Akiji angry now? Did you ever consider the desperate eyes of the innocent lives on the island that were erased by the Demon Slaughter Order? Those innocent civilians who pleaded with you? Did you spare them at that time? You can't bear the backlash of the Demon Slaughter Order? If you want to use the Demon Slaughter Order to destroy others, be prepared to be slaughtered by it yourself. Akiji, Abeo, while verbally attacking and targeting their hearts, once again concentrated the dragon's overlord haki into Silver Thunder. The thunderous Silver Dragon, with an overwhelming and destructive aura, roared forth from Abeo's hand, swallowing Akiji, whose mind was somewhat unstable. Faced with the overwhelming impact of the thunderous Silver Dragon, Akiji hurriedly gathered absolute zero cold air in his hand, forming the ice pheasant's beak, and struck it towards the roaring, thunderous Silver Dragon. The ice pheasant's beak in the air transformed into an ice phoenix soaring with wings, meeting the Silver Divine Dragon flashing with violent thunder. Boom! In an instant, the destructive force that shattered the heavens and the earth exploded between the two, suddenly shattering the massive glacier beneath their feet. Abeo stood on the water, having reached the state of the highest good is like water, as Akiji landed from the sky. A thick layer of solid ice once again formed beneath his feet, standing in a transcendent manner against the sea surface. Reincarnation of ice. Under the fury of killing intent, Akiji gathered a terrifyingly vast cold aura into a white yuan wheel. The cold air within that white yuan wheel continuously surged, as if wanting to perish together. Once it fully erupted, it would be enough to freeze everyone present here. A life and death strike? The great demon technique, Moon Lion. There was no full moon, nor was there a blue ball, but Abeo's aura suddenly surged. Waves of red overlord haki, like swimming dragons, swept across hundreds of meters of the surrounding sea, and finally combined with the unique static electricity ability of the Fur tribe, coalescing into a golden thunderous overlord divine dragon that enveloped Abeo. Compared to the thunderous giant dragon entwined with overlord haki, this dragon coiling around Abeo emitted a golden glow. The overwhelming, indestructible power of Chi made even Akiji, who was preparing to unleash his ultimate move, looked serious. Top-tier armed color, overlord haki. Moonlion form. The hidden strength of this Fur tribe was not inferior at all. No, this was a life and death strike. And this was Abeo's true peak state. At this moment, Abeo felt the earth-shattering power filling his body. A realm where he could stand in the air without needing haki or skills. It was the ultimate dragon realm he sought. Boom. The golden divine dragon, with its indestructible defense and unmatched offense, firmly resisted Akiji's nearly self-destructive life and death strike against the raging storm and cold wave. One side roared with a golden dragon, its overlord haki overwhelming, impervious to all evils. On the other side, cold air surged like a tide, wanting to engulf everything in a blizzard. Both top-tier powerhouses of the sea unleashed their final desperate moves. Even Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom were shocked that these two great experts had fought to such an extent. Akiji's final move could change the climate of an entire region as an ultimate sacrifice. Yet even so, the golden dragon gathered in Abeo's Moon Lion form firmly kept it at bay, even gaining the upper hand. Roar! Finally, the divine dragon's overlord haki broke through Akiji's climate-altering cold wave, ultimately roaring with dominance as it pierced through Akiji's weakened body. Compared to the previous light injuries and overlord defense, this time Akiji was nearly swept away by the golden dragon's onslaught. Huff! Abeo, exiting the Moon Lion state, was panting heavily, having consumed a great deal, and the originally furious Akiji, with his defeat's heavy blow, gradually regained his calm. Admiral Akiji, if it weren't for the need for your top-tier power to maintain order in the sea, you would undoubtedly die under the impact of Overlord Haki. And this time, the Empire's Demon Slaughter Order was merely a counterattack against your Navy's Demon Slaughter Order. As the saying goes, those who kill are always killed by others. This was just using their own methods against them. Panda Abeo did not continue to attack because the sea truly needed the Navy to maintain order. In this era of the sea, if there was no Navy suppression, pirates would run rampant tenfold, and then it would be a true hell on earth. The Empire could retaliate against the Navy, but could not abandon the kingdom of the four seas and the paradise. This was also the reason why Abeo did not wipe them out completely. A top-tier Moon Lion of an admiral level represents at least a doubling of combat power, which is no joke. Otherwise, it would not have been as simple as just heavily injuring Akiji, using their own methods against them. Upon hearing Abeo's explanation, Akiji felt a sense of resentment without knowing who to hate. Was the Dragon Kingdom wrong? Even from the Navy's perspective, Akiji did not see any fault in the Dragon Kingdom defending against external enemies, especially against the Super Demon Slaughter Order. Especially using their own methods against them made him feel ashamed. Instead, he gradually forgot the blood feud from earlier. Ice Age. Akiji gathered the last bit of his strength and struck again. But this time, it was to stop the Dragon Kingdom from slaughtering the Navy's top-tier forces. At this moment, Akiji had no doubt that the Empire had the capability to slaughter these Navy admirals. The Abeo, in Moon Lion form, truly had the ability to single-handedly kill him. Even now, Abeo was merely slightly exhausted, his aura greatly diminished. This was merely the after-effect of the Moon Lion state. But he was by no means without combat power. Moreover, The two top commanders of the Empire were watching closely, and combined with the Empire's general-level experts surrounding them, they had the strength to completely annihilate them. Even Whitebeard was no exception. Back then, Lin Hao did not surround and kill Whitebeard, not only because of his weaker strength, but also because they might both suffer injuries. Whitebeard's Tremor fruit had too much destructive power. He could completely destroy the cliff where Wano Country was located, even shaking out the king of the Underworld. Now, not exterminating the Navy was for the sake of peace on the sea, especially now that their revealed strength was enough to deal with the Divine Knight's Dragon Clan, the 12th Zodiac. There was no need to be overly concerned about the world government. The great battle has ended. Akiji's voice spread across the sea, awakening those furious top naval forces. Karp first looked at the incapacitated Akiji, his blood-red eyes nearly treating Akiji as a traitor. If Akiji had not surrendered, why didn't Abayo take the opportunity to kill him? Vice Admiral Karp, if we keep fighting, we will all be left here. The sea has already lost 100,000 elite navy. If we lose our top-tier forces, the pirates of the four seas will surely run rampant like wild horses, wreaking havoc on the sea. Moreover, the actions of the Dragon Kingdom were merely using their own methods against them. They did tell us what we were about to do. Upon hearing this, Karp slowly awakened from his endless rage. Yes, if the Dragon Kingdom did not slaughter them, it would be them slaughtering countless innocent civilians of the Dragon Kingdom. If we were to discuss right and wrong, undoubtedly, they were the ones in the wrong. Chapter 72. The Reappearance of Divine Avoidance Boom. Suddenly, a figure crashed toward the distant iceberg like a cannonball. With Karp no longer restraining him, Akainu seized the opportunity and was knocked away by Li Yuanba's hammer strike. With top-level armament haki, advanced conqueror's haki, and power exceeding SSS level, Akainu was almost stunned by the blow from Li Yuanba. Tao-Tu and T-Pig also gathered around Karp and Akiji, feeling the terrifying slaughter of the steel torrent surrounding them in the Dragon Kingdom. They understood that they were utterly defeated this time, and hatred had already been sown. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, 5 figures fell from the distance before everyone's eyes. To the delight of Karp and the others, the great strategist Crane, Doberman, and Bastille emerged from the ice. However, under the foresight of observation haki, Steelbone Kong realized that this catastrophe was unavoidable. At the last moment, he used all his strength to send Crane and the others out, landing them in the nearby sea. Yet nearly 100,000 elite Navy members, he could only manage to send out less than 10 at the last moment. Only these 3 survived. The remaining 2 were dressed in white robes, wearing masks, and were indeed the CP0 main team of the world government. One was an admiral. One was an admiral candidate. Like rats in the dark, they had been waiting for the right moment. And the meteor shower just now was the power of one of them, the magma fruit. But at this moment, the 2 looked like dried corpses, seemingly having lost all their blood and vitality. Their deaths were horrifying. Ha ha ha, little brat, aren't you going to eradicate them completely to prevent future troubles? Kaido's arrogant voice rang in everyone's ears. It was unknown when, but high-ranking members of the Empire gathered above the battlefield. Lin Hao still appeared seated on the golden throne high in the 9 heavens, with the red dragon supporting the dragon flame cloud behind him, looking down on all beings like a king. Beside him was Kaido, transformed into a giant dragon, mocking the Navy high command below. This time, 100,000 elite Navy members were buried here, especially with Bai Chi's ruthless methods, completely shattering the myth of the Navy being the strongest force in the vast sea. If they were killed, the Navy would truly be left with no one to use. This emperor is not a pirate, nor does he like pirates ravaging the sea and killing innocents indiscriminately. If it weren't for the Navy launching a super demon-slaying order against the Dragon Kingdom, this emperor wouldn't want to be enemies with the Navy. Karp, all of this was initiated by your Navy's active demon-slaying order, while my Dragon Kingdom was passively defending. You can't deny this, right? Yes. Karp did not deny it and directly agreed. This was also why Lin Hao knew that Karp was straightforward and not like Sengoku, who would politically inquire first. Moreover, with Karp's identity as the hero of the Navy, his influence was not weaker than Sengoku's. Once Karp spoke, it basically determined the tone of this war, especially since this was a global live broadcast. The QA between Lin Hao and Karp completely nailed the Navy to the pillar of shame. Sengoku at Navy headquarters was so furious that he almost wanted to fly over and strangle his old comrade Karp, even though this was indeed the truth. The fact that the war started in the waters outside the Dragon Kingdom and that the Navy launched a demon-slaying order deep into the New World was indisputable. And the cause was merely a celestial dragon captured in the Dragon Kingdom. That's good. The death penalty can be avoided, but the living punishment cannot escape. Karp, this emperor will leave one person as a captive of the empire to serve as punishment for this naval defeat. After saying this, Lin Hao looked at the now disheveled and exposed Tao Tuesday. The Navy, constrained by the world government, could not afford to consider so-called hostages and captives. Lin Hao wanted to keep them all, and the final result would inevitably lead to a riot in the sea. Tao Tu, as a candidate admiral and a beautiful woman, was most suitable to remain in the Dragon Kingdom, making the Navy remember this humiliation thoroughly. Impossible. Karp, it seems you have not realized the situation. As their eyes met, two terrifying conquerors' hockey forces covered the entire battlefield like thunder. The sky was torn apart by the clash of hockey. Kaido did not directly intervene, but looked at Karp with a deep sense of wariness. Top-level conquerors' hockey. He had never doubted Karp's strength in hockey. After all, he was the Navy hero who had defeated rocks, even in collaboration with Roger. Fistbone meteor. Karp's belief and will transformed into a celestial horse meteor, a fist of iron that shattered the earth, aiming to shake Lin Hao's golden throne. At this moment, everyone was staring at the towering figure on the golden throne, wanting to know if this most noble emperor of the sea truly possessed the strength to rule over it. After all, Lin Hao himself was also of royal-level combat power, and Karp was the best touchstone, renowned throughout, an undeniable top combat power on the sea, the Navy hero who chased Roger everywhere. Especially since Karp had fought Roger so many times, he was already familiar with divine avoidance. Dragon Fury, divine avoidance, without using Dragon Blade. At the moment the divine edge was unsheathed, the surrounding conqueror's hockey transformed into a black edge that tore through the heavens and severed time and space. Clashing against Karp's fistbone, meteor, which was condensed with indomitable will. In an instant, red lightning filled the entire sky as the two hockey forces clashed, causing the heavens to split and the earth to be devoured. Puff, lasting less than 3 breaths, with the enhancement of the double eyes. The power was twice that of Roger's divine avoidance. The sword energy of divine avoidance shattered the conqueror's hockey, condensed by Karp's fistbone, then passed through him, splitting the glacier just formed by Akiji's ice age in two, extending for hundreds of kilometers. The visual sensation of tearing the earth, the dragon's gaze overlooking all beings. The awe-inspiring divine might was indescribable. At the same time, Lin Hao stood atop Karp's renown, reaching the pinnacle of the world. Puff, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Karp finally felt his breathing become much smoother, and the wound on his chest slowly healed. This is the terror of top-level power. To kill a top-level powerhouse is not a matter of a single move or technique. To single-handedly defeat an admiral, one must first possess the extraordinary combat power to severely injure an admiral. Conqueror's hockey more terrifying than that red-haired kid. The rumored Double Eye's invincible hockey was indeed real. After the red-haired's Conqueror's hockey reached the top level, as long as he waited for the sedimentation of time, he could reach the height of Roger back in a day. But at this moment, Karp felt the divine avoidance that was double that of Roger's Conqueror's hockey. At this moment, he finally understood that everything that happened in the Dragon Kingdom was real. Lin Hao revealed the secret of the double eyes to the world. Not because he truly revealed his trump card to everyone. At Lin Hao's level, the double eyes were not a weakness, but a prestige. It was a royal phenomenon, a destiny bestowed upon him. As an emperor, Lin Hao did not need to act personally. Moreover, it was necessary to establish a belief in Double Eye's invincible, heaven-bestowed imperial power, as this was a divine phenomenon granted to him by heaven, akin to some founding emperors with innate phenomena. Therefore, Lin Hao allowed the world to sing his praises, which could better strengthen the empire. The fragrance of wine does not fear a deep alley, but in this chaotic era of great pirates, an empire with powerful military strength and an emperor reigning over the world is the foundation for safeguarding peace in one's territory. There is no need to hide anything. On the contrary, this reassuring double-eyes, invincible appearance would attract the common people to come and seek refuge, thus strengthening his own empire. Carp. The hatred accumulated from this battle means that the Dragon Kingdom and the Navy are now in a state of no retreat. This emperor is merciful, considering that if all of you were to fall here, the sea would inevitably riot, and at that time, how many innocent kingdoms and villages would be slaughtered by pirates? It is this emperor's mercy that has spared you once. After all, having or not having your navy makes a world of difference. If before, the major powers and the common people of the world did not feel anything. But at this moment, Lin Hao's compassion, sparing the Navy's top combat powers, in the eyes of the people, truly showed that he was looking at the bigger picture, understanding the overall situation, and taking the welfare of all beings as his own responsibility. A truly wise and virtuous ruler. After all, Lin Hao severely injured Carp with a single sword, and with the 5 great kings by his side, Bai Qi, Wang Yu, Li Yuanba, Panda A Bao, and Shuiring, wiping out the enemy would be an easy task. Instead, they only left a peach rabbit as a captive. This was already Lin Hao's mercy. The Navy issued the demon-slaying order, not as victims of this war. Additionally, the Navy is withdrawing from the New World. The purpose of this emperor sparing you is to suppress the impending rebellion at sea, not to leave you unpunished. Carp. I hope you understand that the Navy's primary task now is not about the Navy's face and shame. When the Navy obeyed the world government's demon-slaying order against the Dragon Kingdom, it was no longer absolute justice. Attacking innocent civilians, protecting the slave industry of the celestial dragons, and ignoring the pleas of non-member countries, your beliefs are nothing but this. Chapter 73. The Strength of the Beast Pirates and Red-Haired's Discovery. Haha, what a thrill. After the battle concluded, it wasn't just the turmoil in the 4 seas and the paradise, but the strong ones in the New World were also dividing up the territory left by the Navy. At this moment, the Navy's elite forces were nearly wiped out, and they needed the elite left in the New World to fill the 4 seas. Guys, what are you waiting for? The Navy has withdrawn from the New World, and now is our time to shine. Jean, you're guarding Ghost Island in the Abyss. Quinn, equip all the strange weapons you've developed over the years. Jack, Sasaki, Fuzz F, Yakagawa, the Terror Boar user, and Rock, the Tiger user. All of you, get your spirits up. This time is the battle for supremacy in the New World, and I want the Beast Pirates to occupy the peak of the 4 emperors. Yes, Governor Kaido, Big Brother. Kaido's declaration made the experts of the Beast Pirates roar with excitement. Although the Flying Six were not all present, Yakagawa in his Terror Boar form was tough enough to rival Jack's Mammoth. Rock, who excelled in physical combat, had consumed the Tiger Fruit, the king of beasts, and his Tiger Roar had a deterrent effect similar to Conqueror's Haki, making him a powerhouse comparable to ancient species. With the Navy's withdrawal from the New World, the forces in the New World were eager to get a piece of the pie. The powerful figures stationed in Hive Island, the Crimson King and the Dark Emperor, all eyed the vacant throne in the New World with envy. After the battle in the Dragon Kingdom, the Navy would be unqualified to enter the New World for at least 10 years. Of course, that was if the Navy did not have a massive conscription. Lin Hao knew that the world government would not let go of the territory in the New World, reclaiming it was only a matter of time. However, for the pirates in the New World, seizing the moment was the way to go. But none of this concerned Lin Hao. At this moment, the Beast Pirates were nearly all out, with only Jean, the Beastmaster, and the giant pirates guarding the Abyss. The giant pirates became the guardians of the Abyss through Kaido's recruitment. The giants were born warriors. Even an ordinary warrior was almost equivalent to a school-level expert in the Navy, and those who were slightly proficient in hockey were like vice admirals. These giants would serve their sentence in the Abyss for 30 years. Although they were all serving time, it was Kaido who decided who would be the prisoners and who would be the guards. This was a choice that didn't require any deliberation. The prisoners had to mine every day, occasionally tortured and subjected to various forms of torment. In contrast, the guards enjoyed food and drink. As long as they didn't leave the Abyss, they were basically free. Furthermore, those in the giant pirates knew about Loki's defeat and how Lin Hao had frozen him with a single dragon breath, sending him back to Elbaf. At that time, They had no choice at all, whether it was Kaido or the mysterious and powerful golden giant bird, or the Dragon Lord. All were sea emperors on par with Loki. 30 years was merely 10 years of human lifespan. Prince Loki lost fairly. He didn't expect that the Dragon Lord could repel the Navy hero Carp with a single sword strike. It was said that he was the one who had defeated the Navy hero who had defeated Rocks. The Giants might not be familiar with the Navy, but they had definitely heard of Carp's name. He was the Navy hero who had defeated Rocks. Once a friend of King Harold, he was a terrifying existence, known as the King of the World, and even Kaido of the Beast Pirates was merely an intern on his ship. Yet, this top expert who could defeat Rocks had suffered two major losses in the Dragon Kingdom. One was against the Navy Admiral in a 2-on-1, where he not only failed to win but was also suppressed. Then he was repelled by Lin Hao with a single sword strike, nearly disemboweled. In such a Dragon Kingdom, how could they not feel aggrieved? Two super strong combat powers comparable to Rocks, with at least 5 top-tier sea powers beneath them. Such a force was far more powerful than Elbaf. The world government has fallen? Captain, are we still going to the Dragon Kingdom next? Of course. We must pay a visit. The Dragon Lord ultimately spared the Navy's top combat power, considering the Navy's defeat this time and the potential upheaval it could cause in the seas. Otherwise, no high-ranking Navy figures would survive this battle. This ambiguous attitude was truly hard to read. Shanks watched Lin Hao's final sword that defeated Carp, reminding him once again of Lin Hao's extraordinary conqueror's haki. This time without using the Dragon Blade, Lin Hao still defeated Carp with a single sword. The unbeatable presence of a king reigned over the sea. At this moment, Shanks wanted to discern Lin Hao's attitude towards the world government and Nika, especially with Wano Country being such a fateful place, almost akin to the giant kingdom of Elbaf, determining the decisive power for future wars. To his surprise, the Dragon Kingdom had already established trade relations with the Giant Kingdom. No wonder the moment Loki was captured, the Dragon Lord reached an agreement with the Giant Kingdom to escort Prince Loki back to Elbaf. Meanwhile, Shanks looked at the massive branches behind him, as large as a small island. Not to mention 10 ships, even 100 top-tier ships made from atom trees could easily be built there. Settling down on it would not be a problem. However, at this moment, the reputation of the Dragon Kingdom made it so that no pirate or other force dared to covet the massive atom trees. Otherwise, a single fleet of iron warships from the Empire could easily flatten their island. Moreover, there was Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, escorting them. This was a top pirate crew on the seas. But why would the Dragon Kingdom, already equipped with iron warships, still need atom trees? Who said atom trees could only be used to build ships? Last time during the meal at the Dragon God Palace, I noticed that the wooden structures like the window frames were all made of atom tree materials. This kind of material is tough and durable, and it is also fire-resistant after being struck by lightning. Beckman looked at the astonished and curious crew members and continued, "There are many hidden things within the Dragon Kingdom. Like the arena where the previous martial arts competition took place, at least a great swordsman-level slash could destroy that arena, whose hardness is comparable to sea prism stone. But the materials of the Imperial Castle are even thicker than that arena. Furthermore, the mysterious materials of the Dragon God Palace, dark and profound, seem to be a single entity, likely even more advanced materials. And then there are the iron warships this time, along with that terrifying demon extermination order from the last round, which is simply outrageous. What interests me the most is that silver-armored general who could shoot through 5 blades with a single arrow. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful archer in the Dragon Kingdom. I really want to spar with him." The discussions among the crowd made the crew on the red-haired pirate ship extremely cautious. The power of the Dragon Kingdom was not just a few big cats. It was the mysterious and unknown heritage within the Dragon Kingdom and the hidden high-tech weapons, along with its powerful and prosperous national strength. This time, the Demon Extermination Order, without the Dragon Lord, the Heavenly Sword, and others taking action, even while both sides' top combat powers were entangled. Merely a round of cannon fire had turned the elite Navy forces into ashes. Such terrifying firepower was comparable to ancient weapons. Chapter 74. The Provocation of Peach Rabbit. Your Majesty truly knows how to pick them. What a beauty. At this moment in the back garden of the Dragon Palace, the women were criticizing Lin Hao. Originally, defeating the Navy's demon-slaying order was a good thing. But who would have thought that Lin Hao would bring back a great beauty as a captive, which immediately made Xiao Yao and the others envious. Especially with Yamato, this troublemaker around. Even the two originally gentle and caring maidservants developed rebellious thoughts and dared to question Lin Hao. Not bringing back a great beauty as a captive. Would he bring back a big man instead? The Navy's defeat must come with punishment for the losers. Bringing Peach Rabbit back to the Dragon Kingdom was a slap in the face for the Navy, making them remember this humiliation forever. If you were to bring back people like Akiji or Akainu, not to mention their threat, just their reputation would be bad, making it seem like we intended to do something to them. Lin Hao looked at the smug and interested elder sister, Peach Rabbit, and pulled her into his embrace, pinching her charming face and saying, "Captives should have the consciousness of being captives. Your Majesty is right. This little girl should actively serve your Majesty." The enchanting voice of the captivating elder sister, with her alluring body twisting in Lin Hao's arms, greatly aroused the desires of men. A skill she learned while playing the role of a geisha. This flirtatious scene made the three women glare with wide eyes, their expressions filled with resentment as they looked at Lin Hao. Sure enough, the two must be having an affair. To this, Lin Hao not only felt no shame, but instead cooperated fully, acting as a patron. The name Peach Rabbit is to some extent also a euphemism for peach business. Peach Rabbit often played the role of a geisha, wandering among pirates. Thus, Peach Rabbit could not withstand Lin Hao's nearly explosive passion, subtly distancing herself from this lecherous dragon. She had no doubt that if she continued to play with fire, Lin Hao might just have his way with her on the spot. Desires arise from abundance. How fitting for Peach Rabbit. All right, from now on, you should have the consciousness of being a captive and do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts. Especially after entering the Dragon Kingdom, the world government can no longer fully trust you. Xiao Yao, arrange a place for Guion Peach Rabbit to stay. She can stay with you. Moreover, apart from daily necessities and gold, burn everything else that might be suspicious, leaving no trace behind. Yes, Your Majesty. Joking aside, playful banter is meant to enhance the mood. However, with Lin Hao's command, Xiao Yao and the other two women understood the strength of this candidate admiral of the Navy, who was among the top combat powers on the sea. Thus, the three women brought Peach Rabbit to their residence and thoroughly searched her body. Apart from the gold, even her personal clothing and daily items were new. Other items were incinerated in the Empire's high-temperature furnace to prevent any tricks from the world government. As for the life card, in the future, Peach Rabbit would not be able to leave the Dragon Kingdom, nor could she truly serve it. So it didn't matter whether she had it or not. Throughout the journey, Peach Rabbit was also very cooperative with the three women as inspection. As fellow women, there was nothing to be concerned about. Especially Peach Rabbit also felt that the three women were not simple. Yamato, the daughter of Kaido, Xiao Yao and Yafaya were also close maidservants who had accompanied Lin Hao, and even the small dolls on their fragrant shoulders were princesses of the small people, giving Peach Rabbit a feeling of hidden depth, as if even if she wanted to seize the opportunity to escape, it would be impossible. In the Hucking Pond, mists swirled around. Four slender and graceful figures, like beauties carved from white jade, could be seen playing and frolicking. Sister Guion, your figure is really great. No wonder His Majesty looked reluctant to let go earlier. Apart from Yamato, even Xiaoman and Shirley looked at Guion's curvaceous and proud figure with admiration. Their figures were not bad either, but they ultimately suffered from youth. Although Peach Rabbit was not a woman of age, she had learned the art of seduction. Thus her body developed far better than the others. Your figures are also great, but the clothing of your flower country is too conservative. I see that many women in the future city outside are dressed sexily, especially if Sister Xiao Yao were to wear a sexy and charming secretary outfit. It would definitely drive that lecherous dragon crazy. Guion Peach Rabbit also envied the youth and beauty of the three women. Although she was also a great beauty, time was a woman's greatest enemy. Moreover, men also prefer young and beautiful women, even if their figures and looks were not as good as hers. Youth was the greatest asset. Hee, today's sister is really amazing. We have never seen His Majesty lose his composure before. That lecherous dragon didn't he touch you? It makes sense. You all look like fledglings, and that lecherous dragon actually didn't he touch you. Could it be that he is not capable? The women couldn't help but smile helplessly at this remark. Then Xiao Yao recounted how Lin Hao had been immersed in cultivation for years, only recently awakening and then beginning to stagnate. They were Lin Hao's close maidservants, responsible for his daily life, so they naturally understood the state of his health. Moreover, Lin Hao's strength was also well known. His Majesty bore the rise and fall of the Dragon Empire, although His Majesty did not need to act personally. The capital on this sea was strength. Thus His Majesty had always been strict with himself, leading a simple life. Strict with himself? Living simply? Peach Rabbit looked at the three women, her big eyes like peaches and apricots sparkling, looking quite strange. Not to mention anything else. Just the palace they were in at the moment was a display of extravagance. The golden palace, spotless and resplendent, with a white jade floor, mother-of-pearl inlays, shimmering lights and coral formations, the luxurious pool misty and the ornate ceiling. Peach Rabbit gazed at the palace, which was even more luxurious than Mariewa, truly breathtaking. Moreover, this was not merely superficial luxury. It contained immense wealth within. The beautifully carved wooden palace, constructed with the finest Adam's apple trees, could build hundreds of large pirate ships. The brilliantly colored crystal palace used the highest purity diamonds, with materials being utterly extravagant. And the luxurious silk, made from fish silk, was everywhere. These were all top-notch luxury items outside, but here they seemed like ordinary stones and silk. Even the most basic maidservants wore high-quality silk clothing. As for gemstones, the gemstones here could be taken freely, but could not be worn, and daily attire was mainly simple and elegant. After all, the levels of palace attendants still needed to be clearly distinguished for management purposes. Such extravagance. Yet Xiao Yao and Yafaya could still describe it as strict with oneself, living simply. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao knew Peach Rabbit's confusion, and thus explained the Empire's industries to her again. In the eyes of the Navy, the most profitable business for the Empire was undoubtedly the arms factory, the mining and processing of sea prism stone and iron ore. But these businesses were actually in the hands of the beast pirates, who only needed to give half to the Empire each year. This was not a tax, but part of the Empire's procurement. The composition of the Empire's economy is divided into industry, agriculture, and services. Industry consists of factories around the surrounding islands and outer cities, such as the toy people who ate the toy fruit opening toy factories, the bowl people who ate the bright fruit opening bowl factories, the weaving people who ate the weaving fruit starting weaving factories, and the bottle people who ate the bottle fruit starting bottle factories. The 10 devil fruits of Whitebeard, the 5 devil fruits of the Navy, and the superhuman fruits collected by the Empire over the years. Most of these fruits had abilities that provided no combat enhancement, much like Doflamingo's string fruit. But not everyone is Doflamingo, so under Lin Hao's guidance, these people naturally focused on developing products, leading the common people to wealth. It could be said they were making the most of their resources. One fruit could support the human population of an island. Agriculture. The Empire is surrounded by plains except for the Northwest Mountains. At this time, the Empire's hybrid grain varieties can yield over 1,000 gene of grain per acre of good land. In the New World, the Empire can harvest year-round, so the annual grain production reaches 100 billion kilograms, or 10 million tons of food. In addition to the fisheries cultivated in Fisherman's Town, the livestock farming on the surrounding ancient islands, and the sericulture on the floating islands, Tao too finally understood what a terrifying behemoth the Dragon Kingdom was. Chapter 75. Lizard Fruit, Evil Dragon Form. So, these are all tributes offered by the surrounding islands? Tao Rabbit looked around in shock, realizing that this luxurious palace was not a result of Lin Hao's plunder, but merely the tributes from many islands that could satisfy all the extravagant needs of the Dragon God Palace. Moreover, importantly, all of this was produced and consumed within the Dragon Kingdom. The fabrics from the weaving factory, the coral and mother-of-pearl from Fisherman's Town, the crystal chandeliers from the light bulb factory. The enormous Lego toy palace from Toy City was made from the Adam's treasure tree, exchanged for food by the Empire. And the materials, strengthened by the devil fruits, also had waterproof and fireproof properties. The gems were processed from carbon at high temperatures, combined with some minerals to create colorful varieties. The exquisite porcelain from the clay figurine factory was as delicate as jade and chime. The Empire didn't need to spend a single penny to maintain the extreme luxury of the Dragon God Palace. Only individuals of high status from the Dragon Kingdom could purchase these top luxury items. Yes, and most of the devil fruits were personally bestowed by the Emperor or developed under his guidance. Therefore, the Emperor was regarded as a divine being in their hearts. The highest level products from these factories, aside from flowing into the Dragon God Palace as tributes, would not reach the outside world without the Emperor's reward decree, unless something better emerges. Upon hearing this, Tao Rabbit realized the terrifying nature of Lin Hao. It was not just his overwhelming strength, but also his astonishing ability to govern and manage a nation. In merely 8 years, the Flower Country, which was originally only at the level of a major power, had been elevated to a comprehensive superpower in military, technology, agriculture, and economy. Especially those devil fruits, which might seem useless to others. But under Lin Hao's hands, they could yield value far exceeding 100 million berries, forming an industrial chain that supported the Empire's populace. Sister Tao Rabbit, do you still have any objections to the Emperor? What do you mean? Xiaoyao looked at Tao Rabbit, who seemed a bit confused, her earrings slightly red, and shyly whispered in Tao Rabbit's ear. Immediately, Tao Rabbit's cheeks flushed, looking at Xiaoyao in disbelief. But Xiaoyao's bright eyes flashed with a hint of determination. We must join forces to ensure the Emperor wouldn't seek other women. Otherwise, given the Emperor's current status, when the time for his wedding comes, there would surely be numerous women vying for his attention. Why check Sister Tao's information earlier? I found out that you had learned some geisha skills. It's the first time we've seen the Emperor so out of sorts after serving him for so many years. As long as you open Pandora's box, the Emperor will certainly relish it. Hearing Xiaoyao's bold and straightforward remarks, Day's face immediately turned red, looking at Xiaoyao in disbelief. But Yufia did not oppose it, as she knew just how exceptional that man was. As an emperor, especially in a place like the Flower Country where polygamy was accepted, the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom was no exception, especially since they had accompanied Lin Hao as close maids all this time. They had long considered themselves part of Lin Hao's world. Your Majesty, people from the world government have arrived. Defeat comes with the awareness of the defeated, and the 5 elders understood this point, especially with the unprecedented strength displayed by the Dragon Kingdom at this moment. The CP organization thoroughly investigated the identities of the Dragon Kingdom's general-level experts, all of whom were born in the Flower Country and had clean backgrounds. Bai Qi, Shui Rengue, Qi Wenming, Wei Qi, all had surnames unique to the Flower Country. Therefore, they began to consider forming an alliance. Not being from the D clan naturally opened up possibilities for cooperation, especially since the territory occupied by the Dragon Kingdom would undoubtedly come into conflict with Nika in the future. This was also the reason for the Celestial Dragon's capture. Clearly, they had already compromised. At this point, the status of the Dragon Kingdom had surpassed the value of the Celestial Dragons, especially since Lin Hao could converse with the 5 elders on equal footing and even in a higher position. Otherwise, they would still wish to recruit Lin Hao under the identity of Celestial Dragon, but they knew that such a thing was impossible. Better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. At this point, Lin Hao could stand on equal ground with the 5 elders, or even above them, making it impossible for him to join them. Spandane has met the Dragon Lord. Spandane? Lin Hao looked at the other party, whose will was like that of an unkillable cockroach. Losing a celestial dragon and still being safe and sound showed that this old fellow's maneuvering skills were extraordinarily strong. If used well, he might be another Gukai. To lose a celestial dragon and still stand here showed he had some means and abilities. Have you brought the items? You flatter me, Dragon Lord. After being taken aback, Spandane quickly handed over the treasure box he brought to a guard disguised as a member of the Baolong clan. Given his status, he was not qualified to directly converse with Lin Hao inside the Dragon God Palace, nor was he qualified to approach Lin Hao closely. Spandane's true mission this time was to escort the world government's compensation. Animal-type mythical beast, lizard, fruit, evil dragon form. It possesses indestructible scale, armor defense, the hellfire of a dragon's breath, and its form is similar to Lin Hao's ice form, but its size is too bloated, lacking the agility of the Easter dragon. Most importantly, Western dragons fly using wings, without dragon flame clouds, auspicious clouds, and only after awakening do they gain the destructive power of black flame clouds. Although they seem similar, mythical beasts differ greatly. Compared to Kaido, the evil dragon has only the singular ability of hellfire, while the Eastern dragon can master wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Lacking dragon flame clouds means lacking the ability to move mountains and fill seas. The Eastern dragon is a water beast, and while it loses its powers when it falls into the sea, it won't actually drown. This is the strength of the true dragon form. Dragons are the leaders of all spirits. Even Lin Hao's ice form, aside from the heavenly fire breath, can also master the power of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The white flame clouds, besides moving islands, also possess the power of destruction that freezes everything, because Lin Hao is inherently in an awakened state. As for the five-clawed golden dragon, it belongs to the further evolution of the fruit, requiring Lin Hao to fully evolve his bloodline before it can transform. Otherwise, Lin Hao's bloodline cannot withstand the super SSS attributes of the five-clawed golden dragon. The items are correct. Soon, someone will take you to the abyss and lead the people away. One mythical beast for one celestial dragon. This trade is indeed quite favorable, as this is a super strong mythical beast. Moreover, besides the mythical beast, the world government also sent 3 special superhuman type fruits: acid fruit, mercury fruit, and electric fruit. These are rare and powerful devil fruits, demonstrating the sincerity of the world government, which is why Lin Hao has the intention of releasing that celestial dragon. During this time, the celestial dragons have already suffered enough. There's no need to offend the world government over one celestial dragon. Indeed, even if they were to sacrifice 100,000 Navy soldiers, in the eyes of the world government, no single celestial dragon is more important. Thank you, Dragon Lord, for your mercy. Hearing that Lin Hao planned to release the celestial dragon, Spandane couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Under Lin Hao's wave of his hand, Spandane slowly exited the Dragon God Palace, his heart filled with uncontrollable joy. Originally, he thought that after escorting the devil fruits, his mission would end. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain this time. Animal type, mythical beast. Looking at the devil fruit in his hand, Lin Hao immediately thought of his surrounding Balong clan and the 12 Zodiac. This might be a good leader fruit. And to become the leader of the 12 Zodiac, one must be at least a king-level ranger. Just like the leader of the Knights of God, he currently had no suitable candidates, and moreover, they were all animal types, which was a bit too much. Chapter 76, Imperial Square, Imperial Mall released them. On Ghost Island, the guard Jean stationed there heard the Dragon Emperor's order and looked at the newcomer with a doubtful expression. However, after seeing the hand order from the Grand Elders Council, Jean personally led the way to the Seastone mining site. While subtly probing, did the Empire not win? Why still release people? The newcomer, also a high-ranking official of the Empire, understood the probing nature of Jin's question and jokingly explained, perhaps this time the world government offered too much. 1 mythical zoan fruit, 3 rare types of paramecia devil fruits, all with particularly powerful abilities. His Majesty felt a bit embarrassed holding onto it, so he released this celestial dragon. A matter of reciprocity. 1 mythical zoan, 3 rare paramecia types. Even Jean was taken aback by the world government's generosity. No wonder the Dragon Lord agreed to release the person. In the entire sea, mythical zoan fruits are extremely rare and hard to find. Between becoming powerful and becoming wealthy, in this pirate world, one would undoubtedly choose to become powerful first. As a powerful individual, you can use your strength to seize wealth exceeding 1 billion berries. As a wealthy person, unfortunately, you are just waiting to be harvested by the strong. By the way, is the person still alive? Yes, just suffered a bit. As long as they're not dead. The Grand Elders Council means they just need to ensure the world government doesn't receive a corpse. Spandam, who came along, twitched his mouth, completely not expecting that the people here had no respect for the celestial dragons. Upon hearing this, Jean also completely dismissed the possibility of relaying false orders. Moreover, in the Dragon Kingdom, one couldn't even reach this place by pretending to relay orders. The Empire's heavenly sword system is not a joke. If a mistake occurs, it would be a serious matter. Soon, everyone arrived at the Seastone mining site. The mining site is divided into upper and lower levels. The upper level is just an ordinary mining area, employing citizens from Wano Country who are unwilling to relocate or suspected to be from the Kazuki family, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, such as in the town of Ebisu, where Shimatsuki Yasui was located, later referred to as Bargain Village. Working at the mining site earns at least 100,000 berries per month, plus 2 meals of meat. After all, how can one mine without strength? Thus, jobs at the mining site are quite lucrative, primarily hiring young adults aged 20 to 40, making it the most sought-after job in this hell on earth. The lower level is where the samurai of Wano Country and the remnants of the Kazuki family are imprisoned, located at least 1,000 meters underground. It is also where the Empire's serious criminals are held. Without the Empire's orders, even trying to dig a tunnel to escape would be difficult. The area is surrounded by sea stone deposits, making extraction challenging and specifically countering the abilities of devil fruit users. At this moment, the once glamorous St. August, now dressed as a prisoner and covered in wounds, was struggling to dig for underground minerals under the whip of a Beast Pirates crew member. Seeing the scene, Spandam could no longer hold back and shouted loudly, "Stop! How dare you treat St. August like this?" The Beast Pirates crew member was startled, and seeing Jean enter with a group, quickly dropped the whip and respectfully stood aside. As for St. August, sorry, he is a local from Wano Country, unaware of any saint or god, who joined the Beast Pirates just to make a living. This is also why Jean handed him over. If it were someone else, they might have hesitated to whip him out of fear of the celestial dragon's identity. They've come to redeem someone. You may leave. Yes, sir. Upon hearing the term redeem, the crew member understood what was happening and quickly retreated. Is it you? Finally come to save me. I want them dead. I want this country to be barren. What's going on? St. August suddenly felt a drop in temperature around him, with murderous glares fixed on him, as if they wished to carve him into pieces. All right, let's go. Suppressing the murderous intent in his heart, Jean and the others led him out of the mining site. Along the way, Spandam explained the major events that occurred after his imprisonment, especially the battle between the two extraordinary forces. The Navy's elite of 100,000 was nearly wiped out, along with several admiral-level powers almost perishing under the Empire's trampling. St. August finally realized the seriousness of the situation. A few admirals failed to work together. He knew that the reason the celestial dragons were not to be trifled with was precisely because if they were provoked, admiral-level powers would intervene. Now that several admirals' demon-slaying orders had failed, St. August knew he had provoked an existence he shouldn't have. Moreover, the world government had no intention of saving him. It was Lin Hao who, considering the mythical Zoan fruit, gave him chance. St. August, the Gorosei have specifically ordered you to return to Mariewa immediately after being released, and you must not delay outside. Upon hearing this, St. August knew that there would be no good days awaiting him upon returning. After all, he was the root cause of all this trouble. Sister Peony, can we really not pay? At this moment, in the largest imperial mall in the Dragon Kingdom, looked at the three girls with their arms laden with shopping bags. Even Mam Suri had filled the pockets of Yafia's outfit, spending money without a care. Even as a candidate for an admiral, she wouldn't dare to spend money so recklessly. However, what truly shocked was the fact that the three girls were not paying for their purchases. Was that really appropriate? Don't worry, Sister Guion, with Yamato here. All our expenses will be charged to the Beast Pirates account, and all consumption in the mall will be deducted from the Beast Pirate Special Fund. Charged to the Beast Pirates account? Looked at Yamato, who seemed unconcerned, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Was it really that outrageous? It's known that the items they bought may not seem valuable, but their prices far exceeded 3 times the actual worth of the goods, considering this was a high-end consumer area. Moreover, the biggest owner behind this imperial mall is His Majesty. The Imperial Square and the mall are bundled buildings, with one in each of the 12 major cities, occupying the most prosperous areas in the city center and are the liveliest and most upscale malls, a commercial building proposed and implemented by His Majesty from the beginning. Just from the annual rent, His Majesty earns nearly 50 billion berries. When planning the future city, Lin Hao envisioned a mall model with massive foot traffic similar to that of later generations. Thus, he built the bustling and lively Imperial Square and Imperial Mall in the city centers of each major city. In fact, The Imperial Mall has been even more successful than Lin Hao imagined. Lower-level civilians consume, while upper-level luxury consumption takes place, especially with the increase in the empire's nobility. They all need face. The high-consumption venues in the Imperial Mall have become their capital for flaunting. Enjoying coffee, tasting pastries, browsing commercial streets has driven the rapid development of the empire's economy, especially flagship stores of various island industries. The goods here are second only to the empire's tributes in terms of quality, representing the best things they can buy with money. Even at a certain level of identity or consumption, they can purchase top-tier tribute-level goods. Is this the Dragon Lord's business? Yes. Although His Majesty hasn't managed it personally, the design and management model of everything in the mall were set by His Majesty from the beginning. The initial concept still allows the Imperial Mall to reach today, far ahead of other malls in the empire. Especially in these 2 years, as the empire becomes more prosperous. The mall's prosperity and foot traffic have also surged, and now His Majesty is considering selling this Imperial Mall. Selling? Why sell it? Isn't the mall's business getting better and better? As a female, Tao Tu enjoys the design and shopping experience in the mall, and many of the designs inside are truly unique and stunning. Given such a peak and profitable business, why would Lin Hao want to sell it? Is it because His Majesty does not want to compete with the people for profits, as many of the imperial malls are monopolistic businesses? After all, it is not a secret among the high-ranking officials or significant figures in the empire that His Majesty is the behind-the-scenes owner of the Imperial Mall. Therefore, His Majesty does not want to get too deeply involved and believes that selling it could stimulate domestic commercial development. His Majesty has already set a good precedent. Without His Majesty's constraints, the empire's commerce will undoubtedly prosper even more. To put bluntly, Lin Hao has made enough money over the years. In the end, he plans to cash out big and retire while also earning a good reputation. In the world of pirates, strength is everything. Moreover, there are not many business associations in the empire that can manage the Imperial Mall. It is prepared for those big capitalists outside. While my neighbor stores grain, I store guns. My neighbor is my granary. This saying fits perfectly here. Chapter 77, Century Auction, Tianyu Yuzhan, Yinma, and the second generation of Guicheum. Upon returning to the Dragon God Palace, the women heard the news that the celestial dragon had been released. However, when they saw the devil fruit beside Lin Hao, they immediately understood everything. The world government had traded that waste for the devil fruit. Moreover, the devil fruit that Lin Hao valued so much was undoubtedly of immense worth. Mythical Zoan? Dragon scale pattern, an animal type of the scale armor category. The only mythical Zoan that could garner such attention from Lin Hao is undoubtedly a powerful devil fruit. Lizard fruit, evil dragon form. Lin Hao answered casually, not particularly concerned even with the mythical Zoan. The main issue was that there was currently no suitable person to consume this devil fruit. Furthermore, compared to the Easter dragon, the Western dragon was inferior in both potential and ability to the true dragon form. Additionally, he still had a top-tier mythical Zoan, the golden crow fruit. Upon thinking of the golden crow fruit, Lin Hao couldn't help but think of one person, Kazuki Momonosuke. For some reason, Lin Hao vaguely felt that this fruit was fated to be with Kazuki Momonosuke. The family totem of the Kazuki clan was the Yada no Kagami, which evolved from the golden crow. Moreover, under the circumstance that the artificial devil fruit was fused with dragon blade, this sun fruit became the best choice for Kazuki Momonosuke. With this in mind, Lin Hao's gaze sharpened. He knew that devil fruits chose their masters, especially the mythical Zoan with the will of a demon residing within. The power of the mythical Zoan fruit could enhance potential limits, amplify physical constitution, and grant extraordinary abilities. Even the evil dragon form, in Lin Hao's eyes, ranked among the top 3 fruits. Moreover, he had just handed this golden crow fruit to an enemy. Your Majesty currently has no candidates? Peony, who had been by Lin Hao's side the longest, noticed that Lin Hao had been holding onto this devil fruit and realized that he had no candidate for the devil fruit. Otherwise, he would have given it away long ago. Besides, the strong individuals around Lin Hao all had their own devil fruits. Those who didn't either lack potential or were too old. Let's put it away for now. If there isn't a suitable candidate, then it can serve as an accumulation for the next generation of princes. This fruit focuses on enhancing physical strength and defense, and it is best suited for those of the Oni bloodline to maximize its potential, providing at least top-tier combat potential in the future. If any of you can bear a bloodline for me, the first prince will be the owner of this devil fruit. Your Majesty. Upon hearing Lin Hao's arrangement, the women all blushed. Even though they had tacitly accepted being Lin Hao's women, they still felt shy upon hearing those words, exuding charm and allure. As for the continuation of the bloodline, it was not only Lin Hao's expectation, but also what they regarded as the crystallization of love. That night, Lin Hao visited the beautiful Taodu. Compared to Peony, Ifiya, and Yamato, Taodu often disguised herself as a peach-colored geisha to carry out special tasks. So Lin Hao had no sympathy for her. After all, they were all spoils of war and didn't need much cherishing. Moreover, Taodu also bore the task of opening Pandora's box, so she attempted the seductive techniques she had learned on Lin Hao. Thus, before Lin Hao, Taodu was dressed in sheer fabric, alluring and enchanting, with a myriad of charms that could entice to the bone. Even Lin Hao was captivated at first glance. Despite the torment from the Nerve Island for over a decade, he still couldn't resist the temptation that was so captivating. Like a man-eating fairy, she almost drained Lin Hao of his first experience. Not only did Lin Hao open Pandora's box, but Taodu herself also activated her seductive attributes. The two were evenly matched. In the year 1518 of the Sea-Round calendar, the world government held another meeting. Former Elder Lin Yu represented the Dragon Kingdom and proposed the New World undersea high-speed train plan. The warlord Lizard King fell, and Kaido brought back a pair of young siblings. The natural type Mara, Nomi user Ace joined the Whitebeard Pirates. Although the previously tumultuous sea was chaotic for a time, it was ultimately suppressed by the Navy. The 3 admirals, Carp, and the top 5 elite forces, aside from the captured and fallen 5 Marine rear admirals, still had at least 11 vice admirals in the Navy, maintaining their supremacy on the seas. The loss of elite forces was quickly replenished through civilian recruitment. However, they were no longer the same classmates and comrades as before. Even Zephyr was recalled to serve as a teacher for the new batch of elite students in the Navy. After all, the Navy urgently needed a new generation to supplement its ranks. With 100 elite losses among the ranks of the admiral-level experts, these positions needed to be rapidly filled, or else it would be difficult to select from the empty vice admiral positions. 2 years after the Marineford War, a new batch of the younger generation was promoted to vice admiral. Yet now, the admiral and school-level elites were almost entirely wiped out, with officers stationed at Marine headquarters like Smoker and T-Bone managing to survive this round of imperial cleansing. The latest report revealed the Empire will hold a grand auction during the Spring Festival on March 3rd. The Empire will auction 3 top-tier weapons, Tianyu Yuzhan, Yinma, and the second-generation Guha, 10 specially made super yachts, and many other valuable assets from the Empire Square. The Empire is now recruiting civilian auction items, such as devil fruits, famous swords, and rare treasures worth over 10 million berries, with a handling fee of only 100,000 berries. This will be the largest auction since the establishment of the Empire, with a valuation of just 13 Empire squares, exceeding 150 billion berries. The Empire's news coverage completely ignited the Dragon Kingdom and subsequently the entire world. In terms of current affairs, the Empire's news broadcasts have always been at the forefront globally. Moreover, there is no concealment, and they report facts as they are. Therefore, the Dragon Empire's world news agency's newspapers have become more popular and accept special regional subscriptions. With the backing of the Dragon Kingdom, these newspapers are unrestrained, even daring to criticize the celestial dragons. At this moment, the upcoming auction held by the Empire shocked the seas. Tianyu Yuzhan and Yinma are the swords of Kazuki Oden, right? The second-generation Guha is also a world-renowned top demon sword. What is most eye-catching is the Empire's top-quality asset auction at the Empire Square. Just the valuation alone is 150 billion berries, which is an indescribable shock for the onlookers at sea. However, how can 13 tiny pieces of land be worth such a price? Nevertheless, the world government, along with the nobles from various countries and the world's top merchant guilds, are all raising funds. Other places like the Empire Square might not be worth that much, but in the Dragon Kingdom, a place that even the world government cannot touch. It is undoubtedly a treasure trove. Especially the top merchant guilds that understand the value of the Empire Square know that it is the best place to establish their headquarters rooted in the Dragon Empire. Not to mention its commercial value. Valuation is merely a valuation. They are well aware that this auction will be exceptionally fierce. Chapter 78. The Invincible 3 Feet of the Butcher Cutting the Ox. Marco, the dock of the Dragon Country, is bustling. When the ships of the White-Beard pirates landed at the port of the Dragon Country, Ace looked around with curiosity. At this moment, nobles and merchants from all over the world were arriving one after another, with over 10,000 large ships docked at the lively port, earning a fortune in docking fees. Yet, the flow of people continued like a long dragon, ceaselessly coming and going. The emblem of the White-Beard pirates also made many nobles wary. As they hurriedly cleared a spacious area, the Red-Hair pirates, Big Mom pirates, and Wang Ji pirates, Ace was even more astonished as he looked at the various pirate ships with their distinct emblems. All the 4 Emperor's crews were here, and even 4 of the 7 warlords had arrived. Boa Hancock, Doflamingo, Mihawk, and Crocodile all came for this auction, besides the 3 supreme swords. The Empire had more than just these items to offer. Moreover, with such a grand auction, the items up for bidding would surely come in waves. Otherwise, why do you think Dad sent us here, and even brought so much berries? They were Whitebeard's family, and naturally knew that Whitebeard saved money not for himself. At this moment, bringing out so much wealth to have them come here was just to buy back Kazuki Odin's sword, Inma, and the Tengu Featherblade. The standard swords of the Dragon Country were the 8-sided Han sword or the ring-handled knife, Miao knife, etc. The Tengu Featherblade was a sword from Wano Country, and few used it. Let's go see if the great restaurant still has private rooms. This is the top hotel in the Dragon Country. It should be hard to find a table now, but with our White-Beard pirate's reputation, we should be able to clear out a private room. Marco hadn't eaten at the great restaurant in over a year, and the captains of the White-Beard pirates were also quite greedy. So delicious? If culinary skills were ranked, then the chef on the other side would be the world's #1 culinary god. Moreover, what we tasted at the great restaurant wasn't even his peak skill. The Imperial Kyushu banquet could only be tasted at the Imperial high-level banquets or granted by the Dragon Emperor. At the great restaurant, only a few signature dishes represented his true level. Upon hearing this, Ace became even more curious. He didn't expect the culinary skills of the great restaurant to impress even the captains of the White-Beard pirates, which was telling. Boarding the Super Express train that ran every hour, Ace was even more shocked. In just 10 minutes, they had arrived at the Imperial Royal City, faster than most people getting off work and heading home. This was a direct distance of over 50 kilometers between the Empire and the outer city. This was the Empire's super train. It was also a way to utilize the power of the Thunder Fruit, called magnetic levitation. There was also the Empire's defensive weapon, the super electromagnetic cannon, which could reportedly destroy an iron warship with a single shot. The Empire's most terrifying sky sword system could listen in on any communications made by the Imperial telephone bugs, without the Empire's permission. Even the highest-level golden telephone bug of the world government could not transmit a single word to the outside world. Compared to the single flame attack of the flame fruit, it was truly a small witch meeting a great witch in front of the Thunder Fruit, especially with the sword opening the Heaven Gate, all swords returning to their origin. Combined with the Thunder Fruit's abilities, it reached the attack intensity of the Sea Emperors, even competing at the level of kings. How powerful! Is this what a top-tier powerhouse on par with Dad looks like? Hearing Marco's introduction, Ace felt that his development of the flame fruit was still too superficial. The Thunder Fruit could develop such terrifying skills, and his flame fruit, being of the same natural type, also had such terrifying potential. The Great Restaurant, run by the owner and chef Butcher, was an 8-headed fruit user. It was said that he was also a top combat power on the sea, with his Butcher cutting the ox knife technique. Mihawk had suffered a big loss back then, and he was also the most mysterious sword master of the Dragon Country. Equally the world's #1 culinary god. Within 3 feet, even Kaido would be skinned and flayed. This was Mihawk's evaluation of his Butcher knife technique. Invincible within 3 feet. As he spoke, the flower sword Bista revealed a hint of a terrifying brilliance. After all, a swordsman capable of making Mihawk suffer was clearly this incredibly mysterious chef Butcher, definitely the top swordsman on the sea. Invincible within 3 feet? Even Ace couldn't help but gasp. He didn't expect the Dragon Country to hide such powerful figures. Even a chef could possess such terrifying combat strength. Although he had never seen Kaido, he knew that he was a top powerhouse on par with his father among the 4 emperors, especially in defense. He was known as the strongest creature across land, sea, and air. Hey, isn't this Marco? The private room upstairs, please. Boss, are there still private rooms? Others may not have them, but the 4 emperors' pirate crews, the world government, and the warlords of the sea all have private rooms reserved. The boss was worried that once you all arrived, there would be no seats and conflicts with other distinguished guests. So that's how it is. Hearing the boss's explanation, everyone knew that pirates were not good people, and even more so, the arrogant world government. This time, the celestial dragon aristocrats had come in person, and they were here on a mission. Following the boss, everyone arrived at their private room, which had a good view of the downstairs and could also see the other private rooms with doors wide open. The recently popular Great D Solo helmsman Tezelo, the evil organization Germa 66 from the North Sea, the 6 kings of the underground dark world, the 4 emperors Shanks, the beast pirates Droughtjack, the strongest commander under Big Mom, Katakuri, and Smoothie, the world S #1 swordsman Mihawk, the world S most beautiful woman Hancock, the night demon Doflamingo, and the sand crocodile. Additionally, there was a newcomer who had just entered the new world, the supernova crusher Brian, a user of the Crush fruit. On the Navy side, due to deep-seated hatred, there were only 2 senior vice admirals and 3 CP0 agents protecting the celestial dragons. At this moment, the Dragon Country was almost a no-go zone for the Navy. Quite a gathering. Marco looked around and was surprised that so many top powers from the sea had come this time. But the fact that these powers were so well-behaved in the Dragon Country made it even more frightening. Ace nodded in agreement. Any one of these top powers from the sea was a proud figure, and to see them behave so obediently here showed the Dragon Country's deterrence. The Dragon Country had a great reputation, but why were its strong figures rarely seen walking on the sea? The Dragon Country was also an open country, but there were very few pirates and strong figures from the Dragon Country appearing on the sea. If one were to say that the Dragon Country had no strong figures, even though Ace had only just arrived in the New World, he knew that the Dragon Country had at least 3 sea emperors: the War King Li Yuan Ba, Sky Sword King Yu, Panda Pa. The record of single-handedly defeating a Navy admiral in a short time had also elevated Pa to the ranks of sea emperors. The Fur Tribe's Moonlion was already fearsome, let alone being a top combat power Moonlion. It was not impossible for him to single-handedly defeat an admiral in a short time. Additionally, there were 5 other top combat powers: the blood-colored great swordsman, the divine Arrow Shui Rengue, the water army commander Chi Wunming, the empire commander Hei Yuchi, and the fishman aiding. Above them was a high and mighty king, the Dragon Master. As for Kaido of the Beasts, the earliest strategic ally of the empire, the ruler of the Hell of No Intervals. The cooperation between Kaido and the Dragon Country was not like that of ordinary pirates, but was more akin to the employment between the Flower Country and the 8 Treasure Navy. Later, as the Dragon Country grew stronger, the Beast Pirates had to bow to the Dragon Country, hiding in the Hell of No Intervals. Even the Whitebeard Pirates could station themselves in the Hell of No Intervals after defeating the Beast Pirates. Chapter 79. Is the Whitebeard old and still able to eat? This is the most powerful aspect of the Dragon Kingdom. The Empire is filled with strong warriors, besides the Fur Tribe and the Fishman Tribe. Everyone else is a native powerhouse of the Flower Kingdom, with more than 10 top-tier fighters. The fact that these individuals can stay and develop in the Dragon Kingdom shows their recognition of the Empire and their willingness to protect the Dragon Empire. Even the previously wandering Bloodsword Master could be recalled with just a word from the Dragon Lord. Of course, these individuals also benefited from the Empire's cultivation, which is key. Under Marco's explanation, Ace was also deeply impressed. Compared to the kingdom of Goa he was in, it was like a hell on earth, where the poor were not treated as human beings at all. Although the Empire has inner and outer cities, the policies and treatment are generally the same. The only difference is land ownership. The people of the inner city were originally the citizens of the Flower Kingdom, landowners who are guaranteed profits regardless of drought or flood. In the world of pirates, food, is not a currency of peace. It is a hard currency even more precious than berries. This is also why Lin Hao could exchange food for the Adam's treasure tree. Food is the true universal currency of berries. With such a stable and peaceful home, why would one venture out to sea? It's truly terrifying. Although Ace did not understand why the Dragon Empire treated the Land of Harmony this way, he was clear that the relationship between the Dragon Kingdom and their white-beard pirates was not good. The food has arrived, please enjoy. Ample food was served on the table, and Marco, not being a glutton, couldn't help but feel his appetite rising. Ace, this is food made by the chef himself, the most delicious in the sea. Even that guy Sachi couldn't replicate even 1/10 of the taste. While teasing Sachi, Marco was showing off. Seeing everyone scrambling for food, Ace was curious about just how delicious this food from the sea was. Soon, Ace was captivated by the aroma of the melt-in-your-mouth roasted meat and joined the fray. A bunch of country bumpkins. Marco's arrival naturally attracted the attention of other factions. While Marco and his group were sizing them up, they were also being scrutinized in return. Seeing a group of country dogs scrambling for food, they naturally felt disdain. All the captains were experts in observation hockey. How could they not hear the mockery from outside? Ace's anger flared up, want to beat these people up. However, Marco immediately stopped him, pulling him to continue eating and drinking while responding. There's a saying in the Flower Kingdom, when the tiger is not in the mountain, the monkey becomes king. Since when did our white-beard pirates reach the point where anyone can mock us? Although he lacked conqueror's hockey, Marco's aura was extremely compelling. Ha ha! Marco, what they call this is kicking a dog when it's down. Whitebeard is old, spending every day on the Moby Dick getting 4 drips. Who knows when he LL kicked the bucket? How about it? Brother Kaido appreciates you. Marco, coming to our beast pirates will definitely be a big deal. Second only to Brother Kaido. Jack's voice rang out from above, and suddenly everyone gasped. This was directly dancing on the nerve line of the Whitebeard pirates, signaling that the 2 Emperor crews were about to clash. Jack, old man is doing just fine. You want to seek death? We can go to the arena and try it out. Try it out? I've been itching for a fight. At this moment, everyone understood that this was a war of words between the 4 Emperor crews. Meanwhile, Shanks smiled slightly, showing no signs of concern. 2 commanders of the Big Mom pirates eagerly left the tavern with Jack and others. This clash between the 4 Emperor crews was a rare opportunity. At the same time, various factions watched the direction in which the 3 major Emperor crews had left, and many people followed to watch the excitement. The arena was established by Lin Hao, specifically for pirates to resolve disputes. In the Dragon Kingdom, is the only area where unrestricted combat is allowed. A total of 13 arenas were set up. Moreover, duelists must be pirates. Otherwise, even martial artists from the Martial Arts Academy cannot engage in life-and-death duels casually. Ladies and gentlemen, will you duel now or in an hour to allow us some time for promotion? If you duel now, we won't have much of a share. But if you wait an hour, the winner can receive 30% of the total profits from this event, which will be a considerable amount. Once the reputation of the 4 Emperor pirate crews spreads, even an hour of promotional time will undoubtedly attract numerous enthusiasts to come and watch. 30% of the earnings is already quite high. An hour later, the 3 major Emperor crews will compete. No, it's our Whitebeard pirates going head-to-head with the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates at the same time. Marco's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of something and brought the Big Mom pirates into it. He would face Katakuri, Flower Sword against Smoothie, and Jozu against Jack. The outcome between him and Katakuri was uncertain, but the odds were greatly in favor of the other 2 matches. Even if the Beast Pirates sent more people, they would at least have a 50% chance of winning. This way, they could not only showcase the reputation of the Whitebeard Pirates, but also maximize their profits. Marco, you have a good idea. The cold, starry eyes of Katakuri flashed red, clearly understanding Marco's scheme. What? Afraid? There's nothing to be afraid of. Just enough time for Brother Gene to arrive. Jack was not really a fool and could see the situation clearly. If he lost, he would lose the face of the Beast Pirates. Thus, Jack had already called for reinforcements on the way. Moreover, Jin's Devil Fruit has flight capabilities and ancient type. Then add one more. Marco knew Jin's strength, but could only gamble at this point. Fortunately, Ace's strength was not weak. The Lizard King he defeated was the former drought disaster of the Beast Pirates, so he should be fine against Jack. In no time, News of the showdown among the three major Emperor crews spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Countless enthusiasts began flocking to the fighting arena, and tickets priced at 30,000 berries each were in high demand, selling out in less than half an hour, including online bookings. Just these 100,000 tickets alone generated 3 billion berries in revenue. At this moment, Ace finally understood why Marco chose the latter option. If they won, even 30% would mean 1 billion berries in prize money waiting for them. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are too wealthy. Tickets priced at 30,000 berries each sold out in no time. Ace, in the first match, you will face Jack. The flower card you defeated before was the first drought disaster of the Beast Pirates. This drought disaster is also entrusted to you. The flower card is also from the Beast Pirates? Ace was surprised to look at Jack, not expecting him to have such a connection with the Beast Pirates. Bastard. Marco's words thoroughly enraged Jack, and even irritated the entire Beast Pirates. At the same time, the almost live-stream content made this arena match full of suspense feel like a fateful showdown, making countless people look forward to it. Chapter 80 Drought vs. Fire Fist Marco. A familiar voice called out, and Marco's eyes lit up as he looked at the newcomer. It was the tall and sturdy fisherman Jinbe, along with Neptune the Sea Knight, who towered like a giant, and beside them was the 12-year-old girl, Shirahoshi, who had already grown tall and graceful. Shirahoshi was enormous. Even though she was still in her childhood at 12, she towered over most people present, reaching a height of 10 meters. Jinbe, Uncle Neptune, you guys are here too? We arrived long ago, but we've been in Fishman Town underground. We just got the news about your tournament and rushed here through the high-speed Fishman Passage. Marco, you've been too reckless this time. No matter how you look at it, this situation is a provocation by Marco towards the two pirate crews. Even Jinbe doesn't have high hopes for Marco. Katakuri is a user of Conqueror's Haki. The mysterious and powerful Enel is also a formidable presence on the sea. Not weaker than Marco, a king's potential. What do we do? That bastard Jack has a big mouth. Upon hearing this, Jinbe glanced at Jack. It seemed the situation was not as he understood. Jack was the one who provoked Marco first. ISNT, that old man Whitebeard, supposed to be on his last legs. Always hooked up to an 4 and looking like he's about to die. And he doesn't allow anyone to say anything about it. Boom! Jack's blatant arrogance solidified his recklessness. Similarly, Whitebeard's physical condition had many pirates thinking. After all, how many wanted to shake Whitebeard's position? Youthful vigor is feared in a fist fight. Moreover, Whitebeard was now in his old age. Unlike the land of Wano, which was like a rising sun, pulsating with the vigor of its peak period. Bastard, Dad is in good health. And if you want to defeat Dad, you'll have to get through me first. Fire Fist Ace. Fire Fist. Drought. Under the gaze of countless spectators, the momentum had already reached a standoff. Fortunately, the crowd was gradually entering, and starting the match early was no problem. Whitebeard's health is failing. The members of the 7 warlords of the sea sat together, watching the tense situation below, revealing a hint of curiosity. It had indeed been a long time since Whitebeard had appeared before everyone. Fufufu, that is Whitebeard. 10 years ago, even the Dragon Emperor didn't have a grasp on Whitebeard. That is not a sign of kindness, but the terrifying last struggle of a dying lion. Doflamingo had been closely monitoring the movements of the 4 emperors. He understood that Whitebeard was merely starting to show signs of decline, but he was not incapable of wielding a sword. Even an elderly Whitebeard was not someone they could shake, unless it was the current land of Wano. 18-year-old Lin Hao could not contend with 60-year-old Whitebeard, but 28-year-old Lin Hao could. However, Lin Hao's attitude showed no intention of provoking the 4 emperors. Whitebeard's Tremor fruit boasts disaster-level destructive power. Unless you're a super strong individual like the Dragon King or the War King, who could withstand Whitebeard's final blow. Whitebeard's reputation is genuinely terrifying enough to silence children. It is fear etched into the very bones of the world. Fire Fist. On the arena, Ace took the initiative. His fist transformed into a scorching and blazing flame, erupting towards Jack like a dragon's breath, overwhelming most of the arena. In that moment, everyone was stunned, looking at the punch that seemed to possess world-destroying power. Only those powerful individuals from the sea understood that this attack was merely a tickle for Jack. At this moment, The edge temperature of the flame fruit probably didn't even reach 1,000 degrees. Ha ha ha, the second commander of the Whitebeard pirates? Did you forget to eat? Ace was taken aback, and then a series of flying slashes swept towards him like a hurricane, passing through his body. The natural evasion ability allowed Ace to dodge Jack's attacks without a scratch. As the flames gradually dissipated, Jack stood there unharmed, wielding two scythe-like blades, swinging out dense and domineering slashes. Is this the best you can do with this temperature? It doesn't even compare to the power of the Imperial Burning Shell. Imperial Burning Shell? That's a tool used by the wealthy families of the Empire, akin to a gas stove and outright humiliation. But only those familiar with the Burning Shell would understand that the Beast Pirate's Burning Shell is a true weapon, capable of melting gold and forging iron. Is that so? Fire gun. Concentrated and sharp flames shot from Ace's fingers, resembling bullets from a fire gun and javelins projected at Jack, intending to pierce his body. Bang! The flames left a mark on Jack's massive and sturdy body that could be wiped away with a light touch. Forget Ace's incredulous expression. Even the spectators outside couldn't believe that Fire Fist Ace's attack left no trace on Jack's body. Such defense. At this moment, Jack wielded the cheap blade, with armament hockey wrapping around the blade, swiftly closing in for a strike aimed at finishing off Ace. Divine Fire, Unknown Fire. Seeing this, Ace also leapt forward. At the moment the cheap blade passed by his body, his arms unleashed two flames even more domineering than Fire Fist, striking Jack's body. Boom! In an instant, a fierce and highly penetrating flame surged through Jack's body, as if passing through him entirely. But only Ace could feel that his strongest single-target attack still couldn't inflict much damage on Jack. It merely pushed back Jack's tall and sturdy figure. With such thick blood and high defense, Ace's hockey couldn't deal much damage at this moment. This was also a characteristic of ancient Zoan fruits: great physical enhancement, quick power increase. Therefore, his attack merely shook Jack's human form. You should know that Jack's strongest form is the mammoth state. What a tough shell. What a weak chick. The two mocked each other without holding back, and then they began to clash again. The fierce and domineering flames occasionally enveloped the entire arena. The visual impact of the flames erupting suddenly, combined with the temperature of the flame fruit, was no less than those Cadre-level strongmen on the sea. As the battle raged on, Jack transformed into a mammoth, fully immune to Ace's flames. This domineering defense completely shocked everyone. Is this the power of the three disasters? Just this defense is comparable to Cracker's Biscuit Warrior. Moreover, Jack's strength was also astonishing. His hockey was thick, and his physical strength was formidable. It wouldn't be a problem to fight for 3 days and nights. If it weren't for Ace's natural evasion ability, he would have been cleared out long ago. Chapter 81. Fire Fist Dragon Emperor. Is your majesty very interested in Fire Fist Ace? Inside the Dragon God Palace, this rare royal tournament is also being broadcasted. Peach Rabbit is sitting on Lin Hao's lap, while Xiao Yao and Yafia are nestled in Lin Hao's arms, occasionally feeding him some sweet fruits. Indirectly noticing Lin Hao's focus on the key point, Whitebeard Pirate 2nd Division Captain, Fire Fist Ace. That look of intrigue is definitely not just ordinary interest. A natural ability user should not be enough to attract Lin Hao's attention. Poor Gasti. Ace, whose real name should be Gold, Ace, is the illegitimate son of Pirate King Roger. Boom! As soon as Lin Hao's words fell, Peach Rabbit jumped off Lin Hao's lap in shock, looking up at the young man, radiating power with disbelief. The illegitimate son of Pirate King Roger. How could that be possible? But who is Lin Hao? Peach Rabbit knows that since Lin Hao revealed Ace's identity, it can't be false. How could it be possible? Back then, in order to find Roger's illegitimate child, the Navy brutally harmed all eligible pregnant women on Batarilla Island, just to prevent the birth of Roger's bloodline. Lin Hao spoke of the horrors that Peach Rabbit could not continue to narrate, causing both Xiao Yao and Yafia to tremble. They never expected the Navy to have such a cruel scene. Just to find Roger's illegitimate child, they brutally harmed all eligible pregnant women on an island? Who is the real devil here? Even Peach Rabbit couldn't help but feel guilty. Even if it was the world government's order, the intelligence of the CP organization, the executioners were still their Navy. But they forgot one person an existence who was both an enemy and a friend of Roger. Carp. At this moment, Peach Rabbit understood that before Roger died, he entrusted his orphan to Carp. Hence, this illegitimate child of Roger was able to be born. Indeed, Ace grew up in Carp's hometown. Portgas is merely his mother's surname, and he also possesses Conqueror's Haki, inheriting Roger's potential. Becoming the future Overlord of the Seas is only a matter of time. Does Ace possess Conqueror's Haki? Although surprised, it also seemed expected. After all, he is the bloodline of Pirate King Roger. But Peach Rabbit thought about her own identity. What does this have to do with her? Over the past 2 years, she has completely given up on the idea of returning to the Navy. Wang Yu, after the war, invites Ace to Dragon God Palace for a trade. Fire Tornado. Ace's natural ability transformed into a fire tornado, enveloping the entire arena. Under the blazing and domineering flames, Jack swung his trunk, delivering massive slashes that swept across the arena. The direction of his slashes was precisely where Ace's true form was hidden. The principle of hot air rising made the flames of the fire tornado continuously sweep upward. And only when it reached a height of 100 meters did Ace reveal himself. Fire Fist Dragon Emperor. At this moment, Ace's posture was fierce, exuding an unmatched kingly aura as he unleashed a fire fist straight downward. In an instant, the fiery punch transformed into a divine dragon torch, piercing through the heavens and earth from 100 meters high, instantly engulfing Jack's figure. Protagonist treatment. A temporary breakthrough in battle against a strong opponent. Fire Fist Dragon Emperor combines the invincible posture of the divine dragon, condensing a fiery divine dragon that devours everything, especially the dragon's might, which impacts Conqueror's Haki. No wonder he is the descendant of Pirate King Roger. At this moment, most of the strong figures frowned. Compared to Ace, Jack was already a vice admiral-level powerhouse on the seas, with high blood and thick defense. They never expected such a powerful monster to still be defeated by a rookie. Moreover, they sensed the presence of Conqueror's Haki. Victory! Ha ha ha! Ace, well done! Among those present, Ace had the lowest winning odds. The 18-year-old Ace was neither the 550 million berries great pirate 2 years later, nor the 24-year-old battle-hardened Jack. Moreover, Jack had the bloodline of fishmen. They never expected that such a powerful monster would still fall to Ace's hands. This was already the second-generation drought being utterly defeated by Ace. Useless. Jean glanced at Jack with disdain, ordering someone to take Jack down. Jack, looking half-dead, actually had ancient species body defense. Even if Ace bombarded him for an hour, he couldn't kill Jack. At this moment, Jack was still in his mammoth form, with extremely high defense. Furthermore, Jack had not truly lost his fighting ability. He was merely impacted by Conqueror's Haki. He would soon regain his senses. The second match, Diamond Jozu versus Smoker. Upon hearing this, Diamond Jozu immediately grinned. Compared to facing Jean or Katakuri, he had no confidence at all, but against Smoker, it was basically a guaranteed win. Smoker's long sword was sharp, but his defense was unbreakable. The living Diamond Man and the dead Diamond Pillar are not the same concept. Even Mihawk's slash could be directly taken by Jozu. His defense was comparable to the barrier fruit. Diamond Jozu, standing at least 2 meters tall, Smoker held a large sword and walked heavily onto the arena. Facing the invincible defense of the Whitebeard Pirates, Smoker knew very well how troublesome his opponent was. If Katakuri made a move, turning the entire arena into a sticky mess, Jozu would be like trapped in a swamp, and his strongest defense would be useless. But she was using a sword. No matter how strong the slash, it couldn't break Jozu's defense. Moreover, there were no other pirates she had drained yet. Giant slash, without any warning or holding back. The full power flying slash fell on Jozu like a lightning bolt. But Jozu's observation Haki had already locked on a Smoker, and the slash fell directly on Jozu's hand without making a dent, as if a stream of water had collided, completely ineffective, and was then casually tossed aside by Jozu like garbage. This scene made Smoker completely realize the gap between them, and he immediately said, "I admit defeat." Katakuri said nothing but comforted Smoker with a pat. Diamond Jozu's defense specifically counters swordsmen like Smoker. He had let Smoker forfeit from the start. It was just that Smoker wanted to give it a try, and this was the result. Even Mihawk Slash was helpless against this Diamond Behemoth. Admitting defeat directly? Ha ha. Diamond Jozu's defense has no flaws. Unless with special means, he is a complete counter to swordsmen. These are all monsters. Even Smoker. He is a strong swordsman capable of slashing through diamonds with his flying slash. Regarding Smoker's admission of defeat, the swordsman on the seas held no contempt. After all, he was a powerful swordsman capable of cutting through diamonds. In the face of Jozu's indestructible defense, this is a tournament, not an environmental constraint in other settings. The third match, Flame Calamity Jean versus Flower Sword Vista. Finally, a match of equal strength has arrived. The crowd immediately cheered, especially Jin's tall and domineering figure, clad in cold black attire, exuding an aura filled with death and slaughter. Chapter 82, Inferno Disaster. Jin versus Flower Sword Vista in the middle of the match. A line was inserted, a message from the Dragon Lord. The Dragon Lord instructed Mr. Jin to act freely. No one in the Empire could trouble him, nor could any force threaten him. Hiss. In the audience area, upon hearing the referee's words, everyone felt an indescribable shock. The fact that even the Dragon Lord specifically reminded him implied that this prominent figure of the Beast Pirates might still be hiding his strength or other secrets. Even Katakuri and Marco couldn't help but look at Jin with a serious expression. Thank you, Dragon Lord, for your protection. Jin understood the meaning behind Lin Hao's reminder, which reassured him that he need not worry about exposing his identity as a member of the Lunaria tribe within the Dragon Kingdom. No one could threaten him regarding this matter. On this point, Jin still had faith, because in the Dragon Kingdom, no one could provoke the authority of the Dragon Lord. Moreover, with the strength of the Dragon Kingdom, as long as Lin Hao wanted to protect someone, no force could threaten him. Of course, a fair competition was an exception. Vista, be careful. Knowing that even the Dragon Lord had specifically reminded him, Vista was aware that Jin was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Even Ace looked at Jin in the arena with curiosity. Indeed, there are strong figures all over the sea. Two gigantic, elongated katana slowly unsheathed. Both opponents were dual-wielding swordsmen. The difference was that Jin was not a pure samurai. Flames coiled around his swords like ethereal serpents. The fiery blaze as fierce as molten lava. Even more domineering than Ace's flame fruit. Fruit abilities? But at this moment, Jin said nothing, and the two swords, imbued with the fierce might to split mountains and rivers, slashed diagonally at Vista. The unguarded, powerful sword technique gave Vista no chance to catch his breath, especially that domineering flame capable of incinerating, which immediately enveloped the comparatively shorter Vista. Rose dance. On one side, flames rampaged like a roaring dragon, bursting with high temperatures. On the other, roses bloomed, petals transformed into sword energy, surging towards him. The clash between the two top-tier powers was like a battle of dragons and tigers, each occupying half of the arena. Evenly matched, Vista was a great swordsman, a candidate for a high-ranking general. Bang! Flower Sword Vista barely held on for 10 breaths before being directly toppled by Jin's overwhelming brute force. The Lunaria tribe's innate talent, combined with ancient species-enhanced physique, meant Jin's strength was more than 10 times that of Vista. Had it not been for the clash of hockey, the raw power of his dual sword alone would have been enough to split Vista and his sword in two. Fire Dragon Emperor, taking advantage of his weakness. Jin aimed to kill. A roaring, blazing fire dragon detached from his dual blades, more terrifying and surging than Ace's fire fist. Dragon Emperor sweeping towards the still unsteady Vista. Rose Bloom. The sword energy of the rose petals surged towards the blazing flames of the Fire Dragon Emperor. Like a flood, the rose sword energy still couldn't stop the rampage and dominance of the Fire Dragon Emperor, roaring straight towards Vista. The crushing force made it impossible to tell who the true user of the flame fruit was. Boom! At a critical moment, Vista's double swords managed to block the terrifying attack of the Fire Dragon Emperor. But at that moment, Jin suddenly lunged forward, his dual swords like the opening of heaven and earth, bearing down with a tearing brilliance directly suppressing Vista. The overwhelming power crushed him, giving Bista no chance to breathe. This wasn't a contest of swordsmanship. Once on the arena, it was a matter of life and death. Thus, the overwhelmingly powerful Jin held the upper hand. Jin's domineering and powerful presence also shook countless strong figures. At this moment, Jin still had no secrets that couldn't be revealed, meaning he had not yet shown his full strength. The clash of dual blades, flashes of swords. The confrontation between the two top-tier swordsmen was aimed at killing each other. The Rose sword technique was dazzling, with sharp and dense slashes disrupting Jin's attacks, while Jin's massive katana was powerful and overwhelming, like a storm, giving Bista no chance to breathe at all. In a short time, the two had exchanged hundreds of moves, and Flower Sword Bista had completely fallen into a disadvantage. Bista. Marco looked worriedly at Bista in the arena, not expecting Jin's attacks to be so sharp. Even as a mythical Zoan user, he might not have the confidence to withstand Jin's sudden onslaught, let alone the hidden abilities Jin possessed. Bang! After another clash of blades, the Flower Sword finally gained a moment to breathe. But he didn't let his guard down. Instead, he cautiously looked at Jin, who had previously attacked aggressively, wondering why he had suddenly eased off. He saw Jin had completely beastified in midair, revealing the massive form of a toothless wyvern, with wings spanning over 100 meters. The dark, bat-like wings exuded a steel-like texture. The sharp, elongated beak and a pair of powerful, terrifying dragon claws seemed capable of tearing apart any enemy. While surrounding him were flames of deep red, radiating an incredibly high temperature that even the audience could feel as a threat, like a demon from hell. Jin's toothless wyvern form was far more imposing than others' dinosaur forms. Buzz! Suddenly, the flames extinguished, and then, with lightning speed, the toothless wyvern charged, its claws capable of tearing steel and its beak piercing through sea prism stone, simultaneously attacking Bista. Moreover, the steel-like bat wings sliced through the sky like blades. Damn, not good. In the form of the toothless wyvern, Jin not only had a powerful attack, but also had a tremendous increase in strength, diving with lightning speed, several times faster than a falcon. This made the already advantageous Jin's suppression of Bista even stronger. Boom! With just one strike, Bista was nearly swept away by Jin's dive. The dragon claws specifically targeted his long blade, while the power of the beak could directly pierce through Bista's body. Even Kaido's dragon form wouldn't be an exception. Not to mention the unlimited wind blades from the bat wings. At this moment, Bista in the arena was struggling even more than before, especially with Jin holding absolute aerial dominance. The pressure on Flower Sword Bista was several times greater than before. Fu. I see. Doflamingo suddenly laughed, revealing an incredible expression. But the shock deep in his pupils did not escape the curious gazes of the several warlords beside him, wondering what he had discovered. Fu. I can't say. I don't want to offend that monster Kaido. Hearing this, everyone flashed a knowing look. Indeed, Kaido was not to be trifled with, and even more troublesome than Whitebeard. Bang! Without Ace's halo, Bista, under the overwhelming pressure of Jin's fiery assault, was finally knocked off the arena by Jin. His Rose Sword technique had no defensive power against Jin at all. If it weren't for his own strength being at the Vice Admiral level, he would have long been crushed by Jin and torn apart by dragon claws. Chapter 83. The Lunaria Tribe. The battle for the strongest Vice Admiral. So it is. Not only did Don Quixote Doflamingo sense something, but also Wang Ji, Katakuri, and Marco, who were watching from afar, looked at Jin, who had regained his deathly colors, with shock and realization. Marco arranged for Katakuri to be the last fighter because he considered him the greatest threat in this decisive battle, due to Katakuri's conqueror's haki. Jin, on the other hand, was merely in the form of an ancient type of toothless pterosaur, which was of a different level compared to his phoenix fruit. It is an acknowledged fact that Zoan-type mythical beasts are the strongest form of the Zoan category. However, Marco did not expect that as a vice admiral of the beast pirates, Jin would have such a background. Racial talents can smooth out any differences. Marco, what have you realized? Did you notice the flames behind Jin? Everyone nodded in agreement, yet shook their heads in confusion. Those flames were not a fruit ability, but rather his racial talent. The stronger the flames, the stronger the defense. which is why Jin's final victory over Bista in his flame form had a defense so strong that even the four emperors could not harm him in the slightest, let alone Bista. And when the flames are weaker, the speed becomes faster. When Jin struck Bista like lightning, weren't there flames behind him? All of this is racial talent. Hisses. Everyone gasped in awe. The flames provide strong defense, capable of withstanding attacks from the four emperors, without flames. His speed is comparable to lightning, swiftly sweeping across the sea. Bista, who had just returned, heard Marco's explanation and suddenly realized, exclaiming, "The Lunaria tribe." Indeed, this is the secret that the Dragon Lord just mentioned, a race that the world government has been hunting, known as one of the gods. It is only under the protection of the Dragon Kingdom and the Dragon Lord that they can appear before the world openly. The Lunaria tribe? One of the god races? The old members of the Whitebeard pirates suddenly understood, their eyes fixed on Jin with intensity. That is a god race whose information is worth 100 million berries. If they captured him, it would be at least 1 billion berries. But thinking about the bounty on the other side, it seems to start 1 billion berries as well. Marco. Katakuri gazed at Marco. Smoker's mistake was strategic. His goal now was to defeat Marco to achieve a victory for the Emperor's crew to smooth over Smoker's defeat. In this case, even if the Whitebeard pirates achieved 2 victories, it would still be a devastating blow to their reputation. Katakuri? Marco reluctantly stepped onto the stage, having no confidence in defeating Katakuri. Although Katakuri's bounty was less than his future sight haki had already placed him on the threshold of the Emperor level, especially with the Conqueror's haki of a kingly quality. This is what Marco feared the most. What? Are you regretting it now? Not at all. It's just that I have little confidence against you. The combat power of the 3 of them at the Vice Admiral level was basically comparable, and they were among the earliest opponents of the 4 Emperor's crews. But I feel confident about my chances. Machi Machi Fruit Awakening. In an instant, the entire arena seemed to turn into a swamp, and Marco's legs sank deep into the quagmire. Countless tentacles stained with haki emerged from the writhing arena, pouncing on Marco like a pack of wolves. This sudden scene shocked most people present. The awakening of a devil fruit is extremely rare even in the New World. At the moment when he was enveloped by countless dark tentacles, a clear and soaring phoenix cry echoed through the skies. Following that, a bird wreathed in azure flames soared into the sky, like a lotus that had emerged from the mud, sacred and untouchable, soaring above the arena. Animal type, mythical beast, immortal bird form. The purpose of the phoenix cry made everyone feel that this journey was worthwhile. Indeed, they were not mistaken about the Vice Admiral strongmen from the 2 Great Emperor crews. Phoenix Dance. Utilizing his flying agility, Marco weaved through the storm of pounding rice cake, with countless fists stained with haki not touching him at all. In terms of observation haki, Marco was not weak either. However, compared to Future Sight, he still fell a bit short, as Katakuri had already foreseen his attack. Phoenix Stamp. In the instant Marco approached Katakuri, the azure flames gathered in the claws of the immortal bird and converged into a powerful and domineering flame. Ray aimed at Katakuri. Slice the rice cake. His arm transformed into a rice cake, turning into a rotating spike club wrapped in haki, shooting towards the Phoenix Stamp. At the same time, Katakuri's eyes glowed red, and a torrent of Conqueror's haki surged, directly impacting Marco. Although it was only a momentary distraction, Katakuri seized the opportunity and struck Marco from behind with a rice cake super strength punch, knocking him down from the sky. At that moment, it seemed the outcome had been decided. It hurts. After Marco stood up, he paid no attention to the rice cake fist that came rushing in again. He let those haki-wrapped punches pass through his body, and at the moment he transformed into the immortal bird. The azure flames not only restored him to his peak, but also rushed towards Katakuri at great speed. Phoenix Stamp, once again unleashing the attack power of the immortal bird. In a moment of clawing, it seemed as if he would tear Katakuri into countless pieces. Rice Cake Assault. Boom! The tip of Katakuri's trident transformed in a flowing rice cake, and then, like a volcanic eruption, countless surging rice cakes erupted from the tip, colliding with Marco's kicking technique. With Future Sight observation haki, Marco's attacks held no secrets for Katakuri. Even with just a moment's judgment, Katakuri could dodge Marco's attacks without injury. And with the recovery power of the immortal bird, Katakuri could not truly harm Marco either. The clash between the two top vice admirals continued until the sun set and night fell, with neither side able to gain the upper hand, unless one side's stamina was exhausted first. In this regard, the sweet-toothed Katakuri seemed to have more abundant nutrition, but Marco's flying ability was not something Katakuri could compare to. And ultimately, the two ended in a draw. The Dragon Lord wants to summon Ace alone? After the competition, the Whitebeard Pirates achieved 2 wins, 1 loss, and 1 draw, earning nearly 2 billion berries in prize money. Ticket revenue was 1 billion berries, and another billion berries was earned from the live broadcast. While everyone was sharing in the joy, the mysteriously powerful Wang Yu appeared before the members of the Whitebeard Pirates as one of the world's top powers. The moment Wang Yu appeared, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. His Majesty wants to make a deal with Fire Fist. Don't worry, with His Majesty's status, he won't let a rookie pirate suffer. Upon hearing this, Marco looked at Ace and nodded, saying, "Ace, you should go." Not that it was something that could be refused, and Marco knew Lin Hao's status at this moment. He truly wouldn't bully a newcomer pirate. He just wondered what about Ace was worth Lin Hao's attention. After all, Ace is a pirate. Chapter 84. Supreme Great Blade. Ace stepped slowly into the magnificent Dragon God Palace of the Empire. Even he couldn't help but marvel at the imposing aura of the Dragon Empire, the world's strongest nation. 2 years ago, Lin Hao defeated Loki, and with the Empire's overwhelming victory over the Navy's elite demon-slaying forces, they completely defeated Elbaf, becoming the strongest nation in the New World. Inside the Dragon God Palace, Ace saw the tall young man sitting on the golden throne, looking down at him with piercing eyes and an impressive appearance, especially that pair of prominent horns, a mark of the Oni clan. The premise of the strategic alliance between Lin Hao and Kaido was the bloodline of the Oni clan. Just like the Beast Pirates at that moment, with each member having their own prominence, only Kaido and Yamato truly belonged to the Oni bloodline. Initially, both sides were evenly matched, but later the Dragon Kingdom surged ahead, making the Beast Pirates feel like a subordinate of the Dragon Kingdom. However, fundamentally, their strategic alliance had never changed. The Empire was not a pirate faction and could not accept the Beast Pirates. Similarly, the Beast Pirates did not submit to the Empire. They only feared the Empire's power. Supreme Great Blade, Ace? When Ace heard Lin Hao's intention, he was taken aback, looking at Lin Hao in disbelief. He didn't expect Lin Hao to know his identity, and at this time it was for his father, Roger's Supreme Great Blade. For a moment, Ace looked at Lin Hao warily. "Don't be nervous. I have a piece of news that should be very important to you. This news is definitely worth more than your Supreme Great Blade, Ace, so there should be equal bargaining chips. That Supreme Great Blade is something I value highly." "What news?" Ace asked, curiosity appearing on his face. A piece of news that was worth a Supreme Great Blade to him, and it was also his father's relic. "The news of Sabo, who you thought died years ago." Lin Hao continued. "He is currently suffering from amnesia, but he is still living well, and he has also gone out to sea, just on a different path than yours. How about it? Is his current news worth a Supreme Great Blade?" "Ace? Sabo?" Ace looked at Lin Hao in shock and excitement, unable to hide the surprise in his eyes. "Does your Majesty really have news about Sabo? He really didn't die? He's alive and doing well, and he has gained some fame, not less than yours." "Some fame?" Ace looked at Lin Hao in confusion. He knew Lin Hao's status and position should not lead him to lie. But if Sabo's fame was not less than his, why had he never heard of him? Sabo, after losing his memory, is now known as Sabo. He was saved by the Revolutionary Dragon while raising funds in the East Sea and became his disciple. He is now working for the Revolutionary Army. By the way, the Revolutionary Dragon is also known as Monkey D. Dragon, who is Garp's son and your brother's father. Sabo? Monkey D. Dragon? Upon hearing this, Ace looked at Lin Hao in disbelief, unable to believe that Sabo, who was attacked by the Celestial Dragons, was saved by Luffy's father? "Wang Yu, bring me a copy of the world government's wanted order for the new Revolutionary Army recruit." Following Lin Hao's command, within moments, Wang Yu appeared before him. This was the information he began gathering as soon as he heard Sabo's name. So as soon as Lin Hao gave the order, he delivered it directly. Here is the world government's wanted order for the current advisor of the most evil organization at sea, the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. At this moment, Sabo should still have about 6 months before being promoted to chief advisor. Therefore, he is referred to as Advisor Sabo, not Chief Advisor Sabo. Sabo. The moment Ace saw the wanted order from the world government, the image of a disfigured boy with a bright smile alongside a girl merged with his childhood memories. Ace confirmed that this was his sworn brother, Sabo, and Lin Hao had not deceived him. So that's it. He previously thought Sabo went out to be a pirate, and that the different paths referred to different routes in the new world. But it turned out they were both pursuing their own careers. No wonder Sabo had some fame. Yet he had never heard about him. It turned out he had been active in the Four Seas, engaged in a revolutionary cause known to very few. So, is this news worth a blade? Ace? All right, but I hope the Dragon Lord won't disturb my mother's peace. Ace then revealed the burial place of his mother, Port Gasti. Rouge? Because Roger's sword was hidden there, it could be considered a special arrangement made by Garp for her. Rest assured, I wouldn't bother the peace of the deceased. I just need to retrieve a sword. With a specific location, the following matters became much easier, especially since it involved the supreme Great Blade. Wang Yu decided to handle it personally. Whether the sword would be auctioned or kept in the Empire as a foundation, they would first retrieve the sword and discuss it later. Dear distinguished guests and friends, today is the Empire's annual Spring Festival. All things begin in spring. After the Spring Festival, we start a farm and everything begins to sprout. On this important day, the Dragon Lord has decided to hold a grand auction, releasing some of the Empire's premium assets to stimulate commercial development in the Empire. As for what assets, I believe everyone already knows and is eager to find out. In the capital, Dragon City, at the very top of the Empire Square, the publicly broadcasted Empire auction immediately attracted the attention of most of the world, especially the so-called premium assets, which are the focus of many powerful figures. Moreover, this auction also supported online bidding. With the stable business environment of the Dragon Kingdom and the continuous flow of people, the projects at the Empire Square were indeed the top-tier commercial plans. As the first highlight of today's auction, His Majesty specially released 10 special yachts as the opening act. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look at the information on these 10 yachts. Yachts? The crowd didn't think there was anything special about yachts worth bidding for. But since the Dragon Kingdom used them as the opening act, they were curious about what was special about these yachts. As the big screen flashed the yacht information, everyone saw a 30-meter-long, perfectly streamlined black small ship appear before them. It boasted luxurious interiors comparable to a presidential suite, a smooth and flawless exterior, and was equipped with weapons similar to rocket torpedoes. Just when everyone thought it was merely beautiful on the outside, the scene suddenly shifted. On the sea, a black small ship resembling a whale shark sped across the water, reaching speeds comparable to a marlin in the sea. Everyone, this is where the true value of this yacht lies. A cruising speed of 100 knots, with a maximum range of 3,000 nautical miles. Enough to circle the Empire's waters. The black materials used for the yacht are carbon fiber specifically for the Empire's elite armor, 10 times harder than steel. The radar defense system can detect targets within 100 nautical miles both underwater and on the surface, and can even coordinate with torpedoes to destroy targets. What does a speed of 100 knots mean? Even the top battleships only sail at about 20 knots with the wind. The carbon fiber material, 10 times harder than steel, completely alleviates any concerns about attacks at sea, allowing for rapid movement through any waters. The radar warning system ensures safe evasion of pirate attacks or enables long-range underwater strikes with the Empire's latest torpedoes. Additionally, all buyers from the Empire will receive a customized docking cabin for charging, resting, cleaning. Boom! The nobles who were initially attracted by the luxurious interiors were completely shaken. The 3 major black technologies made it their dream vessel. Speed for escape, carbon fiber for defense, and radar torpedoes for counterattack. At this moment, everyone understood why the Empire used it as the opening act. 10 yachts, not many but not few either. Everyone sharpened their knives, eager to secure one as their exclusive mount. I want one. As a high-ranking celestial dragon among the world's nobility, Narabia, Saint immediately set his sights on this extremely luxurious yacht. However, as soon as his request was made, a terrifying pressure suddenly focused on him. Unbeknownst to him, in the highest private room, a familiar yet strange face emerged, bringing a significant sense of oppression to everyone present. If you want to act imposing, just remember that in my Dragon Nation, using your status to pressure others will not end well for you. Lin Hao's voice completely suppressed the identity of the celestial dragon. Indeed, outside, one might fear the celestial dragons, but here it is the Dragon Nation. Especially when a celestial dragon dares to exert pressure here. It's like the birthday celebrant eating arsenic, seeking death. Chapter 85. Red History, starting bid of 1 billion berries, with each bid increasing by no less than 10 million berries. 1 billion 50 million berries. 1 billion 500 million berries. 1 billion 600 million berries. Your Majesty, this yacht looks nice. When shall we go out to sea for some fun? Peony sat beside Lin Hao, her bright eyes looking at the luxurious yacht's interior, which even had a swimming pool and a sunbathing area. Perfect for a honeymoon trip like theirs. After all, what the Empire possessed was the best. And this yacht could only be considered high-end. You want to go out for a stroll? I haven't been out for a long time either. After the auction, we can go around the 4 seas, but time is limited, so we'll just visit a few attractions. It's impossible to see everything. As long as I can go out with your Majesty, that's enough. Lin Hao gently stroked Peony's hair, knowing that the women around him rarely left his side and seldom went out. Their curiosity about the sea was only natural. Besides, Lin Hao himself had been in one place for too long. O'Hara, Road Town for Vans. Whenever there were news about treasures, he would send his subordinates to fetch them, such as the Thunder Fruit, Vampire Fruit, 7-Star Sword. Now, perhaps he could collect some of the future renowned strongmen of the sea in advance. Half an hour later, 3 of the 10 super yachts were auctioned off by Tezelo at an inflated price of 3 billion berries each. One was sold to the Celestial Dragons for 2 billion 700 million berries, and another to Germa for 2 billion 400 million berries. The other 5 did not exceed 2 billion berries, but were all above 1 billion 500 million berries. It was truly a great start. Most of the attendees did not expect that the prices of the 10 yachts from the Empire would be so high, each valued at over 1 billion 500 million berries. This was already enough to buy a natural-type devil fruit. However, truly powerful fruits are often priceless unless they are consumed by someone with the ability. The second item for auction was a paramecia-type silence fruit. After consumption, it could silence oneself or the surrounding sounds, evading the observation of Kinbunchika Haki. If developed to awakening, it could be applied to shooting weapons like sniper rifles. The starting bid was 100 million berries, with each increase no less than 10 million berries. Under the auctioneer's explanation, many snipers' eyes lit up. This ability to hide perfectly, with no sound, could avoid detection by Kinbunchiko Haki, making it a more terrifying support ability than the invisibility fruit. If the devil fruit is awakened, before the Kinbunchika Haki user reaches the ability to foresee the future, it would be like encountering gods to kill gods, encountering Buddhas to kill Buddhas for snipers. 300 million berries. A shout from below directly raised the price of the silence fruit to 3 times the starting bid. But soon, the price of this fruit surged again, reaching 500 million berries in less than a minute. Many knew that this fruit absolutely could not fall into the hands of someone with ill intentions. Originally a fruit that should remain unnoticed, under the auctioneer's explanation, it became known as a top-tier support ability. 1 billion berries. Suddenly, Doflamingo raised his hand, bringing the price directly to a level that was hard for others to reach. 500 million berries had already far exceeded the usual value of the silence fruit. Moreover, it doubled from that base, and thus the fruit was successfully acquired by Doflamingo. Even Lin Hao was quite surprised, wondering if it was in memory of a deceased friend or if he had some other purpose. The third item was the second-generation Ghost Slash. This legendary demon sword made all the swordsmen present excited. The starting bid was 50 million berries, and in less than a short while, it reached 300 million berries, far exceeding the market price of 10 million berries for a Dayu item. Inma and the Heavenly Feather Slash were acquired by the Whitebeard Pirates for over 500 million berries. Everyone, we now enter the final auction item. The first item is the red road sign collected by the Kazuki family of Wano Country. Since this is part of the historical text and belongs to an extremely important part of the road sign, the Empire will not display its content. This road sign is one of the 4 keys to the New World's great treasure. For 800 years, why has only Roger become the pirate king? Before Roger, there were pirate crews more terrifying than Roger's, such as the Rocks Pirates, or pirate crews that were equally powerful as Roger's. Why didn't they become the pirate king? It is because they lacked the most important thing, the historical road sign. The Empire provided information that there are 4 red road signs in total, and only by gathering all 4 can one find the legendary great treasure. The red road sign before us is the one passed down by the Kazuki family of Wano, with a starting bid of 1 billion berries, and each increase must be no less than 100 million berries. Boom! With the appearance of the final item, all major super pirate crews were shaken. Even after the world government received the news, they urged St. Rubia to spare no effort to acquire this historical text road sign. The 5 elders, in the midst of their power struggles, furrowed their brows tightly. They did not expect Lin how to directly auction off the road sign of the world's historical text. Historical road sign? This guy, Dragon Master, is indeed a madman. In a private room, the originally leisurely red-haired stood up in shock, unable to believe his eyes as he looked at the red stone on the screen. The unveiling of the historical road sign indicated that a bloody battle for dominance over the sea was about to commence. The most important thing is that this is only one from Wano. The other 3 will also become targets for other powerful individuals. Historical text? Inside the booth of the 7 warlords of the sea, Mihawk, Hancock, and others showed no interest, and even Doflamingo smiled without speaking, having no intention of getting involved. Only Nico Robin, who came with Crocodile, stared incredulously at the red stone being introduced. Because it is the historical text, only a blurry red background was shown. The most important thing is that the information revealed by the Empire's auction indicates that there are 4 pieces of such historical texts, which are keys to the great treasure. Nico Robin's heart was shaken by the purpose of a Dragon Country. Could it be that the Dragon Country isn't interested in this great treasure? Even Kaido, Katakuri, and Marco were startled by the sudden appearance of the red historical text. Especially Kaido. He has occupied Wano for so long. Yet this is the first time he has heard that the Kazuki family has a passed-down historical text. Did Dragon Master? No. Did that guy Kaido keep this from him? After all, Lin Hao only settled in Wano in the year 1508 of the sea calendar and directly suppressed it with a giant island. After that, it was his beast pirates that suppressed hell. 2 billion berries. With the support of the 5 elders, St. Rubia doubled his bid. Don't worry, Mom. I will definitely acquire this historical text. After saying that, Katakuri directly raised the bid to 3 billion berries. For billion berries. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Adding 10 billion berries at a time, it was as if he didn't treat berries as berries, causing everyone present to gasp in shock. Ultimately,